"That is capital," he said at last. "I am only sorry he was not committed for trial." "There is no chance of that now." "I suppose not, as I have fallen into your clutches, through the infernal treachery of that fellow Donamore, but ill be even with him some day. He had nothing to do with it. You must lay your misfortune to the astuteness of Mr. Pegon." "I wish you and Pegon, and the whole kit of you, were at the bottom of the sea," he growled. Presently von Beast returned to consciousness, and glanced fiercely around him. "Ah," said Pegon with cruel levity that dear von Beast is himself once more due. "I not pay my debts well, have I not returned your compliment, my amiable von Beast? Come along, you shall go to the government hotel tonight. And if the beds should turn out hard, come and complain to me, and I will get you a new chambermaid. Come here, my dear von Beast, come along, my good Toko." When the magistrate saw Toko, he was no less astonished than the prosecutor, who at once admitted that he had fallen into an error, which he trusted was excusable owing to the wonderful likeness existing between the brothers. Mr. Halliday the engineer and Mr. Halliday, the skittle sharper, must have been cast in the same mold. The prisoner was at once discharged, and his brother placed in the dock. Mr. Halliday's joy at seeing his brother once more was considerably damped by the reflection that he had provoked the doom of a felon, and taking me on one side, he asked me to add to the favor I had already done him, and try to make terms with the prosecutor. I found this worthy rather obdurate at first, but when I told him that Mr. Halliday would refund all the money he had lost, and make him a handsome present besides, his anger gave way, and he consented to withdraw from the prosecution. Toko was so much affected by this proof of his brother's good nature that he gave up his evil ways of living, and addicted himself to honest pursuits. He thought it unadvisable to stay in England, so he went to Australia, not at the expense of the government, as he was once ambitious of doing, but by his brother's assistance, and set up in New South Wales as a sheep farmer, and the last time his friends heard from him, he was doing remarkably well, and turning out better than the most sanguine of his acquaintances had ever anticipated, and so ended this marvelous case of mistaken identity. "Ah," observed Peace in a quiet, contemplative manner, "we cannot any one of us be too careful in the matter of identity. I myself have on more than one occasion been sadly at fault in this respect, and I should hesitate before I swore to a person unless there were corroborating circumstances." "We have most of us been at fault in this respect," returned Mr. Cartridge. "No stronger proof can be given of this than an event which occurred on this very day, when I saw you in the body of the Bow Street Police Court. I mistook you for another person. I was under the full impression that you were the individual in question, and hence it was that I was induced to take you to a more convenient part of the court. So you see you have not so much reason after all to thank me for my courtesy," he added with a smile. "You were of essential service to me, anyway," said Peace, "and as a matter of course I am duly thankful." At this all three gentlemen laughed once more. "While Cartridge," said Shearman, "I have always said that sooner or later some very great alterations will have to be made in the detective department of this country. We manage matters a great deal better in the United States. Look at the number of murderers who escape in and about London. Why, it's perfectly scandalous with such a large and expensive establishment. Such things ought not to be." "I quite agree with you, it is scandalous," returned Shearman, "but how is it to be remedied?" "Ah, that's another question, and one I shall perhaps not find it easy to answer, but that some remedy must be applied is, in my opinion, beyond all question. Why, within the last few years you have suffered a host of assassins of the very worst type to slip through your fingers. What am I saying? That's not precisely my meaning, for you have never laid hold of them at all now. There was that case at Brompton Editagrove, or Maudegrove, I forget which, the two Wallaces, after the death of the ill-fated woman, betook themselves to a cab, were driven off, and not the faintest clue has been found to either of them. Is that not so?" Mr. Cartridge shrugged his shoulders, and said, "I am afraid it is. I am sure of it, while such things ought not to be. What is the inference? I say again, what is the inference?" "Can't tell. I can. Barbarity and corruption you want make me believe that they would have been all this time at large, unless, like Kerr and Benson, they had closed the eyes of the police with gold dust. What say you, sir?" This last observation was addressed to Peace, who by this time had begun to be in a little bit of a quandary, for he felt that it was an act of great imprudence to continue in the company of his two associates much longer. But he did not very well know how to bring the interview to an end without exciting suspicion. "I quite agree with you, sir," he returned. Then thinking to change the subject, which was to him, by no means, an agreeable one, he drew from his pocket again the drawing of his invention for raising sunken ships. It would be indeed a favor if either of you gentlemen could put me in the way of laying this draft of my invention before the proper authorities. With a couple of drawing pins, he fastened the drawing against the wall of the room and proceeded to point out its merits once more to the two detectives. They knew but little about it, but strove to comprehend its mode of operation, rising from their seats and carefully inspecting the chart in question. Ah, murmured Peace to himself, I wish I was fairly out of this. The Yankee bloke seems ever and anon to look one through. He's awfully cute. I do wish he'd go. After some further discussion, the chart was rolled up again, and Peace placed it in his pocket, whereupon the three gentlemen sat down again. Well, stranger, said Shearman, addressing himself again to Peace, as we are all here to ourselves ill, just give you an account of a bit of business I was engaged on in New York. It's a true story, and there ain't no tall talk in it. I'm really very sorry, observed Peace, but I am afraid I shan't have time. Oh bosh, ill trotted off as sharp and brisk as a donkey's gallop. Here's to our better acquaintance. I am glad to have met you, sir, added the American, raising the glass to his lips. And I am equally glad to have met you, sir, returned our hero, who wished the Yankee to the antipodes. But you must excuse me. Sit down for another quarter of an hour, said Shearman. We shall be all three of us going at the expiration of that time. Come, light up, have another cigar. Devil take these fellows, murmured Peace to himself. There is no getting out of their clutches. He, however, lighted up, and reluctantly consented to remain a little longer. My friend Shearman can tell you tales of detective life for a week at a stretch, observed Cartridge, with a smile. And mind you, a good many of his stories are both interesting and instructing. One thing I will say for him, he is never backward in obliging. While I hope we learn something from each other, observed the American, it is by the interchange of thought and knowing something of other men's experiences, is addition to our own, that we may eventually become smart officers. That's my opinion. I make it a rule to listen to all people have to say, whether they be wise or otherwise. That's right enough, returned Cartridge. So here goes, exclaimed the Yankee. Chapter Roman 124, Stolen Letterson, American Detective Story. The post office, said Mr. Shearman, is one of those institutions where scrupulous honesty is required, where very inadequate pay is given. A man is expected to slave like a mule or a camel for something under £1 a week, and to resist temptation. Some do it, others do not. The fall possibly. These latter have wives and children, and cannot help thinking of them as a letter passes through their hands with a little coin. Inside it is not a large sum, but it is more than half a week's wages to them, and would enable them to do something for the young ones. The post office, or more correctly, the public, is robbed to a large extent annually, and it is impossible to put a stop to these depredations, for although the offenders are detected in some instances, and brought to justice, others escape and become hardened in crime. During the year of the last great exhibition, these robberies became so frequent that it was found necessary to adopt some extraordinary means to check them. The utmost vigilance was exercised by the officials, but they found their efforts unavailing. The thefts continued, and the authorities were deluged with letters stating that money, notes, checks, and valuables of all descriptions had never come to hand. In the dilemma in which they found themselves placed, they had recourse to the police, and Colonel Warner recommended the case to my notice. I undertook it, for it was a task of some difficulty which I found would occupy a week or so most agreeably. I was always happier in the harness than out of it. I do not mean to say that I despise reasonable relaxation, but I depreciated any great waste of time. I petitioned to be allowed to learn the business of a letter sorter, which request was granted at once. A few days initiated me into this branch of the business, and I was then drafted into the room in which the latest operations were carried on. Large bags of letters were continually being shunted down shafts. When they reached the floor, they were eagerly pounced upon and sorted for transmission to all parts of the kingdom. I carefully watched every man, which would seem a useless proceeding on my part, because a spy appointed for the express purpose is continually looking on. He is concealed from view, and gazes through a pane of glass at those who are at work in the room, and of course he detects frauds when they are very frequent. This man maintained for his own credit's sake that the robberies were perpetrated at some other place, and not in the general post office, But I did not agree with him. It required something more searching than the sleepy vision of a hired spy to detect the skillful thieves who were making a large income out of his carelessness and inefficient efforts. The quickness with which experienced men perform their duties is inconceivable to those who have not witnessed their exertions. I found it very difficult to keep my attention sufficiently fixed upon one in particular to be able to remark the peculiarity of his manner. The hands of all of them were here, there, and everywhere at once. I pretended to be absorbed in my occupation, although I was in reality remarking everything on man especially attracted me. There was something so restless in his manner that from the first time I set my eyes upon him, I singled him out as the most likely fellow in the room to be a thief. I remarked that he every now and then raised his hand to his mouth, but so rapid were his motions that they resembled sleight of hand, and I could not discover what he was doing. This man looked as if he had known trouble, and was thoroughly acquainted with that painful process, which is known as being in hot water. Perhaps he had been born with ideas above his station. There are people who move in a very humble sphere of life, think they ought to have been born peers of the realm, and nothing but monarchical greatness will content others, though the majority of aspirants draw the line at nobility. Luxurious notions may have entered this man's head. He may have had a fancy for asparagus or new potatoes or lamb and duck and green peas, and his own beggarly salary not running to it, as the phrase goes, he may have thought it no great sin to help himself. When the occasion presented itself in a favorable manner, he was not of full habit of body. There was something hollow and unsubstantial about him, although he was not much more than 30 years old, if you could judge from his outward appearance, which was not prepossessing. I determined when work was over to follow this man to his lair, and see what he was like at home. The domestic hearth is something like wine, it shows men in their true character. The public house is not a bad interpreter. But the hearth is the best of all. Work was over at 6 at that time. The night men came on. I afterwards ascertained that the man's name was John Brown. He walked with a quick step along the street, looking behind him occasionally, without seeing anything to arouse his suspicion, and entered a public house which was situated about halfway up a small court, whose obscurity must have prevented it from being generally known. Standing at the bar was a young man of gentlemanly but dissipated appearance, well dressed, and wearing some jewelry which if real must have been expensive. When he perceived Brown, he exclaimed, "Johans, my man, otherwise John, I am glad to see you." Brown responded by a nod and a grunt. I followed unnoticed by either party, and placed myself in a convenient position for eavesdropping. Brown sat down by the side of his acquaintance, said, "Rather later than usual today, Mr. Wareham. The bags were rather heavy." "Never mind that. Have you worked the oracle properly?" replied Wareham. "About the same as usual. I think my pockets are pretty well lined." "Turn them out, there is no one here to notice us." "I shouldn't mind something to drink first," growled John Brown. "You shall have it, my pippin, what taps most to your liking," replied Mr. Wareham. Brown expressed an opinion strongly in favor of beer, such as is brewed by Bass on the banks of Trent, which was promptly brought him by an obsequious waiter. After quenching his thirst, he said, "Now, sir, I feel better." Putting his hand in his coat pocket, he produced several pieces of money together with little scraps of paper. He had, I imagined, first of all, felt the letters that passed through his hands, and if he detected the presence of gold, he raised the envelope to his mouth, and bit off the corner in which the coin had fallen. Afterwards placing it in his pocket, he appeared to have about £12 to show, as the result of his day's work. Mr. Wareham examined the spoil, counted it, and having divided it equally gave Brown one half, as his share of the plunder. Brown uttered an exclamation of discontent. "What are you growling at?" exclaimed Wareham. "I ought to have the whole of it. I run the risk." "So you do, but you are obliged to bring all you get to me. Because I know your secret, I need not give you anything. If I did not like you ought to be grateful for the generosity with which I treat you. Upon my word, Brown, you are a fortunate fellow." "More of a fool than that," grumbled Brown, who seemed inclined to retaliate and kick over the traces. "I can't agree with you then." "It don't much matter whether you do or not. I am pretty well sick and tired of this little game. I have a good mind to leave this land and go to Texas or Mexico." "At the expense of the government," sneered Wareham. "If I went you'd go with me," said John Brown fiercely. "Think so? Well, you have a right to form your own opinion." I however don't suppose that such a thing is even remotely possible. I am very well satisfied with my native country. I have found you, and you are a source of profit and of income to me. You are what I may call a pearl of great price. I am unwilling to relinquish you. If I did so, I should be like the man who killed the goose that laid the golden eggs. My dear Johans, you are necessary to my existence. You always think of yourself. Of course, egotism is the primary duty, if not the whole duty of man. I don't know anything about that, but I am tired of the way we're going on. I would rather be in a prison than lead this sort of life. Have you ever been in a prison? Exclaimed Wareham with a searching glance. No, but the time may come for all that I am going the right road to be shut up in jail, returned Brown savagely. As we are friends, said Wareham, I don't mind telling you that I have. You said Brown. For a year and a half I enjoyed that pleasure. I wish you were there now. Very possibly, my friend, but I really cannot join you in your amiable desire. I am unable to say in the spirit of the hymn I have been there, and still would go for it as anything but a little heaven below. So you had your hand in, before you met me, said Brown with a malicious grin. Certainly, I had. A man must live, and I can declare that I was never any burden to my respectable parents from my earliest infancy. I had a talent for appropriating the property of other people, and I have lived upon my wits ever since I first knew I had any. What got you into trouble? An inordinate passion for riding. I always envied people I saw on horseback, and one day as I was loitering about the best part of the town, a gentleman asked me to hold his horse for him while he entered the house of a friend. I looked upon the request as an insult, and while I held the bridle I ruminated as to the best method of revenge upon the aristocrat who had laid himself open to my resentment. It occurred to me that the best way to punish him would be to rob him of his horse, so seizing an advantageous opportunity, I sprang lightly upon the animal's back. I did not know how to ride the horse, found at once that he had a light weight upon him, and he soon discovered with equine instinct that I had never been on a horse. Before setting back his ears, the beast bent his legs under him and set off at a quick pace. John Gilpin going to Edmonton must have felt very much as I. Roman 999. The horse galloped recklessly and furiously from street to street, and at last landed me in the paternal arms of a blue-coated policeman who looked after me with the care of a father. I was committed for trial and engaged Mr. Earwig, the celebrated criminal counsel, who did his best for me and moved the court to tears as he recounted the sad position of this well-connected young man. My father was at the time in Sing Sing jail for debt, and my mother in the penitentiary owing to a little matter of manslaughter, whose parents were highly respectable. The misguided youth had given way to a sudden impulse of temptation, which led him into the commission of a sin, the enormity of which was regretted by none so much as himself. At this juncture of the learned barrister's speech, the prosecutor got up and said he hoped the court would deal leniently with the prisoner. He was willing to make all the reparation which lay in his power. The horse had subsequently run up against an omnibus, broken his neck, and damaged sundry pedestrians in his dying struggles, so it may be imagined that I was not able to make much reparation. The unhappy boy's sobs, audible in various parts of the court, narrowly escaped with his life. When he in an unguarded moment leaped into the saddle, he had no idea that the horse would go on. He had never been in a similar position before, and was so ignorant of the first principles of horsemanship that a donkey might lead him to destruction. No felonious design lurked in my client's head. Steal the horse, why, gentlemen of the jury, this with a persuasive simper you might just as well, and with equal propriety, accuse me, Mr. Earwigoff, wishing to run away with the box, in which you are at this moment sitting. A murmur of incredulity arose from the body of the court, which was instantly suppressed by the energetic efforts of the usher. No, no, gentlemen, the poor young man whose prospects in life are already partially ruined owing to his having been placed in the ignominious position in which he is by the precipitancy of the sitting magistrate, who committed him for trial, whose character has been aspersed and whose prospects have been blighted through a strange perversion of the truth and a misconception of actual facts. Never, I say, it emphatically never contemplated an offense against the common law of the land. Applause, and hear from a juryman. Acquit him, gentlemen. You are not the slaves of prejudice. Do your duty, as is meet and proper for men of standing and position. Why should you wreak an imaginary vengeance upon an innocent man for innocent? He is, in spite of the allegations that have been made to the contrary. Let him go his ways, gentlemen of the jury, and none of you will sleep the worse for it." Mr. Earwig sat down in a state of moisture, arising from perspiration and exertion, but his arguments were not so availing with the jury as I would have wished them to be. They found me guilty, and I made the acquaintance with the interior of the state prison prophet by my experience, my dear Johans. If you are of an ascetic turn of mind, and wish to mortify the flesh, by all means step within the pale of the criminal law, and get brought up before the district judge. You will not forget your interview with that terrible functionary. In a hurry, I have seen him once, and I do not want to renew my acquaintance with him. Since that delightful period of my existence, I have played the part of the monkey who made use of a catspaw to pull the chestnuts out of the fire for him. You, my accommodating Johans, are my catspaw. The coins which you bring me from the GPO are the chestnuts. My heart overflows with gratitude to you. I regard you as my benefactor, and I wish I could promote you in some way. The days in which Jack Sheppards and Dick Turpins flourished have gone by, but you might be a Redpath or a Dean Paul. I think you have talent enough for a Redpath, and I don't think you would make a bad Rupel. When you have ended your nonsense, I shall be glad if you will tell me," exclaimed Brown, who had been fretting and fuming during this lengthy speech. "My good, my excellent Johans," replied Mr. Wareham suavely, "I have scarcely commenced. What I want to know is how much longer this game is to last." "I can tell you," said Wareham, "if you can manage to nail a certainty that I mean something worth having. We will divide the swag, and you can go to Mexico when you like. I shall not endeavor to stop you. Can't you rob the California mail? Get yourself put on night duty. Do something. If you go on like this, you will get bowled out at last, and we shall have to throw the sponge up." No. 65. Illustration piece, Parting with the Detectives. Piece, Parting with the Detectives. "I'll try," replied John Brown moodily. "Think it over, Johans, and do your best." "I wish I had never given way to your temptation," muttered Brown in a low voice, but Wareham did not overhear the remark. "I must tear myself away from your fascinating society, Johans," continued Wareham. "I have an appointment with a fly-flat Roman one, a clever fool, and he has some superfluous cash which I covet. See, if you cannot do something worth talking about, I shall meet you tomorrow at the usual time." Wareham lighted a cigar, and nodding to his accomplice, strutted leisurely out of the place. Brown allowed his face to sink upon his hands, and I heard him say, "Curse him, may God in heaven curse him." He remained sunk in a lethargic despair for more than an hour, then he raised himself, and left the tavern. I returned home to ponder. It was necessary to put a stop to the nefarious practices that Brown carried on with such skillfulness, and I considered how I should best take action in the matter. "Which of course you did," observed Mr. Cartridge. "Well, I guess so. I never was one to let the grass grow under my feet." "Ah," thought Peace, "when will he have done? I am on tenterhooks." Then, aloud he said, "I am greatly interested in your narrative. Proceed, sir." "All right," returned the American, "ill, just get this darned weed to draw, and be hanged to it. The Britishers always roll their cigars up too tight. It's a way they've got, I suppose." "Take another," said Peace. "No, he's all right now, thank you, Mr. Shearman," then proceeded. I had not the remotest conception how Mr. Wareham became acquainted with John Brown's secret, but one thing I was sure of, and that was that the aforesaid gentleman was a consummate scoundrel. In order to understand his character better, and to see with whom I was contesting, I applied to an intelligent officer, who was acquainted with almost all the thieves, vagabonds, and rogues in the city. The reply I received confirmed my suspicions. Wareham was well known to the police. Under a dozen of aliases he had been convicted, and I resolved that he should be so again, if there was any virtue in an indictment for conspiracy to defraud. I watched the two men carefully for some days, and at last I gained some information upon which I determined to act. They had planned an elaborate robbery between them, and Mr. Wareham's habitual prudence was so far overruled that he consented to take an active part in it. Those letters which were registered on account of their containing valuables were also placed in a bag by themselves. Of course, there were different bags for different places, but the Cincinnati bag was always a bulky one. They determined to appropriate the contents of that one. It was Brown's duty to take certain bags to the lower regions of the post office for transmission through the tubes of the pneumatic company which had just been laid down. Having overheard all their plans and made my arrangements accordingly, I concealed myself with one of the watchmen connected with the establishment in an angle of the wall where I was free from observation, but able to spring out on a moment's notice. Wareham accompanied Brown from above and assisted him to carry the bags. No one asked him any questions. It was supposed that he had been told off on the same duty. The room, in which the opening to the tube was situated, was unoccupied by anyone, except the workmen connected with the machinery requisite to put the valves in motion. Brown and Wareham, thinking themselves alone, commenced the execution of their nefarious project. They hastily untied the neck of the small sacks, and plunging their hands in drew out as many letters as they could conceal about their persons. They had taken the precaution to have pockets ingeniously sewn on inside their coats and waistcoats, so that the plunder might be more easily distributed about their bodies. If they had crammed and stuffed the two ordinary pockets that every coat possessed, they would have bulged out, and most likely have betrayed them. I allowed them to satisfy their rapacity, and waited patiently to see what they would do next. The mouth of the pneumatic tube was very like the opening of the boiler of a furnace. The bottom part resembled a miniature railroad, and the idea was strengthened by the car or small wagon, which was driven along at an immense pace by atmospheric pressure. The wagon was in readiness for the bags, and when the two thieves had robbed the appointed bag of as much of its precious contents as they thought they could safely carry away with them, Brown raised it up and placed it in the wagon. I considered this a good opportunity to make my presence known and make a captive of Brown and his dangerous accomplice. Stepping from my place of concealment, I appeared unexpectedly before them. Brown uttered a terrified cry and seemed petrified with fear and apprehension. To be detected, when success seemed most certain, was very mortifying. He had made his arrangements to leave the country that very night. I could see by the aid of the gaslight that he was ghastly pale. Wareham did not exhibit the symptoms of terror and consternation that characterized the bearing of his less hardened confederate, but he was a little thrown off his guard nevertheless. "Well, Governor, what do you want?" he exclaimed in a voice he vainly endeavored to render calm. "What are you going to do with all those letters?" I asked. "Letters? What letters?" he replied with well-affected astonishment. "Those you have in your pockets." "I don't know what you mean." "Don't you really? That's a pity," I said in a bantering tone. "Unfortunately, I saw you put them away." "And suppose you did, what then?" he cried boldly. "I suppose you want something to keep your mouth shut." The watchman had remained in his hiding place up to the present time, but now turning half round, I beckoned him to show himself. He did so. "Take that man into custody," I cried, "for robbing the post office." Brown was too much alarmed to make any resistance, and in half a minute the handcuffs were glittering on his wrists. Wareham looked on at this with blank amazement. Then, when it was finished, and his friend secure, he burst into a loud laugh and exclaimed, "Sold, by heavens!" The watchman now came to my assistance, and we advanced to Wareham, who retired until he came to the mouth of the pneumatic tube. I made sure of catching him, and was already congratulating myself upon having apprehended the prisoners without any bloodshed, when I was unpleasantly forced to remember that there was such a thing as a slip between the cup and the lip. Just as our hands were upon him, Wareham courageously gave a spring and entered the tube, taking a recumbent position upon the wagon by the side of the plundered mailbag. Seizing the handle, he pulled the door to after him. This, I afterwards found, was the signal for the workmen to put the machinery in motion. The bird escaped from my hand just as I was about to seize it. I do not think that Wareham imagined the wagon would be at once propelled through the tube. It is more probable that he wished to gain a temporary asylum, but a loud rumbling soon informed us that something was taking place inside. Leaving John Brown in charge of the watchman, I ran hastily upstairs and asked where the tube discharged its contents. I was told the correct spot. I went hastily into the street and got into the first cab I could see and drove to the place at the utmost speed of which the cab horse was capable. On arriving there, I proceeded to the post office department and found to my inexpressible chagrin that the wagon had duly arrived with its human freight 10 minutes before. The workmen were surprised to see a man traveling in charge of the bag, but Wareham, elated at his narrow escape, told them that he had done it out of curiosity, and they asked no farther questions. As may be imagined, he took the earliest opportunity of leaving the office, and I was too late to apprehend him. That, however, did not annoy me very much. I had a satisfactory clue to Mr. Wareham, and by 12 o'clock the next day he was in custody. Neither money nor letters were found upon him, so he must have been associated with some gang to whom he had handed over for the better concealment thereof the quantity of letters he had stolen. He was afterwards induced to relate his sensations when in the tube. The air, he said, felt cold and refreshing, but the darkness was appalling. The wagon was about 4 feet long by 2 wide. He disposed his legs, as well as he was able, so as to avoid contact with the sides of the tube, or any foreign body he might encounter. He was surprised beyond measure when he found the wagon in motion, but being somewhat of a philosopher, he resigned himself to his fate. The speed at which he was driven along took his breath away, and he was not at all sorry when he arrived at his journey's end. Brown and Wareham were arraigned at the state sessions. I was the principal witness against them. Brown, at the last moment, finding that he had no chance of escape, having been taken in flagrante delicto, turned state evidence, so that his punishment was comparatively trivial to that of Wareham, who was for a term of years removed from that busy sphere in which he had so greatly distinguished himself, and of which he was so promising a member. He was much missed by the school to which he belonged, and many of the thieving fraternity went into deep mourning for what was almost equivalent to the death of their versatile friend. "I am sure I hardly know how to express myself," cried Peace, when the American detective had brought his narrative to a conclusion. "I don't know when I have passed such an agreeable hour or two as I have with you two gentlemen, who have given me an insight into matters quite new to me. O. Shearman can tell you a heap of good stories, and can keep anyone amused for hours," remarked Cartridge. "I am not in the race with him." "Oh, you are well matched," returned Peace, forcing a smile, for by this time he had had more than enough of his two companions. "But I must now be off, as I have to meet the gentleman who goes partner with me in some of my inventions. He is a practical man, and is therefore able to carry out my ideas." "I'll tell you what I'd do," said Shearman. "What?" "While I would lay the matter before the Admiralty, if you can raise ships, by the means you propound, I don't see why you should not. It will be worth thousands to them." "An excellent thought, sir. I'll take your advice," cried Peace, rising from his seat, and putting on his hat. His two companions followed his example, and they all descended the stairs, and passed out of the front door of the house. Peace hailed a cab, then, wishing the detectives a hearty farewell, jumped into the vehicle, which was driven off at Peace's request, in the direction of the Ludgate Circus. "Got rid of him at last," cried our hero, as the cab rattled along. "Gad, but this has been a dose. No more police skirts for me. Why, they jaw a horse's hind leg. Often think themselves so jolly clever too. I've had enough of them, quite enough for the present, at all events." When the cab reached Ludgate Circus, Peace paid the fare and walked over Blackfriars Bridge. He thought it just possible that his movements might be watched, not that he imagined that either Mr. Cartridge or the Yankee suspected him, far from it, but he considered it to be just as well to be on the safe side and break the continuity of his journey. He therefore just dropped into a coffee shop in the London Road, and had his tea. He remained there for some little time, and then proceeded once more on his journey. He said nothing to the ladies of his establishment about his rencontre with the detectives, but put Bandelig in the full possession of all the facts when that worthy called on the following day. His predatory excursions were continued for night after night, and up to the present time he had escaped detection. But we must leave him for a while to take a glance at other characters in our story. Chapter Roman 125, The Young Earl of Ethelwood. The reader will understand that a lapse of years has taken place since we last took a glance at the inmates of Broxbridge Hall, and it will be needless to signify that time is an active agent, and many changes have taken place since our last visit to the hall. The Lady Aveline plunged into the vortex of fashionable life, and as a natural consequence, had a number of admirers. It was her grandfather's wish that she should form an alliance with a member of the aristocracy. She would then be still further removed from the low-born engineer. There were many suitors for her hand, but Aveline herself did not display any willingness to change her condition, and the probability is that she would not have done so had it not been for the importunities of the Earl and the vivacious Lady Mare. After a good deal of flirtation, hesitation, and irresolution, she consented to become the wife of a baronet of some 38 summers, Sir Gerald Badishal by name. On the day of her marriage, the Earl settled on her a princely dowry, and all went on as merry as a marriage bell. The Badishals were an old family in the west of England. they were proud like the Earl, and the match was considered by everyone to be a suitable and proper one. The Lady Aveline bore her husband 2 children, a boy and a girl. In the meantime, the young heir of Ethelwood was growing up to man's estate. He had been indulged by his mother, and spoiled by his grandfather, who made him his pet, and indeed it might be said almost his idol. He was sent to college, and when at home had tutors in the house, no expense was spared to make him worthy of the proud position he was to occupy. He was a generous-hearted, impetuous youth, but could not brook control, and the servants averred that he had much of the Ethelwood spirit. Before he reached his 19th year, his grandfather breathed his last in the presence of his granddaughter and great-grandson. The latter came into the title and estates at too early an age perhaps, but there was no help for it. The Earl was full of years at the time of his decease, between 80 and 90, which is a respectable old age. After the few months of mourning for his noble ancestor, Lord Reginald Ethelwood soon began to have his own views of youth and freedom in the new life, which was so suddenly opened to him. The temple of pleasure was before him, and he soon found his way into its innermost penetralia. For a long time, the intoxicating and enervating draught of luxurious indulgence was never absent from his lips, until at last he had drunk down to the very lees of the cup, and as a natural consequence tasted of satiety and disgust. His mother could not give so much heed to him as she wished, as she had her husband and her young children to occupy her thoughts, so that the young Earl was left to steer his course as best he could. He became blasé, discontented, and yearned for a change. Change of scene, change of pursuit, both were open to him as the natural resources of his condition, and without hesitation, he turned to them for relief from the ennui and discontent that had overtaken him. Among the possessions that had come to him with the patrimonial estates he had inherited from his great-grandfather was a small chateau or hunting lodge on the borders of Switzerland. In the earlier days of his life, the deceased Earl had been accustomed to spend a good deal of his time at this place. The Ethelwoods had always a great predilection for sports, and shooting and hunting had special charms for them, when in the pride and full vigor of manhood, and hence it was that the chateau in question had at one time been a favorite resort with the father and his sons. It was built on the side of one of the high spurs of the Jura, in the midst of some of the wildest and most picturesque scenery of that portion of the country which links France with Switzerland. Except to a few visitors in the summer months, the profound solitudes of the mountains were almost unknown to strangers. Valleys and mountain sides, being inhabited by populations ignorant of everything that passes in the world beyond the bounds of their native forests. Erected some 300 years before the chateau was a somber and imposing building. Above it rose a pine forest, dark and stately. Below it lay a deep valley. The whole aspect of the place was one of savage grandeur. Lord Reginald Ethelwood, tired of London fashionable life, made up his mind to seek change in this charming retreat. He was a keen sportsman, could handle a rifle with the best of his fellows, and much to the surprise and discomfiture of his gay and thoughtless companions, he left England for the far-famed retreat on the borders of France. Once arrived there, he gave himself up with a constantly increasing ardor to the hunting of the fox and the wild boar. He had in a short time grown to like this sort of life, and it might have lasted for many years, but for an adventure which cast a shadow over his path, a deep and sinister shadow, which brought with it regret, sorrow, and remorse. In the ardor of the chase, he was led over the highest pinnacles of the mountains. A toppling crag gave way, and he was precipitated into the chasm below. The fall was a fearful one, and he lay stunned and motionless, and to all appearance dead. Some peasants discovered him, and placing him on a litter, they conveyed him to the nearest habitation, where every attention was paid him by the kindly disposed mistress of the establishment. But for some days he hovered between life and death. Luckily for him, he had fallen into good hands. Madame Trieste, the owner of the chalet into which he had been conveyed, tended on him with maternal solicitude, and by careful nursing joined to medical skill, he recovered from the terrible injuries he had received. Madame had 2 valuable assistants in nursing the wounded Earl, these being her daughter and a servant, so that the English nobleman had every possible attention. When he recovered, he was loath to leave the hospitable establishment. One reason for this was a lurking fondness for Mademoiselle Theresa Trieste's hostess, charming daughter, in whose society he found great solace and comfort. Days and weeks had passed over, But the young nobleman still continued an inmate of the house, in the occupation of Madame Triste, did not feel disposed to leave. He had by this time recovered from his accident, but did not feel inclined to return to his own domicile. Indeed, to say the truth, he had been persuaded to remain by Mademoiselle, who had no desire to part with him. Thus, matters went on for some time, until a change took place in the aspect of affairs. On the day in question, there was a sort of lull. The dinner passed over in a humdrum way. Madame Trieste was the only one of the party whose good spirits were not forced. Teresa scarcely spoke at all. She appeared to be preoccupied. The reason for this was not made manifest. Agatha, the servant girl, was even in a still worse condition. It was evident that she had been weeping, for her eyes were red and swollen. Lord Ethelwood himself felt dispirited, and it was in vain that he strove to assume an air of cheerfulness, and it was impossible for the vivacious Frenchwoman, his hostess, not to observe that there was something the matter with her guest. The woman prudently forbore to make any allusion to his altered demeanor. "I am but a dull and cheerless companion, madame," observed Lord Ethelwood, when he rose from the table. "The fact is, I am not so strong as I supposed, and my long morning's walk has been a little too much for me." "It is not to be wondered at, my lord," returned the lady. "It will be some time, I expect, before you have recovered your strength." "No doubt some time, but tomorrow I hope and trust I shall be a little better." "I hope so, I am sure." He excused himself upon the plea of weakness, and retired to his room. Here he sat ruminating for some time, and upon retiring to bed that night, he could not rest. A vision of two girls sleeping under the same roof with him rose up and floated before him, so that repose was impossible. The next morning he rose earlier than usual, hoping to find health and strength in the fresh mountain breeze. He was away some considerable time, wandering about in a desultory manner, he knew not whither. When he returned to Madame Trieste's house, he was silent and thoughtful, but was nevertheless extremely courteous in his manner. This was habitual to him. He found the ladies waiting breakfast for him. Teresa looked pale, and appeared to be in a state of trepidation. Her maid Agatha, however, seemed to be keenly alive to all that was passing, for her eyes wandered about from one to another, in an inquiring manner. Madame Trieste was lively and loquacious, and the meal passed over pleasantly enough. When it was concluded, and the party were about to leave the dining-room, a loud barking of dogs in the garden fell upon their ears. "Oh, a visitor," remarked Madame Trieste. "Do you expect anyone?" inquired Lord Ethelwood. "Well, yes, I do, if the truth must be told," returned his hostess. Teresa started, and a troubled look sat on her beauteous and expressive features. There was a gentle rap at the door, after which a young man entered the room. He appeared to be about 24 or 25. He had a well-knit frame, indicating great strength and activity. His features were characteristic of determination, and were possessed of a certain amount of manly beauty, albeit they lacked refinement. His hair was black, and his complexion swarthy. Madame Trieste held out her hand to him, which he raised to his lips with a kind of rough gallantry. He then shook hands with Teresa, who appeared to be greatly disconcerted. "Lord Ethelwood," returned the young man's salutation, with the greatest possible hauteur. "My dear Jerome," said Madame Trieste in an affectionate tone, "this gentleman is Lord Ethelwood, of whom you have heard us so often speak." The young man nodded. Then turning towards his lordship, she added, "My dear Lord Ethelwood, allow me to introduce you to one of my neighbors, Jerome Chanut. You are both young, both sportsmen, both good-hearted and intelligent, and I hope and trust you will become excellent friends." Lord Ethelwood bowed stiffly and turned on his heel. "My dear Ethelwood," exclaimed the hostess, "do pray shake hands with my young protégé. You English are so singularly cold and unimpressionable." "Are we?" returned his lordship. "Well, it is constitutional with us, I suppose," he added with a sickly smile. Jerome Chanut held out his hand, and Lord Ethelwood took it, but there was an evident reluctance on both their parts. Each of the young men divined that in the other he had a rival, or it might be an enemy. "You intend to spend the whole day with us, do you not, Jerome?" said Madame, assuming an air of cheerfulness. "Ahem, I hardly know," he returned. "You have a visitor." "What of that? You ought to be proud to make the acquaintance of so distinguished a gentleman." "Ahem, yes, of course." "Then why do you hesitate?" Jerome made no reply to this last observation. The little party went out into the garden, and seated themselves in a small bower overgrown with honeysuckle and eglantine. Madame Trieste and her daughter took with them their needlework, and all more or less entered into conversation. It would have been impossible for Lord Ethelwood, without ridiculous affectation and unpardonable bad taste, to refrain from addressing Jerome Chanut. The young man greatly displeased him, it is true, but he had done nothing offensive, and it would have been in very bad taste on the part of the English nobleman to ignore his presence. The conversation therefore became general. Jerome recounted several wild and exciting stories of mountaineering life, but sedulously avoided making himself the hero of the adventures. He was as modest as he was brave. During these recitals, Lord Ethelwood watched Teresa. She evidently took but little interest in any of the narratives, and her undisguised indifference filled his heart with joy now. And then Madame Trieste slightly bent her eyebrows and looked vexed as her eyes rested upon her daughter. Afternoon arrived. Teresa and her mother returned to the house to see to the preparations for the dinner. Lord Ethelwood and Jerome Chanut were thus left together. The masks they had been wearing instantly fell from their faces. It was useless to keep them on any longer. And from the moment of the lady's departure, not another word was spoken. Lord Ethelwood strolled in the garden, leaving his companion to enjoy his pipe alone in the arbor. Dinner passed over, and at length the day, which had seemed interminable to Lord Ethelwood, was drawing to a close. Night was slowly approaching, and Jerome Chanut took his leave of the ladies. In obedience to the request of Madame, the two men once more shook hands in the same cold, formal manner as before. Jerome departed along a road leading to the mountains, and every step which increased the distance from the house seemed to lift a portion of a heavy burden that weighed upon the English nobleman's heart. He seemed to breathe more freely when he felt assured that Jerome was far removed from the house in which he and his rival he felt assured he was so had first met. As soon as the young mountaineer was out of sight, Madame Trieste motioned Teresa to return to the house, and then taking Lord Ethelwood's arm, led him back to the arbor, in which a great part of the day had been spent. "My dear friend," said Madame, "as soon as they were seated here we can converse freely, and I have something to tell you." "Oh, indeed, Madame, I am all attention. I look upon you as one of our nearest and dearest friends. I am right in that supposition." "Of course you are perfectly right. And as a proof, I am going to show you how much confidence I have in you. I have introduced you to Monsieur Jerome Chanut. You have had ample opportunities afforded you to converse. Tourneau, tell me without reserve what you think of him." "My dear lady, what reason have you for putting such a question?" "Never mind, answer it." "Frankly." "Yes, do you like him?" "Well, you put a plain question, which to say the truth I would rather not answer, but if you insist." "I do insist, you perverse creature." "Well then, my answer is that I do not like him at all." "I thought as much." "Then you are not mistaken." "And your reasons?" "He displeases me. It is wrong to be prejudiced against any person, but nevertheless, I frankly confess that the moment I set eyes upon him, I felt towards him the greatest possible aversion. How very singular! He is brave and generous." "That may be, but he is evidently not my sort. I do not like him. I should perhaps find it difficult to tell you the reason for that dislike. All I know is that it does exist, and I may add it is likely to exist. I am very sorry for it." "Why, my dear Madame, it cannot be a matter of any moment. Whether I like or dislike Monsieur Chanut, I have met him today for the first time, and possibly we may never meet again." "You are mistaken." "In what ways?" "This young man," answered Madame Trieste, "will shortly be my son." "Your son, Madame? Impossible." "It is a fact, monsieur." Lord Ethelwood appeared thunderstruck, and he changed color. Luckily, however, it was nearly dark, and his altered demeanor was not observed by his companion to its fullest extent. She, however, saw that he was moved and greatly disconcerted. "I cannot believe it possible," he repeated. "He is betrothed to Teresa," said Madame Trieste. "The marriage will take place 3 months hence. All has been arranged and definitely settled." And Mademoiselle Teresa stammered out, "His lordship does she love him?" Through the increasing darkness, the young nobleman could see that the French mother shook her head sadly. "Does she love this man, Madame?" cried Ethelwood in a more imperative tone. "No, I do not believe she does," was the answer to this query. "But she esteems him, and feels for him a strong friendship," added Madame. "Oh, indeed." "Yes, I hope and trust she does." "But why do you give her to him?" "Because though she does not love him, now love may come with marriage. It is often the more solid for coming a little late. Lord Ethelwood shook his head. You do not think so? No, indeed, I should be blind to facts, if I did, returned he. I do not think so. It could not possibly occur to the mind of Madame Trieste that in speaking, thus she was wounding the heart of her guest, and friend the idea that her daughter, the fortuneless daughter of a poor lieutenant of gendarmerie, might cast her eyes upon a proud, wealthy English nobleman, never for a moment occurred to her. You will understand that what I have told you is strictly confidential, said Madame Trieste, and you will not of course ever mention the subject to my dear Teresa under any circumstances. Certainly not, I should not think of doing so. You may rely upon my discretion in this matter. Thanks, my lord, 1,000 thanks. It is now getting late, and the night air is cool. Will you come indoors? I will rejoin you in a few minutes. We shall be waiting for you in the house, she said, as she turned and left him. It is hardly necessary to describe the nature of the reflections to which he gave himself up on being left alone. The natural repugnance he had for the young mountaineer was now greatly intensified. He hated the very name of the man and half regretted not having openly insulted him. Indeed, had he been acquainted with all the circumstances which had since come to his knowledge, the probability would have been that a violent scene might have taken place. He was at this time greatly concerned and deeply dejected, and his reflections were by no means agreeable ones. He was suddenly aroused by feeling a burning hand pressed upon one of his own, while a breathless voice whispered in his ear, "Leave your door open, I must speak with you tonight." The speaker was Agatha, and she had disappeared before the sound of her voice had died in Lord Ethelwood's ear. He strove in vain to fathom the intention of the young girl in thus addressing him. What could she probably have to say of such moment as to impel her to take such a questionable course as that of secretly visiting his room in the dead hour of the night? It was altogether strange and unaccountable, and he was at a loss to account for the girl's conduct. Upon rejoining Madame Trieste and Teresa in the house, he seemed so abstracted and preoccupied that his hostess regarded him with a look of commiseration, being under the impression at the time that he was indisposed. She asked him if he felt unwell. He answered in the affirmative, being but too glad to avail himself of any excuse to be by himself. He therefore retired to his room. It was by this time a little after 10 o'clock, and he might have to wait a long time for the arrival of the maid. He opened the window of his apartment, and gazed out. A panorama of beauty lay before him, which was lighted up by the silver rays of the moon and myriads of stars. Lord Ethelwood surveyed the scene with something like satisfaction, for the temperature was soft and mild, and a light breeze laden with the perfume of flowers fanned his cheeks. But as yet Agatha had not made her appearance. Possibly it might be after all a mere girlish caprice forgotten, almost as soon as expressed. What could she have to tell? No matter, murmured the English nobleman, I will wait patiently. It may be something of moment, or it may be a mere trifling way. I will wait. I am far removed from friends and home, and my mother, in her last letter, begs of me to return to London with all convenient speed. Perhaps she suspects that there are attractions in this district, and to say the truth, she is not far out. His soliloquy was suddenly brought to a termination by a gentle rap at the door, which was afterwards slowly swung back on its hinges, and Agatha, the pretty French waiting maid, presented herself. So you have kept your word, my pretty little tormentor, cried his lordship. It is almost more than I expected. You have never known me to break my word, returned the girl, but we will not dispute on that point. I am here as you see. As I see. And I am here for a purpose. I do not doubt it, Agatha's. The girl seemed to be in a sort of a tremor. Possibly she half repented of her rash and imprudent act, for Lord Ethelwood, upon her entering the room, had carefully and almost noiselessly closed the door. This done, he led her to a seat. Ah, sighed Agatha, it is perhaps wrong of me to visit you thus, but I do not see any other way, and so pardon me, monsieur. I have nothing to pardon, returned his lordship. On the contrary, I have reason to be grateful for your disinterested kindness, for I am sure you are prompted by nothing but the best and most unselfish motives in thus presenting yourself. The girl's face became suffused with blushes as she listened to this complimentary speech. Monsieur my lord, she ejaculated, what I have to tell you is serious. It may be terrible. Indeed. Yes, you are in danger, imminent danger. Pray don't fright me, Agatha, he said with a smile. "Oh my lord," she returned, "you cannot deceive me. You love Mademoiselle Theresa. Don't shake your head. I say you are enamored of my young mistress." "Hush, do not make such rash assertions. I swear to you," he cried. "Do not swear, monsieur," she answered, interrupting him. "It is useless your attempting to deny it. You might as well attempt to prove to me that I am the Queen of France, as to that you do not love my mistress. Well, for argument's sake, mind, only for the sake of argumentation. If you like that I do love Mademoiselle Theresa, what then?" "Well, then, a young man came here today." "Certainly, what of that?" "You do not like him, that is in no way surprising, and he hates you. There is not much love lost between us, I dare say, but how do you know he hates me?" "I have seen the evil looks he cast upon you. I tell you his hate is of a most deadly and venomous character. Ah, monsieur, me lord, have a care, be warned in time. This young Manthias Jerome Chanet loves my mistress to distraction, dotes upon her full well. I know this, he would gladly and cheerfully lay down his life for her. Upon my word, Agatha, he is a most chivalrous, self-sacrificing knight-errant that is assuming your theory to be a correct one." "I am not mistaken," said the girl with renewed emphasis and force. "Monsieur Jerome Chanet idolizes Mademoiselle Theresa, and Madame has promised that she shall become his wife." "This may be the case." "It is so." "Well, it is then, if you will have it so." "It is not, I would have it, because I do not like him, neither does Theresa." "Then she is a fool, if she has a man she does not like. But then he will be revenged, take a deadly vengeance, on the man whom he deems his rival." "And who may that be?" "None other than yourself." "Oh my lord, how can you ask such a question?" "Upon my word, Agatha, you are a most extraordinary girl. You do not know the man you are dealing with." "But I do," exclaimed Agatha. "He is brave and impetuous, his passions are like a mountain torrent. His father is rich, but his grandfather was a smuggler who thought as little of killing a fellow creature as you think of plucking a flower. Jerome takes after his grandfather. Oh, monsieur, be warned in time, if he supposes you supplant him in the affections of my mistress, which you do, he will strike you down in one of the mountain passes, without pity or remorse." "You are drawing a most terrible picture, my dear Agatha." "Not more terrible than true, my lord." "What would you advise me to do?" Then he inquired. "You must leave this house at Anseau, must quit this country, return to your native land, and await the issue of events. I don't believe that Mademoiselle Theresa will give her hand to the young mountaineer after all that has passed." "You don't think she will, and why not, I pray?" "Because she has another attachment." Lord Ethelwood gave a prolonged "oh," but forbore from pressing the question further. "You can guess who the object of that attachment is," murmured his companion. "I think you are a wise counselor, Agatha, and I will think over all you have said and act in accordance with the dictates of my judgment. But to leave this country to part with you, my charmer, would be indeed a terrible punishment." He caught the French maiden round the waist, pressed her form, and covered her face with kisses. "Oh, Moussou, oh, pray don't," she cried as a deep blush suffused her face and neck. "Pray release me. You are my protectress, my adviser, my sweet pet," cried he. She struggled to release herself from his grasp, and when she had succeeded, she opened the door and fled precipitately. "Ah," ejaculated Lord Ethelwood, "what a charming creature, so piquant, so unsophisticated, so lovable." Chapter Roman 126, Further Entanglements. Lord Ethelwood, at this particular period of his career, stood a fair chance of getting himself into a scrape. His conduct, albeit that of a gentleman, could not, taking the most favorable view of it, be deemed prudent. He was enamored of his hostess' charming daughter, but at the same time carried on a flirtation with the maid which, as discreet persons would say, was in every way reprehensible. It would have been well for him if he had taken the advice of Agatha, whose acute perceptive faculties enabled her to see the coming storm, which might probably overwhelm more than one of the inmates of Madame Trieste's establishment. After the girl's departure, his reflections were by no means of an agreeable character, for at this time, the idea of marriage was the very last thing that occurred to him. He was imbued with much of the aristocratic prejudice, which formed so strong an element in the character of his ancestor, the late Earl, who before his death had made his great-grandson Promisene indeed swear that he would never contract a marriage with any lady who was not nobly born, and it was therefore impossible for him to give his name to a girl of humble and obscure origin. He had not duly considered this when he first suffered himself to be allured and fascinated by the beauteous and susceptible French maiden. He was not singular in this respect, for hundreds, and indeed thousands, have been equally reckless both before and since. His mother all this time was in entire ignorance of the course which was being pursued by her erratic son. She suspected something was amiss perhaps, but then she argued that all members of the aristocracy must have their private amours. It was, but in the natural order of things that such should be the case. Lord Ethelwood came to the conclusion that he had been both unwise and indiscreet, and the only course open to him was flight. He therefore on the following day intimated to Madame Trieste that he intended to return to his own chateau, and much to his surprise, the widow did not make any objection to this, but upon the face of her daughter sat an expression of sadness, and almost despair. She however did not make any observation. No doubt she had discovered that a fatal attachment had been growing from hour to hour in the young girl's heart, and like a prudent mother, she was solicitous of seeing her daughter married, feeling perfectly well that no good could come of her encouragement of the English nobleman's attentions, seeing that it was not at all probable a gentleman, in his position, would form what everyone must consider a mésalliance. Towards the middle of the day Lord Ethelwood set out for his own residence. He was not in his usual spirits, upon returning to his chateau, and forbore from indulging in the pleasures of the chase. In consequence of this, he felt the time hang heavy on his hands, and had serious thoughts of returning to Broxbridge Hall and plunging again into the vortex of fashionable life. But there was a lodestone which kept him from carrying out this good resolution. He had passed about a month of dull, purposeless existence since his return, when one morning his valet delivered to him a letter in an unknown handwriting. The unexpected missive came from an old French gentleman who had been at one time an intimate associate of the late Earl, who was most anxious to pay his respects to his successor. Any society was better than none, so in reply to the Frenchman's letter, Lord Ethelwood wrote an invitation to the writer, intimating that he would be glad if he would spend a day or two with him at his chateau. The name of his father's friend was the Chevalier Gustave de Montpers, and punctual to the time appointed the Chevalier arrived in a post-chaise at the chateau. He was a thin man with a bald head and a heavy military moustache, and although verging on 70 and 10, was as active as a harlequin and as loquacious as a barber. He very soon made himself known to the English nobleman, whom he said was the image of his friend, the deceased Earl. He was most profuse in his protestations of friendship, and passed his arm through that of his host as if he had known him for years, and led him into the park, where he insisted on giving his companion an account of the wonderful adventures he and the late Earl had had together, and speaking to the present one as if he were a man of his own age. He certainly was a most vivacious, amusing old gentleman. Poor Reginald could not get a word in Edgway. It is true, he did not make any great effort to outtalk the Frenchman, being convinced, from the very first, that he was in this respect nowhere to make use of a sporting phase. The Chevalier had sufficient penetration to see that his young friend was rather dispirited, from what cause he could not divine. However, he made up his mind to get at the pith and marrow of the subject before he left the chateau, and he was just the sort of man who was beyond all others the most likely to succeed in such a case. He told the young Earl a series of anecdotes and stories about all sorts of people, and the general tenor of his conversation was what some persons would term free. It partook more of the libertine than the moralist. However, it served to beguile the tedium of the Earl's monotonous life, and he was in a measure amused with his vivacious guest. When the walk in the grounds was over, the dinner was served, and the two gentlemen sat down to what in truth might be termed a costly banquet. The Chevalier, who was a connoisseur in gastronomic matters, tasted all the dishes, did honor to all the wines, and complimented infinitely the talents of Lord Ethelwood's chef, whom he declared to be a man of supreme ability and taste. As the meal progressed, the old roused spirits frothed and sparkled like the champagne he swallowed, but his host remained dull and thoughtful despite the exhilarating effects of the wine. His companion could not fail to observe this. He was too much a man of the world, and too great a courtier to rally the Earl on the subject. He took a different course. He tacked about changed the character of his discourse, for he had the protean power of adapting himself to all occasions. He therefore became affectionately insinuating, and even almost parental. This was more consonant with the Earl's state of mind at that time. The Chevalier did not seem to be the same man he was an hour or so ago. He was so engaging, so soft and winning, and it might be said earnest and almost pathetic. "Oh, my dear young friend," said he, "it is well to be young, but at the same time, the young as well as the old have their cares, troubles, and anxieties. Though these in most cases result from different causes, you are preoccupied together, is doubtless good reason for this." "Nothing in particular," said Ethelwood, "but you must understand that at times, I feel the effects of the severe fall I had some time ago." "Ah, true, no doubt, but if there is nothing more serious than that, well, I think y'all get over it in good time." No 66. Illustration: the meeting of the rivals. The meeting of the rivals. The conversation was continued much in the strain, when by artfully calculated means the Chevalier soon succeeded in drawing from Lord Ethelwood the cause of his preoccupation, and indeed of all that had happened in the house of Madame Trieste. Monsieur de Montpert's eyes sparkled, and his whole face was lit with an expression of joyousness when Lord Ethelwood had finished his confession. He was wholly in his element. He had before him a young man trembling on the brink of a moral abyss, and his was not the hand to be stretched forth to save him. "Ha ha," laughed the old Chevalier, carrying on a flirtation with the mistress and her maid both at the same time. "Excellent. Why, you are a perfect Don Giovanni, my young friend. By the way, I know Lieutenant Trieste, the husband of the lady whose house afforded you such timely shelter. But of course, a man in your exalted station would never for a moment contemplate uniting yourself to a person in Mademoiselle's humble position. That's altogether out of the question." "It is quite out of the question." "Good, I am glad to hear you say so, because it proves to me that you are a sensible young man. I should not trouble myself much about the young mountaineer. Fellows of his character are not worth wasting one's thoughts over. Bah, shall never marry him, never, take my word for it. Unless I return to England." "Ah, that's quite a different matter, but you do not intend to return?" "Not just at present, at any rate," added the Chevalier with a sarcastic smile. "I think I know you too well for that. Although our acquaintance is of such short duration, be of good cheer, and don't give up the girl to a bore like that." The Chevalier took the young man's soul, as it were, and softened it in the fire of passions which he excited with his contaminating breath. Then he kneaded it like molten wax, and gave it back more or less after the pattern of his own. His language had the glitter of the serpent that seems to caress its victim the better to destroy it, without once wounding the sensibility of his listener. The Chevalier scoffed down all his beliefs, demolished all his illusions. Lord Ethelwood had heard much of the lax morals of our continental neighbors, and in Monsieur de Montpert's he had a bright example. "Come, come," said the latter, "you must bear a more cheerful aspect. I tell you freely, I don't intend to take my departure from your hospitable house until I see you looking bright and cheerful." The old Frenchman kept his word, for he remained several days with the young Earl during his stay. He was explanatory as regards Madame Trieste, whom he described as a very clever and cunning mother speculating on the inexperience of a young man of name and fortune with the view of entrapping him into a marriage with her daughter. This, he said, was all fair enough. She had a perfect right to do the best she could for her child. But on the other hand, the Earl had an equal right to take excellent care not to snap at the bait so artfully presented to him. Finally, he demonstrated that Jerome Chanut, the girl's betrothed husband, was simply a supernumerary called in to play a part to serve the ends of the chief actors in the drama, by exhibiting himself in the character of a betrothed, to force his lordship into a declaration of love. Ethelwood listened to all his unprincipled counselor had to say, and pointed out to him that Chanut was desperately and madly in love with Teresa. At this, the old Frenchman shrugged his shoulders and shook his head in a most significant manner. When the Chevalier had taken his departure, Ethelwood felt in some measure relieved. While he was with him, he lent an attentive ear to all he had to say, and he was inclined to believe that he was tolerably right so far as the main facts were concerned. But despite this, he could not bring himself to believe that the young mountaineer was playing a double game or acting as a subordinate to others. It appeared to be altogether foreign to his nature. Besides, Agatha herself had told him that Chanut was very much in earnest, and this declaration was proved but too plainly by subsequent events. "I cannot believe all he says," murmured Ethelwood, "but nevertheless there is much truth in many of his observations. Doubtless, he is enabled to see things much more clearly than I can myself. He's a sharp-sighted old gentleman without a doubt, and he hasn't been too particular at any period of his life. I wonder what the proud old earl could have seen in him. To make him his companion, I suppose he did do so. I never heard him mention his name, though. But Lord bless me, how many years ago must it have been? Lord Ethelwood was restless, and fidgety, so much so that he could not remain any longer at his own chateau, so he determined upon paying Madame Trieste another visit. He longed to learn something about the fair Teresa, and was a little piqued that no messenger had been sent by Madame Trieste to inquire how he was or bring him an invitation. As he was proceeding in the direction of Madame's house, he was met by the Chevalier, who was being driven along in his old lumbering postchaise. "Going to the widow, sir, you," said the Chevalier. "Good, excellent. I am going close to where she lives. Jump in and well drive there, that is close to her house. You can then alight and walk the remainder of the distance alone." Ethelwood availed himself of the offer, and drove within half a mile or so of his destination. He alighted and walked rapidly on. When he presented himself, he found Madame Trieste in her garden. She was alone, and as he passed through the gate she raised her eyes with such a look of astonishment as to almost imply that she did not recognize him. This a little disconcerted him, and he felt half disposed to turn back and go away in dudgeon. The probability is that he would have done so had not the widow advanced a few steps, and exclaimed in a tone of surprise, "What, my lord, while you do astonish me?" "And pray, madame, what reason is there for astonishment? I have not heard from you, not a scrap of intelligence has reached me from either yourself or your daughter, and hence it is I have deemed it my duty to call." "Ah, yes, of course," observed Madame Trieste. "Yes, quite natural, you should do so. And have you quite recovered from the effects of your accident?" "Yes, I hope so." Her manner was constrained, not to say cold, and the Earl was at a loss to account for her altered demeanor. "I am glad you are yourself again. And so you see, madame," he observed, assuming a cheerful, confidential tone, "I could not keep away from you any longer, so I've just run over to see how you all are." "Certainly, it's very kind of you, I am sure." Lord Ethelwood was under the impression from the lady's manner that his presence in her chateau was not altogether desired, but he did not choose to take any notice of this. There might be something amiss, and he was determined, if possible, to find out what that something was. Without invitation, he unslung his game-bag and ascended the stairs leading to the apartment he had before occupied. Madame Trieste looked a little surprised but said nothing. On the landing he met Agatha. "Gracious me," she ejaculated, "do you hear, my friend?" "Certainly. Is there anything astonishing in that? I am here, as you see." The maid drew back and seemed to be a little disconcerted. "Like mistress, like maid," murmured his lordship to himself. "It does not much matter. I don't intend to be baffled, if I can help it. Hang their blank looks and frigid manner." Agatha still stood contemplating her mistress visitor. "Why, what ails you, my little pet? You look scared." "Do I? I fancy so. Are you not well?" "I am well enough as far as health is concerned." "Are you in trouble, then?" "Oh, my lord," returned the girl, "you went away from here, leaving sorrow behind you. This you ought to know without my telling you, and you have returned to bring misery and despair." "Upon my word, Agatha, for the life of me, I cannot understand what you mean. Explain yourself." "Let me pass," exclaimed Agatha. He endeavored to detain her, but she refused to answer his questions, and fled along the passage with the speed of an antelope. "Perverse, obstinate girl," exclaimed the English nobleman. "What can possess the little jade? The whole household appears to be under some malign influence, which is both extraordinary and unaccountable." As he passed on towards the apartment he had previously occupied, he observed in one of the sitting rooms Teresa Trieste, who was reclining in a large armchair in a pensive attitude. "Mademoiselle Teresa," ejaculated Lord Ethelwood, "whence this altered demeanor?" "My lord," cried the French maiden, "you here?" "Yes, may I enter?" "If it pleases you to do so, you can, of course." Lord Ethelwood entered and crept up to the chair on which the young woman was seated. "Tell me," said he in a voice of deep emotion, "the reason for my being received so coldly by the inhabitants of a house where I was wont to receive naught but kindness. Have I done aught to offend you, Teresa?" "Nothing whatever," was the quick response, "but the aspect of affairs has greatly altered since you were last here, and I am no longer my own mistress. Am not free to do as I might wish." "Not your own mistress, surely, you are not united to that?" "No, I am not," she answered, interrupting him quickly. "But I was under an engagement which is now broken off." "Ah, why did you leave so precipitately?" she added, regarding him with a reproving look. Why he replied for a very cogent reason to Riza. I learned from your mother that you were affianced to the young man I was introduced to just before I took my departure. I was duly impressed with the awkwardness of the situation, in which I so suddenly and unexpectedly found myself, and felt it my duty to retire from a scene in which I appeared to be an interloper from prudential motives. I deemed it expedient to leave. Just at a time when your presence was most needed, returned Teresa. Just at a time when my presence was least needed, so, I concluded. You might have consulted me on the subject, my lord, before you took your departure. I am free to confess that I think you have not acted altogether so prudently as you might have done under the circumstances. So you upbraid me. This is most wicked. I durst not trust myself here any longer. But O Teresa, you have been forever uppermost in my thoughts, and I could no longer remain away hence. It is I am here now. You cannot find it in your heart to censure me who would lay down my life for you. Ah, sir, these are but words. Idle words. The past cannot be recalled, but the actual present is absolute, and the future is terrible. Why terrible, Teresa? Do not ask me such a question, my lord. It comes with ill grace from you. Lord Ethelwood was puzzled, as well he might be. He did not very well know how to construe the meaning of the young girl's words. He remained silent and thoughtful for some little time, and then said in a low tone, Possibly, I may be mistaken. This young man who has caused us all so much anxiety may not be after all the one you would have chosen for a husband of your own free will, but your mother. He is her choice, not mine, cried Teresa with sudden energy. Tell me frankly, dearest, said Lord Ethelwood, bending fondly over her. Do you love him? No, 1,000 times no, she answered. I should have thought that was self-evident. Teresa said, he taking her hand within his own. I thank you for this candid avowal. I have no desire to see you sacrificed on the altar of filial duty or affection. Be bold, and resolutely discard him. Dearest, send him adrift. You wish me to do so? I do most earnestly desire it, since I feel perfectly well assured that your future happiness will be sacrificed by so ill-assorted a match. He bent over her and kissed her on either cheek, as a brother might kiss a sister. Her face flashed up, and she burst into tears. Leave me now, my lord, she exclaimed suddenly. Madame, my mother, will wonder what has become of you. Possibly, she may suspect something. Rejoin her, I pray. But you, I cannot consent to part so suddenly from one I hold so dear. Go, my lord, it is not well for you to remain any longer. But when shall we be able to converse further on this subject? When can I see you again? Offer to take me out for a walk towards evening. This you can easily do. Enough, so be it, I will do so. Lord Ethelwood returned to his own chamber, where he reflected over all the incidents of the day. It was evident enough that Teresa Trieste was greatly piqued at his abandoning the field, and leaving her to the control of her mother, and he assumed that she was desirous of evading or cancelling the contract made with Jerome Chanut. This was evident enough, but the Earl found himself on the horns of a dilemma. He could not make honourable proposals to the widow's charming daughter, and how to act in the matter he could not very well determine. He came to the conclusion that it would be best to trust to chance. After remaining for some time in his own apartment, he deemed it advisable to pay his respects to the mistress of the establishment, so he descended below, and found Madame Trieste at work in the summer-house. She was alone, and Lord Ethelwood, without further ceremony, entered the rural retreat, and sat himself down beside the widow. You see, madame, I don't stand on ceremony, said he in a tone of familiarity. I take the privilege accorded to an old friend of the family. I come without invitation, and I remain without much pressing. You are welcome, Lord Ethelwood, said madame, with a furtive glance at her visitor. Ah, that's well, I feel assured of that. He then inquired about the health of Teresa. She has not been at all herself for some days past, observed madame. Indeed, she has been constrained to keep her room. Goodness me, I hope she is not in danger, cried his lordship with well-simulated anxiety. I hope not. It would be a source of great anxiety and trouble to me if I thought there was anything serious in the malady of my poor dear child. And it would be an equal source of trouble to me. The widow looked up, but made no reply to this last observation. Is your daughter's indisposition likely to delay the ceremony appointed to take place at no very distant date? Observed the Earl. You ask me a question I shall find it difficult to answer, monsieur, returned the lady. And why so, I pray? I am not certain that the marriage will ever take place at all. We can none of us tell what may happen. It is an old saying that there's many a slip between the cup and the lip. But I understood, stammered out his lordship. At least such was my impression, that all the preliminaries were arranged, and that a special time had been appointed. So it had, but what of that? I presume the contracting parties have no desire to withdraw from the covenant. I don't know about that. There is a new aspect in affairs, and one of the contracting parties has imprudently chosen to withdraw. Indeed, you surprise me, which may it be excuse my plain questioning. I am deeply interested in all that concerns your dear, amiable daughter. You are very kind, I am sure, observed Madame, with something like sarcasm in her tone. Lord Ethelwood bowed courteously. You surprise me, Madame said. He, one of the parties, has a wish to withdraw away. It is more than a wish, it is a positive refusal. Teresa will not consent under any circumstances to give her hand to Monsieur Chanut. How very remarkable. Not at all so, Monsieur. There is nothing at all remarkable or surprising in the matter. Teresa is inflexible. But what is her reason? Madame shrugged her shoulders. Ah, sir, she remarked, you would be a clever man if you could account for the caprices and fancies of a young maiden. Teresa will not give me any reason. All she says is that she will not become the wife of Jerome, and he, poor fellow, probably dotes upon her. Then he is very much to be pitied. He is, you are just right, is greatly to be pitied, but of what avail is pity or commiseration to a despairing lover? Not much avail. None whatever. I do hope and trust he will get over the disappointment. I don't think he ever will. That is very sad indeed, but cannot you divine the reason for her objecting to the union? I have my ideas upon the subject, but these are only surmises which are vague and unsupported by facts. Still, I am under the impression that there is a reason. What this is I do not care to say. Oh no, I suppose, so far be it from me to intrude upon family secrets. These are matters which no man has a right to inquire into. It is altogether a most unfortunate affair, and one I have great reason to regret. I wish now we had never seen Jerome Chanut. I fancy we should all of us have been spared a great deal of anxiety had we not known him. That is likely enough, Madame, returned Ethelwood, but it is impossible for the wisest of us to foresee these things. It would have been well, perhaps, if I had not been so close and intimate of the family. I have not said so, my lord. No, Madame, you are a great deal too considerate to make such an uncourteous observation, but we cannot alter the events which are now past. We have to consider the future, and your daughter's happiness in the years that are to come. I am afraid she is tossed about in a stormy sea of trouble at the present moment. How it will end none of us can determine. She has a sincere and attached friend in me, and anything I can possibly do to serve her will be most cheerfully done. She looks upon you as her friend, Lord Ethelwood. I hope she is not mistaken. Mistaken, Madame? Do you doubt my sincerity? I have the greatest possible esteem for you, returned Madame Trieste. The conversation was abruptly brought to a close by the girl Agatha making her appearance. She announced the arrival of a visitor. At first Ethelwood thought it was his rival, but he was presently informed that the new arrival was an old lady who was a near neighbor of his hostess. The latter left the summer house, and Lord Ethelwood soon found himself alone in the little alcove. He was ill at ease, troubled in his mind, and did not know very well how to act. The matter could be easily enough brought to a satisfactory conclusion by his openly avowing his attachment for the French maiden, but for prudential reasons he refrained from adopting such a course. His oath to his deceased relative was an insurmountable barrier, and in addition to this there were others of a lesser note. Nevertheless, he was not disposed to give up the beauteous young female who held him in bondage. I am a silly, weak, lovesick fool, he murmured, to be hesitating and vacillating after this fashion. I haven't a grain of resolution left in my whole composition. What can be the end of all this? Nothing but trouble and difficulty. And yet I appear to be powerless. I cannot, nay, I will not abandon Teresa. These words were hardly out of his mouth when the party in question made her appearance in the garden. Lord Ethelwood at once rose to meet her. She was dressed as if about to go abroad, and he at once remembered her suggestion respecting an afternoon walk. "This is most kind and considerate on your part," he exclaimed. "I perceive you are ready, and I hope willing to do me the honor of becoming my companion for a short ramble." The young girl nodded, and said, "You must mention the subject to Madame, my mother." "By all means, Mademoiselle Trieste," said he, leading her to the alcove, and conducting her to a seat. This done, he flew into the house, and informed Madame that he and her daughter were about to take a ramble over the mountains for an hour or so. The widow made no objection, and the young man and the maiden were soon far away from the house, taking their way over a narrow footpath, which was the beaten track of travelers who took delight in wandering over the mountains. The conversation between the two was, as may readily be imagined, of a tender nature. Lord Ethelwood was profuse in his protestations. He told his companion that he found life insupportable when he was away from her, and 1,000 other declarations of a similar character, one or two of which would have sufficed to turn the young girl's head. She listened to him, and like an infatuated fool that she was, believed all he said. She was flattered by the encomiums he passed upon her. Charmed with his protestations of love, he in his turn was at no loss to perceive the effect his words had on her, and he felt proud that he had so much power over a young and confiding maiden. They sat on the promontory of a rock and looked out at the distant mountains, whose peaks were now gilded with the rays of the setting sun. Here he again poured into her ear the soft and delusive whispers of love, and Teresa Trieste was enraptured by his eloquence, which sounded as sweet and seductive as the Arcadian lutes did to the village maidens of old. While thus seated together, their arms encircling each other's waist, their hands locked together, and touching, a dark form was visible on an adjacent rock. It was that of a hunter who paused, and whose eyes aflame were instantly fixed on the lovers. This was Jerome Chanut, who stood like a statuesque, silent and immovable. Fire was at his heart, and the demon of jealousy had him in his clutches. "Teresa," he hissed between his clenched teeth, "and with him with the Englishman, heaven be merciful to me, for I feel as one about to sink into some dark and fathomless abyss." Neither Lord Ethelwood nor his companion was aware that their actions were being watched by the terrible and vengeful young mountaineer. When by chance either of them turned their heads, Jerome crept behind a mountain peak and stood motionless. He was the very personification of mute despair. No wonder Teresa Trieste had cast him off. The reason was now but too palpable. Jerome felt that he had lost the dearly coveted prize he had sought with such pertinacity for so many years. The looks, the attitude, the low whispers, which the loving pair were exchanging, told the mountaineer of the utter hopelessness of his case. Teresa would not condescend to even look at him after this. He felt so supremely miserable at this time that the thought crossed his mind of committing suicide there, and then by precipitating himself from the promontory upon which he stood. But upon second thoughts, he made up his mind to make one last desperate effort. He would send a messenger to the Earl and ask him to give him an interview. As a gentleman, he could not refuse this request. Having made up his mind to this course of action, Jerome Chanut crept like a guilty thing over the rocks, and had his dark and miserable hours all alone. Meanwhile the lovers had lingered, as lovers usually do, much longer than they had intended, and warned by the shadows of the evening, they both rose and made the best of their way back to Madame Trieste's residence. The widow cast an inquiring look at the lovers. She judged rightly enough that ample time had been afforded them for explanations as to the past, and promises and good resolutions for the future. As may be readily imagined, nothing would have pleased her better than seeing Lord Ethelwood in the character of an acknowledged suitor of her daughter, but she was far too prudent to suggest or even hint at such a thing. Like a prudent mother, she thought it best to leave the young people alone, as in any case matters would not be forwarded by her interference. The evening passed over pleasantly enough. The inmates of the chateau were more sociable and in better spirits than they had been in the earlier portion of the day. From Teresa's manner, Madame Trieste augured that she had had a satisfactory tete-a-tete with the Earl, and he on his part was more than usually pleasant and animated. Chapter Roman 127, The Rival Lovers. On the following day, Lord Ethelwood sallied forth alone in the course of his migrations. He met the Chevalier in his lumbering old post-chaise. He affected to be overjoyed to meet his young friend, and rallied him on his intrigue, as he termed it. He informed Ethelwood that he was stopping in the neighborhood with a friend, to whose house he invited him to spend an evening. When quite disengaged, the Earl promised to do so, albeit he was not at all disposed to do so, since he was otherwise engaged. However, he felt constrained to treat the Chevalier with becoming courtesy, so he took leave of him, with a promise to see him again as early as possible. After his ramble, he returned to the widow's house, and dined with her and her daughter in the after part of the day. He noticed outside the garden gate a ragged sheep boy, making signs and motions to attract his attention. He was under the impression that the lad in question was a beggar who was about to ask alms, but at the same time, he was rather surprised at his pertinacity. "Confound the fellow's impudence," he exclaimed, thrusting his hand in his pocket, with the intention of throwing him a piece of money, but the lad who had noticed his action shook his head, and signified by motions that he wished to speak to him upon this. The Earl went direct up to the gate. "What are you nodding like a Chinese mandarin for, you young rascal?" said he. "Be off without further ado." "Are you the English miler who is stopping with Madame Trieste?" inquired the boy. "And if I am, what business is it of yours, you impudent young jackanapes?" "Pardon, monsieur, I've got something for you," returned the lad, in a submissive and respectful tone. "What is it?" "This letter." As he spoke, he drew from his pocket a large-sized letter, which he handed to the Earl. It was carefully folded and sealed and addressed in a firm, bold handwriting. "And who may this be from?" inquired Ethelwood. "Please read it, sir, then you will see who sends it." The Earl broke the seal, and read the contents of the missive, which ran as follows. "Miler, although far beneath you in station, I claim as a right some explanation for the great wrong you have done me. I have always been given to understand that an English gentleman is never wanting in courtesy towards a stranger, however humble may be his birth. And I hope I am not mistaken. I request an interview. This surely you will not deny me, for I have a terrible reckoning to demand of you. If I were a reckless bravo, a lawless freebooter, I should waylay you and have my revenge. But I am neither of these. You know best how deeply you have injured me. And as a man of honor, you cannot refuse to hear what I have to say. I shall await you at the foot of the large limy tree, which stands at the corner of Alatia. Pass, tell my messenger whether you will be there." The letter was signed Jerome Chanut. "Umph," exclaimed the Earl, "a nice, amiable sort of person to meet. But however, I suppose there is no other way than seeing the young ruffian." "What answer am I to take back?" inquired the boy. "What answer, my lad? Oh, I haven't time to write any reply, but you can tell him I will be there at the appointed time." "You will be there?" "Most certainly. I will. Here is something for yourself." He handed the boy a silver coin, which he at first refused. After a little pressing, however, he consented to accept the proffered gratuity. He then scampered off like a mountain goat, and was soon lost to sight. "I don't like the business," muttered the Earl, "and it strikes me that I shall get myself into trouble. An injured parent, or a despairing lover, is a dangerous person at the best of times. And from all accounts, this young fellow is a sort of fiery-ator. Well, I will hear what he has to say." Shortly before the specified time, Lord Ethelwood started off in the direction of the limy tree named in Chanut's note. On reaching the spot indicated, he found the young mountaineer seated on a large moss-covered stone. He appeared to be in a depressed state. His head was bent forward, and rested on the palms of his hands, which were pressed firmly against his temples. The miserable young man was heedless of the Earl's presence. So absorbed and abstracted did he appear to be. So exclaimed Lord Ethelwood in a loud voice, "I am here agreeable to the request made in your uncourteous and intemperate letter. What would you with me?" Chanut regarded the speaker with a malevolent look. "What would I?" he repeated. "I surely you sent for me. Pray inform me what for." Rising from his seat, Chanut made a courteous obeisance, and then said, "I am not mistaken, then you have condescended to grant me a meeting." "That is evident now. Your business proceed, if you please." "In this letter," said the Earl, drawing the missive from his pocket, "you speak of a terrible reckoning you have to demand from me. I must frankly confess, I do not at present understand the meaning of this expression. Perhaps you will enlighten me, for at the present moment, I am in the dark. I hope you are not laboring under some hallucination." A bitter smile passed over the swarthy features of the mountaineer, who shook his head ominously. "I will explain, Miler, and hope to make you comprehend plainly enough the nature of the injury you have done, and for which I now seek reparation." "Do so then, and let it be done as briefly as possible, for I have not much time to spare, and if I had I should not be disposed to a prolix account of real or imaginary injuries." Chanut leaped over a narrow ditch which formed the boundaries of a wood, and bade the Earl follow him. "What would you have me do? Whither would you lead me?" inquired the latter. 100 paces in the forest," replied Chanut. "I don't see any necessity to go farther. I can hear what you have to say here. What is your reason for penetrating the forest? Come back." "We cannot talk here because we shall be liable to interruption, and what I have to say is for your ear alone. You are a strange person, and I don't know that I shall accede to your request. For a moment or so, the idea that Jerome Chanut sought to draw him into the forest for the purpose of murdering him crossed Lord Ethelwood's mind, and he did not therefore comply with the demand made by his companion. But reflection quickly banished this apprehension, which if it was ill-founded would be an insult to his rival, and might in any case call down upon himself a suspicion of prejudice. Lord Ethelwood deemed the suspicion an unworthy one, and without further hesitation, he followed Chanut. He took care, however, to be upon his guard, and keep a sharp lookout for any sudden surprise. The two men moved forward for 100 paces or so, and Chanut stopped in a kind of opening among the trees. "Well, sir," said the Earl, "is this the spot you have selected for our conference?" "Yes," was the answer. "We can now converse freely." "Proceed, I am all attention." "I wills. Be good enough to abridge as much as possible, whatever you may have to say, as otherwise you might exhaust what little patience I happen to possess." Chanut darted upon the speaker a look as bitter and vengeful as that with which he had first regarded him when they met at the limmy tree, but by a violent effort he controlled his feelings and assumed an air of tranquillity. "You wish me to be brief, and not trouble you with too many words," said he. "I do," returned his companion. "Enough, I will endeavor to explain as quickly as the circumstances of the case will admit." "Thank you," returned the Earl, with an air of condescending hauteur. "Myler, I will try and be calm and unimpassioned, although my heart seems to be almost ready to burst," exclaimed Chanut. "You will not perhaps be surprised at this, when I tell you I love Mademoiselle Trieste. Oh, how fondly, how sincerely, no one knows save myself. Surely you have not drawn me hither for no other purpose than to make this declaration. I have been given to understand that you love her. What of that? What of it? Are you mad?" "Certainly not. You were engaged to her, were you not?" "Yes, I was to have married her in 4 weeks from this time." "That I also understood." "You did. From whom?" "From Madame, her mother." Chanut was perfectly astounded at the coolness displayed by his companion. "Oh, from Madame A," he stammered. "Yes, from her. And are you not going to be married to Mademoiselle at the time you have just named in 5 weeks from this date?" "No," thundered forth the mountaineer, "no, I am not." "Indeed, you surprise me." "Do I?" "Well, yes, I confess you do. May I ask why you are not able, or possibly, it may be willing, to keep your engagement?" "Willing," yelled Chanut in a voice of concentrated passion. "Do not aggravate me, do not taunt me. I have no desire to do so. You are quite excited enough already. You ask me why I am not going to marry Teresa Trieste. You do not know, I suppose." "I cannot say I do." "I will tell you then," said Chanut with forced calmness. "You will be conferring a great favor on me if you do, my dear Roman 1000 Chanut," remarked the Earl. "You are the cause of the engagement being broken off, you, Lord Ethelwood, and no other person, Sacker. Don't attempt to deny it. You have been the blight in the bud, which sooner or later will destroy so fair a rose. I am ashamed of myself, to be pleading and beseeching one who has done me such a deadly injury. You have not done so as yet, that is, if you mean me, which I presume you do. You endeavor to carry the matter off with a high hand, Myler. It is the way with you English. But you can't deceive me. You cannot deny that you have no right to gain the love of my darling Teresa, and by so doing you have robbed me of my betrothed, me future wife, and my happiness. Do you think it possible for me to be calm and unmoved under such an affliction? I make every allowance for your excitement, which is perhaps but natural under existing circumstances," replied the Earl in the same measured tone of dignity and hauteur he had assumed from the commencement. "But at the same time, Monsieur Chanut, I must observe that you have fallen into a grievous error, which in justice to myself, I feel bound to correct." "What error do you allude to?" "You make a great mistake in asserting that I have robbed you of the love of Teresa. The Ethelwoods never rob or steal. You have supplanted me in her affections. Then, which is much the same thing, call it by what term you please," cried Chanut. "Like a wolf you have stolen into the house, and stolen from me the fairest and most beautiful young creature that ever human eyes lighted on. You have driven me to desperation, made my life one long and hopeless sorrow. And now at the present moment, I should feel thankful if death would come and release me from my sufferings. Oh, Myler, you don't know, you cannot possibly know the deep, deep affliction that has fallen upon me." There was an amount of pathos in the manner as well as the words the young mountaineer had given utterance to that, for a moment touched the heart of his rival. Poor fellow, thought Ethelwood, he is most terribly in love. There was a pause, after which the nobleman said, in a less cold tone, I very much regret that you should take this matter so much to heart, but upon my word, Monsieur Chanut, I cannot see how you can blame me. Not blame you, you have won from me the love of the only woman I had ever loved. No such thing, it is a mere supposition on your part, a chimera dream. It is no dream, Myler, it is a certainty. But what proofs have you to offer? Assertions without proofs are valueless. Everybody knows that. Proofs, iterated Chanut. Oh, Myler, don't deny it. Last night, I saw you and Teresa seated on the platform of a rock, your hands locked together, your cheeks touching, and you breathing soft words into her ear. Do you take me for a fool to doubt after what I have seen? The Earl's face became at once of a heightened color, and he stammered out. We are attached friends, it is true, I won't deny that. Friends, ejaculated Chanut with ineffable disgust. Bah, I am not to be cozened in that way. You are her lover, and she is attached to you. You are in error, my friend. Chanut shook his head sorrowfully and said, I wish I could think so. I wish you could, because you would then be a more contented man. From the day on which I first set eyes upon Mademoiselle Trieste, said Chanut sorrowfully, I loved her with all my heart and soul, loved her with a love which nothing can extinguish, a love which will go down with me to the grave. It is little to say, perhaps, that I would lay down my life for her. And if she asked me to give her up for a more wealthy suitor, a man of title such as you are, if I could believe that it was her own special desire for me to do so, I would resign her, and this, it is true, would be a terrible alternative, a miserable sacrifice, as far as I am individually concerned. But it should be done nevertheless. My father asked of Madame Trieste the hand of her daughter for me, and my suit was accepted by both mother and daughter. All went on well enough till you came upon the scene, and then. But surely, you do not mean to say that I am answerable for the caprices of a young maiden. Was she attached to you? Answer me that question, I mean, before I came upon the scene, as you are pleased to term it. Well, monsieur, I am free to confess that I don't think she cared for me nearly so much as I did for her. I am sure she did not. That's better than thinking. She did not, exclaimed Chanut in a tone of surprise. No. Not since you have been here, that I admit, for since you made your appearance she became so completely changed that I hardly knew her as the same person. You have poisoned her mind against me. I have done no such thing. Look here, my young friend, I charge you to be a little more careful in your observations, or if you are not, it is just possible we may quarrel. Quarrel, cried the mountaineer with a horrible laugh. Yes, that was my word. Have you invited me here for the purpose of picking a quarrel with me? It looks like it. And if that be the case, I shall take my departure forthwith. You must not go yet. Must not, and why, pray? Because I have much more to say. You had better be quiet about it, then, for I am getting tired of the subject, which, to say the truth, is becoming wearisome. Well then, I will come to the point, said Chanut. Teresa has refused me, after giving her solemn word to become my wife. What reason is there for this now? I ask you, monsieur, on what other ground than that of her love for you? Is it possible to explain her sudden and absolute change of mind, and refusal to redeem her promise to me? From her birth Teresa has known but two young men, yourself, and me. She loves one of these two. It is not me, therefore it must be you. You sum up the case like a judge, said the Earl with a smile, assuming your hypothesis to be correct. What, then? That is just what I am coming to. Teresa loves you, and you love her. Let me ask you one question. Will you marry her? Tell me you will, and I will leave this country tomorrow, and never trouble either you or her again. That is the point I have been trying to reach all the time. I am not likely to ask your permission. In such a case, what business is it of yours, whether I marry her or not? You are begging the question, and I do not choose to be dictated to by my inferiors. I do not like you. I disliked you when we first met. Now I hate you with a deep, deadly hate, cried Chanut, his countenance becoming lurid with ill-suppressed passion. It is as I suspected, he added, with supreme bitterness. Is it? Yes, you take it so, he cried in a half-suffocating voice. You will not marry Teresa Trieste. I do not choose to answer such a question. I am not called upon to marry all the young girls who may happen to decline the honor of marrying you, Monsieur Chanut. Is that all the reason you choose to give? Most certainly it is. Then hear me, monsieur, from this moment. I claim all the rights over Mademoiselle Trieste given me as an accepted suitor. You are justly entitled to them, I suppose, and welcome as far as I am concerned. I will watch over my betrothed, and guard her from stain not her honor, which is unassailable, but her maiden reputation. Well, sir, you are at liberty to do so. What has all this to do with me? A very great deal forbid you to pass another hour under the roof of Madame Trieste. Your insolence is intolerable, exclaimed the Earl in a fury. Do you suppose I am likely to submit to the dictation of a low-born peasant? You forbid, be thankful, I do not chastise you on the spot. I am not to be intimidated, I have a duty to perform, cried Janet. I say again, I forbid you. Lord Ethelwood now became furious. He had listened complacently enough to a long, and to him a tedious harangue, but his patience was by this time quite exhausted. He closed his fist, and shook it in the face of his companion, who folded his arms and looked calmly but resolutely at the Earl. I ought not to have lowered myself by consenting to this meeting, and now much regret having done so, since it has resulted in my being subject to insults from one who evidently does not know his own or my position. Get thee hence, I will have nothing more to say to you. And with these words, Lord Ethelwood struck Janet a violent blow on the chest. The act was, to say the least of it, a most imprudent one, for had the mountaineer chosen to take reprisals, which, all things considered, it was surprising he did not, could have slain his adversary there. And then indeed for the moment, the Earl thought Janet meditated drawing a knife upon him. He was however too honest a fellow for that, and would scorn to take any mean advantage, albeit he was almost trembling with passion for a brief period. Both men stood motionless and silent. Chapter Roman 128, The Hostile Meeting, a Duel to the Death. It was pretty plainly demonstrated in our last chapter that the interview between the rivals was working up to a climax, and to say the truth it could not possibly be otherwise, unless Lord Ethelwood had agreed to a compromise, by declaring his intention of espousing Theresa Trieste. This declaration would have at once disarmed Janet, who had only the interest of his affianced at heart, but it was not to be. The Earl, when he fell in love with the French maiden, forgot the promise made to his ancestor, a promise he held sacred beyond all else. So exclaimed Janet, you have chosen to dishonor me by a vile and cowardly blow, but it is perhaps just as well, for it must end in the death of one of us. Indeed, sir, pray explain yourself. I demand satisfaction, cried the mountaineer. The Ethelwoods have been accustomed to fight with their equals. Do you refuse then? Are you so base? I do not refuse. I am at your disposal. I have brought this upon myself, that I freely admit. The young Earl bitterly regretted his rash act, not that he was indisposed to any hostile meeting, but he felt both shame and remorse at the action which rage had driven him to commit. An action which he recognized as being one of odious and unjustifiable brutality, but pride which was at the bottom of the nature of every member of the race, to which he belonged, forbade him from temporizing with his adversary. No. 67. Illustration: Death of Jerome Janet. The duel. Death of Jerome Janet. You demand satisfaction, Monsieur Janet. Be it, name your conditions, I will agree to anything you propose. I suppose by that you mean to confer a favor. Nothing of the sort it is, but justice, you are the offended party. I am in more ways than one. Admitted, we will not discuss that question. You feel yourself aggrieved or injured, which you will. Deeply injured. That is understood. What do you desire then? The conditions I propose will be very simple, and will be as fair to you as they are to me. It is simply a question of appointing seconds. We do not want any absurd duel without seconds. It is not to be thought of for a moment. I hope I am dealing with an honorable I am sure you are. That's better. Well then, we can trust each other. We can do so, of course, but it is not the usual course of procedure, and I strongly object to a hostile meeting under such circumstances. But I understood you to say that you were willing to accede to any terms I chose to propose. Any reasonable terms. I do not want you to be charged with murder or myself, either, which most assuredly we one of us should be unless we had seconds. Custom dictates that this should be done. What do I care for custom, or what I may be charged with? That may be so, but the case is very different as far as I am concerned. I must have some regard for my own reputation, and therefore decline to meet you upon the conditions you propose. Would you have me brand you as a coward? I must again inform you, Monsieur Chanet, that you would do well by being more guarded in your expressions. As a matter of courtesy, I waive all distinctions, and am willing to give you the satisfaction you require, provided the arrangements are in accordance with the recognized rules, which are invariably adopted. In such cases, do not for a moment imagine I have any desire to shrink from the performance of what after all must be deemed only an act of justice. When a duel takes place between two Corsicans, said Chanet, each of the adversaries places himself at the opposite end of a newly dug pit, and whenever one of them rolls into this grave dug by himself, doubtless, you know that in obedience to a physical law which I will not attempt to explain, a man, struck by a bullet in the front of the head, or chest, falls face forward. Very likely, I will not dispute your theory, but I am not a Corsican, neither are you, I presume. No, I am not. Well then, this being so, we are governed by the rules adopted by our own countrymen, and therefore is it that I insist upon having seconds. I do not wish my dear Teresa to be compromised, and I would therefore prefer dispensing with witnesses, but if you insist. I do insist, so there ends the matter. You shall have your own way, then you bring a second, and I will do the same. Will that satisfy you? Certainly, and now please to name the time and the place. The place must be where you struck me. On that spot must the battle be fought, and one of us must not leave the ground alive. Agreed, let that be understood. Now the weapons. Six-chambered revolver. Shave you one? Yes. So have Roman one. We will charge all barrels. If the first shot produces no effect, we will fire till one of us falls dead. This may be all very well, but it does not accord with the practice of civilized communities, said the Earl carelessly. It seems to me more like deliberate murder than anything else. It is not murder, it is a duel to the death, that is all. Oh, I see, a mere trifle of course in your estimation. Perhaps, have a care, young man, not so relentless. The injury I have received from your hands admits of no atonement. I am resolved, replied Chanet. Well, if that be the case, I will not offer any opposition now. About the hour. At 6 o'clock tomorrow evening. Will that suit you? I am master of my own time. Say 6 then. You will keep your word. There is no fear of that. I will be on the spot at that time, with my second, if I can procure one. If do you doubt being able to do so? No, I believe there will not be much difficulty as far as that is concerned, and so our conference is at an end, monsieur. The Earl bowed, turned on his heel, and took his departure. Agatha was quite right, he ejaculated, when far removed from the spot where the strange interview had taken place. He's a desperate, determined fellow, and means to send me to the next world if he possibly can, but there is no help for it now. I cannot retract, even if I were disposed to do so. The chances are that I should be waylaid and murdered. I must meet this young ruffian and trust in Providence. I wish now I had not consented to have an interview with him. But one can never foresee these things until it is too late. Hang the fellow, what is the value of his life in comparison to mine? Hurrying on with rapid steps, he soon came within sight of Madame Trieste's chateau. He paused and endeavored to assume as calm a demeanor as possible, but despite his fortitude, he was greatly troubled at the issue of affairs. He began to consider seriously whether the fascinating and beauteous Teresa was worth the sanguinary encounter which had been appointed to take place on the morrow. Taking a common-sense view of the question, the conclusion would be that she was not, but hot-headed lovers have generally but a small modicum of common sense left in their whole composition, and such appeared to be the case with Lord Ethelwood, who had in a great measure brought himself into his present difficulty. As to Chanet, he was so wild and furious that it was not possible for him to be brought under the influence of reason. Upon entering the house of his hostess, Lord Ethelwood put a bold face on the matter, and succeeded in being as cheerful and pleasant as heretofore, but despite this an air of melancholy seemed to hover over the little household. Teresa said but little. She, however, ever and anon cast inquiring looks at the Earl, who at such times whispered words of comfort in her ear. It was not possible for him to determine whether any of them suspected that he had seen Jerome Chanet. If they did, they were remarkably silent on the subject, and never in any way alluded to the young mountaineer. When he retired to his chamber, Madame Trieste bade him farewell, as if he had been a traveler setting forth upon a journey from which he would in all probability never return. She kissed him affectionately on the forehead, and was more than usually demonstrative in her expressions of friendship. Teresa had at this time betaken herself to her own apartment. The Earl was a little puzzled at the widow's altered demeanor, but he said nothing beyond responding to the good wishes she expressed. He was, as may be readily imagined, in no very enviable frame of mind, and on reaching his chamber he looked at his watch, and found that the night had not passed away. He opened the window of his sleeping chamber, and looked out at the sky. The thought crossed his mind that possibly it might be the last night he had to pass in this world, and this was not a very agreeable reflection. How different was the aspect of the sky, on which his eyes now rested. And oh, how different the circumstances! Instead of being lit by myriads of stars, the heavens were as somber as his own thoughts. Nature seemed as it were shrouding itself in a mantle of darkness. In spite of himself, he fell into a reverie, and his reflections were tinged with a melancholy which he could not shake off. What course could he adopt? He deemed it expedient to sally forth in the morning, and consult the Chevalier whom he proposed to appoint his second. He was a brave, gallant old gentleman, and as courteous as he was brave. No one was better qualified to act in such a capacity, and he felt perfectly well assured that he could count upon his services on such an occasion. The more he pondered, the more convinced he was that there was now no possibility of retreating from the position in which he had been placed by the force of circumstances conjointly, it must be admitted, with his own rashness and imprudence. He felt that the position was a false one, and the fatal words "it is too late" fell from his lips again and again, and he could only resolve to drain the bitter cup which he had madly filled for himself. He sat for an hour or two ruminating on the aspect of affairs, but the more he reflected the more distressed did he feel, until at length, worn out with bitter thoughts, he threw himself on his couch and sank into a fitful slumber. On the following morning, immediately after his morning meal, he sallied forth and hastened at once to the house of the gentleman, where the Chevalier had taken up his quarters. The man-servant who admitted him said that the Chevalier had not risen, but he would inform him of the Earl's presence. And in the course of a few minutes after this, he was shown into an elegantly furnished bijou apartment, in which his friend was seated sipping a cup of fragrant mocha. He professed to be overjoyed at seeing the Earl, to whom he apologized for having kept waiting. The old Frenchman looked jaded and worn, but he soon pulled himself together, and was as cheerful and vivacious as heretofore. Lord Ethelwood was, of course, more than usually grave and thoughtful. "It is a matter of business I have come upon, monsieur," said he. "Indeed, I may say, it is rather a serious business." "Ah, my worthy friend," exclaimed the old Frenchman, "a little escapade, I suppose. Well, you may command both my advice and services. I need hardly intimate that. I am perfectly well assured you will do your best to serve me," returned the Earl. "First and foremost, let me put you in possession of all the facts connected with the case." The Frenchman bowed, and his companion proceeded. He gave him an unvarnished narrative of the events which led up to the proposed hostile meeting. "Mon Dieu," exclaimed the Chevalier, "risk your life in a duel with a low-born peasant? That's not discreet by its madness, positive madness." "It can't be helped. I must give him satisfaction. I have pledged my word, and my honor is at stake," observed Ethelwood. "You ought to have seen me before undertaking such a foolhardy enterprise. What, fight with a ruffian of that type? Bah, it's monstrous." "It is very indiscreet, I admit, but as I before observed, I cannot refuse now, and therefore have come hither to ask you to be my second." "Oh, we certainly, if you are determined to carry out your promise, given to this low-bred hound. Well, I am at your service." "I am determined, so don't upbraid me for my rashness and folly. Promise to be ready at the appointed time." "The fellow is half a savage, and would not scruple to murder you if he had a chance of doing so." "I do not think that. No, monsieur, he is not without honor." "Bah, don't you mislead yourself, supposing anything of the sort. You don't know what sort of a man you have to deal with. A duel with such a person, well, I won't say any more. But the whole affair appears to me altogether incomprehensible." "Why so?" "How? Why, that you should have suffered yourself to fall into such a trap. But you must bring your man down now. You are in the scrape, you must get out of it in the best way possible." "Then you agree to accompany me, and see Ferp?" "I should not be worthy the name I bear if I refused," cried the Chevalier with a flourish of his right hand, and a significant nod. "Oh yes, you may rely upon my services in this business, in this unfortunate business. But my dear young friend, I will not attempt to conceal from you that I am greatly concerned at the course of events, greatly concerned." I am not very well pleased myself to speak the truth, but this is between ourselves. We must make the best of a bad job. You are a good shot, that's one thing in your favor, an excellent shot. So is he, I should imagine. With a rifle, observed the Chevalier carelessly. And with a pistol, as well I presume. These fellows as a rule are not so good at handling a pistol. As a gun, oh yowl, wing your man, I dare say, Sacker, you must do so, and by gar you shall. Ethelwood laughed, and said, you speak in a confident tone. And mean it, cried the old Frenchman, and now about the place of meeting and the hour. The hour is 6 o'clock this evening. The place is on the skirts of the forest. I will show you where it is, for we had better go together. By all means, we can drive over in my post-chaise. That might attract attention, better walk. No, we will drive there, never mind about attracting attention. I don't care about walking, let us drive there. But we must not have an attendant. Well, so be it, I will drive myself. We don't require a coachman, we will go by ourselves. Will you call here for me, or shall I call for you? I had better call here. As you please, let that be understood, then 6 o'clock in the evening. It ought to be in the morning, that is the usual course. It ought, but the time is named, and agreed upon, it is to be this evening at the hour I have named. Bah, it does not much matter, whether a man is sent out of the world in the evening or the morning, for the matter of that. I have passed my word. Certainly now you will find some fine old cognac by your side. There, just help yourself to a glass, it will steady your nerves. No, I thank you, I will not take anything just now. But you must, I insist, just one glass, you are now in my hands, and must do as I tell you. This is not the first affair of honor I have been engaged in by a good many, and I may say that I have been singularly fortunate bringing my men through before we start. This evening you will have to take another glass of brandy with a few drops of laudanum. In it will wind you up like a clock, and you will be able to see through a brick wall. That is my specific for duelists, it's the finest thing to take under the circumstances. But I don't require any stimulant. No matter whether you require it or not, I intend to have my own way, and you have but to passively submit to my dictation. Leave all to me, I am an old soldier, and know pretty well what is requisite in such cases. My dear young friend, valor is one quality, and a very important element it is, but experience is another. Be of good cheer, for although I say it myself, you are in good hands. I am perfectly well assured of that, returned the Earl, and esteem myself fortunate in having the assistance and services of so valuable an ally as yourself. I am not likely to allow this headstrong young man to ride roughshod over you. Act according to my instructions, and it will go hard with us if you don't polish off your man. I intend you to do so, and that is sufficient for our purpose. The Chevalier Gustave de Montpers was on this occasion, as he had been in many similar cases, determined to have his own way. To say the truth, the Earl could not possibly have enlisted the services of anyone better adapted to befriend him than the Chevalier. He was duly impressed with this fact, and felicitated himself upon having applied to him on this trying occasion. After some further conversation, he took leave of his friend, with the understanding that he was to call for him on his way to the fatal spot. Lord Reginald Ethelwood returned to the widow's house, where he dined and strove as best he could to assume an air of cheerfulness, which, to say the truth, he was far from feeling. The day wore on not very brightly, it is true, but it passed over nevertheless. On consulting his watch, the Earl found that the appointed hour was fast approaching. Unobserved by any of the inmates of Madame Trieste's chateau, he passed through the garden gate and sallied forth, and at once bent his steps in the direction of the house, in which his friend the Chevalier was anxiously awaiting him. He was much pleased at being able to leave the widow's residence without attracting the notice of anyone, as he thought, but he had reckoned without his host. His movements had been watched, and he had not got more than 150 yards or so from the chateau when he became aware that someone was behind him. His attention was attracted by footsteps. He stopped to listen, and then the sound ceased. I am full of idle fancies, no wonder, he ejaculated, and once more he continued on his way. But again the sound fell upon his ear. It was at this time nearer and more distinct. I was not mistaken. After all, he murmured upon turning round and looking behind him. He observed a female, which, much to his surprise, he found to be Theresa Trieste. You hear, darling, he ejaculated. Whither are you bound for? It is not a question of whither I am bound for, returned the French maiden. That is of no import. Where are you going, my lord? Where am I going, Theresa? Yes, where? Well, if you must know, I am about to pay a visit to my friend Monsieur de Montpers. Don't think to deceive me by such a shallow pretext, cried Teresa. Deceive you, my sweet pet, it is not at all likely I should attempt to do so. I wish I could bring myself to believe what you say is true. But it is true there, see, I pledge my most solemn word. It is. What more can you desire? Why, my dear girl, you are trembling like an aspen leaf, shaken by the winter's blast. Oh, my lord, there is something afoot which you are keeping from me, I feel. Assured there is a boy brought you a letter yesterday. Who was it from? Who? What matters? It was a private matter. I will tell you all about it when I return. Tell me who sent that letter, and tell me also what business takes you from our home this evening. I have already told you, I am about to pay a visit to the Chevalier. Nothing else. Well, I cannot tell what our movements may be. I am going direct to him. Now, that's all I am able to say at present. Come back with me, and go to the Chevalier tomorrow evening instead. It may not be. I have passed my word. Passed your word? Yes. To meet Jerome Chanut, is it not so? Lord Ethelwood started back in surprise. What could possibly have put that in your head? He ejaculated. It matters not how it came into my head. I feel too well assured that such is the case. O my lord, avoid that man, have naught to say to him, and above all do not give him a meeting. I will bear in mind what you have said. I like him not, but at the same time, my dear Teresa, you must permit me to be master of my own actions. I saw a boy deliver a letter to you yesterday, at the garden gate. I judged who it was from. Jerome Chanut, judged also its purport. He would speak to you, is that not so? Assuming it is, what of that? I am not afraid of Jerome Chanut. I am sure you are not, but tell me where he is waiting for you. Waiting? What idle fancy is this? Have I not already told you that I am going to see the Chevalier? What more do you require? You shall not go to meet Chanut. I say you shall not, she cried vehemently. Who will prevent me if I am so disposed? I wills. You will. Why, my dear Teresa, surely you do not mean me to understand that I am to act under the control of you. By what right do you assume this position? By what? By the right of my love. Me love for you, wild, hopeless, as it is me love that hangs upon your life, though it may be as the drowning wretch, who clings to a spar that will but lengthen his torment, and desert him at last. I am not complimented by the simile. It is not at all likely that I should desert you. Be reasonable, dearest, I have an appointment, and as a gentleman and a man of honor, I must keep it. While this conversation had been taking place, both the Earl and Teresa had walked side by side, not very rapidly, it is true, but nevertheless, every step they took brought them nearer to the house, in which the Chevalier was located. Teresa Trieste saw plainly enough that the Earl was not to be turned from his purpose. Entreaties and arguments were alike in vain, so she continued to walk by his side in the hope of discovering if her suspicions were correct. He on his part 999, not appear at all disinclined to have her as a companion, and this threw her a little off her guard. When she accosted him at first, she was under the impression that he was going direct to some appointed spot to meet Chanut. She had no idea, however, that it was for the purpose of fighting a duel with the young mountaineer, but she dreaded a meeting under any circumstances, and had striven hard to prevail upon her aristocratic lover to return to her mother's residence. You seem very suspicious, Teresa, said the Earl in a tone of banter. I don't know what I have done to give rise to this feeling. However, we are now more than halfway towards the residence, where the Chevalier is at present sojourning. You will be satisfied, I suppose, if you see me there. See me enter the house. Oh, I am satisfied that you are going there, if that is what you mean, she returned. Monsieur de Montpers is a stranger to me, and it would not be seemly for me to be introduced to him under the present circumstances. Perhaps I had better turn back and make the best of my way home. As you please, be of good cheer, my darling, exclaimed the Earl. I will return as soon as possible. Let me have a little license tonight, and then we will pass a happy hour or so before bedtime. Come, Teresa, do not be so downcast. He placed his arms round her shoulders and gave her a long embrace. Oh, my lord, this love of mine will be fatal to one or both of us, she ejaculated. But of what avail is it to repine? I do love you so. I feel assured of that, Teresa, and so I must leave you to a lonely walk home. Return as soon as possible. I will, I promise that. And so the two parted. Lord Ethelwood walked on with accelerated speed. He looked once more at his watch, and found there was ample time for him to be at the place of appointment. Nevertheless, he was anxious, and troubled. Most men are under similar circumstances. He found upon his arrival the Chevalier de Montpers, dressed in his uniform, looking like an officer in the old guard. "I am glad you have come thus early." "Nothing like taking time by the forelock," cried de Montpers, in high glee, for he made it a rule to be in the best of spirits, and assume an air of confidence in all cases of this sort. "Why, mon Dieu, are you mad?" exclaimed the old Frenchman, glaring at his visitor. "Mad? No, what's amiss then?" "Amiss, goodness me, you are never going to face your man in that costume." "Why not?" "What in a white waistcoat? It's not to be thought of for a moment. The act of a lunatic, mon ami, a wild lunatic." "I do not understand you." "What, a white waistcoat? Why, it's offering a mark for your adversary. I won't have it certain death, if the fellow is anything of a shot." "I never thought of that. Ill button up my coat." "I won't permit you to wear a white waistcoat, not under any circumstances. Sacker, it's ridiculous. Take it off, and wear one of mine. It won't fit you very well, I dare say. But that's a matter of secondary importance. Off with your waistcoat, without further ado, and an open white shirt. Front here is a waistcoat, which will button up to the throat. That's the garment to fight a duel in." Lord Ethelwood smiled, took off his waistcoat, and put on the one handed to him by the old officer. "There," said the latter, "that's better. Offer no mark to the enemy, and now mark you, we must bring down our man at the first shot, if that be possible. Well, manage it. I have made up my mind as to that. But let me see. Oh yes, the brandy." "I don't want any's." "You will have to take it, nevertheless." De Montpers poured out a glass of cognac, into which he carefully let fall a few drops of laudanum. "That will steady your nervous, make you as bold and fearless as a lion. Top it off." "Must I?" "Yes, you must, and what is more, you shall." Although the Earl objected to such a course, he knew it was no use refusing, so he made a virtue of necessity, and swallowed the draught. "That will put new life into you," cried the Frenchman, "and now the weapon, have you brought it with you?" "Yes, here it is." De Montpers made a minute inspection of the revolver, which was a 6-shot one. "Yes, a good weapon," said he. "Very good. We shall have to load on the ground. That is the usual course adopted in affairs of this sort. The seconds load, and the principals fire." "How about time?" said Ethelwood. "We've loads of time. My postchaise is in the backyard, and can be driven off at a moment's notice. Everything is prepared, and may you bring down your man at the first shatit. Will save us a deal of trouble. By the way, don't aim at the head, at the chest. That's better. Mind, cover him well with your barrel before the word to fire is given, and stand as firm as a rock. Oh, well, polish the scoundrel off." "You seem very confident, monsieur. I wish I was the same." "You must Bayou must be confident. It's half the battle. Go in and win." The loquacious Frenchman rattled on, cheering up his companion by an animated conversation during the whole of the journey. He never suffered Lord Ethelwood's spirits to droop, and certainly he was in all things considered a most invaluable adviser, an ally in a case of this sort. Without him, the Earl would have been quite lost. Upon arriving at the appointed place of meeting, the Earl and Monsieur de Montpers found Janet and a young man awaiting them at the outskirts of the forest. "You are punctual," said Jerome. "I expected you would be so." The Chevalier de Montpers returned. The Earl, introducing his friend Janet, bowed, and introduced the young man he had brought for a second as Monsieur Vasserault. Then there was another exchange of courtesies, and the Chevalier and Vasserault drew on one side, and conversed in whispers. Meanwhile, the two principals stood silent and motionless. "We had better proceed to the glade in the forest, without further hesitation," observed the Chevalier. "By standing here, we may probably attract attention. Forward, gentlemen," added he as he led the way. The 3 other gentlemen followed. "Now, gentlemen, you had better take your positions." "Perhaps we had better charge the weapons first," suggested Vasserault. "As you please, sir," returned the Chevalier. "It is not a matter of very great moment. We will charge them." "The 6 barrels are to be loaded," said Jerome, "and we are to keep on firing till one of us falls. That is the understanding." "It is against all rules laid down in such cases," observed the Chevalier, "and it is a most murderous and unchristian-like mode of procedure. But if it is an agreement, of course we must, I suppose, abide by it." "It is an agreement. Ask your friend," cried Jerome. "Let it be as Monsieur Janet wishes. I offer no objection," said the Earl. "I enter my protest against such a course, but will do as you desire me. So be it. 6 chambers have to be charged." The seconds proceeded to carry out these instructions, after which the two principals were placed in position. De Montpers walked up to the side of the Earl and handed him his pistol. "Be sure you stand firm and aim at his bodinot at the head yowl. Bring down your man, that fellow has no idea of loading a pistol. In addition to which his powder is of the very worst description, you have every chance in your favor, and must come off victor." Having delivered himself of this speech, the Chevalier withdrew. "Now, gentlemen," said he, "it has been agreed upon that I am to give the signal for firing. It is this 1, 2, 3 fair. When the last of these words is uttered, you discharge your weapons. How say you, do you understand?" Both the belligerents answered in the affirmative. The Chevalier glanced anxiously for a moment at his man, then he said in slow, deliberate voice, 1, 2, 3 fair. Both weapons were discharged simultaneously. The Earl was conscious of the fact that a bullet passed within an inch or two of his head. Jerome Chanut staggered for a moment, threw up his arms, and then fell forward on his face. "See to your man, Monsieur Vasserault," exclaimed the Chevalier. Advancing quickly, and in an evident state of trepidation, the young Swiss bent over the prostrate form of his friend, whom he called by name, but received no answer. He then turned him over, and observed a dark stream of blood oozing from his chest. The ill-fated Chanut breathed one last sigh and expired. "He is dead, gracious heaven, he is dead!" exclaimed the Swiss. "Come this way, for mercy's sake, come." The Chevalier walked deliberately forward, and looked in the face of the dead man. "It is all over with him," he ejaculated. "He has fallen at the first shot. Well, he brought it on himself, and he has paid the penalty." "I wish I had not had any hand in this business," said Vasserault. "I do most bitterly regret ever giving my consent to act as second. It is the first time I have been engaged in such a capacity, and I will take good care it shall be the last. Can nothing be done for him?" "My good fellow, we cannot restore the dead to life," returned de Montpers. "If young men will be rash and hot-headed, and rush into affairs of this sort, they must abide the issue. Your friend is slain, but has died honorably. What more need be said?" "Oh, but it's very terrible." "Can I do anything to serve you?" said the courteous old Frenchman. "If so, command me." "Inform his family of this dreadful tragedy." "No, I cannot do that. It would not be in conformity with the usual course of events. It is your duty to apprise his friends of the manner of his death, not mine. Permit me, as an old soldier, to express my most unqualified satisfaction of your conduct throughout the whole of this painful affair, and so good night." He offered his hand to Vasserault, which the latter accepted, and then withdrew from the ground in company with Earl Ethelwood, who, now that it was all over, fairly broke down. "It is of no use your pulling a long face," said de Montpers. "You have reason to be thankful, and I congratulate you. Didn't I tell you how it would end? I knew you would put him to bed with the first shot. And my words were prophetic. Ah, mon ami, he meant mischief. A bloodthirsty scoundrel. The world is well rid of. Come here. Is the post-chaise? Let us drive off at once, before the affair gets wind-jumpin'." The Earl obeyed mechanically, for he appeared to be in a perfect state of bewilderment. It was the first time he had slain a fellow creature, and he upbraided himself for the part he had played in the dark and sanguinary crime. He could not conceal from himself that his adversary had been deeply wronged, that he had during their interview in the forest displayed a nobleness of purpose in regard to Teresa, which could not fail to command the respect of all right-minded persons. He was willing to make any sacrifice for the woman he loved, even to giving her up to his rival, if he could thereby have ensured her happiness. The Earl pondered over all these circumstances, and acknowledged to himself that he had committed a great wrong. "It seems to me, my friend," said the Chevalier, "that you are letting this little affair disturb your equanimity. Why, Lord bless us, it is after all but an everyday occurrence. The fellow is better out of the world than in it. Cheer up, don't look so cursedly miserable." "I don't feel very well satisfied with myself, I candidly confess," murmured Ethelwood. "It has been a most unfortunate business." "No such thing, not as far as you are concerned. On the contrary, it has to my thinking been most fortunate. You've got out of a scrape in a most satisfactory, and I may say gallant manner. Well, just have a bottle of sparkling hock and a choice cigar, and that will put you all right again." "Ah, my dear de Montpers, I am afraid it will take a great deal more than that to efface from my mind the fearful incidents of tonight. I feel myself to be a guilty wretch, an assassin and murderer." "Mon Dieu, monsieur, you are talking in a wild, incoherent manner. Assassin and murderer. Be reasonable, if you please. Don't talk in such a false and ridiculous strain. Come here. We are at our domicile, jump out, and come in, ha, and make your life happy. I won't have you accuse yourself thus wrongfully murderba, it is ridiculous. The Chevalier rattled on in his accustomed vivacious and loquacious manner, endeavoring as best he could to reassure the Earl, who was, however, despite his friend's playful pleasantries, greatly troubled at the tragic event of the evening. He, however, strove to play up to the exuberant Frenchman, and upon entering the house, he drained off in rapid succession several glasses of champagne. Under the influence of the sparkling wine, he became greatly exhilarated, and was enabled to listen with something like satisfaction to the lively discourse of his companion, the Chevalier. An hour or so passed away, and then the Earl remembered the promise he had given to Teresa. Making the best excuse he could, he rose to take his departure, but de Montpers did not feel disposed to part with him, and pressed him to remain at the chateau for the remainder of the night. "You can return to the widow's residence as early as you choose in the morning," said the Chevalier. "I am under a pledge to be back early tonight," answered Ethelwood, "and I am quite sure you will excuse me." "When a lady's in the case, all things must give place," observed his companion, "and therefore I will let you have your own way, but I don't care about your going alone. So with your permission I will drive you there, and see you safely housed. What say you?" Ethelwood hesitated for a brief period, and then said, "Perhaps you are right. All things considered, it would perhaps be just as well for me to have a companion, and I cannot have a better one than yourself." The postchaise was once more brought into requisition, and the Chevalier drove his friend homier, rather to the widow's abode where he had taken up his quarters. When the vehicle arrived in front of the garden gate, the Earl alighted, and begged the Chevalier to enter the house that he might be introduced to the inmates. The Chevalier, however, politely declined. "No," said he, "not now. I will be introduced to Madame Trieste on some other occasion. This certainly cannot be considered a favorable one. No, my lord, I will leave you now and hope to see you some time tomorrow. Be of good cheer, and do not let this little affair dash your spirits, and so farewell for the present." The two gentlemen shook hands, and de Montpers drove off. Chapter Roman 129. After the tragedy. Lord Ethelwood had some misgivings respecting the inmates of the chateau. He was about to enter. He did not know very well what to say to the widow or her daughter, being perfectly well assured the fatal deed would be the subject of conversation with everybody in the neighborhood, and that the whole circumstances would on the following day become known to Teresa and her mother. It was not possible for him to remain silent on the subject. He therefore stood irresolute at the garden gate, not knowing very well what course to take. To all appearance, the inmates of the establishment had retired to rest, for he could not see any light gleam from the window of the sitting-room, and all was as silent as the grave. The Earl at this time felt like some guilty wretch who had returned red-handed from the perpetration of an act of violence. He strove as best he could to muster an air of intrepidity to his brow, but his heart beat audibly. As he passed into the little garden surrounding the house, he observed the faint glimmer of light over the doorway. This proceeded from the small window above the entrance. He paused for a few moments, and then gently tapped at the door, which was opened by Agatha, who, pale as ashes, started back at beholding him. "Agatha, dear, what ails you?" inquired the Earl, not knowing at the time what to say. "You seem scared, my lass." "Oh, my lord," exclaimed the maid, "you have returned. Heaven be praised for that." "Where is Madame?" was the next question. "She is out, gone to attend upon a neighbor, who is dangerously Roman 99. She will not return till the morning." The Earl was thankful for this piece of information. "Well, it is very good of her," said he, entering the parlor. "And you?" cried the maid, glancing at him with a look of wonderment. "I am right enough. Where is Mademoiselle Teresa?" "She has retired to rest. Has been watching and waiting for you till she is fairly worn out." "It is not so very late, Agatha." "I don't say it is, but—" "Well, what, girls?" "My young mistress has passed a miserable time since you left." "And why, pray?" "I cannot tell you any more than she has had a foreboding of a villa presentiment that something dreadful would happen tonight." "And you?" "I have been much the same, but you are safe." "Yes, and your fears are groundless, you see." The girl flung herself into the arms of Lord Ethelwood and burst into tears. He strove as best he could to comfort her, and presently she dried her eyes and gave a faint smile. "You should not give way to idle fancies, my darling," said the Earl. "What is the matter? You seem so strange. Our manner is so different. You do not appear to be like your former self." Bah, mere fancies, I am just the same as I always have been since you first knew me. Are you, said Agatha, seating herself in a chair, and endeavoring to collect her thoughts, which, to say the truth at that particular period, were in rather a deranged state. The sound as of a low moan, sigh, or wail, fell upon the ears of the Earl. It seemed to proceed from one of the upper rooms. Upon the impulse of the moment, he rushed upstairs. On reaching the first landing he stumbled over something. Upon recovering himself, he discovered that it was a prostrate figure of a human being, and upon closer inspection, he found it to be the senseless form of Teresa Trieste, who had from some cause or other swooned. Lord Ethelwood stooped down and raised the senseless Teresa, whom he carried into an adjoining room. He was so overcome with terror and anxiety that he did not know very well how to act. But after a moment's reflection, he laid her on a sofa, and then sought for some vessel containing water. When this was found, he bathed her forehead and temples. She heaved 2 or 3 deep-drawn sighs, and then opened her eyes. "It is you, my lord, the saints be praised, you are alive, and well," she ejaculated. "Yes, dearest, I have returned, as you see, and you?" "Ah, my lord, me dear Reginald, I have passed a miserable time, and thought some terrible misfortune had befallen you. For mercy's sake tell me where you have been, and what has happened." "I have been to de Montpart's, as I told you." "Ah, nowhere else." "Why do you ask? I am here by your side, be satisfied." "I am more than satisfied." He knelt by her side, and gazed upon her wan features. He did not remember her ever looking so beautiful as she did at that time. He was absorbed in contemplating her expressive and charming face. The terrible incidents of the night were for a moment or so effaced from his memory, thought only of Teresa. He leant over her, and embraced her tenderly. Teresa's large eyes were bent upon Lord Ethelwood, upon whom she gazed with an expression of dreamy astonishment, and at first he was half disposed to think that she intended to repulse him. But in this, he was mistaken. Tears came to her relief, and in piteous accents she exclaimed, "I have reason to be thankful, to rejoice, for you are safe. Gracious Heaven, it is almost more than I have expected." Her companion made no reply, but wound his arms lovingly around her. She entwined her arms about his neck, with an abandon that proved her heedlessness of the peril in which she was placing herself, but her love for the English nobleman was so strong that she was thereby held in bondage, and prudence was forgotten. It would indeed have been better for her had she been more circumspect and less demonstrative, but she was impulsive by nature, and had not as yet learnt to put a restraint upon her actions. She had been plunged into almost hopeless despair. While he was away, her spirit seemed to rebound, and she forgot all else save the happy present. The man she loved was by her side, and demonstrating the strongest affection for her. Alas, 1,000 times better had it been for her, had her innocence been less perfect. How many tears of unavailing anguish might have remained unshed by her, how many years of bitter remorse might have been spared Lord Ethelwood. But neither the young maiden nor her lover viewed the subject by the cold light of reason. It is true, however, that the Earl had at this time some qualms of conscience. He could not fail to acknowledge to himself estranging the affection of a young maiden, whom he could not under any circumstances consent to view in the character of a lawful wife. The Earl was not at this time a heartless seducer, but he was so enamored of the fair Teresa that passion got the better of his judgment, and reason the end may be readily imagined. "You have not been candid," said Teresa. "I feel assured that something dreadful has happened. Do not conceal anything from me, I charge you, as you love me, to tell me all. You have met Jerome Janet, I feel assured of that." "Well, what if I have returned?" Lord Ethelwood, turning from her. "Suppose I admit it, what then?" "You cannot do otherwise than admit it, my lord. What has happened?" "We had a hostile meeting." "I knew it, I felt assured of that, and how did it end?" Upon this, the Earl made a clean breast of it, and made Teresa acquainted with every minute particular connected with the tragedy, in which he had played so conspicuous a part. His companion listened to the harrowing details with forced calmness. She did not betray outwardly any great emotion, but a heavy weight seemed to fall upon her, and she was supremely miserable. What a dreadful ending, what a terrible calamity! Poor Jerome, he was true to the last then. He was determined to have my life if possible, failing, that he was prepared to render up his own. The end was inevitable. Do not blame me, Teresa. "I do not blame you, but what a risk you have run, alas, you did not know the sort of man you had to deal with. Gracious Heaven, how very terrible is all this! But you must not stay in this neighborhood, his death will be avenged. There are those who will watch and wait for you, those who will not scruple to slay you without pity or remorse. O my dear Reginald, beware in time, take heed of what I say ere it is too late. Your life may be sacrificed without a moment's notice. You do not know the sanguinary nature of those who watch and waylay unwary travelers in the mountain fastnesses. You are utterly heedless of the risk you run. They would not scruple to take your life, to make reprisals for the loss of their comrade. You must not remain here, it would be madness to do so. But oh, how terribly hard it is for me to part with you. But it must be done, indeed it must, dearest. Consider. I have considered, exclaimed the Earl, and I am well capable of taking care of myself. You are powerless in such a case, as this no man can guard against treachery. Not the most valiant, you must not, nay, you shall not remain here. Whither would you have me fly then? It matters not, to your own country, or to France, anywhere you please. But don't stay here, oh Reginald, for my sake promise me to go away. No. 68. Illustration piece, bargaining with Jew. Piece, bargaining with the Jew receiver. You take a dark view of the aspect of affairs. It is not more dark and dismal than actual reality. Oh, this fatal love, how will it end in death? As she gave utterance to this last speech, she burst into tears, and her limbs trembled with excitement. Do you hear what I have been saying? She ejaculated with bitterness. Of course I have my own sweet darling, and with me, your wishes are law. I will leave the neighborhood at my earliest convenience. At your earliest convenience, at once. You must do so at once. Well, at once then, so be it, but not tonight. No, not tonight, it is already morning. Tomorrow then, if you desire me to do so. I do desire it. Oh, mercy on me, I am overwhelmed with sorrow and sadness. I repent the past, and tremble for the future. I will act in accordance with your expressed wishes. Do not give way to needless fear. Come, sweetest, cheer up, be not so downcast. It is a melancholy ending, but as I before observed, it was inevitable. He strove as best he could to pacify the wretched Teresa, whose only thoughts were for his safety. He promised to fly on the following day. They remained exchanging words of love and vows of constancy, till the first few hours of the morning had passed away. When Lord Ethelwood sought his own couch, it was with an aching head and a heavy heart that he sought repose. His slumbers were disturbed by hideous dreams, and he arose hot, feverish, and excited. Madame Trieste had returned, and was in the breakfast parlor when he presented himself. She tossed up her hands, and heaved a deep sigh as her eyes lighted on him. She told him she knew of the duel and the death of Jerome Chanut, but she did not upbraid him, or express any dissatisfaction at the line of conduct he had chosen to pursue. On the contrary, she said that she knew it had been forced upon him, and that he had no other alternative than to accept the challenge. The Chevalier de Montpers had taken the precaution of sending to the Earl's residence, with the request that his groom should bring round one of his master's saddle horses, and the man arrived at the widow's chateau with a magnificent animal before the inmates of the establishment had finished breakfast. It is very kind and considerate of the Chevalier, cried Madame Trieste, and redounds very much to his credit. He, like ourselves, my lord, knows the class of people we have to deal with. Yes, I have good reason to be thankful for the active part the Chevalier has taken. He has befriended me in a way I had no reason to expect from one whose acquaintance I had so recently made. I owe him a deep debt of gratitude. To crown all, cried the widow, he must be a most worthy man, in addition to being a remarkably clever and courteous one. I should very much have liked to introduce him to you, observed the Earl, and indeed it would be as well perhaps to do so now. No, some other time, a more favorable opportunity will occur, said Teresa. Do not linger here for any such purpose. Upon my word, mademoiselle, it seems to me that you are in a monstrous hurry to get rid of me, said the Earl with a sickly smile. It is only out of consideration for you, my lord, returned Madame Trieste. My dear Teresa would not willingly part with you, unless the urgency of the case demanded it. I am well convinced of that, madame, at least I flatter myself that such is the case, returned Lord Ethelwood. The groom informed his master that the Chevalier de Montpers had sent a message, requesting the Earl to call at the chateau, where he was staying, as he proceeded on his road home. I will do so, Curtis, said Lord Ethelwood, ride on, and inform the Chevalier that I will be with him in less than an hour from this time. The groom upon this started off, leaving Lord Ethelwood's horse ready caparisoned at the guarding gate of the widow's house. "So you are going to ride over to your residence," said Madame Trieste, "and without an attendant it would seem." "Nay, not so," observed the Earl. "Curtis will attend me. But he has gone on to Monsieur de Montpert's. True, I shall be by myself part of the way." "And do you not think that very bad policy?" "Why so, madame? Suppose 2 or 3 ruffians were to attack Youat then?" "I should have to defend myself to the best of my ability. That is all," returned the Earl with a smile. "You make light of the matter, my lord. I look upon it from a different point of view. I consider your path beset with danger, and that you cannot be too cautious. You ought not to travel without an escort. It would be as well perhaps to have company on the road, but it is after all of no very great moment. I dare say I shall be able to reach home in safety." "I hope so, I am sure," said Madame Trieste, "but you don't know the natives of these parts so well as we do." "Certainly not, I don't pretend to do so. They are by nature treacherous, and are not to be trusted. I don't intend to put any trust in them, and for this reason I have no confidence in any of the rascals. But my very dear friend," said Ethelwood in an altered tone, "there is now an imperative necessity for me to take my departure. I am constrained by the force of circumstances to leave before doing so. I have to express to you my deep sense of gratitude for all your kindness, which will be remembered for the remainder of my life. Let me, my dear Madame Trieste, assure you that although from the force of circumstances I am constrained to take an abrupt leave of you, that I shall bear with me the most lively sense of your motherly kindness, and at the same time that I shall always look upon you as one of my most attached friends, for beneath your roof I have passed the happiest years of my life." "Oh, my lord," exclaimed the widow, "I am indeed proud of the encomiums you are pleased to pass upon me, but although we part now from stern necessity, we shall, I hope, meet again under happier circumstances." "I hope so, I am sure," said the Earl, bending over her and imprinting a kiss on her forehead. "And now, my dear Teresa," he added, "do not think I shall forget you. I shall bear you in my remembrance, and long for the time when we may be reunited. Oh, my lord, my heart is too full for me to express myself in words. Be cautious, mindful of the great peril you are now in, and for the rest, let me hear from you. You will not forget your poor, unhappy Teresa." "Never, never, I swear it," cried the Earl, embracing the young maiden with fervor. He was not disposed to prolong the scene, which, to say the truth, was a trying one. He therefore made at once for the garden gate, and mounted his steed. Then, with another embrace and a blessing on the inmates of the chateau, he trotted off. Teresa Trieste watched the horse and its rider till both were out of sight. Then she gave a faint scream and fell back into the arms of her mother. Lord Ethelwood trotted on until he came to a steep hill with the precipitous rocks on either side. He drew the rein and walked his horse up the acclivity. He was ruminating on past events, and for a short time was lost in a reverie, when all of a sudden he heard the sharp crack of a rifle, which reverberated with 1,000 echoes through the rocks overhead. A bullet was flattened against a stone wall, which stood within a few paces from him. Aroused to a sense of the danger, which was so immediate, he clapped spurs to the flanks of his steed and galloped up the hill. "Ah," he murmured, "a narrow escape. Teresa was right. There are murderous villains prowling about, and the chances are that this may not be the only shot that will be fired." He did not give much time for his assailant or assailants to take deliberate aim, but put out his high-mettled steed to the utmost, and was thankful when the house in which the Chevalier was located came within view. He found his groom awaiting his appearance at the entrance gates, which were thrown open, whereupon the Earl rode at once into the yard. The gates were then closed. De Montpert's presented himself, and was overjoyed to see his friend, whom he at once conducted into the interior of the chateau. "Well," said the old Frenchman, "what news? How goes it?" "The scoundrels are afoot. I was fired at, and a bullet was flattened against the wall beside the road." "I guessed it would be so," returned the Chevalier. "I was a fool to let you come alone, my dear friend. You don't know what those fellows are. The greatest caution is now needed, for I believe one or more of them have sworn to have your life. But we will baffle them. The worst is now over, and for the rest—" "Well, how about the rest?" inquired the Earl. "It's just this: you must cut and run. Don't imagine for a moment that such a course of action is discreditable to you. On the contrary, it is most wise and discreet. Of what avail is it seeking to hunt down or bring to justice a parcel of lawless miscreants who lie in ambush? My good fellow, I know what a guerrilla war is. I've gone through it. They pick you off before you know where you are, and mind you, they would take a pride in making dog's meat of you. No, no, my lord, we won't risk that. And to remain here to be a mark for sharpshooting, it would be madness. they have sworn to have your life. Have they? Do you doubt it? I don't know what to say. Am in perfect ignorance of their movements. I think you have already had proof sufficient. I tell you that they lie concealed in all parts. The first question that occurs to me is how you are to reach your chateau in safety. I will ride there. You will do no such thing. Why not? Because I won't let you, that's why. But what would you have me do then? That depends upon circumstances. We will, if you please, hold a council of war. As the Chevalier made this last observation, a stout, good-humoured-looking gentleman entered the room. Ah, cried de Montpers, I am glad you have come back, monsieur. This is my friend Earl Ethelwood, of whom you have heard me speak, my lord, said he in continuation, addressing himself to the Earl. Monsieur Janty, my friend and host. I am proud to make your acquaintance, said Janty, and have to express my regret that it is not under more favourable circumstances, as I shall not have the pleasure of your society for long. No, no, not for long, said the Chevalier with a laugh. You may rest assured of that the wolves are prowling about seeking whom they may devour, and my friend Ethelwood is a marked man. Ah, surely you are taking an unfavourable view of the case, remarked the Earl. Bah, don't be so dubious, cried de Montpers. I had it upon the best authority that a group of mountaineers unscrupulous desperados swore over the dead body of their comrade Jerome Chanet to have your life. What more do you need in confirmation of my statement? Is it possible? Possiblate is a fact beyond all controversy. And how came this to your knowledge? Well, I don't know that I am bound to secrecy. Monsieur Vassaralt, who after all turns out to be a good fellow enough, gave me the information. Now, are you satisfied? Perfectly, Monsieur Vassaralte. Yes, he was my informant, but mark you, this unholy and sanguinary proceeding was not countenanced or approved of by him. He has, however, given me a caution, a timely warning, which we shall do well to remember. The infamous wretches! Ah, but they think it a praiseworthy action. It all depends upon how men view these matters. I am beset with difficulties, it would seem, said the Earl. Well, pull you through. Leave the matter in my hands. An old soldier like myself will prove too much for these fellows, I expect, said de Montpers. You must place yourself in de Montpers' hands, observed Monsieur Janty, addressing himself to the Earl. I have the utmost confidence in the Chevalier, observed the latter. I wish I had his experience and wisdom. The Chevalier bowed courteously, and the conversation was continued in a lively strain. Monsieur Janty treated the Earl with marked politeness and attention, and begged of him, as a personal favour, to spend the remainder of the day with him. This honour, however, Lord Ethelwood declined upon the plea that there was an imperative necessity for him to be at his own chateau. It was ultimately arranged that Ethelwood and the Chevalier were to be driven home in one of the close carriages of Roman 1000 Janty. The reason for this may be readily imagined. The sharpshooters from the surrounding hills would be baffled. It was just possible, however, that an attempt might be made by a lawless band to stop the carriage. There was no telling how far the audacity of the men might carry them. It was therefore upon the advice of Vassaralt Chanit's second that the carriage was drawn under the escort of some half a dozen lusty yeomen retainers of Monsieur Janty. These persons carried loaded weapons, and were otherwise armed to the teeth. And so with these precautionary measures, Earl Ethelwood and his friend, the Chevalier de Montpers, contrived to arrive home in safety. On the following day, the Earl set out on his journey, and made the best of his way to his native country. Chapter Roman 130 Charles' Peace, and his unlawful gainsa visit to Mr. Simon's surprise and escape. Once more we are constrained to return to the Avalonarode, for the purpose of seeing how it fares with the hero of this work. Charles' Peace had up to the present time not only escaped detection, but had managed his affairs with such success that not the faintest breath of suspicion fell upon him. He was looked upon by his neighbours as the same easy-going, agreeable old gentleman of independent means, as he had been deemed ever since the first few months of his life at Peckham. His musical evenings were as frequent as of yore. He was seen occasionally in the garden, and at the front entrance of his habitation, and appeared to be a quiet, discreet person, who to all appearance was what he professed to be, man of thoughtful, studious habits, and the general impression was that there was no harm in him. It is true that at times there were evidences of a storm within the house at No. 4, but this was attributable more to the irritable nature of the female residents than to the quiet and unobtrusive master of the establishment. But Peace, during this interval of time, was industriously pursuing his lawless practices. The number of burglaries that had been committed in the surrounding districts seemed perfectly incredible, but no one suspected that Mr. Thompson had any hand in them. Peace's house was crammed with articles of almost every conceivable description, which were, as may be easily conjectured, the produce of lawless depredations. His two female companions must have been perfectly well aware that he was a wholesale and unscrupulous robber, although they both of them afterwards declared that they knew nothing about his numerous burglaries. This, upon the face of it, appears to be altogether incredible, but it is perhaps just as well to give them the benefit of the doubt. They might have suspected, but possibly they were discreet enough to close their eyes to actual facts. The house in the Avalon Road was at this time so crammed full of stolen goods that its occupant deemed it expedient to get rid of the greater portion of the articles. If by any chance the place underwent an inspection by the police, there would be no possibility of Peace accounting for the possession of such a heterogeneous collection of property. When in any difficulty, he generally called into requisition his faithful comrade, an ally Bandalugt. So one evening, when the sagacious Mr. William Rotten was engaged with a fragrant weed and a bit of music at the house in the Avalon, Charles Peace broached the subject. The two women were at this time at the house of a neighbor, and Willie Ward had been sent on an errand. "I say, Bill, old man," observed Peace, "I am a bit lumbered up here with a lot of things, which would be best out of the way, do you see?" "Well, I should just say I did see, and no flies," cried Bill. "Why, Charlie, you've got what one might call a regular museum, a sort of old curiosity shop, stowed away in nooks and corners. It would not be particularly healthy for if the police were to take a review of all the blessed lot, not at all healthy." "I quite agree with you, Bill, so I've been thinking we had better have a clear and get shut of the whole blooming lot, eh?" "Right you are, governor, turn the whole blessed collection into ready money, get as many quids as you can for them, and then snap your fingers at the blooming bobbies." "That's just what I intend to do, so you see, Bill, we will, now the place is all to ourselves, set about the business at once." "What do you mean?" "Just this, I've got 2 or 3 old hampers in the stable, and I want your assistance." "All right, I am on." "Very well, we will at once proceed to fill the hampers, and tomorrow, please, the pigs will get them off to the East End, to old Simonshell, give as much as anybody. Don't care a great deal about Simonches, not a square sort of chap to my thinking. It does not matter what fence we take them to, all I want to do tonight is to get the goods ready for starting." Peace lighted a hand lamp and bade his companion follow him. Then the two conveyed a number of articles to the stables, and when there they packed them up in as small a compass as possible in the hampers to which Peace had made allusion. The greater portion of the property was safely stowed away in the hampers, which were afterwards tied down with long cord. All this had been done in an incredibly short space of time. Then the burglar and his horsey companion sat down on the corded baskets and discussed the intended proceedings of the morrow. "Poor Tommy, my beautiful little pet, is gone," said Peace, with something like sorrow in his tone. "I shan't get another like him in a hurry, Bill. But it's of no use grieving, it was to be, I suppose, and so there's an end of that matter." "Ah, poor old Tommy, but Lord bless you, nothing in the world would have saved him. But it ain't of no use dwelling on that now. These precious hampers have to be got somehow or other to Whitecaple, that's quite cert. There won't be much difficulty about that ere ill bring a trap round we can shove him in, and the rest is an easy matter. I shall be glad when we've got shut of them." "So shall Roman one. Are you going to borrow a trap then?" "Ah yes, Joe Starker will lend me one in a minute. There ain't no manner of trouble about that. Say the word, Charlie, tell me what time I am to be here, and it shall be done like a shot and no flies." 8 o'clock tomorrow evening will do very well, I think." "All right, governor, 8 o'clock, let it be then. And drive round to the backyard, without saying a word to anyone." "I am on, so be it, Charlie." This little matter having been thus satisfactorily arranged, Peace and the gypsy returned to the parlor. Willie Ward had by this time returned, and he and our hero, as usual, began to play duets. Presently, the ladies of the establishment presented themselves, and a social and convivial evening was passed. Rotten left at a little before 12, with a promise to be there on the following evening. Peace, of course, did not go out on a depredating excursion for that night. Punctual to his appointment, bandoligged Bill drove into the backyard of No. 4 at about 8:15 on the succeeding night. Peace was ready to receive him, and the hampers were quickly lifted into the cart, whereupon the two friends proceeded at once in the direction of Whitechapel. "Well, try Simmons," first said our hero. Cunning Isaac, as we call him, is a rapacious old scoundrel who wants things for next door to nothing. Simmons is worth two of him. "I don't like either of them, if the truth is to be told," cried the gypsy. "But Lord, they ain't any of them worth much as far as that is concerned. The whole biling of them are a set of bloodsuckers. But there, I dare say you will ask, what's a cove to do? Yes, that's just where it is. We can't do without them, Bill. There ain't any mistake about that. I look upon it, that men and women prey upon one another like wild beasts. The fence preys upon the cracksman, well, he preys upon the public. That is the rich publican. They in most cases have made their money out of the poor from the lowest to the highest. It is one system of cheating and robbing. That's my view of the matter." "Oh, you are not far off the mark. It's right enough," returned Bill. "You are never so happy as when you are moralizing," he added with a laugh. "Ah, you may laugh," cried Peace. "But pray tell me how many persons you know in this world, as you can trust. Just you answer that question." "Jolly few, if that's what you mean. You may count 'em on your fingers, and not want all on 'em to do so." "No, I should think not. But I say, what blooming crib are you bound for?" said the gypsy, "for we are coming to close quarters now." "Oh, we will see what Simmons says. I shall leave you to strike the bargain. Take one hamper into him, and see what he offers." "I tell yer what it is, Charlie, I don't care about the job costs. Why, don't like me, and I've no affection for him. You'll do a deal better with him than what I can, so just pop down upon the old rascal, and I think I shall be able to work Isaac." "Oh, you prefer Isaac, do you?" "Well, yes, I do. Every man has his fancy. Some can get along with one, which perhaps another cove wouldn't be able to work, not know how whatsoever." Mr. Simmons' establishment stood in one of the streets, which ran at right angles out of the Whitechapel Road. It was not an aristocratic-looking shop, and the immediate neighborhood surrounding it could not be considered either cleanly or odoriferous. Mr. Simmons himself was not altogether a pattern of cleanliness, neither could he be considered particularly handsome. His nose was long, and his mouth was wide. In short, his features taken altogether would lead a superficial observer to the conclusion that he was a gentleman of the Hebrew persuasion. Still, Mr. Simmons had contrived to drive a very profitable trade. He was very well known, and always ready to purchase goods of every conceivable description, and it was not his practice to ask impertinent questions. He therefore drove a profitable trade. Charles Peace was very well acquainted with him, and had had with him many business transactions. A well-known journalist at the time Peace carried on his lawless practices in the Avalon Road was desirous of knowing how he disposed of his plunder. "There is more in this question," said he, "than the police were able to discover. In cases of common burglary, the usual course is for the thief to make his way direct to some safe fence, and drive the best bargain he can of the receiver. But Peace was no common burglar. The more I inquire into the life and habits of those in his establishment at Peckham, the less disposed I am to believe that Mrs. Thompson acted as a go-between. Certainly, the boy Willie Ward was not entrusted with such delicate missions, and I am pretty certain the services of Mrs. Ward would only be resorted to when things were growing desperate. The impression at Peckham was that Peace had a male accomplice, a clever, unscrupulous fellow like himself, and not at all dissimilar physically, but even superior to Peace himself. This surmise on the part of the journalist in question was correct, the accomplice in question being none other than bandoligged Bill. Upon coming in front of Mr. Simmons' respectable establishment, Peace alighted, and without further ado, took one of the hampers into the Jew's shop. "I am happy and proud to see you," cried Simmons. "Anything in my way?" "Yes," returned Peace, "you can look over the articles in this hamper, and see what you can afford to give for them." Yes, my dear friend, I will do so, but business is bad and money is tight. Still, I'll do my best for you." "I am not going to be chiseled, if I can help it," returned Peace, "so don't think to come any of your hanky-panky tricks over me." "Lord bless us, how suspicious you are. Shelp me goodness, I do my best for all of you, my very best. But I say, just bring the things into the back parlor, there's a good fellow. Oh, you don't know what risks we run." Peace dragged the hamper into the small room at the back of the shop. The Jew then began to make a careful inspection of the articles. As he drew them forth, He approved them, as he did so putting them down on the tablet of his memory at 50% less than their intrinsic value. While thus engaged, he dodged and ducked his head every now and then peering into the front shop through the dingy and dirt-begrimed glass of the door, which separated the parlor from the outer shop. There was of course the usual haggling. The price the Hebrew offered was too ridiculous for Peace to accept. Then followed the expletives and oaths, without which no bargain of this description could be concluded. At length, however, Peace consented to take £70 for the goods, whereupon the Jew handed down a £50 note and 20 sovereigns to our hero, who pocketed the same. The bargain had hardly been concluded when two persons entered the Jew's shop. Mr. Simmons looked through the curtain which hung over the window of the door of the parlor and uttered an exclamation of surprise. "What's up?" cried Peace in some alarm. "Two detectives," was the quick rejoinder. "The devil!" exclaimed our hero, looking into the shop, "and one of them." "Well, what?" ejaculated Simmons. "One of the blokes I know, and what is worse, he knows me. And wants you." Peace nodded significantly. "Gracious, however, I would not have a customer of mine copped in my place. No, not for the world." "What's to be done?" said Peace. "Is there any means of escape? I must not be seen by the tall ones, or I am a lost man." "Father, two gentlemen want to speak to you," said a youth in the shop, who was Simon's son. "Fly upstairs," cried the Jew, "and hook it. I will keep them in conversation. Step it at once." Peace required no second bidding. He left the back parlor just as the Jew entered his shop. "Your servant, gentlemen," said he in oleaginous accents. "Vat can I do for you?" "Have you purchased a watch today or yesterday, bearing on its face the name of Vellaming?" said one of the detectives. "No, haven't purchased any watch for a week or more." "You are quite sure of that?" "Oh, yes, certainly I am." "Wasn't there a person in your back parlor when we entered?" said the taller of the two. "Nobody but myself," returned Simmons in a confident tone. The detectives exchanged glances and conversed in whispers. "We have very good reasons for doubting your statement, Mr. Simmons," said one of them. "Vel, gentlemen, I do hope you believe I wouldn't tell you a deliberate lie. Please, tell me your business. If you are speaking the truth, there cannot be any possible objection to your letting us search the premises." "But vat, for I haven't done anything against the law." "No matter about that. Will you, or will you not, permit us to run over the premises?" "I think it is very unbecoming of you to make such a request," said Simmons, "but I suppose you know your own business best. Search the house if you like." The two detectives entered the back parlor. Of course Charles Peace was not there. Then they passed out into the passage and began to ascend the stairs leading to the upper rooms. "I don't think you're acting in at all a proper manner, gentlemen," exclaimed Simmons, speaking as loud as he could, "and I must protest against such proceedings. Do you think I harbor thieves?" "We don't think," observed the detectives. "Well, I won't say any more, as I shall be only subjecting myself to insults," cried the Jew. "Rachel," he said, in continuation, calling to his wife, who was in one of the upstairs rooms, "don't be alarmed. Tier 2 strange gentlemen are coming upstairs. They won't hurt you. Don't be alarmed. It's all right. They know their business, and I know mine." "He must have got clear off by this time, I should suppose," muttered the Jew to himself. "If he hasn't, vel, the Lord help him, for I can't." Charles Peace, after leaving the back parlor, at once made for the topmost story of the house. In one of the back rooms, he found a double dormer window. He passed through this, closed it carefully after him, and then gained the roof. He must have considered himself hardly pressed, for after going along the slates, he got into another house through the window, which he also closed after him. The room in which he now found himself was unoccupied, but upon descending below, he came across a woman who was the landlady of the habitation. She was greatly surprised at beholding Mr. Peace, who however put the best face on the matter. "My dear madam," said he, "I am sure from your appearance that you are not one to refuse succor to a persecuted man. The police are after me, and I have contrived to elude them for the present. Will you befriend me?" "How can I do that?" "By letting me remain here for a while." "But you may have committed some dreadful crime, and if such be the case, I shall get into trouble for harboring you." "Do not be in any way alarmed. I have not committed any dreadful crime. Do I look a man likely to do such a thing?" "I can't say you do, but appearances are often deceptive. What are you charged with?" "Oh, a mere trifle, deserting my wife and children. The fact is I have been out of work. But now I am doing very well and intend to rejoin my family. But if I am caught, it will be my ruin, for my employer will in all probability discharge me. I will pay you handsomely for the accommodation, if you will only let me remain here." The woman, who was naturally kind-hearted, hesitated. "It is a most extraordinary thing, you entering the house in the way you have done. I don't know what to say about it. Take pity on me. You will not refuse. I am known to some of your neighbors, who will answer for my respectability." "Who do you know, then?" "Mr. Simmons. He will tell you all about me." "Ah, Mr. Simmons, returned the woman in dubious accents. "Yes, do you know him?" "I know him as a near neighbor. That is all well. You had better come downstairs and sit in the front parlor for a time." "Oh, thank you kindly. You are a dear good creature. I was sure of that when I first saw you. I would much prefer you going away at once." "So should I, if it were possible, but it is not, and you will let me remain till the coast is clear." "Come down into the front parlor. What will my lodgers think of me, talking to a perfect stranger in this way? Come down." "Ah, certainly, with the greatest pleasure." Peace descended, and was shown into the ladies' sitting-room. "Now, sir," said she, "you must make yourself as contented as possible. I cannot find it in my heart to give you up to the police. I hope and trust you have spoken the truth." "I swear." "There is no necessity to do that. I will take your word. That is sufficient." "Quite so. I am sure you will never regret doing this act of kindness to a poor fellow in trouble." "I hope I never may have cause to regret it, but you certainly are a most extraordinary sort of man, and that's the truth. It will be all right if I succeed in concealing myself, so that I may avoid needless exposure. I intend to return to my family tomorrow, and then there will be an end of the business." While Charles Peace was concealed in the parlor of the house, into which he had so unceremoniously entered, the two detectives ran through the rooms of the Jew's habitation. But they could not discover any stranger in any of the apartments, which Mr. Simmons opened obsequiously one after the other. The detectives saw they were at fault, and they assumed an apologetic tone, and expressed their regret at having been so troublesome, stating at the same time that they had a duty to perform, and that they were in search of a gentleman who was wanted. The Jew's son, who had been left in charge of the shop, was a sharp-witted, precocious young gentleman who, like his father, had an eye to business. He thought it just as well to take the articles one by one which his father had purchased of our hero, and place them under lock and key. In their hurry to secure their man, the detectives had forgotten to examine these contraband goods, some of which had the initials of their owners engraved on their face. When Simmons descended into the back parlor with the detectives, he noticed the absence of the goods from the place where he had left them, but he was by far too prudent a man to make any observation or allude in any way to the subject. "Good lad," he murmured to himself, "ah, hell make a bright man has cleared all away, so much the better. He's as good as gold, that's what he is." The detectives remained for some time in the shop, conversing with the Israelite, who thought it just as well to be urbane and conciliatory in his manner. He was, however, at this time, not at all aware of the magnitude of Peace's depredations or the grave charge which hung over his head. Neither did he know that one of the detectives hailed from Sheffield. Peace, in dealing with the Jew, had taken the precaution never to give his right name. The receiver of stolen goods, throughout his acquaintance with him, had been under the impression that he was a well-known London thief. Bandulegged Bill, who was waiting at the corner of the street for Peace, did not know very well how to act. He saw the detectives enter the Jew's shop. He was seriously alarmed and trembled for his friend. But he had at the same time unlimited faith in the resources of Charlie, as he termed him. Still, he did not like to abandon him, and for a brief space of time he debated with himself as to what had best be done under the circumstances. He was half inclined to alight, enter the shop, and see how matters stood, but upon second thoughts, he came to the conclusion that it would be the worst possible policy for him to leave the trap, which contained so much stolen property. After cogitating for some time, he deemed it advisable to drive off without running risk of detection. And so while the coast was clear off, he drove. Bill was very reluctant to abandon the field, but prudence dictated this course of action, and he argued that he could be of no service to Peace under any circumstances. He drove off far away from the scene of action. And for his own, as well as for his friend's safety, it was as well perhaps that he did so. But the detectives, after they left the Jew's house, did not seem disposed to leave the neighborhood. The Sheffield man was under the impression that he had seen someone in the back parlor of Simon's establishment, the features of whom were like those of Charles Peace. But he was by no means sure of this. He had only caught a fugitive and transient glance of the face through the dingy windows of the door, but whoever it might have been the man in question, if there was a second person in the little parlor, which he was by no means certain of had been spirited away in a most extraordinary manner. The two detectives walked up and down the street, more than once glancing, as they passed along at the windows of the several houses, with no very satisfactory result. It was not at all likely that Mr. Peace would at this time be looking out of the window of the one in which he was ensconced. He was by far too clever a rascal for that, but the landlady of the establishment saw the officers pass and repass, and described their appearance to our hero. "Ah, it's them safe enough," cried Peace. "They are looking for me without a doubt, and be blowed to them, my dear madam. I don't know how to sufficiently thank you for this timely shelter. You are my good angel, my protector." "I hope I am not doing wrong," returned the woman. "But if I am, it can't be helped. I am sure there is no telling who people are nowadays. My dear husband used to say so, and he was quite right on never can tell." "Your husband," said Peace in some alarm. "Where is he now?" "Where is he?" cried the woman with a shake of the head. "Where indeed, who knows? In a happier world, let us hope." "Ah," said Peace, "is dead then?" "Why, of course he has been dead 3 years come next September." Peace was greatly relieved when he heard that the good gentleman had been removed to a happier sphere, since it would have been rather awkward if he had presented himself, and not taken the same humane view of the case that his better half had done. "Ah," ejaculated our hero, "life is uncertain, and there is no telling how soon we may go." Here he cast his eyes up towards the ceiling, and endeavored to look sentimental. "The loss of a dear relative, and especially a husband, is a sad trial." "It is," returned the widow, "especially when one has to mourn the loss of so good a husband as mine was." "I am pleased to hear you speak so well of him. It does you great credit," observed Peace in a sanctimonious manner. "By the way," he added, "do you see those wretched men lurking about?" "No, I don't see anything of them now," she answered, as she peered through the window curtain. "They appear to have gone." "So much the better," said Peace. The two detectives, not being able to see anything of the man whom they had been so industriously seeking, went into several known houses, which they knew to be the haunts of thieves, but were equally unsuccessful in their search. They lingered about the neighborhood after this for some considerable time, and then took their departure, being about as wise as they were when they first entered the house, in the occupation of the astute Mr. Simmons. But Charles Peace, who was a tolerably good judge of the proceedings of detectives of every conceivable description, did not deem it advisable to sally forth just at present. He therefore continued in friendly discourse with the woman who had been of such essential service to him. He placed a sovereign on the table, of which he begged her acceptance, but although she was not by any means in affluent circumstances, she declined to accept of the gratuity. Peace, however, would not take any denial, and said he should be greatly hurt and mortified if she did not permit him to prevail upon her to accept of some small recompense for services rendered. The woman was by no means mercenary. What she had done was simply a matter of kindness and humanity on her part, and she had never for a moment contemplated the matter in any other light than a natural desire on her part to assist a fallen creature who was plunged into the depths of trouble. However, after much persuasion on the part of our hero, she reluctantly pocketed the sovereign. "I should indeed be sorry if by any chance these men should find you when you leave this house," said the widow, "and therefore I think you had better remain till after dark." "I am afraid I am in your way," returned the burglar. "Not at all, sir. You can have a bed and remain all night, if you think it advisable to do so." "There will be no necessity for that," said Henot, "the slightest necessity, but I tell you what you can do to serve me." "What? Have you got anybody who can be trusted to go round to Mr. Simmons?" "Dear me, yes, my little girl will go at once if you wish it." "Let her go then." "By the back ways." "Yes, that would be better." The widow went into the passage, and called out in a loud voice the name of Nettie once or twice. A little girl of about 11 years of age made her appearance. "Now then, tell me what she is to do," observed the widow. Peace slipped sixpence into the hands of the child, and told her to go to Mr. Simmons, and say he wished to speak to him. The child did as she was directed, and in a minute or so returned with the Jew. "Ah, you are Sapphy," cried Simmons. "Vel, you've done the trick cleanly, old man, given them the slip. Shelp, my goodness, but you ray down us a hammer, and no mistake id, have been ready to have gone clean mad if anything had happened to you in my place. All the years I've been in business, I never had a customer copped at my establishment. Have they gone away, do you think? Cried Peace. I hope so'n bad luck to 'em, but I want say for cert, there's no telling what gentleman of their kidney may be up to. But I think as how you are safe, come with me, and I'll show you how to get clean off. Thanking the widow for her kindness, Charles Peace went out of the back door of her residence, in company with the Jew. He found himself in a narrow blind alley. The Jew led him through a labyrinth of narrow courts, and they then emerged into a wide street. Peace had not at this time the faintest notion of where he was, but Simmons led him into a house. In one of the rooms on the basement, a group of persons were assembled. It was evidently the resort of thieves of every description, and was an establishment much after the fashion of the one to which Laura Stanbridge took Alf Purvis when he was a mere lad. The Jew appeared to be pretty well known to most of the persons who frequented this establishment, for many present spoke to him in a familiar and jocular manner. Simmons sent a leery-looking man for a four-wheeled cab, and when the vehicle drove up to the door of the house, he bade Peace jump in without further ado. This our hero did without hesitation, and then the cab was driven rapidly over the stones. Chapter Roman 130, 1 Thieves and Receivers. The receiver of stolen goods, from whose establishment Charles Peace had so cunningly contrived to make his escape, was an average sample of his class. There are hundreds, and indeed it may be said thousands of persons of this description in the metropolis and the suburbs. It has been remarked by many who have a pretty good knowledge of characters of this description that without receivers, there would be no thieves, but we do not quite agree with this hypothesis. Thieves, it is not possible to eradicate, but certainly, the receivers offer every inducement for men to pursue dishonest courses, and it is most remarkable how few are ever brought to justice. One of the most celebrated men of his time was a Jew named Ike Solomons. He flourished some 40 or 50 years ago, and his transactions with thieves of every description were of a magnitude which appeared at the time to be almost incredible, and are said to have rivaled those of the famous Jonathan Wild. When quite an old man, Ike came to grief. He had up to the time of his capture followed his nefarious calling for over half a century, and had managed somehow or other to escape detection. He was tried at the Old Bailey, but was to the best of our belief acquitted. It has been said that Dickens drew his character of Fagin in Oliver Twist from the celebrated Ike Solomons, but we are not disposed to give credence to this statement, as Ike was beyond the fact of his being a Jew fence, in every way dissimilar to Dickens' hero. When the name of Charles Peace was in every human mouth, public interest was awakened by the spoils of a receiver of stolen property, falling into the hands of the police. The following paragraph from a newspaper of the period will perhaps interest the curious and inquisitive reader. It runs as follows. There is at present at the Bethnal Green Police Station, under the charge of Inspector Wildey of the Criminal Investigation Department, attached to the K Division, and Detective Sergeants Rolfe and Wallis, about one of the most extraordinary collections of stolen property ever seen in this metropolis. The goods are laid out in the library and reserve room of the station, and consist of articles of almost every conceivable kind at least as far as things of a portable nature are concerned. No. 69. Illustration. Peace and the Cabman. Peace and the Cabman have a liquor at the Elephant and Castle. First come some dozen or so of gold watches from the ordinary Geneva, to the highly finished and expensive article from the shop of some first-class London maker. Then come silver watches, gold bracelets, lockets, chains, and guards' rings set with precious stones, silver spoons, forks, and fruit knives. On another table is a quantity of really good electro-Platon set of forks, spoons, ladles, Roman 100, being marked with the letter B, and are supposed to have been the proceeds of some burglary committed a year or two back. On a table in the middle of the room are strewn cigar cases, meerschaum pipes, small fancy thermometers, mantle ornaments of a superior kind, opera glasses, books, photograph cases, and albums, some with portraits, and some without, a large family Bible, a silver snuff-box, presented to Sergeant Tierney by Mr. and Mrs. Maitland, Crimean medal, with the balaclava and Sebastopol, clasps the property of Private Wilson of the Royal Marines, and 3 boxes each containing a dozen silver thimbles. On the mantelpiece are some half a dozen clocks, some of them of a very expensive kind, and evidently taken from the house of well-to-do people. Around the room are scattered coats, jackets, capes, shawls, rolls of flannel cloth and linen, about 50 or 60 pairs of new boots, and any number of umbrellas. Piled up against the wall are some 60 or 70 workboxes of various sizes and kinds, from the humble article costing only a few shillings to the more expensive article, which probably cost 5 or 10 guineas. Cases of claret, champagne, and brandy, railway and carriage rugs, and a host of other things much too numerous to mention, but which do not form a tithe of the bulk of property originally seized the whole lot, indeed, filling 3 large vans. These things were seized about 8 weeks ago by Inspector Wildey in company with Sergeants Rolfe and Wallis at a house in Thomas Street, Commercial Road, the proprietor of which has been for the last 12 years suspected by the police to be a receiver of stolen property. But so cleverly has he managed his business that until the last week, there had been no chance of bringing anything home to him. The way in which he was caught at last was as follows: 2 men were apprehended on a charge of burglary, and one of them referred the police to this individual for a character inspector. Wildey thereupon went to the house, and saw him, and he gave the man in question a most excellent character from what he saw at the place. However, Mr. Wildey was induced to ask the magistrate for a search warrant, the result of which was that the whole of the property referred to was discovered there. Already articles relating to no less than 32 cases of burglary or housebreaking have been identified among the things, and fresh identifications are occurring daily. It is stated that 17 years ago this modern Fagin was a poor laboring man, but he now owns some 30 houses in and about the district where he has been residing. It is not often, as we before observed, that persons of this class are compelled to disgorge their ill-gotten gains, or come within the meshes of the net the law has woven for them. As a rule, they were by far too cautious and cunning to be caught napping. But occasionally, and only occasionally, is it that one of the fraternity gets into trouble, and even then he generally manages to slip out of the hands of justice. During the period between the trial and the execution of that eminent homicide and burglar, the late Mr. Charles Peace, the public manifested a not unnatural curiosity to ascertain how he had managed to dispose of the great number of various articles, which from time to time had come into his possession, in the practice of a profitable but venturesome calling. This anxious pursuit of knowledge, not altogether for its own sake on the part of the payers of police rates, ultimately reached the ears of Mr. Peace himself, who, apart from his homicidal and acquisitive tendencies, was, like most other musical amateurs, an amiable and obliging person. Finding there was not even a remote chance of breaking prison, and escaping the attentions of Mr. Marwood, Mr. Peace supplied the police with a full and accurate list of purchasers of stolen property with whom he had had business transactions up and down the country. If we recollect rightly, a subsequent conditional promise was made on behalf of the guardians of order that the convict's allegations should be thoroughly investigated, and that if these were found accurate, the persons pointed at should be prosecuted with the utmost rigor of the law. Whether the promised inquiry was ever commenced, we cannot say. It is, however, an indisputable fact that but for the existence of the class of individuals to whom Peace disposed of his booty, that adroit criminal might have earned an honest livelihood as violinist in an operatic or theatrical orchestra. The receivers are always ready to the hands of the thief. Even without the assistance of persons of Mr. Peace's profession, the police know of their existence, their whereabouts, and their manner of prosecuting a most lucrative and not sufficiently dangerous trade. But from a mistaken leniency in the spirit of our law, these worst of criminals are left undisturbed. The police often conveniently blind ere nothing, if not arithmetical. Armed with a notebook and a pencil, they penetrate into the most secret recesses of a guilty commerce, and having tabulated the number of offences in England and Wales, complacently suffer wrongdoing to take its course. Either the crime of receiving stolen goods is on the increase, or the receivers are growing less fortunate, since the number of commitments for this specific offence was, according to the latest returns, 480 in 1878, against 415 in 1877. On the other hand, the known houses for the receipt of stolen goods slightly vary numerically from year to year, the average being about 1,100, and the known thieves and receivers of stolen goods and suspected persons may be roughly estimated at close upon 41,000. If the net of the law were spread, and these houses shut up, and their occupants taken care of crimes against property, would at once fall to a minimum, the criminal courts would soon become idle and respectable citizens might lie down to rest without fear of the villainous centribit. Within the last few weeks, another case has come under the notice of the police. It would appear that a great number of robberies having lately been committed in the western suburbs of London, the attention of the police was called to the flourishing establishment of a Mareinster dealer of Pimlico. We have no desire to prejudice the case of the person at present under remand. Mareinster dealers are not supposed to traffic in jewels and gold in the settings of personal ornaments, made of the precious metals, from which the gems seem to have been ruthlessly severed, or in household plate, from which the crests appear to have been recently erased. All the same, the Mareinster man may have come by such objects of art and luxury in a perfectly lawful manner, and inasmuch as he stands remanded without bail on a charge of receiving a stolen silver medal, it is only fair to assume him innocent. Unfortunately for him, his recollection of certain late commercial transactions did not tally with the information of Inspector White and Sergeant Day of the B Division of Police. It happened that these agents of the law, having occasion to call at the shop to inquire whether its owner purchased any plate that day, the Mareinster keeper was so ill-advised, or of such uncertain memory, as to deny the soft impeachment. Mr. White, however, proved too pressing for him, and accompanied by his fellow officer, followed him and his wife upstairs, where they came upon a store of treasure, of more than oriental splendor and variety. There upon tables, and under beds and strewn about in confusion, the police found gold coins, traveling bags, banknotes, blue serge watches, chains, tablecloths, brooches, lockets, studs, silver plate, pieces of alpaca cutlery, artificial teeth, slippers, shawls, lead and brass, and articles of almost every description, among other things, certain stolen property, traced directly from the prosecuting owner. It is of course within the bounds of possibility that the Mareinster dealer may have purchased the articles catalogued in the regular way of business, and he may rest assured that every opportunity will be afforded him to make his title clear not only to the silver medal, but to every item so opportunely discovered on his premises. The broken jewelry found at Pimlico may have been accidentally damaged by the manufacturers themselves. It is possible that the late proprietor of the silver drinking cup in the shape of a thimble, with just a thimbleful in blue round the rim, shocked at the temptation to dram drinking, which its possession hourly put in his way, may have adopted a peculiar form of local option, and chosen to dispose of the bauble to the shopkeeper for value received. The pair of gold solitaires engraved with a cock in the act of crowing may have offended the aesthetic tastes of their former holder. The gilt whistle may have been found too noisy by its late custodian, and the lockets fitted with hair, and the portraits of children need not necessarily have been stolen to have passed into the hands of respectable tradesmen. We sincerely trust that the accused may be able to prove his innocence to the satisfaction of a British jury. At the same time, it may not be thought out of place to call attention to the crying evil involved in the existence of a class of persons quite independently of individuals who, although shrewdly suspected by the police to be buyers of stolen goods, are left undisturbed to their mischievous avocations. Stolen goods are habitually disposed of through the medium of the pawnbroker, the leaving shop, the Mareinster dealer, the assier or dealer in gold or silver, and the professional fence, the last of whom has reduced his calling to a regulated system, and has his agents in different parts of the country, and on the continent, to whom he consigns parcels of stolen property with all the forms of regular commerce. If the police could be induced to speak, they might recount the histories of individuals who, after long careers of moral infamy in this line of business, have blossomed into respectable retirement in suburban mansions. They are among the most difficult sort of criminals to convict. The transactions of the firm are generally managed by a strong-minded, subtle rogue, who keeps the majority of those to whom he disposes of his ill-gotten gains in ignorance of his and their true character. The pawnbroker is generally more sinned against than sinning for. If stolen property can be traced to his possession, he is forced by law to restore it to the right owner without compensation. While, however, the pawnbroker is licensed and subject to many disabilities in the prosecution of his calling, the keeper of the leaving shop is a mere unlicensed usurer in a small way generally ready to advance petty sums on all sorts of portable property, without asking questions as to its rightful possession. Even when this sort of person is not a regular fence for the lowest class of thieves, he robs the very poor by taking exorbitant interest. He should be suppressed and eradicated root and branch. When lead is stolen from the roofs of buildings or metal fittings purloined from uninhabited houses, such plunder almost invariably finds its way to the den of the marinester dealer, who also encourages servants to acts of willful extravagance in the choice and rending down of fat meat, by purchasing the residue, without comment or inquiry, as kitchen stuff. The pretended assier and dealer in gold and silver usually has his shop in some respectable part of the town, and in the neighborhood of bona fide establishments, for the purchase and sale of the precious metals. He makes little if any display of goods in his window, and the thief once inside his carefully enclosed shop is safely screened from the gaze of the passers-by. This worthy tradesman has a spout at the back of his counter, communicating with a floor above in which is situated the soup or melting pot. The thief may hand in for disposal at well-understood prices ornaments, in the most precious of metals, possibly treasure trove, in the shape of some great wrought Saxon collar of gold, or Queen Anne's silver plate. It is all stock that comes to the soup kettle of this sort of gentry a few minutes after the chain or ladle bracelet or salver is handed across the counter. The materials are reduced to their original state. Form vanishes, and with it most of the chances of detection. These facts are not unknown to the police, and it may well be asked whether the suppression of an avoidable evil of great magnitude and importance would not fairly come within the duties of a public prosecutor. In the stolen goods department of commerce, as in many other things, prevention is better than cure. Subject to some few exceptions, a shop within the metropolitan district is a market overt, the keeper of which is free without fear of the law to buy or sell anything he pleases, from a malachite snuff-box to a prayer book bound in ivory, or from a cedarwood workbox to a set of gold solitaires. Brown has a right, no doubt, to claim that he must be held innocent until the offense with which he stands charged is actually proved. But the commonest consideration must show the case to be one of very grave suspicion, and the sitting magistrate sufficiently showed his opinion of the facts as put before him when he refused to listen to any application for bail. Without, however, impugning the innocence of the prisoner in the present instance, there can be no doubt that receiving stolen property, or fencing, as it is technically known at Scotland Yard, is largely practiced in London by the class of tradesmen to which he belongs. The difficulty the police always have with the fence is to bring the guilty knowledge home to him. The skilled fence will purchase nothing the identity of which cannot be at once destroyed, without very materially depreciating its value. Some few years ago, the Messrs. Hancock of Bruton Street discovered at their stocktaking that jewellery principally consisting of brilliant diamond rings and bracelets was missing to the value of several £1,000s. They said nothing, but put the police on the alert. A few days later, a little boy offered a marinester dealer a small mass of misshapen metal tied together with a string. The boy was detained, and the metal proved to be the settings of the missing jewellery. The boy declared he had picked them up in the mud of the Thames off Battersea, and there was every reason to believe his story. Evidently, the whole of the plunder had come into the hands of a single receiver. The stones had been wrenched out of their setting, and the gold itself had been actually thrown away. As for the stones, they no doubt found their way to Amsterdam or The Hague or Antwerp. But the fence escaped detection, although it is possible that the thief himself was discovered in the person of one of the shopmen, who pleaded guilty to several small robberies, but obstinately denied all knowledge of the larger offense. When Lady Ellesmere's jewels, valued at £15,000, were stolen from the top of a cab in 1857, they came into the possession of a small shopkeeper and tallyman who paid rather less than £10 for them. The thieves were ignorant of the true value of their booty, and the fence represented that the articles were mere brummagem ornaments worth a few shillings at the most. The purchase of stolen goods is a trade so lucrative, and offers so direct an incentive to crime in others, that when it is fully brought home the offender cannot, in the public interest, be too severely dealt with. If there were no receivers, there would be hardly any professional thieves. Their detection, as we have said, is difficult for the simple reason that a detected and convicted thief knows, as a rule, that he has very little if anything to gain by putting such information as he can give at the disposal of the police. Were pardons or remissions of sentences more frequently granted as the reward of Queen's evidence, it ought to be perfectly possible to hunt down every professional receiver in the metropolis. The law finds it at all times difficult to deal with receivers of stolen goods, who as a rule contrive somehow or other to baffle and elude its most vigilant and acute officers. Thieves, however, are less fortunate than receivers. They are frequently brought to the bar of justice and have to undergo various terms of imprisonment. But it is a most remarkable fact that in most cases after the habitual thief has served his time, he invariably returns to his dishonest practices. It seems almost impossible to effect a reformation in such cases, and punishment is of no avail. Some men pass 2/3 of their lives in prison and yet are as hardened and callous as ever. We do not believe it would have been possible to have effected a reformation in Charles' Peace. No matter what mode of treatment had been adopted, he was so radically bad that he was past all cure. And there are at the present time hundreds and thousands of ruffians preying upon the public who are equally unreliable. But Peace was a man of exceptional qualifications. He was steeped up to the very lips in crime, and we shall find it difficult to find a parallel to him either in this or any other country. Some time since America furnished us with an example of a hardened offender who in some respects resembled the hero of this work. The man to whom we allude was 21 years a convict, and he is thus described by an American journalist. The attention of many passers-by upon Main Street in the city on Tuesday afternoon, says the Jackson Mitch citizen of Deck 8, was attracted by the somewhat striking appearance of an old man of slight wiry frame, but bent by age and toil, dressed neatly, but in plain coarse garments that had evidently been selected at random from a miscellaneous collection, and whose actions were rendered noticeable by that vague uncertainty and indecision so characteristic of those who have for many long years been isolated from the world within the walls of a penitentiary. As the old man wandered along, keenly observant of every passing object, scanning the features of hurrying pedestrians with a scrutinizing gaze, as if in search of one familiar face, and lifting his head to look upon the bright blue sky above him, and then turning with an interest almost childish in its eagerness to the contemplation of some trivial scene or object upon which the busy, bustling throng would scarce bestow a passing glance, as he moved slowly along with his withered hand, drawing the scanty coat more closely about his shoulders, and yet with an expression of happiness lighting up his countenance, which told that he was oblivious to age and poverty and cold. There were many who turned to look after him as he passed and wonder who he was and what his history. Few they were, however, who knew that the old man was none less than Silas Doty, Old Sile Doty, as he is best known to the public, whose startling exploits as a daring, adroit, and skillful horse thief, burglar, and jailbreaker were once celebrated throughout the entire country. 20 years, 9 months, and 26 days of this singular man's life have been passed in hard labor within the massive walls of the state prison in the city, and Tuesday his 3rd term of imprisonment expired, and he came forth into the world once more a free man. Silas Doty was born at St. Albans, VT, on the 30th of May 1800, and is therefore over 70 years of age. Although his appearance would not indicate him to be a person of over 55, he is a small, werebuilt man about 5 feet 7 inches in height, and probably weighing about 130 pounds, but still evidently possessed of unusual muscular power, quick and active as a cat, and with a mind evidently vigorous and unimpaired by his long retirement from the world. Old Sile's personal appearance is rather prepossessing than otherwise, and when we look upon his pleasant, good-natured face and observe the merry twinkle in his eye, we find it rather difficult to reconcile him with the reckless, daredevil horse thief of our imagination, conjured up by the thrilling tales related to us in our juvenile days. Old Sile has a very keen appreciation of humor. He dearly loves a joke, and never better than when the laugh is at his own expense. He is quite free to relate the experiences and vicissitudes which he has passed through, and the history of them would fill a volume, surpassing in thrilling interest romantic situations and striking events many a work of fiction. The earlier years of Doty's life were passed in the state of New York, and were not marked by anything of unusual interest or more than ordinary occurrence. He was brought up upon a farm, and followed agricultural pursuits for a long time after his removal to Lenawee County in this state. He was known among his neighbors as a quiet, inoffensive, good-natured man, possessed of great activity and strength, which rendered him quite a local celebrity as a chopper-mower Roman 100. It was said at one time that he was the champion cradler of the state. Certainly of that section in which he resided, he was a man who was not nor ever had been addicted to the use of intoxicating liquor and tobacco. But while he was possessed of very many excellent traits, it was pretty generally understood that he didn't have a fine appreciation of the rightful title of personal property, and was prone to convert to his own use any article which he might stand in need of, even though the ownership vested in some other party. Yet it must be acknowledged that there were some good points about old Sile's stealing. He was a philanthropic thief. He would steal from his richer neighbors to aid those in destitute circumstances. In fact, there was something about his thefts akin to Claude Duval Dick Turpin and those other English knights of the road, whose exploits are handed down to posterity through the medium of yellow-covered historical works of doubtful moral tendency. If one of Mr. Doty's poor neighbors came over to his house and wanted to borrow a log chain, Sile would inform him that he would have one for him the next day, and he would, while some other one of his neighbors would be one log chain short. The first charge upon which he was arrested was that of horse-stealing in Lenawee County in the latter part of 1841. He broke jail soon after his arrest, but was recaptured and sentenced to the state prison for a term of 2 years, entering that institution for the first time April 9, 1842. Here, he served his full term, and soon after his discharge went to New Orleans, where he engaged as body servant to Jen Scott at a salary of $45 per month in gold. He went with that officer to Mexico and stole Santa Anna's army into a state of destitution wherever he went. A great variety of adventures, some of them of decided interest, were sustained by Doty while in Mexico, where he continued filling various positions as cook, wagon driver, body servant Roman 100, until the end of the war, when he returned to this state. For a little over 7 years, it is a statistical fact that he kept out of prison, but he good-humoredly excuses this off by the plea of absence from the state during the most of that time. Several times Doty was arrested, broke jail, and escaped conviction in various ways. One of these cases was one of particular interest. Being arrested in the winter of 1850 on a charge of horse-stealing, he was confined in several jails, but persisted in breaking right out again with such unceasing regularity that he was finally locked up in the Angola Inn jail for safekeeping. These quarters, however, did not suit him, and although he was heavily ironed and carefully watched, he soon succeeded in effecting his escape by cutting the bar of his cell window with a small saw which he had manufactured out of the blade of an old case knife. At the time of his escape, his ankles were fettered with irons weighing 35 pounds, but he succeeded in hobbling to the barn of the prosecuting attorney of the county, who lived near the jail, and appropriated that functionary's horse. A short distance from Angola, he broke open a blacksmith's shop and procured therefrom a cold chisel and hammer, which he took with him to the woods, and tried ineffectually to free himself from his fetters. Failing in this, he remounted and rode a distance of over 30 miles when he left the horse, and stole a fresh one, riding that for a considerable distance, and then abandoned it for another in this way, and by dint of riding nights, and keeping in unfrequented roads, and in the woods, he succeeded in reaching his former residence in Hillsdale County. Here, during the night, he went to the house of friends, and by them was accompanied into the woods, and while one held a tallow candle, another succeeded in striking the irons from Doty's ankles. Being thus freed from his annoying encumbrance, he proceeded to pick out another horse, although Sile strenuously insists to this day that this animal was his own property, and started for Detroit, intending to cross into Canada and there dispose of the steed. But upon arriving at Detroit, to his disappointment, he found that the river was but partially frozen, and that a crossing was impracticable. He therefore turned his horse's head in the direction of Port Huron, intending to make his way into Canada from that point. Upon arriving at Port Huron, the attention of the officers there was attracted by the jaded, travel-worn appearance of both horse and rider, and Doty was arrested upon suspicion of having stolen the animal. This arrest, after all his struggles and escapes, and when his destination was so close at hand, was extremely discouraging, but Sile Doty was a man of iron will and indomitable purpose, and proved himself equal to the emergency. He was taken for safe keeping to one of the upper rooms of a hotel, and his hands secured with handcuffs, separated from each other by a heavy iron bar about 12 inches in length, which consequently kept his hands that distance apart. Of course, Doty's first move, when left alone, was to seek for some means of escape. He found with a proper tool he could unscrew the lock upon the door. He had nothing in his possession but an old spear, but he broke all the points from that in unavailing efforts to unfasten the lock. Soon after this, the sheriff came to his room and consented to take Doty down to the stable to look at his horse. While in the stable, Doty espied a mason's trowel lying upon a box near him and succeeded in slipping it unobserved into his side coat pocket, and upon his returning to his room, secreted it in the straw mattress of his bed. Feigning illness, Doty disrobed with the exception of his shirt drawers and socks, which he retained and prepared for bed, after being handcuffed as before. The officers again left the room, but to Doty's dismay, they took his clothing with them and gave him the comforting assurance that at 9 o'clock it was then just dark an officer would return and remain during the night with him. No sooner had the officer reached the door below than Doty was at work at the lock with his trowel. Screw after screw fell upon the floor, and the door stood open stealthily, making his way through the halls and past the open doors of rooms where persons were sitting. He finally reached a lower floor, and following a rear passageway threw open an outer door, and started back almost in utter despair at the prospect. Before him the prospect was certainly not an encouraging one. About 3 inches of snow had fallen, and the flakes were still rapidly descending. The situation was not a pleasant one for a man in pursuit of liberty-clad, only in a thin shirt and drawers, with light socks, no coat, hat, pants, or boot-heavy irons upon his wrists, and a blank space of unbeaten snow before him to receive his tracks, and to enable the officers to follow him with unerring accuracy. But as old Sile expressed it to our reporter, a man can never tell what he can do until he makes a trial, and so he bravely accepted the chances, although they were so fearfully against him. Plunging out into the snow and darkness, he ran as rapidly as possible in the direction of a small blacksmith shop, which he remembered to have seen that morning, a short distance from the village. Here he effected an entrance without much trouble, and fumbling around among the tools, he found a large file which he screwed into a vise by the aid of his knees, and alone in the dark after repeated failures, he succeeded in disengaging his bruised and bleeding wrists from the irons, and once more started out into the stormy night. He thought that if he could conceal himself until after the stage passed by, he could then follow the tracks of that vehicle with less fear of detection. Near the roadside was a small marshy spot covered with high reeds, and here the fugitive secreted himself until the stage passed by, when he again took to the road. At the first opportunity, he broke into a barn and secured a horse with which he proceeded to Mount Clemens in Macomb County. Here he effected an entrance to a hotel with the premises of which he was familiar, and helped himself to a complete and comfortable suit of clothing, which he carefully selected from the wardrobes of the various guests with the utmost impartiality, and also procured some slight refreshment from the pantry. He then remounted and pursued his journey without interruption to within 4 miles of Detroit, when he stopped at the house of a friend, and left the horse which he had borrowed near Port Huron, with instructions to return it to the owner, which instructions were afterwards fully carried out. The indefatigable Doty then proceeded to Detroit, and while there he slipped into the United States Hotel, long since destroyed by fire, and made some necessary additions to his somewhat limited wardrobe. From thence it was an easy matter to get into Canada, where for some time he worked at shoemaking, which trade he had learned at the prison, but he soon became involved in a quarrel with his employer, and after thoroughly licking that individual he came back to this state. Several times after his return, he narrowly escaped arrest, and became the recognized leader of a gang of thieves who infested the southern parts of the state. Soon afterwards, he and several of his party were arrested for robbing the wagon of a Jew peddler from Detroit, who was traveling through Hillsdale County. Doty was convicted upon this charge, and brought up before the venerable Judge Pratt, then of Marshall, for sentence. Nearly everyone has read or heard the story of how Judge Pratt, who was a man of very brusque manner, commanded the prisoner to stand up. "Sile Doty," said the judge, "how old are you?" 53, responded Doty. "The allotted age of man," said the judge, "is 80 years and 10, beyond, that this court has no jurisdiction, and therefore sentence you to confinement at hard labor in the state prison at Jackson for a term of 17 years. So on the 18th day of April 1851, Old Sile donned the striped suit of a convict for a second time, and served for 15 years 5 months and 26 days, when having gained several months' good time he was discharged. Old Sile then went to Coldwater in Branch County, but in a few months he was again arrested on a charge of horse stealing, and upon the 27th of July, 1867, commenced a third term at the prison, having been sentenced for 4 years. Having by meritorious conduct gained about 8 months' good time, he was discharged on Tuesday morning for the third, and it is to be hoped for the last time. There are scores of incidents in relation to Old Sile that might be related, and would be of public interest, but space forbids their enumeration. Mr. Doty left for Coldwater Branch County yesterday morning, and intended to reside with his children in that place, and to follow his trade of shoemaking. May success attend him, and may the world deal gently with one who has suffered this severe punishment for his misdeeds. Almost 21 years of this man's life were spent within those prison walls, and now an old gray-headed man whose days are almost numbered, he goes forth to start anew in the world, and to endeavor to lead an honest life. This case is a most peculiar one. Old Sile does not appear to be a bad man at heart. Indeed, there are many men occupying important positions and moving in the higher walks of society who are more deserving of the convict's stripes than Old Sile Doty. It seems to be impossible for him to refrain from the wrongful conversion of property, and it is a grave question with many as to whether he is morally responsible for his acts. Charles Peace, when he had engaged the cab, told the driver thereof to set him down at the Elephant and Castle from prudential motives, not deeming it expedient to be conveyed to his residence in the Avalon Road. It was his practice at all times to make a sort of break in the journey, that he might thereby baffle any attempt on the part of the police and detectives to trace him to his own residence. Upon arriving at the Elephant and Castle, he alighted and took the cabman in front of the bar, where he stood. A friendly glass drivers of cabs, as a rule, have a weakness for hot rum and water, and the one in question was not an exception, elected to have a small modicum of that inspiring beverage, and after it had been consumed, Peace paid the fare, and discharged the night of the whip. He remained in the house of public accommodation for some time after the departure of the cabman, and regarded the persons there assembled with a searching glance. He could not see anyone whom he suspected to be an officer of the law, and concluded that no one was on his trail, but he was duly impressed with the fact of having had a narrow escape. Indeed, the number of chances he had of being detected at this period of his career would, if they were all chronicled, appear to be more like a romance than an actual reality, but it is our purpose to sketch the most noticeable and leading events in his lawless and checkered career, and these will of necessity occupy sufficient space, without entering into every minute detail. Fortune had favored him this time, as she had done on many other occasions. He had succeeded in getting away from the Jew's house, but he was greatly troubled when he thought of Bandoligged Bill, whom he had missed sight of soon after his entrance into Mr. Simmons' respectable establishment. What had become of him was the question he asked himself when in front of the bar of the Elephant and Castle. Had he been captured, and if so, what followed? He had unlimited faith in Bill's integrity as far as he was concerned. He was quite certain that the gypsy would never peach or turn approver. Still, it was an ugly fact to reflect upon that he had under his charge a mass of stolen goods, which if discovered might lead to his Peace's detection. This thought was by no means a pleasant one, and the more he reflected, the more seriously concerned did Peace become. He was uncertain as to his mode of action, and felt a little reluctant to return home. He therefore went into the parlor of the establishment, and read the paper, without taking any notice of the few persons who happened to be there at the time. After this, he hailed an omnibus, and made the best of his way to Peckham. His 2 female companions saw that he was a little out of sorts, and when this was the case, they did not pester him with any extraneous questions. He was not a nice sort of man to deal with when put out, and he would not have hesitated to inflict personal chastisement on either of them if they aggravated him. They knew this perfectly well, and had the discretion to abstain from making any unnecessary observations. But Peace was ill at ease, and as the evening drew on he put on his hat and sallied forth for a walk in the neighborhood. He never had been what is termed a public house man, and only had recourse to houses of that description, either when plying his vocation as a violin player or from necessity. It is, however, a fact established beyond all controversy that he was not addicted to habits of intemperance. It was while strolling in the neighborhood that he discovered, much to his delight, the well-known form of bandoligged bill. Nothing could be more propitious, for he wished to see the gypsy beyond all other persons in the world at that particular time. As he caught sight of him, his features were irradiated with a smile. "Lord send I may live," cried that worthy, "but this air is a blessed sight." "What do you mean?" inquired Peace. "What, why, to see you safe and sound, so you've managed to dodge them, Charlie, eh?" "Yes, and you?" "Well, you see, I thought it wasn't of no manner of use my stopping outside, that cursed crib I wasn't either of use or ornament, and so thought I to myself, I shall only be making matters worse, by hanging about, 'cause you see, I had the stuff in the cart." "Quite right, it would have been madness to have remained there, so you hooked it, I suppose." "I did so. Don't think I deserted you. In the time of need it wasn't no fault of mine. You did the best you could, under the circumstances. Don't imagine for a moment that I blame you. Shelp my taters, but I have been in muck, and no mistake, didn't know how it fared with you, and I was in consequence knocked clean silly, couldn't tell what to be up to." "What did you do then?" "Drove off as fast as I could, and got clean out of the neighborhood." "What would you have had me do?" "Just what you have, old stick-in-themud. And how about the baskets?" "Ah, that's where it is. That was what cornered me. I thought it best anyhow to take a circumbendibus route, so I had a pretty little drive in the country, all through the buttercups and daisies. But Lord bless you, Charlie, I didn't enjoy the bootiful scenery, for I was thinking all the while of the mess you had got into, and thinking at the same time what chance you had of getting out of it. So you see it wasn't at all a pleasant ride I had, far from it. Howsoever, I needn't ask now how you got on, for you are here, and I am jolly glad to see you. I had a narrow squeak for it, but I pulled through. I said as how you would blist if I didn't you're a stunner, and I had that confidence in you, that I felt sartin sure you wouldn't let him cop you, but I warn't sure 'bout old Simmons. How did he behave?" "Right as the mail, he turned out a trump card." "I am glad to hear it, precious glad." "Well, and after you drove in the country, what then?" "Why, I says, I this is a bit of a fix, 'cause you see, in a manner of speaking, I didn't know very well how to get shut of the stuff." "Why didn't you take the whole lot to Isaac?" "What, at that time, when the detectives were on the scent? No, Charles Bill knew a trick worth two of that body. Lord bless you, the chances were that they'd visit the houses of every Jew fence in the neighborhood. Don't you see that, old man? That is true enough, so you did not venture to try and get rid of the thing, so much the better. What did you do, after all, then?" "I didn't know what to be up to, didn't know a blessed cove as I could trust at the east end of the town, so after thinkin' and thinkin', till my head ached all of a sudden, it occurred to me to make for what you may call the fashionable quarters in London." "What do you call the fashionable quarters?" "Why, the West End, in course." "Oh, I see." "It occurred to me that the best place for me to make for would be Laura Stanbridge's. She's fair and square enough." "Oh, Laurie's all right, no fear of her peaching." So after I had considered the matter over for some little time, I just brought the mare gently round, turning her head in an opposite direction to the one in which she had been going before, and after going down the green lanes, the high roads, and by roads, and finally the streets of London, I found myself at Laura Stanbridge's establishment. So I up and told her what had happened, and she seemed greatly concerned about you. "You found her alone, then?" "No, she was not alone when I first entered. Had that conceited puppy with her, the dandy, as we call him, I suppose." "Oh no, not him. She had a tall, handsome-looking chap with her, whom she called Tom." "Oh, I know Tom Gatliff. He has taken up with her. Well, go on, fear away." "I haven't much more to tell. Laurie agreed to take charge of the two hampers, and so I left them with her." "You couldn't have done better, so that's all right so far. All is well. Come, let us return home, for to say the truth, I only came out in the hope of meeting with you." The two friends returned to No. 4 in a much more happy frame of mind. Chapter Roman 132 Piece has a few friends, a musical and anecdotal evening. It was arranged between the two confederates or companions in crime that Charles Peace was not to run any further risk by endeavoring to dispose of the property he had acquired by his various burglaries. There was nothing he dreaded at this time so much as falling in with a Sheffield or Manchester policeman or detective. To the members of the London constabulary force, he was not known, and certainly not one of them had at this time the faintest notion that he was Peace. Had this not been the case, he never could have escaped detection for so long a period. So Bill Wroughton, who appeared to be a handy man, to many agreed to undertake the disposal of the goods, which he carried out after his own fashion. Some of the articles Miss Stanbridge agreed to take at a given price, which was perhaps a trifle more than the Whitechapel or Petticoat Lane receivers were likely to offer. Bill struck a bargain with Laura, who selected the goods, which she said would suit her. The rest of the stock she did not care about, so these, the gypsy took to Isaac, who as usual offered a ridiculously low price. But Bill, like his friend Peace, was very well used to the ways of the Israelite. Bill haggled with him for some time, and even went so far as gathering the things together, avowing his intention, at the same time, of going to another shop. Upon this, the Jew made an advance in his price, and after a little more conversation, a bargain was struck, and the goods were purchased. Bandy-legged Bill was perfectly well satisfied with his day's work, and upon returning to the Avalon Road, he found Peace in close converse with a strange gentleman, whom he had never remembered to have seen before. He came to the conclusion that the party in question was on friendly terms with our hero, for there was a degree of cordiality between the two which caused him to be assured of this. Peace withdrew to an adjoining room, where the gypsy handed him over the proceeds. "You have done well, Bill, indeed. I don't know what I should do without you," cried Peace. "Nothing could be better. We've made a regular clearance, and I am greatly relieved." "Who is your friend?" said the gypsy, nodding significantly towards the door of the front parlor. "He is in the engineering line, and has taken in hand one or two of my inventions. Oh, he is a clever fellow, a most genial, agreeable companion, who thoroughly believes in me. He is coming tomorrow evening to spend a few hours with me, and I shall therefore be glad of your company, you old sinner. But don't you launch out or say any more than may be needful. Let my guests do the talking, do you understand? I won't say more than is necessary, trust me for that." Bill and Peace returned to the front parlor. The gentleman who was its only occupant was introduced by our hero to the gypsy as a Mr. Whittock. He bowed courteously to Wroughton, and then resumed his conversation with Peace. The conversation was confined chiefly to engineering matters, and a long discussion took place upon Peace's various inventions. It was evident that Mr. Whittock had a great opinion of Mr. Thompson, whom he frequently complimented. Bill listened, but said nothing. Presently, the gentleman rose to take his departure. "I shall expect to see you tomorrow evening, Whittock," said Peace. "We will have a little music supper and a friendly game." "I shall be most delighted, I am sure," returned Whittock. "I have a friend stopping with me at present, whose acquaintance I am sure you will be pleased to make. He has a son, who is a beautiful singer. May I bring them with me?" "Certainly, nothing would please me better. What is your friend's name?" "Mr. Harker. He is a capital fellow, knows almost everything, has been in all parts of the world, and is excellent company." "Bring him by all means," then said Peace. On the following day preparations were made at No. 4 for the reception of guests. The owner of the establishment was overjoyed at the sale of the articles, which he had been for a long time most anxious to get rid of, that he was disposed to make merry over the bargain. He had ample funds at his disposal, and his friend Whittock was a special favorite with him, albeit the friendship between the two was not of very long standing. It was arranged that Mrs. Thompson should be the hostess on this occasion. The elder female was to attend to the culinary department and prepare the supper for the guests. Peace arrayed himself in his best attire. William Ward was got up in a perfectly satisfactory manner, and Mrs. Thompson was carefully watched so that she might be in a fit state to receive the company. Some of Peace's immediate neighbors had been invited. These were the first to arrive, after which Mr. Whittock presented himself. He brought with him Mr. and Master Harker, who were introduced in due form. "I am greatly pleased to see you and am glad to have an opportunity of making your acquaintance, sir," said Peace, addressing himself to Mr. Harker. "As a friend of Mr. Whittock, you are specially welcome, Mr. Whittock, and I understand each other. You will shortly astonish the world with some excellent inventions, I expect," returned Harker. "Well, this is not altogether a country for the inventor. America is the place." No. 70. Illustration: An evening party at Avalon Road. An evening party at Avalon Road. "The people are not so prejudiced in America," continued Harker, and a man has greater chances. The English, as a rule, are slow to perceive the value of any new power of machinery. That is true enough, remarked Peace. They are rather dense, it must be admitted, and are, as you observe, prejudiced. All we can do is to persevere and hope for the best. Here he called the attention of his guests to several drafts of machinery he proposed to patent. Those present were duly impressed with the ability of their host, none of them, at this time, being at all aware of the character of the man, who was so modest, so urbane, and so hospitable. I look upon my friend Thompson as a remarkably ingenious and clever man, remarked Whittock, and the more you know of him, the more impressed you will be with this fact. Ah, no doubt we all agree upon that, exclaimed several. The social glass was filled, and the company began to settle themselves down for a pleasant evening, which, to say the truth, was an agreeable one to all. Peace was in the best of spirits. He had shaken off the dismal forebodings he had felt some 3 or 4 days before, and at the request of a neighbor, played a duet with Willie Ward. This was the commencement of the musical portion of the entertainment. A violin solo followed, after which Mr. Harker said his son gave promise of musical ability, since he had been complimented by the master of the choir, to which he belonged. The lad was asked to give a specimen of his vocal powers, when after a little hesitation, he sang the following. Hope's life is shining yet. 'Tis true that time may swiftly pass, and years as quickly fly, and every hope that springs to birth may wither, fade, and die. And oh, 'tis true that all our dreams may in life's darkness set, but in the chambers of my soul Hope's life is shining yet. Thine was not love that could be cooled by words or looks of scorn. Ah, no, it was as pure and deep as if of angels born. Thine was that love which sorrow's storms nor cruel fate could sever. It burns on brightly, and it will keep burning on forever. To think thee faithless would indeed be casting doubts on high, would throw a dark suspicious shade o'er angels in the sky. But oh, within my trusting heart, no doubts there are as yet. The lights of faith and hope are still within its portals set. The music to which these words were set was simple and plaintive, and well adapted for the voice of a young female or a boy. The singer had evidently been well trained, for he sang in good time, and tuned Peace playing the accompaniment. Mr. Harker, the lad's father, was greatly pleased at the performance, and passed flattering encomiums on Peace's skill as an accompanist. Indeed, it was in every way creditable, and there was a general murmur of applause as the song was brought to a conclusion. Your son has got a beautiful voice, said our hero, addressing himself to Mr. Harker. If he perseveres, he'll be a very accomplished vocalist. I am glad to hear you say so, Thompson, observed Whittock, for I know you are a competent judge of these matters. The conversation was carried on in an animated manner for some little time, after which Peace and Willie Ward played another piece together. Several of the company expressed a wish to hear Mr. Thompson sing. He was in no very good voice, but chanted the following quaint ditty. I've been thinking, what a world we might possess, did folks mind their business more, and mind their neighbors less. For instance, you and I, my friend, are sadly prone to talk of matters that concern us not, and others' follies mock. I've been thinking, if we were to mind our own affairs, that possibly our neighbors might contrive to manage theirs. We've faults enough at home to mend. It may be so of others. It would seem strange if it were not, since all mankind are brothers. Oh, would that we had charity for every man and woman. Forgiveness is the mark of those we know to err is human. Then let us banish jealousy. Let's lift our fallen brother, and as we journey down life's road, do good to one another. Excellent, admirable, cried several voices. I call that a fine sentiment, said Mr. Whittock. I wish men and women would act up to it. There's a great deal too much meddling in this world. Yes, said a Mr. Newnham, who was one of Peace's neighbors, we've quite enough of that sort of thing here in our locality. It's a capital song. I never remember to have heard it before, but I admire it immensely. Peace glanced at Mrs. Thompson, and made a wry face, at which the company laughed. Soon after this, supper was served, after which a game of whist was proposed, and 2 sets of partners sat down to cards. Mr. Harker, who was not included in either of the parties of players, sat down by the chimney corner and entered into a lively discourse with some of those who were disengaged. He was a man who had at his disposal a whole fund of anecdote, and was therefore a great acquisition to the visitors. He gave a running commentary on the great detective case, which was the general topic of conversation at this time, and cited instances of the mistakes made by the Scotland Yard officials. As far as mistakes are concerned, said Harker, their name is legion, and I for one should be very careful in delivering a verdict, without the clearest and most unmistakable evidence, for from my own personal experience, I am able to testify as to the unreliability of suspicious circumstances, which may by the merest accident be brought to bear upon a man. There is no doubt about that, sir, said Peace. Mistakes are frequent enough. Well observed, Harker, as I am only a looker-in now, and am not engaged to play ill. With your permission, first narrate to you what I may term a romance of a counting house. The whole of the incidents came under my immediate knowledge. In short, I was the leading actor in as pretty a little drama as ever man had the misfortune to play in. I shall be most delighted to hear it, said Peace, and so will our friends, I am sure. It came about in this way. I had married, and was going to make my fortune, and therefore having that laudable end in view, left a good situation in Yorkshire to settle down in Liverpool as a merchant on my own account, and commenced to make it without delay. I had not much capital, and so I resolved to economize at first. In course of time, I imagined the tidy brougham, and the country house across the Mersey, would certainly come, and one serene September evening many years ago, I was walking up and down St. George's landing stage, building castles in the air, wondering whether rents were high at New Brighton, and whether Kate would prefer a pony phaeton to a brougham. I am not sorry to add that I still reside in a modest house up Edgehill Way, and that I come to business, as Caesar went to Rome, according to Joe Miller's Summa Diligentia, on the top of an omnibus. I was waiting for Mr. Moses Moss to return at 8 p. Roman 1000 to his office, in a street hard by, call it Mercer Street, and, for the reason that Moses Moss had a furnished place, to let which his advertisement called too spacious counting rooms. Goodness knows, I never counted much in the shape of coin, and I did not like the situation, nor the narrow dark staircase, nor the look of the boy of Hebrew extraction who howled cub id when I knocked, and told me Mr. Boses would be in at 8 o'clock. But £20 a year was very cheap, so I told my young friend I would call at that time and look at the counting room. How well I remember that night the ferryboats from the Cheshire shore, gliding along with their lights, twinkling like glowworms, the vast hull of the Great Eastern, just visible in the Sloine, the squared yards, and alitot look of a 7-4 of the old school showing black and distinct against the daffodil sky, and the lap of the swell against the under timber of the stage. I was inclined to be sentimental, but Mr. Moses Moss claimed my attention, and once more I entered his office, and found him awaiting me. He was a little fat, good-tempered Jew who spoke decent English, and who I afterwards found out was constantly affirming in season and out of season that he was no descendant of Abraham. "Hillo, Brunton," he cried, jumping from the chair. "My lad told me you'd been here. Where have you been these 2 months? And more, look here, old fellow, I've advertised your place, but you can have it on the old terms. Some mistake, sir, I believe," and I handed him a card bearing the inscription Charles Harker. He took it and held it to the gaslight, looked at the back, considered it endways, and pondered over it upside down. Then, taking the candle his clerk had brought, he held it close to my face. "If you are not disposed to proceed to business, I will bid you good night," said I, greatly annoyed at his manner. "It's him and it ain't him," he said aloud. "Carl could never look a man in the face as this one does, and yet I don't see my way through the features." "There's no necessity for you to trouble yourself about my features," I exclaimed, opening the door. "Good night." Stop, my dear sir, and don't be offended. It was all a mistake, all Isaac's mistake, upon my honor." "All a mistake," echoed young Isaac. My curiosity was excited, and besides, I really wanted the offices, and I therefore allowed myself to be persuaded into mounting the narrow staircase, until we faced a door bearing the name of Brunton on it in white letters, and having the 2 upper panels glazed, more, I should imagine, to supply light to the staircase, than for admission of light to the office. Mr. Moss produced a key, and turning to me with a good-natured smile, said, "I'd have sworn you were Brunton 5 minutes ago, but I am sure now that I was wrong. Carl always swore when he came upstairs, and you haven't. It's Brunton's face, all but the eyes, and I'd swear to the eyes anywhere that is to the twinkle of you know. And he unlocked the door and invited me with. Walking to the table on which he had placed the light, I took a chair and produced my pocketbook. Before we go further, Mr. Moss, let us quite understand each other. I have no wish to derive any benefits from any virtues Mr. Brunton may possess, and I am going to convince you that I am what I represent myself to be good enough to read that letter. It was from a merchant in the north, only received that morning, and mentioned circumstances which were sufficient to settle any doubts as to my identity. Mr. Moss read it, folded it up briskly, and presented it to me with a bow. Sir, I apologize. I confess that up to this moment I fancied it was Carl, but what puzzled me was that such a surly fellow should take to larking and playing the fool. You are very much like my last tenant, sir, that is all. Very well, now that matter is settled, let us look at the rooms. The lighted gas showed me a large one, and very barely furnished. There was a large leather-covered table with a desk on it, 4 chairs, an inkstand, and a partially filled wastepaper basket, and that was all. Rather meager, Mr. Moss. Now, my dear sir, what more could you want? Would you like a safe? I've got one to spare downstairs, and you shall have it, and a new mat for your feet. I hate haggling. Let me see the other room, please. It was one which a person sitting at the table would have right opposite to him, and it had no door. It was a clerk's office, Mr. Moss said, and you wanted your eye on such chaps. I suggested that the principal might sometimes want privacy, whereupon he said he had the door downstairs, and it should be hung at once if I wished it. But having no intention of engaging a clerk at present, I told him it was of no consequence. The room was about half the size of the outer one, and contained a desk and stool. There was a large closet for coals, and such like matters, and a good allowance of dust and cobwebs all over. I'll have it cleaned up tomorrow, said Mr. Moss. It looks beautiful when clean, and you will find the desk to be real Spanish mahogany. They would suit me well enough, and I told Mr. Moss so, paid him a quarter's rent in advance, and rose to depart. Oh, by the way, Mr. Moss, I exclaimed, a sudden thought striking me, I will send a man to paint my name on the wall downstairs. Very good, sir, I would do it at once if I were you. Carl was a loose fish, and if you delayed it until you got here, you might be annoyed. How so? What was he? Take a cigar first, Mr. Harker Yowell. Find no better in Liverpool, Lord. How like him you do look when I don't see your eyes. And yet I have not been thought to resemble a loose fish before, Mr. Moss. I didn't mean that. Have you never seen an ugly person resemble a very handsome one? I have many a time. Well, about Carl, he was here about 2 years, and call me a Jew if I could reckon him up. He used to come here about noon, and work up to 8 or 9 o'clock at night. But what business he worked at I could never find out. I know he had a big ledger and 2 or 3 such books, but a big ledger won't make a business any more than a big carpet bag will, and he always carried one. He would come and smoke a cigar with me now and then, but I never came up here all that time, and he kept his door locked. He always seemed to be expecting a blow. Did poor Carl, more like a rat in a corner than anything else. Poor beggar. Well, sir, one morning I found the key on my mat, and found the place just as you see it, and have never seen Carl since. 1 or 2 queer-looking men have inquired for him, and asked if he was coming back, and I said most likely he would, and likely enough he will. Not at all an interesting story, I thought, and felt inclined to yawn in Mr. Moss' face. But I thanked him for his information, and promised to take possession in 3 days, which I spent in presenting my letters of introduction, and making other arrangements for the prosecution of my plans. At length the eventful day arrived, and I stood in my own office with my name emblazoned on the door and passage wall. I was waiting for a friend to call on me, who by the way had promised to put me in the way of doing some business that very day, and felt impatient for his arrival in consequence. The office was clean and tidy, and the floors had been well scrubbed. Why hadn't they emptied the waste-paper basket of all that lumber? The office-keeper had lighted a fire, and I took up the basket to perform the operation myself. But from some cause or other, I placed it on the table, and began idly to burn the scraps one by one. I had nearly disposed of them all when a scrap attracted my attention, and I read it. It was torn so as to leave a few words intact, and it ran thus. Louise has given your description, and you may rely on our finding you forward the plates at once, or. Then another piece was mysterious apparently, a plan of some place. What did this mean? But I had no time to consider, for my friend entered, and putting the 2 pieces of paper in my drawer, I emptied the basket in the fire, and went out with him to do a good day's work. Returning late in the evening, I relit the fire and addressed myself to the writing of 2 important letters, to be posted by 11:30 that night, in order to be in time for the Cunard steamer, which sailed early in the morning. And then it was that the black darkness of the doorless room opposite me began to trouble me most. It had troubled me before, but on this night it troubled me tenfold. From childhood I have been imaginative, and knowing this, I stirred the fire, called myself a fool, and went on with my letter, but not for long my eyes wandered to the black darkness of the doorway, and I began to ransack my memory for statistics of men who could tell by some occult power if anyone were hidden in the room they entered, and I laughed aloud when I remembered that I had read of one sensitive gentleman who by this same occult power had found that a surgeon's skeleton was in the closet behind him. I own I dislike being in the dark, but I will do myself the justice to say that I have resolution enough to overcome the dislike. Therefore I proposed to myself to very quietly walk into the dark room which troubled me, and without a light look out of the windows, and slowly return. I shouldn't have liked the office myself, ejaculated Peace. You may well call it a romance. As for the matter of that, I confess it sounds like one, returned Mr. Harker, and I assure you every word I am saying is strictly correct. Romance and reality are much more intimately interwoven together than people generally suppose. You are quite right there, sir, cried one of the card players, who had been listening so attentively to the narrative that he revoked. Mr. Harker continued. I went the very first step beyond the threshold, dispelled my fears. I could see the glimmer of the stars through the glass, hear the rattle of the cabs outside. Why, it was quite a cheerful place after all. There was a shuffling noise there by the closet, and then my fears returned and overpowered me. I strove to walk out like a tragedy hero, but my pace quickened as I neared the door, and heard the shuffling noise close to me. The next moment, a powerful hand was at my throat, and I lay helpless on the floor with the cold muzzle of a pistol to my head. I was bound and dragged into the outer office, thrust into my chair, and confronted by 2 quiet-looking men, one of whom laid his revolver on the table, saying at the same time, with an ugly sneer, "So, Brunton, we have caught you at last." The speaker was a mild, intelligent-looking man of about 35 in a proper dress. He would have looked like a high church clergyman. His companion was evidently a foreigner, and I imagine a German. He was about 50 years of age and wore spectacles, and a profusion of beard and whiskers covered more than half his face, but he had a winning smile and good teeth, which he often took an opportunity to show. "We have found you at last. I am thankful to say that I am not nervous when I see danger," and I boldly replied. "My name is Harker, and not Brunton. Mr. Moss, the landlord of these premises, has noticed my resemblance to his late tenant, and is satisfied that I am not the same. Depend upon it, that I shall make you repent this outrage." I tried to rise to call for help from the street, but the pistol was cocked and pointed at me, and there was that in the man's face which cautioned me against rashness in my helpless position. "Well, I never," cried Whittock. "That was a nice pickle to be." It was, observed Harker. "I will sit down," I replied, "and hear what you have to say. But if I choose to do it, I shall do my best to raise an alarm in spite of your revolver." "Well spoke, Carl," said the foreigner. "Louise always says he's a plucky one." "Now then, Brunton," whispered the other, "let us have no nonsense. We have not met before, it is true, but Louis has so well described you that putting another name on your door was simply idiotic. Besides, one of our friends has watched for your return, and we communicated with him as soon as we landed. Go free if you like, but we will have the plates." "Dat's de matter," Vitus echoed the German. "We will have de plates." "I know nothing of any plates," I cried, "nor of Louise, nor of you. All I know is that you will see the inside of a prison very shortly. And you think you can throw me over in this way? Do you think you deal with children?" "I think I deal with a burglar, most certainly, with a rascal of some sort or other." Here my 2 friends held a whispered conference. Then he of the revolver turned sharply towards me. "Will you marry Louise? Will you give up the plates and marry my sister?" "She loaf you like old boots," added the German, and from which I opined that he prided himself on a knowledge of English idiom. In spite of my serious position, I was getting thoroughly amused. The dark doorway held unknown terrors to my excited imagination, but 2 commonplace fellows who had made a mistake caused a feeling of merriment, even in spite of the revolver. I am sorry I cannot oblige you, I replied. I am flattered by the lady's preference, but having one wife already, I fear, I must decline taking a second. And as for the plates, please explain what you mean. The answer to this flippant speech was a blow on the face, which immediately sent the blood streaming on the floor. Y'all remember insulting the sister of Louis Orloff here, Baron, let us gag him, and search, he will be raising an alarm presently. They thrust a piece of rope between my teeth, compressing my windpipe, to make me open my mouth, and there, I sat helpless, whilst they turned out the contents of my desk and drawers, not forgetting my cash box, which was opened by a key taken from my vest pocket, and the contents appropriated. Knowing that the 2 scraps of paper I had found in the waste paper basket, and placed in my drawer, must have reference to their visit, I watched very anxiously when they opened it. But they escaped notice, and I felt that I had got some clue to the mystery even if these men escaped, and I had quite determined that they should not escape, for I was insecurely bound, and had been working hard to get my right hand free. And thanks to having a very narrow one, I now found myself able to slip it through the loop, which encircled the wrist. But I bided my time, for I saw that a false move might bring a bullet through my head. "De plates is in the oder room, Karl Brunton Mohn Ami," said the Baron, smiling, and patting my shoulder. "Vi not say vi shoot, will you do dem, so well vi no get any like dem, and you use dem yourself, and den got you upset de cart of de apple." "Yes," I thought, "and it's odd to me, if I don't upset your cart of de apple before long." "In Dara in back room?" asked the Baron with another amiable smile. I said yes with my eyes. "See now, my Louis, you were too rough, you into him pitch like damn, so see him amiable then to me. And you will marry Louise, who loaf you like old boots." My other hand was free now. I tried to speak, and implored with my eyes for the gag to be removed. The Baron removed it, and while doing so, I resolved on a plan of operation. "You will marry Louise, and give us the plates. I will give you every satisfaction." "That is business," said Louis Orloff, coming forward. "First the plates, then you return with us to New York, and keep your promise to Louise. Why give us the trouble? I tell you frankly that the expense will be deducted from your share, and that you will be strictly watched in future. I should have cut your throat, but for my promise to Louise. Now where are the plates? Look in the closet in the next room, rake out the coals, and take what you find." "Good, come, Baron." And they left me to operate on the coals. Springing up, I seized the revolver, darted to the door, and in a moment had locked them in. But my triumph was of short duration, for Orloff was on the other side, like lightning, the rotten woodwork torn out under his vigorous wrench, and his hand was on my throat before I could grope my way to the stairs. Then I knew that life depended on the struggle, and I fought like one possessed for the revolver. The Baron came to his friend's help, but I found time and opportunity to send him reeling to the ground. Orloff was the weaker man, but he outdid me in skill, and a dexterous feint threw me off my guard, leaving the revolver in his hand. Purple with passion, he fired instantly, and I felt a sharp sting in the left shoulder, and then all earthly things seemed to be fading away, and a world beyond opening to view. When I recovered, I found myself laid on a mattress on the office table, and my wife tearfully bending over me. There was a calm-faced surgeon too, who showed me the ball he had extracted, and told me to cheer up, for I should be better in a few days, for no harm was done. Mr. Moss was there too, and came to my bedside, my table side, and whispered how he had been called up by the police, who, hearing a pistol shot, had come upstairs and arrested Orloff, and the Baron, and finding me on the ground bleeding, had sent for a surgeon, and my wife, having found my private address from a letter in my pocket. I was only faint from loss of blood. The bullet did little damage, and I preferred getting up, and then gave an account of the evening's adventure, not noticing at the time that a tall inspector of police was in the room. "Will you kindly show me those pieces of paper?" he said, advancing. "I have the men in Mr. Moss' office, but beyond the assault on you, I have no evidence against them, but I know them well." I produced them, and the inspector fastened on the one which seemed to be a plan. Then looking around, he said, "This is a plan of your office." "Call me a Jew if it ain't," exclaimed Mr. Moss, taking it. "Yes, it is certainly a plan of your office. See, here is the doorway, and there comes the other room. Then there is a cross against the fireplace in this room, on what I judge from the lines, to mean the 4th board from the hearthstone, and another cross against the 6th from the hearthstone in the other room. Get a crowbar, Mr. Moss. There's one downstairs. I do believe that, If you'd asked for a crocodile, he'd have got one downstairs. Crowbar and a policeman to wield it were soon procured, and then the mystery was unraveled. Close to where I sat were unearthed several copperplates for the forging of Russian ruble notes of various amounts, and in the back room under the flooring were found several hundreds of well-executed forgeries, carefully soldered up in a tin case together, with correspondence implicating Orloff and the bear. It appeared that Brunton was engaged by a New York gang to engrave the plates, and that he had never seen his employers, the agent between them being the Louise before mentioned, whose fair hand I had been compelled to decline. Brunton had evidently become frightened and had fled. He was no traitor, or he would have decamped with the plates. Perhaps the dread of having to espouse Louise may have had something to do with his flight. She was a very handsome woman, if I may judge from a photograph of her found in the tin case, but looked like one accustomed to rule, and who would not hesitate to administer wholesome correction to her spouse. Assisted into a carriage, which was waiting, I had the satisfaction of seeing the Baron and Orloff, brought down in handcuffs, the Baron regarding me with a sweet smile and Orloff scowling on me like a fiend. I did not prosecute, for they were so well known to the police as forgers that there was evidence enough for the Russian embassy to procure a conviction and a sentence of 10 years penal servitude. And in due time, I recovered and dismissed the matter from my mind. But I had not heard the last of it. About 12 months after the trial and condemnation of the Baron and his friend, there came one night a timid knock at my office door, and my clerk, for I had such a luxury, then ushered in what at first sight seemed to be a moving bundle of rags. Strictly speaking, the bundle of rags insisted on seeing me, and ushered itself in spite of all remonstrances. It came and stood before me, and resolved itself into the semblance of a man, lean, haggard, sunken-eyed, ragged, and dirty, but with a face something like my own, and without putting a question I knew that I stood face to face with Carl Brunton, and I addressed the rags by that name. I took that name, the poor shivering thing replied, but my name is but no matter, may I speak to you? Yes, go on. Will you give me some drink first? I have had none today, and feel delirium tremens coming on. Oh, how cold it is, and how I shiver. I sent the clerk for some brandy, which he took raw, and with shaking hand held out the glass for more. I imagine it is Mr. Moss you want to see, is it not? If so, you will find him tomorrow at 10 o'clock. No, I am very poor, very poor. Will you give me 6 pence? I gave him half a crown. Now what can I do for you? I left some property here. When I went away, you want refuse to give it up. I seem poor, but am rich, as so rich, and I will pay you well. You mean the forged ruble notes, and the plate you engraved them from? Ah, who told you that? Then you have found them, and used them. I ran away from them, and wished to lead a better life. But they drew me back, and now you have robbed me, and I shall starve. I explained to the poor wretch what had become of his possessions, and how they were found, and inquired if he had not heard of the fate of his accomplices. No, I have been wandering about the country, living in hospitals, because they hunt me down from place to place. They will kill me as they did the Posen Jew and the engraver at Stockholm, all because they demanded a fair share. They are dogging me tonight. One of them is outside now. Let me see, what did I come here for? Oh, 6 pence. Lend me 6 pence. I'll give you £100 for it tomorrow. I made a further donation, and as the man was evidently in a state of delirium, I told my clerk to fetch a medical man, but before he could execute the order, the bundle of rags crept down the narrow stairs, sitting on each step and wriggling by aid of his hands to the next below, whilst we, unable to pass him, looked on, wondering how it would all end. The street gained, he stood upright, and casting a terrified glance around, fled away into the darkness, and we, following the direction he had taken, learned shortly afterwards that a beggar had thrown himself into the Mersey from St. George's landing stage and had sunk to rise no more. His body was never found, and I, having had enough of Mercer Street, moved my quarters, much to the regret of Mr. Moss, for, quoth he, 2 of 'em are at Portland, and another at the bottom of the river, so you may call me a Jew if anyone troubles you again. But I went, and the office is still without a tenant, and I shudder when I pass through the street at night, and looking up see the 2 black shining windows like 2 great eyes watching me, and fancy I can see a shadowy form in rags pressing his face to the glass, and gibbering and bowing at the busy stream of human life, which surges to and fro forever. When the narrator had brought his story to a conclusion, there was a dead silence for a brief period. The card players had been so interested that their game had been carried on in a loose, desultory manner, and the whole of Peace's guests were more or less wonderstruck. "You know how to enchain your hearers' attention, sir," observed our hero. "What I have been telling you is simply a narrative of facts, and as I before observed it proves the truth of the old adage that truth is stranger than fiction, but I have to apologize for so rudely interrupting the game." "There is no occasion for apologies, sir," said a Peckham tradesman, who formed one of the party, "for the account you have given is one which I think all of us would have been sorry to have missed." "I think we shall all of us agree in that," observed Peace. "But this is a social evening, and all I desire is to see everyone enjoy themselves." "You might vary the entertainment with a little music, Mr. Thompson," said Bandulegged Bill. "After this, perhaps, some other gentleman will tell us another story." "I am at your disposal, gentlemen," returned our hero. "If you desire to hear a little music, so be it. But with your permission, I will just put some of my pets through their paces." Having made this observation, he opened the door of the room and whistled to his dogs. Two docile animals came bounding into the apartment. They skipped about, wagged their tails, and demonstrated the greatest possible affection for their master. Peace played a tune on his violin, and made them dance on their hind legs, and go through a variety of difficult and diverting feats to the infinite delight of the assembly. "You have a wonderful power over the brute creation," said Mr. Whittock. "Why, you might pull in a lot of money as a public entertainer." "It has always been a hobby of mine, sir. I take great delight in teaching those faithful creatures. I say faithful advisedly, for the most fortunate of us will acknowledge that they are more faithful, and I may add less selfish than man." "It is not very complimentary of you to say so," observed Mrs. Thompson, who was at this time on her best behavior. "You are right, my dear," returned Peace. "It is not complimentary, but our friends will excuse it. Present company is of course accepted." At this there was a roar of laughter, after which Peace and Willie Ward played another duet. To see our hero at this time, it would have been impossible for anyone to guess that he was anything else than a genial, good-natured, kind-hearted old gentleman who took a delight in making everybody happy and comfortable around him. The old adage that appearances are oftentimes deceptive was specially applicable in his case, for he would have deceived the Prince of Darkness himself, his power of dissimulation being perfectly marvelous. In the course of conversation, he expressed himself in such a gentle, unobtrusive way, assumed for the nonce such a moral tone, and reprobated wrongdoing so earnestly, and at the same time so naturally, that it would have been impossible for anyone who did not know his manner and mode of life to imagine him to be the hardened, callous, unscrupulous criminal whose nefarious career we have endeavored to shadow forth. "Now, gentlemen," cried Peace, after a pause, "make yourselves at home, just as you like. Whittock, see to your friends, and help them to all they require. Possibly, you know more of their habits than I do." "They are very well able to take care of themselves," said Mr. Whittock. "If they don't have all they want, it's their own fault." One of the personages introduced by Whittock has been already introduced to the reader. The other was a Mr. Corbett, who had been a captain to one of the American steamers. He was a weather-beaten, self-reliant man, who, albeit mixing with the company, had not as yet spoken a great deal. His friend Whittock, however, was anxious to draw him out, for when once Mr. Corbett did let loose the jawing tackle, he went in for a pelter. "This old pirate could spin a few yarns, if he chose," said Whittock, nodding towards the party to whom he was alluding. "Anyone can see that," observed one of the company. "Hang it, Jenkins, you've trumped my trick," he added, in a petulant tone, addressing himself to his partner. "I beg your pardon, I am sure," returned Jenkins apologetically. "How very foolish of me, to be sure. I don't know what I could have been thinking about." "Spin us a yarn, Corbett, and stop this wrangling," cried Whittock. "I ain't up to it," said the captain. "Besides, my experience is chiefly confined to foreign parts, as people are apt to observe." "All the better, sir," said Peace. "All the more interesting we lead in this country such a monotonous, humdrum sort of life, that there are positively no incidents worth recording." "I don't know that," observed Corbett. "None of us can pass through life, I expect, without meeting with some strange adventure, without gaining some experience." "Oh, we gain experience without doubt, Corbett," said Whittock. "It is hardly possible for it to be otherwise." "Well said, Corbett. As our friend has given you a little of his own experience, I don't mind following suit. I don't mean with cards, for that's not much in my line, but I'll just give you another narrative of facts." "Hear, hear, fire away, Capon," cried Whittock, and one or two others, anything to keep the game alive. During the milder months of the 12 constituting a year, I occupied myself in running a small steamer from Puntsville to be carrying the mails such as they were freight, and any chance passengers, which I assure you were exceedingly scarce. These trips were generally of a monotonous character to the crew of the Silver Arrow, consisting of the engineer myself and an Ethiopian deckhand. Once, however, something extraordinary out of the general routine of rounding points, making fast to the long, straggling, desolate wooden piers of the intermediate landings, or the 1,001 little nothings peculiar to the voyage, occurred, which came near resulting in my death besides putting me to serious inconvenience, and in a not very reputable predicament. One bright June afternoon, the Silver Arrow, backed from her wharfage at B, sped gallantly down the sunny channel, lined on either side by rows of carved, lettered, gilt dingy sterns of all nations, and soon with her bright new paint reflecting in her wake, and her streamers flying, was going down the wide river. In high good humor was I, for besides an unusual quantity of freight 3 passengers had booked themselves for Puntsville, full fare paid, intending, as they remarked, to participate in a hunting expedition in the game-abounding district of the lower river. We had proceeded some 20 miles. Darkness was beginning to succeed twilight, when, giving the wheel in charge of Dick, the deckhand, I descended to ascertain if all was in readiness for the passengers in their allotted cabins. The Silver Arrow was run on stringent bachelor principles, and no charming femme de chambre enlivened us by her silvery vocalization, or by her clever manipulation administered to our comfort. After seeing all correct, I went into my own little cabin, and perceiving the mailbags in the center of the floor where I had carelessly thrown them when the post office messenger had brought them down, I proceeded to place them in a more secure location, when, as I raised the leathern sacks up, the bottom of one gave away, and out in a thick spreading torrent rolled a mass of letters and packages. Dropping on my knees, I raked them in, and then, examining the bag, found that the mischief was occasioned by the receptacle being charged beyond its capacity, the bottom bursting out from the severe pressure of more letters and packages than, to my knowledge, had ever at any one previous time constituted the Puntsville mail. There I was on my knees, with an immense pile of mail matters heaped before me, and I was mentally deliberating what to do with the matter, when softly behind me creaked the door, and in a second a strong set of fingers grasped my throat, bending me back to the floor, and the cold, icy muzzle of a pistol pressed fearfully against my temple. He who held me thus I recognized as one of the 3 passengers, a slightly built, extremely muscular, quick-eyed sort of a man. Physically, he was a far better man than I, and the position in which he seized me rendered me perfectly helpless. "Ho, ho, my old bird, robbing the mail, 20 years in the penitentiary," said he, in a low, clear whisper, with a peculiarly triumphant sparkle in his sharp eyes. I tried to speak, but his grasp on my throat prevented me. He pressed harder and continued in the same cautious undertone. "Lie still, my beauty, or out go your thievish cerebrals, however ill let go your throat. But if for a fraction of a second you open your lips, ill let daylight into your aged anatomy, my venerable but ungodly purloiner." And he indulged in a moderate laugh at his own quaint style of expression, as, keeping his weapon in a straight line with my forehead, he crept toward the door, and gently closed it. Coming quickly back, he placed the muzzle against my forehead, saying mockingly, "You are a pretty one to be robbing the president's mail at your time of life, you virtuous old sinner." "You infernal villain," I broke out, however not very loudly, because at the first movement of my lips, he clapped his hand on my throat, and the revolver pressed harder, and now at half-cock, a hair-breadth space between me and eternity. By some great effort, however, I managed to blurt out in spasmodic whispers that the mail had burst, had not been robbed, as could be proved by inspection, and that I wanted to ascertain by what authority he came the detective over me in so forcible a manner. Laughingly, he took from his pocket a scrap of written paper, held it out of reach, but near enough to be legible, whereon was stated that so-and-so was commissioned by so-and-so to investigate the cause of the numerous losses that had recently occurred on the Puntsville mail route. Roman 100. No use palaverin, my renowned skinflint, you've been caught squarely and fairly in the deed, and you're a booked certain for Sing Sing, or some other institution conducted on the same charitable system, and you won't get out for a period, no, not at least, till you get the presidential pardon." The affair was growing more strangely serious than I had anticipated, and still I lay on the cabin floor, with the contents of the mailbag strewn over and around me, the detective keeping rigid surveillance over my every movement however slight. Leaning forward with his foot, he pushed the door partially ajar, pursed up his mustached lips, whistled a bar of some current popular music, and directly footsteps sounded without, and soon another one of the passengers entered the cabin. Exchanging a significant look with my captor, he looked around the room with a quick glance, and coming close to my head, dropped down suddenly on his knees, and almost before I was aware of it had inserted a gag in my mouth, and there I lay speechless. Without losing any time, they seized me by neck and heels, and plunged me without the least effort into the bunk. Then a heavy cloth deeply saturated with chloroform was thrown over my face, and after that, if you accept for an instant, a confused sound of rumbling machinery and a rushing of waters, I remember nothing. When I regained my senses, all the cabin was dark, my brain was confused, and obfuscated. I managed to get out of the bunk, looked out the narrow window, and saw that surging black water and heavy threatening driving thunderclouds were the only things visible. The waves were rising fearfully, the huge white-capped black-bodied monsters rushed against the boat's side, with thuds that made every timber rattle. The paddle wheels were idly beating to and fro, the wind shrieked through the chains that held the smokeless stack, and the Silver Arrow rocked enough to throw 9 out of 10 freshwater sailors off their feet. 100 thoughts sprang up. Why had the boat stopped? Where were the passengers? Oh, now the whole series of events occurred to my remembrance. Perhaps the engineer and the Negro had suspected foul play and resisted the rascals, and had been disabled if not murdered. With fearful misgivings, I groped along the passage, reached the engine room, and stepping across the sill fell over a human body. I knew where the lamps usually were kept, and after great difficulty succeeded in getting one alight. On the floor lying on his face was the engineer, but on examination I could discover no traces of violent treatment. However, the odor of chloroform pervaded the room, and I was persuaded that that forcible agent had been brought to operate upon other systems besides my own. The engineer was stupefied by the combined influences of chloroform and whiskey, for the odor of the latter was nauseously prevalent, but whether the liquor had been imbibed from voluntary self-indulgence or from forcible application, the individual upon whom the potent influence was now in operation was in no condition to inform me, and I had no means of ascertaining the fact. Then I went upon deck, examining every nook for signs of my quondam passengers. I entered the pilot-house, and there on the bench, with his huge hands on the spokes of the wheel, sat the Negro deckhand, and a cloth swathed about his head of a faint chloroformic odor told how he had been rendered non-combatant. The storm was fearfully violent. Now, the boat seemed to be drifting rapidly, and rocked so that I experienced great difficulty in going below. The engineer seemed to be reviving, and a bucket of cold water dashed over him brought him quickly to his senses. With his assistance, I pumped the boiler full and started the fire, while he told me how one of the 3 passengers came in the engine room and threw a cloth over his face, and he remembered no more. No 71. Illustration: Ethelwood conducts Montpers. Lord Ethelwood conducts Chevalier Montpers through the picture gallery of Broxbridge Hall. These facts were somewhat mysterious, but danger was all around us, and no time could be spared for discussion, and necessarily, we were compelled to direct all our energies towards saving the boat from wreck and ourselves from destruction. Despite our danger, however, I could not help thinking of what had occurred, and suddenly it struck males. Leaving the engineer in charge, I rushed with my lamp to the cabin, and there strewn about as before lay the postal contents. I examined them eagerly, and in the heap saw a thick packet directed to the officer of the Puntsville and Rocktown R.R. Co., marked on the outside, No. 5, and in small calligraphy in the left-hand corner, $6,000. No. 5, and where were the remaining 4? I now remembered I had heard that $25,000 worth of endorsed and signed railroad bonds were to be put up for sale in Puntsville. There was one package, 1/5 of the total amontand, the other 4 were stolen. This was what had brought my 3 gentlemen passengers on a hunting expedition, yes, for game worth $20,000, and never a shot fired. As I stood in amazement at the daring and cleverness exhibited, and in alarm from the reflection of the responsibility I might incur from the robbery, a huge wave struck the boat, and she almost capsized. Hastily collecting the mail contents in the old bag, I shouted to the engineer to turn on all steam while I ran to the pilot house and grasped the wheel. Slowly the paddles went round, then faster than the silver arrow tore through the black waves under a dangerous pressure of steam. Hardly had we attained speed ere a great mountain wave struck her amidships, carrying away the larboard paddle box and the greater portion of the aft bulwarks. The boat rocked and plunged, almost stopped, then the wheels crashed through the splintered timbers that had become inserted in the paddles, and again we bore on, until a loud snap echoed through the boat. The wheels stopped, the silver arrow, caught up by the rushing waters, drifted helplessly. The engineer, breathless, came up and said the piston lever had broken, and still we drifted on to death. Another giant wave struck 3 feet of water below and fast, filling. Still raged the storm and warred the water. 2 miles from shore, and the black ghastly whitened waves roared over the rocky bar 200 yards distant. In an instant we were close on it. I rushed below, seized the mail bags, and unscrewing the cylinder head thrust them in, and closed it up. Then they were in a watertight compartment, safe and recoverable, even if the luckless silver arrow went to the bottom. As I secured the mails, the water was waist-high. When I reached deck, the waves were beginning to roll over it, and the engineer and negro, whom it seemed the terror of the situation had suddenly roused, were launching the remaining boat. The starboard boat, I forgot to mention, had been discovered gone when I examined the deck on recovering from the chloroform's somnolent effects. I shouted to them to save themselves by some other means, as no boat could live in such a storm, and then, grasping the chain stays, hauled myself hand over hand to the top of the stack, which had not yet cooled, though the fires had been extinguished 20 minutes, and the spray was continually dashing over and around, causing jets of steam to emanate from every spot it touched on the black cylinder. I hung there for life, though it scorched my hands dreadfully, and at last I managed to lash myself fast by a bit of rope, which providentially I had found in my pocket. The boat sank no deeper, it had grounded on the bar, and I was temporarily safe. Then I looked amid the turmoil of waters for the engineer and his companion. Of them I could see nothing. Half a furlong to leeward, tossed the boat bottom upward, the unfortunate men had gone to the bottom. The silver arrow rocked fearfully and jarred, and shocked me through every limb as I hung lashed to the smokestack. I was fast being spent when the storm abating, a boat put out from shore, and without detailing the difficulty of getting aboard, suffice it to say that half dead I was rescued, and after a couple of days' recuperation on shore, I got aboard a schooner bound up, and arriving at Puntsville related what had happened. In a few days calm weather returned, the silver arrow was raised, the mails were secured intact, and I mentally resolved to give up steamboating for a lengthy interval at least, and measures were taken to recover the stolen railroad bonds through the city detectives. Finally, it was rumored that the bonds had been recovered from a city firm who had purchased them 2 days after they were stolen, that the party who had sold them could not be found, but his arrest was very probable from the descriptive clues which the authorities had received from a member of the victimized firm. And now I became involved in a predicament equaling in unpleasantness that of the clinging to the smokestack of the sinking silver arrow. One day, about a week after the robbery, a gentleman called at the Puntsville Hotel and expressed a wish for a private interview, and when we were alone, produced a warrant for my arrest for mail robbery. Remonstrance was useless. He said it was a very unpleasant duty, but the law must be enforced. Roman 100, and as the document was in proper form and legally made out, I could do nothing but accompany him. To be brief, I was tried and convicted on the sworn and positive evidence of the senior partner of the firm, who had purchased the stolen bonds. He identified me as the man who brought the stolen paper into their office, and to whom he had paid the money for the same. In detail, his evidence went to the effect that the man had gray mutton-chop whiskers and mustache, brown eyes, red face, and a mole on the left cheek, all of which answered my description exactly. In vain my lawyer argued and argued. The evidence was point-blank against me, and an alibi could not be proved, for unfortunately, the very day on which the bonds had been offered for sale, I had gone starting at sunrise on a solitary fishing excursion to a little frequented part of the river, and had not met a single person until I came home late at night. The trial lasted but 1 day, and the next I was on my way to the Albany Penitentiary for a term of 3 years. The prison became unusually crowded, and I was compelled to occupy a cell in companionship of another convict. We lived together very pleasantly, for some weeks became as intimate as our diverse social station would permit. And in a communicative mood, one night my companion related how once on a steamboat he with two other companions had robbed the mail, and after drugging, the crew had escaped in a small boat, and he wondered if the old captain was drowned, as he had heard afterwards that the boat had sunk. You may know what were my reflections when I heard this, and to be sure of a witness I informed the turnkey, and next night he stationed himself immediately outside the door, and in the course of our nightly conversation, my fellow convict repeated his confession, with an addition that he and his two pals had heard that the bonds were to be sent to Puntsville, and had laid their plans. As they carried them out, and what was of more immediate consequence to me, how one of them had imitated my appearance even to the mole upon my cheek, and thus turned the attention of the authorities towards me, and gave them time to get out of the country, and moreover that, when he succeeded in selling the purloined bonds he had decamped with the proceeds, and had never been heard from. He, the prisoner, was incarcerated, at the present time, for another offense, entirely different. With the turnkey as my witness I speedily obtained a hearing, and after a series of legal formalities was released from durance vile, and of course if I had not then been in comfortable circumstances, very likely I would have instituted an action for false imprisonment, and thereby put sums of money in the pockets of the lawyers, and a pittance into my own. However, I waived all right to compensation for my injured liberty, having had quite enough of legal experience, and this is what happened to me 30 years ago, when I was a young man. I said Corbett could tell you a tough yarn or two, remarked Whittock. Why, Lord bless you, he'd keep you amused the whole evening. He has tales about all sorts of things, and what is better, they are every one of them true. This one is that ill vow for, returned the captain, but I don't say all I tell are. We don't ask whether they are true or not, observed Peace, with a smile. It is enough for us to know that we are entertained so long as the hours pass pleasantly away, and we all enjoy ourselves. What more is needed? Everybody appeared to coincide in this opinion, and so after some more music, both vocal and instrumental, one of the guests who had appeared had been at one time a station master in the United States, told the following tale, which we reserve for another chapter. Chapter Roman 133, tied to the track station master's story. Our friend here said the station master has given you a notion of what a life on the ocean wave is now. I am just going on a different track altogether. Perhaps the most monotonous, unromantic life it is possible to conceive is that of a railway servant, whether guard, engine driver, porter, or station master, and I dare say you are all astonished at my volunteering a tale about railway life. Not at all, no such thing, go on, cried several. Well then, here goes, cried the narrator. Along about the years 6 to 7 and 8, it got to be altogether too common a thing on our line putting sleepers across the track, and tearing up rails to throw the train off so as to rob the express car, and some of the villains who were caught got pretty severe sentences. It so happened that in an especially noteworthy case, it was my own evidence chiefly, that convicted two of the most precious rascals you ever set eyes on, Tom Jackson and Clint Parker by name. They were sent to Joliet for 15 years, and I was mighty glad to serve as humble instrument in the case, I tell you, though sometimes I did feel kind of squeamish-like, when I repeat to myself the last words Parker said as they took him out of court. As for you, Joe Townsend, and he shook his fist significantly in my direction, all this comes of the cowardly lies you've sworn to, and I want you to understand that Tom Jackson and me, we ain't the men to stay down at Joliet. For 15 years breaking stone, we're goin' to get out, we are. And you may depend upon it, well, be careful to pay our first respects to you. We've invented a new kind of sleeper to throw trains off with, a Tom, and he leered horribly to his crony as they passed through the door. Those last words of Parker's I turned over in my mind a good many times during the next 2 years. Somehow or other they stuck by me. We've invented a new kind of sleeper to throw a train off the track. I kind of felt as though he meant something unusual by that, although I could not make out what it seemed that I was to find out though before many months. The house where my wife and the babies lived was just about 3/4 of a mile below the station, and quite near the track. I generally got through at the depot at 8:30, as soon as the accommodation went down. The night express, which goes through at 9, doesn't pull up at R at all, and the through freight which meets it down the road a piece at W. Of course, I have nothing to do with. I might mention here that the road is double track the entire length, but there is a long bridge at W, so that the freight always waits there for the express. At 8:30 then, as I say, I was at liberty for the night, and it didn't take me long to shut up the depot and start off down the road for home. And a lonely enough tramp, it is, I tell you, even on a bright night, for the track runs all the way through woods and swamps, and it's mighty dark and uncomfortable at best. Well, the night I am going to tell you about was black as the inside of a tumult tunnel when I started down the track. I almost wished I'd gone around by the highway, for I had to feel my way half the time. However, I knew the path tolerably well, and could tell where all the culverts and dangerous places were pretty nearly. So I held up my lantern, like the headlight of a locomotive, and stumbled along, making pretty good time on the whole. I must have been just about halfway home, I guess, when all at once, without the slightest idea on my part that any human being was within half a mile of me, I felt a pair of arms clasped around my waist with a strength it was impossible to overcome. Then suddenly I was thrown down the light from a more powerful lantern than mine, which had fallen from my hand, and become extinguished, flashed about me. And by its glare I saw three powerful fellows who, in spite of my struggles, and I am no baby, proceeded to tie my hands firmly behind me. I did not recognize them at all till at length, as I lay there on my back entirely helpless, one of them snatched the lantern from his companion and held it close down to me, while he brought his own face close to mine. "Wall, Joe Townsend," he said, "do you know me?" "Yes, I know you, Clint Parker," I answered as coolly as I could. I thought as how maybe what I didn't mean to stay down there to Joliet so long, that my dearest friend would forget me. "I've been thinkin' 'bout you, Joe, most all the time, while I was down there gettin' up my muscle breakin' stone. And here's another feller you may remember, leastways. He ain't forgot you, Tomond." I now recognized Tom Jackson, the other prisoner of 2 years before, the third man I had never seen. "This place'll do as well as any, I s'pose," Parker went on presently. "What's the time, Jem?" Jem consulted his watch and pronounced it to be about 9. "All right, hell have just about 50 minutes to think things over in, and repent having lied about two such exemplary gentlemen as Tom Jackson and myself." Tom and Tom chuckled approvingly. "Now get out all them ropes still," Parker went on. He seemed to be the leading spirit and spokesman of the enterprise. "Do ye know what we're goin' to do with your Joe? We ain't goin' to throw no trains off the track. Oh no, Tom and me, we wouldn't do nothin' of that kind, Tom. But we're goin' to let you throw one off. I told ye know that Tom and me wed discovered a new kind of sleeper for throwin' trains. We're just goin' to tie you down here across the track a while. That's all. We wouldn't do nothin' cruel, Tom." So their hellish purpose was revealed at last. They were going to tie me to the track and let the train pass over me. I confess at that moment my limbs actually shook with fear. It was not only death within less than an hour that I was to suffer, but death in a most violent and horrible form. Certainly a revenge worthy of two such monsters as stood there gloating over my misery. For a moment I thought only of myself, then I groaned aloud as I remembered Jenny and the little ones. I don't know why I should be ashamed to tell it. I doubt if there are many men who would not have done the same in my place, but I just sank down on my knees then and there and begged those heartless villains to forgo their desperate purpose. I might as well have gone on my knees to the great iron monster that would be along in so short a time to crush me. They only laughed merrily over my despair and began their work. "Y'all acknowledge yourselves, gentlemen, that it's rather a dismal look for a poor fellow to be gagged and bound hand and foot, and then be tied fast across a railroad track with his neck across one rail and his feet over the other, and to know that in something like half an hour's time a fast express train is coming down that very track without paying any attention to him whatever, and this in a dark, drizzly night, and in a lonely spot where no human being is at all likely to find him. And that's the way those double-deed scoundrels left Methy, tied me there fast and firm. They mockingly bade me good night and pleasant dreams. The leader, Parker, even stooped over me and kissed me with pretended tenderness, and I felt his hot, liquor-freighted breath on my cheek. And yet I could not cry out in my agony, nor curse them in my desperation, as they moved off. No words of mine, gentlemen, can describe the horror and agony I felt during the time I lay there. You cannot half imagine it. I doubt if I can recall it now, as it really was myself. I go over it again and again in my sleep to this day, fancy myself once more bound down to that fearful rack, powerless to stir hand or foot, yet striving with almost superhuman force to burst the ropes that bind metal. I finally seem to succeed, and awake shrieking from the horrid nightmare, with the sweat standing out in great drops upon my brow. But I did not burst my bonds that night. The villains had taken good care of that. There I was in a most painful position, bound by the neck to one rail, and by the ankles to the other, my hands tied beneath me, and my body fastened to a sleeper. Oh God, how I did struggle to free myself, how I sought to wrench away my legs, how I tugged at the cord which bound my wrists. And then, since I could not get them free, as I thought of the fearful death so soon to come upon me, how I strove to throttle myself with the rope that held my head to the rail. How I prayed that I might suffocate there. As I lay, I have heard that men have died of terror, but I don't believe it. If such a thing were possible, I think I should have perished in those dreadful moments. But I did not. Oh no, the murderers were to have their fullest revenge. And now suddenly, I grew strangely calm. I philosophized with myself. I said resignedly that a man could die, but once, and after all, what would it matter an hour hence? Besides, in reality, this was an instantaneous and almost painless end. But my wife and children, oh, I would like to live for them. And could I not? I was not dead yet. If I could only move myself a few feet, oh, so very few feet, yet I could not stir. Now a thought struck me. Could I not signal the train in some way, stop it 1 little yard or foot or inch before it passed over me? Alas, how they would never hear my cries. They would never see me in the darkness of the night. No one would know until the morrow, and then I should be, alas, crushed and mangled and dead. But my lantern, where was that? I turned my head and could see it a few feet away where I had dropped it. If I only had it on my breast, I could draw up my pocket with my teeth, I thought, and somehow get a match from it, and so light the lantern. And in my insane terror, I called out to it, and begged it to come nearer and save my wretched life. You may smile at that, gentlemen, but human nature is weaker than you think, and I believe I am as good a man ordinarily as the most. But all this time, the minutes were flying by like lightning. Horrible as that hour was to me, I could have wished it was all eternity. Every instant I dreaded to hear the train coming. I knew it must be well nigh time for it now, and I knew that it was on time, for we had telegraphed it an hour before. I will not dwell longer on my sufferings. I did not free myself. I could not, if the salvation of the race had depended upon it, nor did anybody come to free me. No one would ever pass that spot on a night like that, and at such an hour. Nor was the train behind time. No, I heard it at last. It was no creation of my excited fancy. This time, I heard it at last first, a faint rumbling sound that seemed to come from deep down in the earth beneath me. Then the ground seemed to thrill and tremble, then the rails rattled a little, then more and more, then I heard the whistle and bell. And then, oh God, another instant, and it would be upon me. I could even see the reflected glare of the headlight. I tried once more to cry out. I struggled again for an instant, with all the power of my being. Then I knew that my time was come, and I shut my eyes and lay quite still. And the great train came rushing on, and on it was close upon me. I saw it not yet. I felt it to be directly above me. Great heavens! What was this? Was it passing over me, and I still living and feeling it not? I opened my eyes. I saw the cars flashing by above and within a few feet of my head. Then the truth flashed upon me. The train was upon the other track. The reaction was too much for me, and I fainted dead away. When I came to consciousness again, I found myself in my own room at home. I had only a confused recollection of the events which had so lately befallen me, but they told me gently all that I did not know of the story. I had been very ill, they said, of brain fever. They had found me on the morning of that terrible night, bound fast not to the railroad track, but to a tree just a few rods away from it. I was very delirious, and was taken home, raving continually. I had been sick for a fortnight. Then they asked how it was that I came to be tied to the tree. But alas, I knew as little of that part of the story as they. Roman 999. I told them how I had been seized by Parker and his companions, and tied to the track. My lantern found near the spot, and distinct marks of a struggle, confirmed the story. The question was, how did I escape the train, and how did I become tied to the tree? My own theory is this: Parker and Jackson were not after all so bad as I took them to be. Their revenge had been not to murder me, but to fright me terribly, and they certainly had succeeded perfectly. I could see nothing. Tied as I was, could hardly turn my head, and they had easily persuaded me into the idea that I was on the down track, that of the passenger express. After the train had passed, they had come to release me before the up freight should be along. They had fastened me to the tree, so as to get fully away before I could give any alarm. That is the only way I can account for the facts, and though I certainly don't owe the rascals anything for what they did to me, I never think of the affair to this day, without feeling a kind of gratitude towards them, and thanking God they were not as black-hearted as I thought they were after all." "Well, that's a jolly good yarn," said the captain. "It beats mine into an almighty smash, and no mistake." "Oh, I don't say that," observed Whittock. "You are both good storytellers. Talk about the Arabian Nights entertainment. I rather fancy we could knock up one ourselves if we had a mind." "I am sure we could," returned Peace. "But the time is getting late, gentlemen," said the captain. "The best of friends must part. Time is on the wing, and all that sort of thing." "Time was made for slaves," cried one of the party. "Don't go yet." "No, sit down, and make yourself as happy as possible," said Peace, who on this occasion, as on many others of a similar nature, proved himself to be an excellent host, and a most genial companion, so that the small hours of the morning had arrived before the party broke up. There was the usual amount of leave-taking, shaking of hands, and protestations of friendship. Peace saw his guests to the outer gate, and then, when all had taken their departure, he returned into the house with Bandlegged Bill, who took up his quarters at No. 4 for the remainder of the night. Chapter Roman 130. For Lord Ethelwood's return home. Regrets for the past. News from abroad. Lord Reginald Ethelwood returned to England a sadder, and in some respects, a wiser man. He was no longer the gay and light-hearted nobleman, whose merry pranks and jovial manner caused his associates to court his company. A strange alteration in the mode of life and manner of the young Earl had taken place. He was grave and thoughtful, and at times melancholy. A shadow seemed to have fallen upon him, and the recollection of the events that had taken place during his sojourn on the continent seemed to cling to him with terrible tenacity. There were a number of circumstances connected with his liaison with Theresa Trieste, which could not fail to cause him great uneasiness, but beyond and above all there was the fact that he had sent to his account a young man, who, whatever his faults might have been, was true, faithful, and self-sacrificing to the object of his love. Indeed, Chanute had displayed an amount of chivalry and devotion which could not fail to command the respect of Lord Ethelwood. Upon returning to his ancestral home, Reginald had ample time to consider over past events. He could not but acknowledge to himself that his share in the business did not in any way redound to his credit, and now that he had time and leisure to reflect on the part he had played in the sanguinary drama, caused him to upbraid himself for his rash and impetuous course of action. Lord Reginald, upon his arrival in England, hastened at once to the town residence of his mother, to whom he paid his respects. Nothing was said about the tragedy of the Jura Mountains. "My dear Reginald," exclaimed Aveline, embracing her son with maternal fondness, "it is indeed a source of happiness for me to see you again in your native land, and I hope and trust you will not again leave the country, certainly not for some time, to Comefer. Oh, my darling boy, you do not know how anxious I have been about you. Consider, Reginald, the position you hold as the representative of an honored lineth, only representative, and consider also how needful it is for you to uphold the dignity of the house of which you are, I am sure, a worthy representative." "I have duly considered that, mother," returned Reginald, "and therefore it behoves you to be mindful of yourself. Alas, my son, there are many reasons for you to be especially guarded in your conduct. Remember the untimely end of your predecessors, earls, sans and the end also of my poor mother. I tremble when I think of the untoward events which have taken place, and it is therefore with something like a melancholy foreboding that I charge you to take special care of yourself." "You need not be any way concerned about me," said Reginald, not very well knowing what his mother was driving at. "I am in good health and spirits. Why therefore should you be thus anxious?" "Are you in good health and spirits? It has struck me that you do not look so happy and contented as when you left for Thisthai's hunting expedition." Lord Ethelwood burst out into a loud laugh. "Why, my dear mother," said he, "to hear you speak thus one would almost imagine you to be a fatalist." "Well, assuming you came to that conclusion, what then?" "What, you would not have me come to any such rash conclusion, I should imagine." "Have you reflected upon past events?" said Aveline. "Have you duly considered the strange vicissitudes of the house of Ethelwood, of which you are now the representative? Have you thought of the untimely deaths of the younger members of that honorable line-off, the sad end of your grandmother, and all the events which have led to your being the rightful and acknowledged heir? It behoves you, my son, to be duly impressed with your position to strive in every possible way to support to the best of your ability the dignity of our house. I am duly impressed with all this, said the young earl, and do not need to be reminded of it. Ah, Reginald, exclaimed Aveline, pardon me, for being thus plainspoken in you. I behold the sole surviving link, from the present to the past of a great race. I know that, mother, but why this concern and anxiety? I am well, and am heedful of the trust which is imposed upon me. Spoken like my own dear son, said Aveline, I am sure you will never do aught to compromise, or sully, the honor of the Ethelwoods. I hope not, he added with something like melancholy foreboding in his tone, for he remembered at the time the sad events which had so recently taken place. It was evident enough from his mother's manner that she had some inkling of the part he had been playing in the dark drama on the Continental bait. She wisely forbore from alluding directly to it. She was concerned and troubled about something. What this was Lord Ethelwood could only surmise. After paying his respects to his father-in-law, he returned to Broxbridge Hall, which has been the stage upon which so many scenes of our drama have been enacted. At Broxbridge he was in a great measure secluded from a host of acquaintances, who at that particular time he was not anxious to meet. Mr. Jackal, full of years and servitude, was still the majordomo of the establishment. He appeared to be as devoted to his young master as he was to the late earl. Jackal was at this time a very old man. He had the same soft, respectful, unobtrusive manner as of yore. Indeed, these qualities were even more apparent in his declining years, if this were possible. The slightest hint given by Lord Ethelwood was considered law by his faithful and venerable servitor, and it afforded the old domestic a considerable amount of pleasure and satisfaction at beholding the earl return to his ancestral home. Mr. Jackal was not at all demonstrative, was never gushing, but those who knew him best were at no loss to comprehend when he was pleased or otherwise. Lord Reginald, after his return to Broxbridge, remained for a considerable time secluded. He did not court the company of his quondam companions, and his retainers could not fail to observe that he had come back a sadder and more thoughtful man. It is true he received a few visitors with his accustomed good fellowship and courtesy, but there was no longer that sportive madcap merriment which had marked his course of life before leaving for the continent. No one was quite able to account for the altered demeanor of the gay and merry young earl. Very shortly after his return, he received a letter from abroad which seemed to deepen the shadow which had so suddenly fallen upon him. The epistle in question came from Theresa Trieste. It was couched in the most affectionate language. In almost every passage the writer gave expression to deep and unfailing love. But at the same time, the tone of it was melancholy and sorrowful to the last degree. In fact, it appeared that Theresa was plunged into the depths of despair. Her mother had been suddenly and unexpectedly struck down with a fit of apoplexy, and after lingering for a few hours, she expired. This was a sad blow to the Earl. Theresa was left with little or no provision, and in addition to this, she expected very shortly to become a mother. Lord Ethelwood was greatly concerned upon learning this. He naturally enough upbraided himself for the part he had been playing, but it was now not possible to retract. The death of Madame Trieste was an event he had not counted on, and it of course added to the complication of circumstances with which he had become surrounded by his own imprudence. But he was in an exalted position, was wealthy, and under all the circumstances felt bound to make some provision for the woman whom he had so deeply wronged. This was an easy matter enough, but Theresa did not view the matter in a mercenary light. She would have been content to share poverty with her seducer so long as she was near him and was assured of his love. Lord Reginald did not know what to do under the circumstances. He was still greatly attached to Theresa, and he therefore wrote a most affectionate letter to her in reply to the one he had received. He enclosed a draft for a considerable sum with the letter, and bade her consider him in the light of both a friend and a lover. The position was both a difficult and a delicate one, and he was therefore specially cautious in wording his letter. Not that he had the faintest notion that the unhappy Theresa would take any advantage of any incautious expression, but still, he deemed it just as well to be on the safe side. He also dispatched a missive to the Chevalier de Montpers, bidding him wait upon Theresa and comfort her as he best could. He also entrusted the arrangements of the funeral of Madame Trieste to his friend de Montpers. He begged as a special favor of the old Frenchman his attention to these matters, and wound up by an earnest request that he de Montpers would pay a visit to Broxbridge. In a week or two after this, the Earl was both surprised and delighted when one of his servants announced that a gentleman stranger to Broxbridge was waiting in one of the reception rooms. Upon looking at the card handed to him by the domestic, the Earl saw it was none other than his late second, who desired to speak with him. The Chevalier was at once conducted into the presence of the Earl. "My dear good friend," exclaimed the latter, "this is indeed kind and considerate of you. I know not how to thank you sufficiently for your kindness and attention." "Well, the fact is, Ethelwood," said de Montpers, "I could not remain away any longer. I felt naturally enough that you needed advice and consolation. Besides, it was essential for me to communicate with you personally. I am overjoyed to see you sit down and make this place your home for some time to come at all events." "Ah, but I intend to do that," cried the Chevalier with a shrug and a grimace. "But you've got a fine old palatial mansion, a grand old place, which I should imagine has stood for centuries, that is, if one is to judge from appearances. It is very old, almost as old as our genealogical tree." "I should suppose so. Well, my young friend, I intend to enjoy myself while I am here, so you mustn't think of assuming a serious or dejected aspect, for I tell you frankly, I will not permit it. You are under my care, Noto, you understand, and are to be as merry and jocund as possible." "I will endeavor to be so," returned Reginald, "that is as far as circumstances will admit." "Bah, circumstances, what have you to complain of? Nothing, positively nothing." "Very well, it shall be as you say. I will not repine." "I hope not, indeed. I am not an envious man, my dear Ethelwood. If I were, I should long to be in your position. You have youth, health, wealth, and bear an honored name, second to none within these realms. What more do you need?" "A clear conscience," returned the Earl. "Mon Dieu, don't be so weak and silly. You had better have some champagne, and we can talk this matter over at our leisure." "I won't say no. Let us have some sparkling, then, if you have no objection." "None in the least." "Ah, I see, you are not so bad as I thought," cried de Montpers, raising the glass and pledging his friend with the same. "Is that better?" said he. "You received my note, of course," observed Ethelwood, when the first civilities were over. The Frenchman nodded. "And to him the funeral, how did that pass over?" "I carried out your instructions to the very letter." "I was sure you would do that. 1,000 thanks. And poor Teresa?" "Ah, mon ami, she was sadly borne down, poor girl. I thought she would have gone into hysterics. But she is better, no much better. Ah, she will be all right again in the due course of time. These things are always sad. And in her case, there was every reason for deep and poignant sorrow. I am thankful for having been of service to her." "You did your best to cheer her up, I have no doubt." "My very best." It is altogether a most unfortunate affair, de Montpers, and I need not tell you that it has been a source of trouble to me, which, despite all the philosophy I can bring to bear upon it, still hangs heavily on my conscience." "Conscience, you have nothing to charge yourself with. Have acted in every way as becomes an honorable gentleman." "Oh, no," interrupted the Earl with sudden warmth. "That is my view of the matter," observed the Frenchman, "and I am a much older man than you are and ought to be a competent judge of what is wrong and what is right. Why, my dear young friend, in my young days, these things were as common occurrences as possible. Nobody even thought anything of them. You became enamored of a young and fascinating female, and she was attached to you. Well, the end we both know. What do you propose doing?" "That is precisely why I have been so anxious to see you." "To seek my advice?" "Yes." "You cannot do otherwise than make a provision for her." "Of course not, but that will not satisfy her." "No, it will not," said the old Frenchman as he swallowed another glass of wine. "She seems to me to be what one might call madly infatuated. But dear me, women are such strange creatures that one hardly knows what to say to them. She wants to come to this country." "Yes, so she gave me to understand." "To be near you, that is her only reason, I believe." "Ah, she is infatuated. But you mustn't compromise yourself merely for the sake of a lovesick woman." "What would you advise me to do then?" "Ah, that is a question one finds it difficult to answer upon the spur of the moment. But you have thought the matter over, I suppose." "I have certainly given it due consideration. But then I am not Lord Ethelwood. I am only an old military officer. My view of the case and yours may be diametrically opposite. Don't you see that?" "Yes, I quite understand what you mean, but take another glass." Thank you. It is unfortunate for you and especially so for her that her mother died at this juncture, but it could not be helped, and it is not therefore any use dwelling upon it. It is very unfortunate. And you know, Ethelwood, I am really sorry for the girl. Perhaps you won't believe me when I say so, but I am indeed. I have no reason to disbelieve you, monsieur, far from it. Because you see she is placed in a false position. Yes, that is quite true. But you mustn't compromise yourself, you mustn't do that come what may. I should be base indeed, if I deserted her after all that has passed. Oh dear me, no one could think of advising you to do that, certainly no one who had any respect for you. By the way, this is a splendid glass of wine, a little sweet perhaps, but it's none the worse for that it is of the finest vintage. I am glad it meets with your approval, as I know you are an excellent judge. Well, as I was about to observe, said the Chevalier carelessly to Riza, thinks only of you. You are the father of the child, which is soon to see the light. And I am in some doubt as to what course I ought to advise you to take. I should not like to be instrumental in bringing an encumbrance on Youstil. At the same time, I cannot conceal from myself that to leave her to take her chance in those cursed mountains all alone, and without any other companion than her maid, who to say the truth is a giddy flirting little puss, is not altogether desirable. I am delighted to hear you say so, cried the Earl, and for this reason, that it coincides with my own view of the question. I am now determined. I will have her over here take a villa for her, in one of the London suburbs. Or apartments for her in the metropolis. Yes, or apartments perhaps, that would be better. Much better. Villas are all very well in their way, but she would be much more cheerful and contented with apartments. I think you are right, but that is a question which we can determine upon her arrival. I will write at once, and tell her to come over to this country, without any delay. What say you? The Chevalier answered with a shrug. I think I am in duty bound to do thrice. Well, perhaps you are. One thing has been made manifest to me plainly. What is that? She won't be contented, where she is, that's quite certain, and behafter, all you can well afford to keep a mistress, or half a dozen or so for the matter of that. And you are quite justified in doing so. They are at times troublesome to a man, but one can't have any pleasure in this world without its alloy. Send for her, let her come over at once, Ethelwood. Before I leave, possibly, I may be of service to you. My dear de Montpers, you are as good as a father to me. I don't know what I should have done without you. Oh, you would have done well enough, I dare say, observed the Chevalier. I don't think so. Well, we won't dispute upon that subject. I am here enjoying your society and hospitality, and I don't intend to leave you for the present, certainly not, till I see you out of this little difficulty. And how about the mountaineers? Did you see or hear anything of them after I took my departure? I heard a good deal, cried de Montpers, in a serious tone, heard enough to fully comprehend that they intended to polish you off, if a chance had been afforded them. Sacker, I shudder when I think of the bloodthirsty miscreants. Ah, they meant mischief then. Mon Dieu, yes. But how did you know this? From the young fellow, who was Chanut's second. He has behaved in a way which meets with my unqualified approval. Has he? Yes, he is an honorable and upright young man, and evinced the greatest possible solicitude for your safety. He knew the danger of the situation, knew that a band of mountaineers were in league together to towel-bombarder you at their earliest convenience, and made me acquainted with the whole of their proceedings. I had 3 or 4 of the rascals arrested. But as there was no direct evidence against them, they were discharged with a caution. This is all I could possibly do, and I believe that to a certain extent it had a salutary effect. They were intimidated, they knew the eyes of the officers of justice were on them, and they returned to their fastnesses like a set of curs. As they are still my friend, despite all these precautions, we cannot conceal from ourselves that your life was not worth a few hours' purchase. While you were in the neighborhood of those treacherous mountains, neither would it be now if you were imprudent enough to return. I am not likely to do that, said Lord Reginald, not at all likely, for very many reasons. I should suppose not. Oh dear me, no, but the day is still young. What say you to a stroll in the grounds? Nothing would please me better, but before proceeding thither, will you just let me have a look at your picture gallery? By all means, with the greatest pleasure. Lord Reginald Ethelwood conducted the Chevalier to the gallery, in which the late Earl so loved to linger, and here it was that Charles Peace in an earlier day succeeded in making such a wonderful restoration of one of the portraits which now looked as fresh and bright as when it was first painted. As the old Frenchman passed through, he came to a sudden halt and stood for some time gazing upon the portrait of the late Earl. "How lifelike," he ejaculated, "what an admirable representation of my late friend. I should have known it anywhere, and under any circumstances. I never saw a better portrait." "It is wonderfully well done, monsieur. The artist has caught the habitual expression of his features, which to say the truth were generally tinged with a shade of melancholy." "Say rather thoughtfulness," quietly remarked the Chevalier. "The late Earl was thoughtful and meditative by nature. There were many reasons for this which it would be needless to dwell upon now." "You are quite right, such was the case," returned Lord Reginald. After passing through the gallery, the two friends rambled over the grounds, and in the woods on the Broxbridge estate, returning to the hall to dinner. De Montfort's visit proved to be a great source of comfort to the young Earl. The Chevalier had been so mixed up in recent events that he was specially welcome, and was made much of by the master of the hall. The days passed pleasantly enough. The Chevalier had a whole fund of anecdotes at his command, and although advanced in years, he was brimful of jocularity, sparkling repartee, and lively discourse upon present and past events. The visitors to the hall were quite charmed with him, and Reginald looked forward to his departure with something like sorrow and regret. But de Montfort was too well satisfied with his present quarters to dream of leaving them at present. He had passed his word to remain in England till the arrival of Theresa Trieste, who had written a reply to the Earl's letter, intimating that she would be with him as soon as she possibly could. Theresa lost no time in carrying out her promise. She had become an object of mark in her mountain home, and the mountaineers regarded her with malevolent looks, in which aversion, not to say hatred, formed the chief ingredient. They did not attempt to molest her or offer any positive insult, but she was duly impressed with the fact that there was a general feeling of discontent and animosity towards her in consequence of the part she had played in the sanguinary drama. No 72. Illustration: Hilloa there. Hilloa there, I've cotched him, cried Mr. Ashbrook to the detective. Theresa Trieste had lost her parent, and she was left alone in the world with no other protector than Lord Ethelwood. To remain any longer in the chateau at the foot of the Jura Mountains was therefore quite out of the question. She therefore gladly acceded to the request of Lord Reginald, and made preparations to take a speedy departure from the home, which had now no longer any charms for her. She believed, as many other women have done under similar circumstances, in the honor and integrity of her seducer. Anyway, she had no other alternative than to trust to his good faith and consideration. She hastened at once to England, and upon her arrival at Dover, she dispatched a letter to Broxbridge making him acquainted with the fact. The Chevalier de Montfort had been commissioned to engage apartments for the lady. Strange to say, he took a suite of rooms in the house occupied by Mrs. Bourne. The last named had long before this furnished her house in Somerset Street in the best possible style, and as it was a much larger one than she required, she had deputed an agent to procure her a lodger. The courteous old Frenchman applied to the aforesaid agent, who recommended Mrs. Bourne. De Montfort waited upon the doctor's widow, with whom he was greatly pleased, and at once engaged the suite of rooms on the first floor. He was at no loss to divine that Mrs. Bourne was precisely the sort of person Theresa Trieste would in all probability get on with. Consequently, he struck a bargain, and engaged the rooms for the young French lady who was about to arrive from the continent. The Earl and Chevalier met Theresa at the London station, and accompanied her to the widow's house in Somerset Street. She was greatly pleased with her new quarters, and her countenance became irradiated with a smile as she gazed on the handsome features of her lover. She hoped for the best, and had not at this time any misgivings for the future, for the Earl demonstrated the strongest affection for her, and was profuse in promises. Nevertheless, deep down in his heart was the cankerworm of remorse. However, he strove as best he could to assume an air of cheerfulness, and after remaining for the best part of the evening with his mistress, he took his departure in company with the Chevalier de Montfort. Chapter Roman 130, 5 Some passages in the life of a London thief. Alf Purvis alias Mr. Algernon Sutherland had, with the exception of our hero, become one of the most daring of metropolitan thieves. His genteel appearance and engaging manners were of essential service to him in carrying on his nefarious practices. In this respect he had the advantage of peace, but with all these qualities, he was not nearly so cunning or artful as our hero. Nevertheless, Mr. Sutherland was in his own particular sphere a young gentleman of note and mark, who was greatly admired and envied by villains of coarser type, with whom he was wont to associate. He was known by the cognomen of the dandy, in consequence of his fashionable attire and finicking ways. A more audacious, unscrupulous young scoundrel it would not be easy to find as far as pocket-picking was concerned. He was a sort of prodigy. But he did not confine his attention to this branch of the profession. As he termed it, he had at times recourse to other means to replenish his exchequer. And of late, he had hit upon what he deemed a most ingenious scheme to furnish him with the means of indulging in his extravagant mode of living. The reader will doubtless remember the smoucher, whose acquaintance he made at the thieves' haunt in Whitechapel. The smoucher, as he was termed by his familiars, was an adept in penmanship, and had the faculty of imitating the handwriting of any person in a manner which was at once remarkable and surprising. It occurred to Mr. Sutherland that he might make very good use of the smoucher's ability, and he at once put into practice a scheme he had pondered over for a considerable period. Mr. Sutherland had an extensive circle of acquaintances, and strange, as it may appear, he did by some means or another contrive to push himself into certain coteries of respectable society, one reason for this being attributable to the fact that he belonged to one or more gambling clubs in the metropolis. At these, he picked up all sorts of acquaintances, good, bad, and indifferent. He picked up also a vast amount of information at these establishments, which he made serve his purpose in many ways. He occasionally lost large sums of money at the gaming table, which had a certain amount of fascination for him, so that he was a frequent visitor to these hells. The term is an old one, but it is remarkably expressive. In the course of play, he became possessed of checks for both large and small amounts, and was as a natural consequence, in a short space of time, very well acquainted with the signatures of persons of wealth and position. When aground for money, Mr. Sutherland sought the assistance of the smoucher. That worthy performed the secret of removing the handwriting on the body of the check by some chemicals. He also removed one or more of the figures, and then wrote in figures to perhaps 10 times the amount for which the check had been originally drawn. Mr. Sutherland paid his confederate handsomely for this little favor, and then changed the check. He had done this on very many occasions, and strange to say had escaped detection, but the game was a risky one, and it was only under pressing circumstances that he had recourse to this species of fraud. But he was so extravagant, so reckless in respect to money matters, that despite the large sums he gained by his robberies, he was like most of his compeers, continually in need of a fresh supply of coin. It was on one of those occasions that Sutherland or Purvis endeavored to put into practice a robbery on a much more extensive scale than he had as yet attempted. He was not aware at this time that suspicion had been aroused, and that the detectives were at work to run him to earth. He held a check payable at the Saltwich Bank. It was for £40 odd. This he took to the smoucher, who with his accustomed skill took out the handwriting, and substituted in its stead £400 instead of the 40. It was so admirably done that no one could detect the alteration, and Mr. Sutherland, who knew perfectly well that the drawer of the check had a large balance at the bank in question, hastened down to Saltwich. With the altered check he had for his companion the unscrupulous scoundrel, the cracksman, as he was termed. This personage has already been introduced to the reader. Sutherland and his accomplice put themselves into the train and booked to the nearest station for Saltwich. Sutherland was to present the check, while the cracksman kept watch and ward outside. When they arrived at their destination, Mr. Sutherland made at once for the bank. He was fashionably attired, was of aristocratic appearance, and had all the ease and self-possession of a person who was accustomed to move in good society, and he had the audacity of the old gentleman himself. He walked into the bank with the greatest possible assurance, and presented his check, which was paid without a moment's hesitation. He pocketed the money, and met the cracksman at an appointed spot some distance down the road. "It's all right, get the Browns," said Mr. Sutherland. "We had better not be seen walking together. You make for the station as soon as you see me turn down Haggett's Lane. I'll wait for you at the station. Do you understand?" "All right, dandy, best not be seen together till we are out of the wood. All right, I am fly." Sutherland walked rapidly on till he reached the lane in question. He had not gone very far down this when he was accosted by a stranger. You have paid a visit to the bank at Saltwich, I believe, said the latter. What business is it of yours, whether I have or not returned, Mr. Sutherland? I ask you a simple question, and I must insist upon an answer. Have you been to the bank? If I have, what is it to you? You presented a check drawn by Mr. Lethside, and the check was paid. Upon my word, your insolence is most remarkable. What have you to do with my business transactions? Stand aside, and let me pass. You will have to accompany me. I arrest you upon the charge of obtaining money under false pretenses, returned the stranger. It is of no use you attempting to carry the matter off with a high hand, Mr. Sutherland. You are my prisoner, observed the detective, for such he was. You are my prisoner, and will have to answer the charge preferred against you. As he uttered these last words, he placed his hand on the dandy's shoulder. Confound your impudence, exclaimed the latter. If you attempt to detain me, I'll lay you flat in a brace of shakes. You had better go quietly. If you resist, it will be all the worse for you. I am a detective. What do I care for that? You don't suppose that I am in fear of a detective. You had better go quietly. If you are innocent, you have your remedy. But once more I have to inform you that you will have to go with me. Upon my word, sir, I am astounded at your impudence. Arrested, and for what, I pray? I have already told you, for obtaining money under false pretenses, for forgery. Come, Mr. Sutherland, don't attempt to deceive me, for that you will find to be hopeless. I have a warrant for your apprehension. You are my prisoner. Prisoner be hanged. If you attempt to molest me, I'll give you the soundest thrashing you ever had in your life. The detective made no reply. He only smiled. Sutherland rushed past him and took to his heels, but the officer gave chase, and proved that he was as fleet of foot as the young fugitive whom he overtook. Tripped up, and then seized with a firm grip. The dandy by this time was duly impressed with the danger of his position. He struggled most desperately to escape from the clutch of the officer, but found all his efforts unavailing. You are a foolish young man, cried the detective, and are only making matters worse by this violence, which will not serve your purpose. Unhand me, let me go, said the dandy. Not if I know it, returned the other. Sutherland shouted out for assistance, and in a few seconds the cracksman came upon the scene. Have at him, cried Sutherland, polish him off if you have any care for me. With a yell of indignation, the cracksman precipitated himself upon the officer, who was probably astounded at the strength and savage ferocity displayed by his athletic assailant. The struggle was a short, but desperate one. The cracksman threw the detective, and when he was down, pinned him to the earth with his knee upon his chest. The dandy laughed. Escape seemed certain. The officer of the law was at the mercy of the two thieves. It is not possible to say how the conflict would have ended, but assuredly it would have not been in favor of the detective had not another actor arrived on the stage. The noise of a horse's hoofs were heard on the hard road, and in a moment or so, a farmer drew the reins of his champing steed. What be this? He ejaculated two upon one. That bean't the right thing. Look here, you ugly varmint, leave go of your man, do you hear? This last observation was addressed to the cracksman, who in reply to the same uttered an imprecation at the same time, pressing his knee more firmly on the officer's chest. If e bean't disposed to take heed of words, maybe blows will suit e better, cried Ashbrook, for such the newcomer proved to be. The speaker whirled round his riding whip, and with the butt end of this, he dealt a terrific blow on the side of the head of the cracksman, who howled with pain. Just you let I go, or maybe I shall give ye a crack on the crown. As'll knock e silly. The cracksman sprang to his feet, and at once made at the farmer, whom he endeavored to pull from his horse. But Ashbrook rained such a shower of blows on the head and shoulders of his brutal assailant, that the latter, blinded with the blood that flowed from the wounds, and staggering from the effects of the punishment he had received like a coward and bully, as he was turned tail, and took to his heels. Mr. Sutherland, seeing that the odds were against him, followed the cracksman. Hell, get clear off, cried the detective, he can run like an antelope. Who do we want then? Inquired the farmer. The young and the swell cove. I'll catch him, cried Ashbrook, please the pigs, and he forthwith put spurs to his horse, and galloped after the fugitives. Of course the dandy ran his hardest, but he was soon overtaken by the horseman. Ye bean't a-goin' to gie us the slip, ye circumwenting young vagabond. Not if I know it, cried the farmer, as he came up with the runaway. Hold hard, you scoundrel, the game is up, and so surrender. I'll have my revenge upon you some time or another, said Sutherland. What business had you to show your ugly mug here? Don't e gimme me any more of your cheek, if e do ill spoil your beauty for the next 3 months at the very least. And with these words, the farmer rode full at the fugitive whom he collared, and dragged along for some distance. You will have to answer for this, I shall bring an action against you for assault, and battery, cried the dandy. Ah, oh, it be you, Mr. Fortescue, bit glad we ha met, so my beauty you are run to earth, eh? Don't e think to get away, cause, you see the police want e. And what is more, I want the police to ha e, so it be no manner of use, you're striven to get clear off Hilloa, there I've cotched, I am, cried Ashbrook, shouting out at the top of his voice to the detective. Mr. Sutherland strove in vain to slip out of the hands of the farmer, who was altogether too strong for him. Panting and perspiring from every pore, the detective came up with the runaway, and while the farmer held him, the officer clapped on his wrists a pair of handcuffs, and made him his prisoner once more. He had now no chance of making his escape, and was therefore fain to submit quietly. What be going to do, why him? Inquired Ashbrook. Take him before a magistrate, was the prompt answer. Ah, that be best. What be he charged, why? With forgery. Oh, that be all A's. Yes, and quite enough too. I am greatly beholden to you, Mr. Ashbrook, for the service you have rendered me, for without your assistance, I should have hardly known what to have done. You're quite welcome, Todd, quite welcome. I be glad I come up in the nick of time, seeing as how it might ha gone hard, but you're a brave fellow, and stuck to your man like a Briton, and I shall just let know how gallantly ye behaved. I am sure I don't deserve this praise, I merely strove to do my duty. And ye've done it right well. As to this young varmint, the sooner he's lagged the better, for he be a rank bad un. Do you know him, sir? Know him, I should think I Roman 999, he passed himself off as a gentleman, and I like a fool believed him, but we won't enter upon that now, Todd. Ye've got your man, that be enough for both on us. Where be e goin' to tek un to? To Squire Kensit's. Aye, lad, that be the best thing to do. Mr. Todd marched off with his prisoner, and Ashbrook promised to follow on to the house of the magistrate. Chapter Roman 136, The Justice of the Peace and the Prisoner. Mr. Sutherland was run to earth. It was the first time during his lawless career that he had been brought under the ban of the law. Nevertheless, he was by no means so downcast as persons would suppose. He had unlimited faith in his tact, an address which he hoped would stand him in good stead on the present occasion. He told Mr. Todd that he was perfectly innocent of the charge, and assumed an air of quiet resignation, which was quite charming. He objected, however, to the ornaments on his wrists, and begged as a special favor to have them removed. Mr. Todd declined to oblige him, and said that he would have to bear them till they reached the magistrate's house. Mr. Sutherland made a wry face, and declared that he was an injured person, and that the indignity was quite uncalled for, since he was a gentleman who was well able to meet the charge, and leave the court without a stain on his character. Mr. Todd only smiled at the last observation, and so the toothed prisoner and the detective walked on, conversing, in what might be considered to a casual observer, in a friendly and jocund manner. They had not very far to go, for the magistrate's house was within 3/4 of a mile from the spot where the affray and capture had taken place. The magistrate and his wife were at this time seated together in the old oak dining-room of their habitation. He was reading the pages of a book on heraldry, watching from the window the broods of rooks who were cawing as they flew from bough to bough. These two persons lived in that which their tenants believed to be a palace, but which was in reality little better than a prison. They were forced to live in this great house, which they could hardly afford to repair, surrounded by these lands, which were taxed in proportion to their extent, but which only yielded income in proportion to their real worth. The squire was always anxious. He was buried in hopeless poverty, engaged in an endless struggle to keep up appearances. His wife was always sad. Providence had given her but one real blessing. It was a sonend for this son who had died in his youth. She had never ceased to grieve. That is why her face was always pale, and her eyes so hollow. That is why she lived, but in a reverie, and so seldom spoke. Her thoughts were always in the past. She had nothing to care for in the present, nothing to hope for in the future. They lived together, and yet so isolated they seldom spoke to each other. They never quarreled. Misfortune, which had at first made them cling closer to each other, had finished by making them gloomy, taciturn, almost misanthropical. They had now learned to nurse their own sorrows in their own hearts, and never to give vent to their troubles by words. Such misfortunes, however, as they had become inured to, were now about to yield to another repugnant, appalling, dangerous. There was a sound of bustling and voices in the kitchen, which reached into the dining room. The servant presented himself, and informed his master that Mr. Todd of the local police force wished to speak to him. The magistrate requested his domestic to show the officer in. Mr. Kensett rose, his face, which had been before melancholy and abstracted, now became dignified and severe. It was necessary to put on the mask of self-composure, which he was obliged to wear before the world. Mr. Todd entered and made a respectful obeisance. "Beg your pardon, sir, and yours too, madam," said he in a conciliatory tone. "But if you please, sir, I've managed to capture the fellow who has been defrauding the bank by a false check." "Indeed, Mr. Todd, I am pleased to hear it," exclaimed the magistrate. "Caught the rascal, have you?" "Yes, sir. Mr. Wrench sent a telegram from Scotland Yard and directed us to watch for our man." "Quite right. Very good of Mr. Wrench. He has done well. Where is the culprit?" "I have him here, your worship." "Oh, here, eh?" "Yes, sir." "That's better still. Bring him in. And you, my dear," observed the magistrate, glancing at his wife. Mrs. Kensett obeyed his gesture, took the hint, and left the room. The magistrate was astonished at the aristocratic and gentlemanly appearance of the young man, who was conducted into his presence by the police officer. "Is this the accused?" said he. "Yes, your worship." "Under what circumstances was he arrested?" was the next query. The officer explained all those particulars with which the reader is already acquainted. "Have you searched him?" "Yes, sir." "With what result?" "The £400 paid by the bank have been found upon him." "The check is a forged one, is it?" "The signature is genuine, but the amount has been altered." "We shall want the drawer and the bank clerks to depose to this fact." "They will be forthcoming, your worship. I don't think there is much mistake about the forgery." Mr. Kensett took a volume from his bookcase, which he consulted as to the law in such cases. "What have you to say to the grave charge preferred against you, young man?" said the magistrate, addressing himself to the prisoner. "I deny it in toto," said Sutherland in an indignant tone. "It is utterly false. I have changed a check. It is true that I do not for a moment dispute, but as to tampering with it, I do not admit." "Well, if you are innocent, I hope and trust you will be able to prove such to be the case, but you will have to be detained." "Detain an innocent man? It's most unjust," ejaculated the prisoner. "Of that I am the best judge," quietly observed the magistrate. "If you had been innocent, it is not at all likely you would have made such a desperate attempt to escape. However, I should be sorry to prejudge the case, and shall therefore forbear from making any further observations. Mr. Todd, you will have to bring this young man to the court by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and be prepared with what evidence you can. By that time enough must be procured to justify a remand. Do you understand?" "I quite understand, your worship." "Am I to be locked up till that time, sir?" said Sutherland. "Certainly, you must remain in custody till the morning." Sutherland approached the table, and taking a pen between the tips of his fingers, wrote 2 words upon a slip of paper. When the magistrate read these 2 words, he became frightfully pale. "You see, sir," said Sutherland, "this is information which would be of material value to the cause of justice. I must, however, decline to enter into the matter before witnesses, and—" "Clearly so," interrupted the magistrate, "it would not be desirable for you to do so. I don't desire it for a moment." "Then, sir, all I ask of you is to give me a private interview." "I am in duty bound to accede to your request, Mr. Todd. The prisoner has secrets of importance to communicate, and will you therefore be good enough to wait in one of the upstairs rooms?" "Certainly, your worship." The magistrate rang the bell, a servant appeared to answer to the summons, and Mr. Todd was conducted into another apartment in the magistrate's house. When alone with the prisoner, Mr. Kensett turned the key of the dining room and looked inquiringly at Sutherland. "Now, sir," said he, "you have the opportunity of explaining yourself. You have written upon this paper your grandson. I do not know what you mean. I have no grandson. And if this is but a ruse, a trick on your part, I shall take very good care that you shall be severely punished." "It is no trick or ruse," quietly observed Mr. Sutherland. "It is nothing of the sort." "Well, sir, I fancy you will find it difficult to impose upon me." "I have no desire to do so, Mr. Kensett. On the contrary, I wish to give you valuable information." "These are but idle words," cried the magistrate. "A mere sound." Permit me to relate to you a little story. I am sure it will not only surprise, but will interest you much. With your kind permission, I will take a seat. Am I constrained to wear these handcuffs? They are by no means agreeable. Let me hear what you have to say as to the handcuffs. That is a question which rests with the officer who has you in charge, returned the magistrate. They are needless appendages, but we will not discuss the advisability of submitting me to this indignitisso. Let it pass so. If you are agreeable, I will at once proceed with my narrative. The incident which I am about to relate to you occurred 27 years ago, come next September, on the night of the 11th of that month. A woman with a baby in her arms proceeded through the byroad, leading to Saltwich. She was in the depths of trouble, so I have been given to understand, and bore in her arms a newly-born infant. Mr. Sutherland paused and placed his hand on his forehead, as if to collect his thoughts. The magistrate seemed to be almost stupefied with astonishment, but forbore from making any observation. The prisoner proceeded. The woman's name was Isabel Purvis. She is the heroine of my story. The magistrate uttered an exclamation of surprise and horror. Doubtless the name may be familiar to you, sir, said his companion. Well, as I have already observed, she went by the name of Isabel Purvis, but her real name was Kensett. It is false, cried the magistrate, utterly false. She had no legal right to the name of Kensett. I don't wish to contradict a gentleman in your position, returned Sutherland, but I think you will find what I have just said is true in substance, and in fact her real name was Kensett. I am lost, cried the magistrate. Lost in wonder, doubtless, but not yet lost, I trust, in the extensive sense usually applied to that word. But this is digression to continue. It was a cheerless night. The wind was beginning to rise and moaned among the trees of the forest, by which your house is so gracefully encircled. The rain dashed in torrents against the windows, as if the very elements, but you can imagine the rest. I can do nothing of the sort, sir. I don't know to what you would allude. Well, Mr. Kensett, I assure you that I have every reason for believing that what I am about to tell you is correct in every particular. The woman placed her child on the doorstep of a house, and then fled precipitately, but she did not escape-ish, was arrested by the village constable upon the charge of attempting to murder her offspring. You were on that night seated in this room, as you are known, one hand a book of the law to assist your memorian, the other hand a Bible before you, a felon. You were alone with this criminal, as you are alone with me now, and you were in the power of this criminal, as you are now in mine. In your powers? Most completely, but to my story. This woman who was charged with abandoning her offspring was not so bad as people were led to suppose. The father of her child was your own son, was Mr. Robert Everhard Kensett, went to sea, and the ship he set sail in foundered, and all hands on board were lost. The magistrate uttered a groan. He was not only the father of the child, but the husband of its mother. I never will believe it, cried Mr. Kensett, in an agonized tone of voice. It is not possible. It is not only possible, but an actual fact. You might have read the Roman history, sir. It is possible that you might have heard of Brutus, the first consul. However, it is very certain you did not attempt to imitate him. You aided your daughter-in-law to escape from this house, gave her some money, and exacted a solemn oath from her that she would never trouble you again. That is true, is it not? I will not deny it, it is true. Then it appears to me that you are in my power. The magistrate tried to collect his bewildered thoughts. On that night, said he, there was a legal paper in the possession of the prisoner. I was therefore in her power. But were you to state these circumstances in court, you would not be believed. Sutherland smiled. I will not give you the second chapter of my story. You evince but little curiosity, and are perhaps not anxious to have it completed, but remember the words which I have written down, and to which I have not yet given you the clue. I will hear you to the end, said Kensett, but wait a while. Mr. Todd will wonder what has so detained me. He went to the door, and called the officer by name. Mr. Todd came down from the upstairs room. Ah, Todd, cried the magistrate, it appears that this young man will detain me much longer than I had at first expected. You had better have something to eat and drink. The servants will bring you what we have in the house. Thank you, sir, it will be very acceptable. Good, then make yourself at home. When this young fellow has finished his confession, I will call you. All right, your worship, I am in no hurry. Mr. Kensett shut the door and again turned the key. Chapter Roman 137. Mr. Sutherland is triumphant, amicable arrangement. Now, sir, you can proceed, if you please, said the magistrate sternly. I have consented to hear what you have to say in this matter, but it does not necessarily follow that I place any reliance upon this specious tale of yours. Oh dear me, no, certainly not. You will of course take it for what it is worth. I am not the first man, by a good many, who has had the misfortune to be looked upon with doubt and mistrust. You will be pleased to confine yourself to the facts, and not indulge in extraneous or impertinent observations, cried the magistrate. His companion bowed and said quietly, "The facts are in themselves significant enough." "Are they?" "Yes, I hope so. Let me see, where did I leave off? Oh, I know, at that part of the narrative where you parted with this unfortunate woman. Well, Mr. Kensett, she went her ways, she kept her promise, for from that day to the present moment you have not seen or heard anything of her. Is that so?" "Yes, that is so." The magistrate began to feel a vague fear, and shuddered in spite of himself. Mr. Sutherland continued. "The child was taken to the Union, where it remained for some 3 or 4 years. Then it was taken charge of by Mr. Cyril, your wife's brother. I believe he elected to be its natural protector, and placed it in charge of an old woman, whose name I do not at the present moment remember, but she was, so I have been told, a most worthy person, and did her duty, was mindful of her young charge. Anyway, the youngster thrived, and when old enough Mr. Cyril apprenticed him to the late Mr. Jamblin, owner and occupier of Stoke Ferry Farm. The farmer had instructions to bring the lad up as an agriculturist. He obeyed the instructions given him by Mr. Cyril, by injudicious punishments and injudicious pardons. He taught this boy, whose father was dead, whose mother was a fugitive, and whose grandparents dared not acknowledge him, to be mischievous, discontented, and deceitful. Finally, he ran away from his foster father, and a reward was offered for his apprehension. But all efforts to regain this treasure proved ineffectual, and his relatives resigned themselves with Christian resignation to his loss. Mr. Kensett was perfectly bewildered. He stretched his hand out mechanically towards the bell. Sutherland only smiled sardonically. On reaching London, said he, after leaving Stoke Ferry Farm, the boy sold birds' nests in the street, till he was adopted by a fence or receiver of stolen goods, who instructed him in the way of cheating, in which he soon became a proficient. He then passed into the hands of one of the most notorious thieves in the metropolis. "Gracious heaven!" exclaimed the magistrate with a deep-drawn sigh. "Can this be possible?" Sutherland took no notice of this last observation, but went on. In a 12-month, he observed, like Raphael and other great artists, the boy had surpassed not only the expectations, but also the chef's d'oeuvre of his master at 19. He became notorious at 21. He became celebrated. Now he is a Claude Duval in politeness, a Lovelace in intrigue, a Richard Turpin on the highway, and will perhaps prove a Jack Sheppard among the prison locks. Mr. Kensett began to have a dim perception of the terrible secret in store for him. This man, continued Sutherland, this glorious hero, to whom the London detectives, if they knew heathen mythology, would attribute the ring of Gyges, which rendered its possessor invisible, is myself, I, Alfred Purvis alias Sutherland alias Fortescue, who have the honor of standing before you now. There was a pause. The magistrate was deeply moved. Presently he said in a tone of anguish, "Do you mean to say, young man, that you are Alfred Purvis, who ran away from Stoke Ferry Farm?" "Most certainly, I am," answered the prisoner. "It appears to me to be altogether incredible." "That is likely enough, sir. But it is a fact. You see, sir," he said calmly, "how intricate and mysterious are the ways of Providence. By a miracle I was saved from death in my infancy. And why? Most probably you have committed some crime, which has never been discovered. It is I who have been selected as an instrument of retribution. I own, I would have preferred that I had been someone else, but—" "Silence, sir, this insolence is altogether intolerable. Me commit a crime? Are you mad to make such an assertion?" "Pardon me," said Sutherland, "I did not make the assertion, I only threw it out as a suggestion, as a possibility. But no doubt the hypothesis is incorrect. It does not, however, in any way alter the leading facts connected with the history of your humble servant. You will find it difficult to set aside the relationship which exists between us." Mr. Kensett rose from his seat and paced the room with rapid strides. "It is enough," he presently said. "There is no further need for threats or taunts, if what you have been saying is true." "It is true, every word of it." "Well, if such be the case, you are the son of my son, you have my blood in your veins, you are a felon." "That has yet to be proved." "I hope it never will be, for both our sakes." "I hope not." Ah, but this is indeed terrible, I know not how to act. Let me go. I cannot do that. Do you think you will be able to prove your innocence when the magisterial inquiry takes place? You ask me a plain question. Yes, I do. And require a plain answer. Certainly. Well then, Mr. Kensett, I don't think I shall be able to prove my innocence, and therefore it is advisable that you aid me to escape. I will save you, if possible, said the magistrate in a low voice, but how is it to be effected, that's the question. How, cried Sutherland, it is easy enough, I fancy. Not without compromising myself, I am quite powerless in this case, and yet. You have no wish to see your grandson cast into a cell. The magistrate shuddered. Suppose you let me overpower you to a chair, and then get clear off. Impossible. Ah, it's possible enough, if you will only oblige me by taking off these handcuffs. I dare not do it. No, we will devise some better scheme. I am at your mercy. It is not for me to dictate. I leave the affair in your hands. Mr. Kensett considered for some little time and then said, I do not approve of your scheme. It is not practicable. But I shall save you, Alfred, save you for my poor dear boy's sake. Listen, you will have to submit to a short term of imprisonment. You must be locked up for the night. In the morning, you will be brought before the police court, and evidence will be offered to justify me in remanding the Casethas. I shall do. And what then? Apply for bail, which I will grant if the case does not assume a very serious aspect. Possibly, I may feel justified in letting you out on your own recognizances. The rest is an easy matter. Go abroad, get out of the way, till the offense is blown over. You can do this, I suppose. I shall not trouble myself to come up for a second hearing. You may depend upon that, said Sutherland, with a mocking laugh. And if I do this, you will promise to lead a new life, and strive as best you can to make atonement for your past errors. Will you promise? Oh, certainly, I pass my word. That is sufficient, replied the prisoner carelessly. You are not sincere, and do not mean what you say. I declare most positively I do, sir, was the prompt reply. I wish I could believe you. Oh, but this is a terrible trial to me even now. I find it difficult to believe you are the boy who years ago worked at Stoke Ferry Farm. I will give you proofs, searing controvertible proofs, if you need them before many days are over our heads. Peace, silence, let it pass on. I believe your story, and so that's enough. I see the likeness to my dead son when I gaze on your features. Yes, I believe all you have said. I took no notice of you when a child. Now, I would risk anything to save you from ignominy and disgrace. Leave it to me. The magistrate went to the door and called out in a loud tone for Mr. Todd, who at once made his appearance in answer to the summons. The prisoner is persistent in his declaration of innocence, Mr. Todd, said the magistrate in his habitual official tone of voice. Is he, sir? Said the officer. We know what that is worth. Yes, dear, yes, of course, Todd. Still, I do hope the young man, who is evidently well educated, may not be so bad as we think. However, you must take charge of him, and bring what witnesses you have to the court tomorrow morning. By the way, there is, I think, hardly any necessity now for the handcuffs. They can be removed. Ah, certainly, your worship, if you wish it. Mr. Todd, with marvelous dexterity, removed the objectionable ruffles from the wrists of Mr. Sutherland, who was deeply sensible of this little favor. He was then marched off to jail. When he and his captor had gone, the magistrate fell into a chair, covered his face with his hands, and sobbed like a child. He had hardly recovered himself from his first paroxysm of grief, when the voice of Ashbrook was heard in the outer hall inquiring of the servant for Mr. Kensett. The magistrate pulled himself together as best he could, and assumed an air of official sternness. Oh, your sarvant, sir, cried Ashbrook, entering the parlor. I be a little late, leastways later than I had intended. Beg pardon, squire, but I hope I ain't intruding. Not at all, my friend, so pray be seated, exclaimed Kensett. I am glad to see you. Thanks, I ought to ha' been a little earlier, but it can't be helped. I've been detained. I wanted to say summat about Mr. Todd. He's done his duty, and I am glad I come up just in time to render him timely service. However, what I wanted to make known to your worship is this: Mr. Todd did his duty, and fought like a brick. Ah, I have no doubt Todd is a most efficient officer. He brought in the prisoner, I suppose, said Ashbrook. Yes, the young rascal is locked up, and will be brought before me tomorrow morning for examination. Ah, just so. Well, Mr. Kensett, I know somewhat of the varmint. He be a bad lot. You know him, Ashbrook, do you? Yes, sir, he passed himself off as a gentleman, and was my guest at Stoke Ferry Farm for some time. Indeed, and does your wife know him? My wife, exclaimed the farmer, wiping his forehead with his bandana. Well, sir, she does know him, knows him to be a deceptive, circumventing young scoundrel. I am glad you have called upon me, observed the magistrate, because I desire to know as much as possible about the prisoner. As far as I can see at present, the charge is not substantiated, but it is not possible to say what evidence is forthcoming. He is a bad lot, anyway, returned the farmer. Appearances are against him, I admit. Appearances be hanged, I tell ye that he's a wretched impostor. Maybe so, Ashbrook, possibly he is so. There is no possibility in the matter, as I tell ye, Mr. Kensett, that he is a false, deceitful fellow. I shouldn't say this unless I had good reason for it. He's a varmint. The magistrate smiled. The farmer was so energetic and impressive that it would have been difficult for anyone to have refrained from smiling. You are right enough, I dare say, observed the magistrate, but assertions are one thing and evidence is another. If this young man is guilty, we shall know how to deal with him. Oh, mech, no doubt, oh, that not a morsel, oh, doubt. It ain't likely that he will be able to throw dust in the eyes of an experienced and far-seeing gentleman like yourself. I will be at the court tomorrow morning, and just tell what I know about him. I don't know that there will be any occasion for that, Ashbrook, observed the magistrate. Oh, but it 'ud be just as well, your worship. I know summat about the young vagabond, and I be willing enough to do my best to send him to quad. Just so, you are actuated by the best motives without doubt. But at the same time, we have to consider many things before rashly entering into matters, which are after all but pendants on the main issue. I do not quite understand you, said the farmer. Possibly not, but we will consider this over. Take a glass of wine, Mr. Ashbrook. We do not often meet, said the magistrate, passing the decanter to his agricultural companion. Certainly, sir, here's your very good health, and I may say I am happy and proud to see you, cried Ashbrook, raising the glass to his lips. The feeling is reciprocal, I am sure, returned the magistrate. Your very good health, Mr. Ashbrook. By the way, you observed just now that you knew the prisoner. Will you be kind enough to tell me under what circumstances you made his acquaintance? Certainly, said the farmer, I met his acquaintance by the merest chance. He then proceeded to give his companion a succinct account of all those events, which the reader is already acquainted with: the meeting of the young man at the old carved lion, his taking him to his own house, and the base ingratitude of his guest. The magistrate was surprised at the narrative, as he well might be. It was a history he was quite unprepared for. So you will see, sir, observed the farmer, when he brought his narrative to a conclusion, that it ain't at all likely I bear him any good will. On the contrary, I should like to see him behind the bars of one of Her Majesty's prisons. Of course that is but natural, since he served you so badly. An audacious, impudent, lying, circumventing young jackanapes, exclaimed the farmer, a wretched impostor, who passed himself off as a gentleman, and sent a challenge to me by a sham captain, who was no better than himself. It was a piece of impertinence, I admit. That bean't the proper term. It was audacious, beyond all bounds. It was so. I lose all patience when I think on it. No doubt that is in no way surprising. I tell Mr. Kensett that he's a viperous serpent, as would ha destroyed my happiness and peace of mind, for ever had I ha given the chance. His conduct was bad in every way. It was infamous, but I'll be at the court in the morning, never fear. I do not think there will be any occasion for you to attend. You think not? Hardly so. But I caught the fellow, and handed him over to Todd. Certainly, so he informed me. Had it not been for you, Ashbrook, the officer would have been very badly used indeed. I am sure on it, sir, this young feller's accomplice was a desperate ruffianer. Ain't no mistake about that. My belief is he would not care about committing murder. I dare say not. Todd said he was a desperate ruffian. No. 73. Illustration, he gave the order to fire. He gave the order to the platoon to fire, and fell instantly. He was all that, sir. The case is a most remarkable and singular in many ways, but I think we shall not need your evidence upon the first examination. Not need it, cried Ashbrook in a tone of surprise. Well, no, I fancy not. It will be my duty to remand the prisoner, and you can give your evidence at the second examination. Why not tomorrow? I took an active part in the scrimmage, observed Ashbrook. No doubt about that, but we shall have enough to do to hear the evidence connected with the charge. As you please, sir, you ought to know best, but I should have thought my evidence would have been needed. Most certainly, it will. The timely assistance you have rendered redounds greatly to your credit, Ashbrook. Everybody will acknowledge that. But there are other considerations. The prisoner has made me acquainted with other facts, which have greatly astonished me, indeed I may say, have caused me much anxiety. It would surprise you, I dare say, to learn who he is. I know who he is, Mr. Kensett, a circumventing, worthless young scoundrel. I know perfectly well who, and what he is, sir, don't make any mistake about that. You know something of his history, but not all. Not all, well, I suppose not, but I know enough. I say not all advisedly, Ashbrook. You must not repeat what I am about to tell you. Anything told in confidence, I am not likely to repeat. Very well, perhaps you have heard of a lad, who was many years ago placed in the care of the late Mr. Jamblin, your father-in-law. Well, that old Jamblin was as good a fellow as ever stepped into shoe leather, or crossed a furrowed field. Nobody will attempt to gainsay that he was a most worthy man, but to my story, this young man, who is charged with fraud, this fellow, who calls himself Sutherland now, and also passed as a Mr. Fortescue, when he was a guest at your house, is the farmer's boy who years and years ago ran away from Stoke Ferry. Run away, cried Ashbrook in a state of bewilderment. Look, here, Muster Kensett, I dunno, as I rightly understood, you will do so after a while. You know, I suppose, that the late Mr. Jamblin had placed under his care a lad who was said to be an orphan. The youngster's name was Alfred Purvis, and from what I can gather he was a sore trouble to your father-in-law. Well, I have heard so, ejaculated Ashbrook. I do remember a lad of that name being at the farm, but he ran away years ago, and has never been heard of since. That's right enough, Ashbrook, all traces of the scapegrace were lost. But nevertheless, I have good reason for saying that the young man who was arrested today is none other than he. Would Alf Purvis? Oh, that be impossible, I won't believe it. I wish I could not believe, but that I find impossible. Never, Mr. Kensett, bean't likely. It is so, Ashbrook, I am afraid it is true. Well, I am knocked silly, if that be the case. Why, he ain't a moselle like the boy. He is altered in every way, that I admit, but he is Purvis, I tell you nevertheless. The farmer's breath seemed to be taken away at this announcement. You be mistaken, I am thinking, said he. No, I am not. I am correct in my surmise. Well, ye ought to know a deal better than what I do, seeing as how you have had so much experience, but I am floored, and that's the honest truth, and completely by the heels. Can it be possible that this young man who was a guest at my house, and was so friendly and intimate with Patty, can be the boy who years and years ago was driven from Stoke Ferry by old Mr. Jamblin, with a hair tied round his neck? It appears to be perfectly incredible. It is a fact, Ashbrook, at least such is my impression. Well, I be wonderstruck, that's all I ha to say about it, and as to Patty, shed be regularly done over when she hears this piece of news. There won't be any occasion for you to make her acquainted with it, quietly observed the magistrate. I dunno so much about that, I see, Mr. Kensett. I ha no secrets from my wife, and I don't believe she has any secrets as she keeps from me. I'd better tell her all about this business, for she's sartin to hear on it sooner or later. You are the best judge as to that, Ashbrook. Tell her, if you think it advisable to do so. Oh, I'll tell her, returned the farmer. But you see, Mr. Kensett, after what you've been a-sayin', I dunno as how I shall go to the court tomorrow. The lad was a bit hardly dealt by when at Stoke Ferry, so I've been given to understand, and maybe it 'ud be just as well for me to keep away, and not mix myself up in the business any more than I can help. I'll consult Patty. She's got a lot more common sense than falls to the share o' most women. I'll ask her what she thinks about it. Certainly, it would be your best course, and act in accordance with her wishes. I may be it would. Well, I never. It's altogether a most extraordinary affair, most extraordinary. Not more extraordinary than true, Ashbrook. No, sir, I ain't a-sayin' as it be, but it gets over me, and no mistake. After some further conversation, the worthy agriculturist bade the magistrate good-bye, and took his departure. Alf Purvis, whose rather checkered career we have already sketched up to the period of his arrest, was about as unprincipled a young scoundrel as it is well possible to conceive. The earlier years of his life were in a measure enshrouded in mystery. He was supposed to be the illegitimate offspring of some gentleman, but this was only surmise. When an infant he had been left on the doorstep of a house in the immediate neighborhood of Saltwich. He was picked up by a farmer's man and taken to the workhouse. His mother, who had abandoned him, was tracked by a village constable, arrested, and brought before Mr. Kensett. She told her tale to him, said that the father of the child was his Mr. Kensett's son, who had gone to see the magistrate, who had every reason for believing that the story the woman told was a true one, connived at her escape, extracting from her, before she left his presence, a promise that she would never trouble him again. He gave her a sum of money, and heard no more of her, had never seen her from that time up to the present hour. Such are the leading particulars connected with the life and parentage of the accomplished London thief. When the hour arrived for the prisoner's examination, Mr. Sutherland was brought into court by Todd the detective. His genteel appearance, good looks, and winning manners made him more an object of pity than execration. The women who were present in the court were unanimous in their opinion that he was an innocent person, or if not quite innocent, that he had been the dupe of more designing persons, for it was not possible to believe that so genteel and well-conducted a young fellow could be a callous offender against the laws of his country. Mr. Todd and the other members of the police force were, however, of a different opinion. The London detective gave him a bad character, not that he had ever been in trouble before, but he was said to have been a suspected person for a considerable period. While residing in the metropolis, it is needless to observe that they were not very far out in their reckoning. Mr. Todd, when put in the box, gave a full detail of the prisoner's capture and the attempted rescue of him by the cracksman, who was a well-known thief. These circumstances were made manifest enough, and could not by any possibility be contravened the fact of his having in his possession the full amount he had received for the check cashed at the Saltwich Bank. Was also deposed to, and the bank clerk was also in attendance, who declared that the check had been altered. This, however, could not be proved positively without the attendance of the drawer of the check, and he, it appeared, was at this time in Paris, and the gentleman engaged for the prosecution thereupon asked for a remand. At the advice of Mr. Kensett, the prisoner was represented by a badgering lawyer, who availed himself of every quibble to set aside the evidence offered for the prosecution. He had not much difficulty in turning the tide in favor of his client, for to speak the truth, the case for the prosecution was a regular bungle, and Mr. Sharpthorne, Sutherland's legal adviser, damaged it materially. "I respectfully submit, sir," said Sharpthorne, looking triumphantly round the court, and addressing himself to the magistrate, "that there is in reality no kind of proof offered on behalf of the prosecution that this young man has committed any fraud, whatever a check has been presented by him and paid by one of the cashiers of the Saltwich Bank. I am instructed by my client to inform the court that he received the check in the ordinary course of business, that he was in point of fact a perfectly honest holder of the check in question, and he presented it in the full faith of its genuineness. I must say, I think the bankers have acted in a most indiscreet, and I may observe a very harsh way towards a respectable and honestly disposed young man." "Respectable and honest, eh?" sneeringly observed the attorney for the prosecution. "Certainly," replied Sharpthorne, thumping the table before him. "I say advisedly and emphatically, both respectable and honest. The inference is a rational and reasonable one. Every man is honest until he is found guilty. The prisoner made a determined attempt to escape. You seem to forget that," observed Mr. Kensett, addressing himself to the blatant lawyer. "Well, sir," observed the latter, "I should be very sorry indeed. It would be imprudent for me to contradict you, but permit me to observe that even this has not been clearly established. It is true a ruffian attacked Mr. Todd and endeavored to overpower him. Indeed, he partially succeeded in doing so, but it does not necessarily follow that this was done at the instigation of the prisoner. It is just possible the man in question was a perfect stranger to my client. I believe he was." "Ah, Sharpthorne, that is going too far," observed the opposing solicitor. "You may think so if you please, but I do not think I am exceeding my duty in making such a suggestion. But it is hardly worth while discussing that question, even assuming such were the case. It does not prove anything. After all, it does not incriminate this young man, against whom there is positively no proof of fraud or dishonesty. The circumstances surrounding the case are suspicious," quietly observed the magistrate. "If proofs are wanting now, possibly they may be brought forward in the due course of time. But is this young man to be degraded in the eyes of the world by lying under the stigma of dishonesty, merely because a country banker chooses to assume a position which is not supported by evidence? It is a most trumpery charge." "I object to the word trumpery," exclaimed the lawyer on the other side. You may object as much as you please, substitute contemptible in place of it. If that pleases you better, returned Sharpthorne. This last observation evoked a peal of laughter from those in the body of the court. Order, silence, cried the usher. If there is any more of this unseemly merriment, said the magistrate, I will commit those persons who indulge in it. This had the desired effect. The audience abstained from any further laughter. I have to express my regret that an unguarded expression made by myself should have given rise to this breach of etiquette, said Sharpthorne. Let the subject drop, I pray, observed Mr. Kensett. By all means, sir, I am. I hope the last man to court a legal wrangle. We have to deal with the evidence, and I submit that this is of a nature that, regarding it from a legal point of view, does not in any way bear against the prisoner, who I maintain is entitled to be discharged. I should not be justified in dismissing the case after the evidence offered, said Mr. Kensett. Evidence, sir, cried Sharpthorne, there is positively none. I am not accustomed to allow gentlemen to direct me in the course I am to pursue, observed the magistrate. I admit the evidence is very weak at present, but there is no telling what may be forthcoming provided the legal advisers for the prosecution have time afforded them for that purpose. And at the same time, Mr. Sharpthorne, I should be sorry indeed to prejudice the case, or to press badly on the prisoner, who to all appearances is a quiet, gentlemanly young man. Still, at the same time, I have a duty to perform. If the prisoner is innocent, I hope, and trust, it will be proved on the next examination. Certainly, as far as I can see at present, there is not a great deal against him, certainly not enough to send the case for a jury to decide. I think, therefore, under all the circumstances, I should be justified in remanding the case to this day week. And in the meantime, I will let the prisoner out upon his own recognizances. I hope you will require him to find good and substantial bail, sir, said the solicitor for the prosecution. The magistrate hesitated, whereupon Mr. Sharpthorne came to the rescue. The young man knows nobody in this neighborhood, and it would be unjust to accede to Hashby's suggestion. I therefore beg of you to bind him over in his own recognizances. Yes, that I think will be all that the exigency of the case requires, said Kensett. The case is adjourned to this day week, and in the meantime our friend Hashby will have ample time afforded him to obtain whatever evidence he can to complete his case. His own recognizances, murmured the bank clerk. What does that mean? Why, it means that his worship don't think much of the evidence offered today, whispered Sharpthorne, and to say the truth it would be strange if he Roman 999. We are going to fight it, Sharpthorne, and we are, I hope, going to pot our man, said Hashby. Are you? Well, yes, I think so. We shall see, my friend. Better luck next time, as the butcher said, when the rope broke with which he had attempted to hang himself. You haven't scored much today. That I admit, but it isn't my fault. Was only instructed half an hour before entering the court. Oh, by the way, Mr. Hashby, observed the magistrate, you had better leave the check in my hands, and I shall then have time to make a careful examination of the same. The check was handed to the magistrate, who looked at it for some little time. I must confess, as far as I can see at present, it seems to be genuine enough. Do you happen to know whether this is the drawer's signature or not? The bank clerks do not appear to have any doubt about that, said Hashby, but the writing in the body of the check, and the figures have been altered. How could that have been done? Well, sir, it has been done on more than one occasion for the purposes of fraud, and it is managed in this way. The original writing is taken out by chemicals, then the manipulator imitates the handwriting of the drawer, and places a much larger amount in than the check was originally drawn for. It is a very extraordinary proceeding. I do not remember in the whole course of my experience meeting with a similar case. I deny most positively that the check has been tampered with. If it has not been done with my knowledge, exclaimed the prisoner. The charge is a false and malicious one. That is my opinion, cried Sharpthorne. And if this be the case, the matter will not rest here. The bank directors have laid themselves open to an action for damages and false imprisonment. I say again, it is not at all likely the matter will be allowed to be hushed up. Hushed up, Mr. Sharpthorne? What can you be thinking of to make so unjust an observation? Cried the bank clerk. Do you suppose that we have any vindictive feeling towards this young man? I purposely avoid replying to your query, returned the lawyer. I have my own opinion of the matter, which for cogent reasons I choose to keep to myself. But you have cast a slur upon the bank directors, and I say it is not just or proper for you to do, so we have good reasons for acting in the way we have. Oh, I dare say, sneeringly observed Sharpthorne, no doubt you think yourself on the safe side. Let there be no squabbling, said the magistrate interposing. The bank think themselves justified in the course they have adopted, and it is but fair to assume that they have good reasons for their line of action. It is not at all likely that a respectable and old-established firm would be rash or indiscreet enough to institute these proceedings without due consideration. I should hope not, returned Sharpthorne, but at the same time, sir, we must all admit that people are sometimes mistaken, and I think it will be found that such is the case in this injudicious and uncalled for prosecution. I really do not see that you are mending matters by casting aspersions upon a respectable body of gentlemen who, from the position they hold in the commercial world, are incapable of acting in an improper or harsh manner. I have done, sir, well, say no more about the matter at present, observed Sharpthorne with a shrug, as he gathered up his papers and transferred the same into his official blue bag. The prisoner was bound over in his own recognizances to appear that day week, and there was an end of the case as far as the first hearing was concerned. Mr. Sutherland had had a narrow escape. He was by far too cunning and dexterous a thief to present himself on the following week. He contrived to become possessed of sufficient funds to take a trip, and repaired to the Continent, where he proposed remaining till the little affair of the Saltwich Bank forgery had blown over. The bankers were very indignant when they found the bird had flown, and Mr. Todd was of course greatly mortified at the issue, but there was no help for it. The police had instructions to make every effort to trace the fugitive, but as too frequently happens in such cases, their efforts proved ineffectual, and in the course of time the affair was forgotten, and the storm in a teapot, as Mr. Sharpthorne designated it, subsided. Chapter Roman 138, The Fashionable Gathering at Lady Marvlin's. Aveline Gatliff, now Lady Battershall, wife of Sir Eric Battershall Bart, had long since forgotten that such a person as Tom Gatliff had existence. In her new sphere of action, and the two ties in the shape of a boy and a girl by her husband the baronet, she had little time to think of her earlier career, which appeared to have been blotted out of her recollection. She loved to be a reigning beauty in the fashionable world, and although time had in some measure robbed her of the freshness of youth, she was still a beautiful and lovable woman, whose society was courted. She had at times misgivings in respect to her son, Reginald, who did not give her much of his society. There were reasons for this. In the first place, the young earl did not care a great deal about his father-in-law, who, albeit a good, honest, bluff English gentleman, was a little brusque in his manner towards his son-in-law. This was not intentional, but resulted from a habit of plain speaking, which he had acquired down in his ancestral home in the west of England. To Aveline he was uniformly kind and considerate. Indeed, with him, her word was law. He knew she had been indulged by her grandfather. Spoilt, he would sometimes say, if it were possible to spoil such a gentle, tender-hearted creature. But there the baronet would say he did his best to spoil her, but she was too much for him, and he couldn't succeed. Hang me, if I think any man alive could spoil my Aveline. No man breathing, sir. And when he gave utterance to this speech, the baronet would glare around at the persons he was addressing and looked as if they had done him some sort of an injury. And so it was pretty generally acknowledged that Lady Battershall was a star in the fashionable firmament. She did not lose sight of her old friend and instructress Lady Marvlin, whom she regarded in the light of her nearest and dearest associate. The latter had always on hand one or two proteges, whom she was preparing to bring out. As she termed it, it was not possible for her ladyship to remain long idle. Some sort of employment was a necessity to her. She had at this time a young lady under her charge, a Miss Arabella Lovejuice. She had become greatly attached to this young girl, who was possessed of a more than ordinary amount of beauty, and could also boast of many accomplishments. She was a blonde whom some wicked persons, who take a delight in detracting, called insipid. She was, however, by no means deficient in sense. Miss Lovejuice had been for some months on the Continent in charge of a severe vinegar-visaged old maiden aunt, and upon her return to this country, Lady Marvlin gave a grand party in honor of her arrival. Of course, a number of notabilities were invited. The army and navy were both represented on this occasion. Likewise, the church people of almost every denomination were included in the list of invitations, and amongst them were the Lady Aveline and her husband. The preparations were on a grand scale. Lady Marvlin resided at Upper Charlton. The locality was not altogether so fashionable a quarter as she could have wished, but her house, which stood in its own grounds, was most elegantly furnished. It was a model bijou residence, and contained a suite of reception rooms sufficiently commodious to admit of a tolerably extensive gathering. Besides all this, her ladyship was the very best of hostesses, and strove on these occasions, as indeed she did at all times, to make those around her as much at home, and as happy as possible. Lady Marvlin was not only appreciated by hosts of persons, but was generally esteemed by all who came within her influence. It is true she was not what one might say positively rich, and hence it was perhaps that these gatherings were few and far between, but when she did give a party it was done in a proper manner, and it was the fault of those present if they did not enjoy themselves. When Aveline and her husband presented themselves, they found the house full of people. Many of those present were known to the baronet and his wife, but there were some who were strangers to them. Introductions, as usual, took place. The requisite bowing and courtesies followed. On the lawn were one or two croquet parties, and seated around were groups of persons who did not play themselves, but elected to be passive spectators. These had before them iced drinks of every possible description. Aveline took a stroll in the grounds with her friend Lady Marvlin, who was as lively and loquacious as usual. An opportunity was thus afforded of taking stock of the guests. "There are many here today," said Aveline, "who are to me strangers." "Oh yes, of course, my dear, that is but natural, you know. But I am sure y'all like them, at least I hope. So you see that elderly gentleman sitting next to the lady in pink?" "Yes, I don't know him though." "I think not. He is a most wonderful man, has been in every part of the world." "He's in the army, I should imagine." "Yes." "And his name?" "Is Major Smithers Smythe, got no end of medals, was wounded at Agra in the Sepoy rebellion. Oh, he has a whole fund of anecdote, and tells such amusing stories. I'll trot him out, dear, before the day is over. You'll be quite charmed with him." "Oh, I dare say." "And the other gentleman further on?" "In a black coat and a white tie." "Yes." "That's the Rev. Mr. Downbent. He's taken 3 degrees at Oxford, and is a most eloquent preacher. Oh, you'll like him. I am sure." The slender gentleman on the other side of the grass plot is Sir William Lethbridge. He is conversing with Lord Chetwynd, a very old family. The Chetwynds came in with the Conqueror. His lordship is a quiet, thoughtful man, who as a rule does not say much, but he thinks a good deal more, and in Tresneuse he is reputed to be a little gay. Keeps an opera dancer, so I've been told, a beautiful Spanish woman, I believe. But one never knows what to believe nowadays. It may be all scandal. All I know is that he is very charming. And as to a gentleman's private amours, that's no business of yours, my dear, as poor dear Sir Eric used to say when such topics were broached." "Who is the one playing now?" inquired Aveline, glancing towards the party in question. "That's Captain Crasher. Oh, he's another of the right sort, will sit and tell you stories till the small hours of the morning. That is if you are disposed to listen to him." "And the gentleman with the long hair and dark moustache?" "What, one talking to Arabella?" "Yes." "Oh dear, Medont, you know him. That's Signor Moroschi, the celebrated basso profondo. You'll have an opportunity of judging of his ability, for he is set down in the program for 2 of his favorite scenas." "You are going to have some music then?" "Dear May's a little bit of a concert, you know, and about an hour or perhaps more. I think you'll find we've got several crack singers and instrumentalists. We are all lovers of music." At this point of the conversation, a lady met the 2 speakers in the sidewalk. She was dressed in the height of fashion, and evidently strove to assume a juvenile appearance, but she was not young neither. Was she stout? Scraggy would perhaps be the better term. "Oh, glad to have met you," said Lady Marvlin, "as it affords me an opportunity of introducing you to my friend, Miss Fagg, Lady Aveline Battershall." "I've not had the pleasure of meeting you before," said the faded spinster, for such she was, "but have often heard your name mentioned by my friend Lady Marvlin." "Oh, I dare say," returned Aveline. "Her ladyship is one of my oldest friends." "Yes, so I have been given to understand. Most delighted to make your acquaintance." Lady Aveline bowed somewhat stiffly. "I am much pleased," said she. The conversation was continued, but there was no further discourse as to the persons present, and Aveline would have been greatly relieved by Miss Fagg taking herself off. This, however, she did not seem disposed to do, for she continued to walk by the side of Lady Aveline, apparently oblivious to the fact that she was not wanted. "I wish, dear," said Lady Marvellin to Miss Fagg, "you would give a glance at the dining-room, and see if my people are making any preparations for the banquet." "Oh, if you wish it," certainly returned the spinster, stepping off like a lapwing. "Ah, we've got rid of her," cried Lady Marvellin with a merry laugh. "I thought you were beginning to get a little fidgety. You know, dear, I was constrained to invite her. She is one of your dear Sir Eric's distant relatives, and it is not often she gets the chance of a treat like this, for although I say it myself, I know it is a great treat to her, and the chances are that she'll talk about it for the next 3 months, when she returns to her friends in the village, which has the honor of counting her among its inhabitants. She's a good sort of person, I should say," observed Aveline apologetically. "Ah, dear me, yes, very good, unsophisticated, and all that sort of thing, but she is perhaps a little out of place here." "Ah, yonder is Lord Fitzboggleton," cried Lady Marvellin. "Where I don't see him. Look through the shrubbery, he is talking to Arabella. How he does follow that girl about, to be sure he is spoony on her, poor man. And does she like him? Bah, who can tell, perhaps she doesn't know herself she endures him, that is quite certain. But let us return into the house. They don't want our company, I fancy. In cases of this sort, it is my maxim to let the young people alone." And here the widow indulged in another merry laugh. They went into the house, where they were joined by a throng of persons, in less than half an hour, after this dinner was served. The Rev. Mr. Downbent said grace in an impressive manner, and all present proceeded to partake of the various dishes placed before them. The conversation soon after this became lively, and animated. A few stale jokes were uttered, which elicited as much laughter. Perhaps more than knew one's healths were drunk. But as it was a private affair, no speech-making was attempted. It was in fact a social party, and not a public banquet, and oratorical flourishes would therefore be out of place. The meal occupied a considerable time, much more than was necessary, but this may be said of all such entertainments. A dessert of a most costly and elaborate description was laid in an adjoining apartment, and to this the greater portion of the guests repaired. "Now, gentlemen," said Lady Marvellin, "I must beg of you to do just as you like. Those who wish to smoke are requested to do so, because I believe most of the ladies present will not offer any objection to the aroma of the fragrant weed. I like to see gentlemen smoke, it looks sociable. But I am not everybody. You will perhaps say, well, that is true enough, so we will effect a compromise. If you please, a room is prepared for the reception of those ladies who object to smoke." "My dear Lady Marvellin," cried one of the gentlemen, "this is really too bad. In the first place, we do not care to dispense with the company of the ladies, and in the next, we are, I hope, not such slaves to habit as to persist in smoking in the company of ladies. I shall not be satisfied if you do not enjoy yourselves in your own way." "This is not a barrack-room," said Smythe deprecatingly. "Now, Major, although I have every respect for your opinion," said Lady Marvellin banteringly, "you are not in command here." "And if I were, I should give way to your ladyship," returned the Major. "The best thing you can do is to keep the party alive by telling us one or two of your adventures," said Lady Marvellin. "Now don't be disagreeable, Major. Let me have my way this once." "Don't I always let you have your way? Ah, dear me, I only wish I was a younger man." "I should like to be a little younger, myself," returned her ladyship. Cigars were lighted, the wine was passed round, and the whole party were soon in social and animated conversation. "Let me see, Major," observed Colonel Snap, who was one of the guests, "were you not present at the execution of the ill-fated Maximilian?" "I am glad to say I was not," returned Smythe, "but I was in Mexico a short time before that untoward event. You know, I suppose, that the scoundrel Juarez, after Maximilian's death, had the body of his victim embalmed. In the holes made by the executioner's bullets, pieces of red velvet were placed. A pair of glass eyes were inserted in the orbits of the dead man, whose body was decked out with most costly garments, and then it was sent on to his relatives." "How very horrible!" exclaimed Aveline. "I never heard of anything more sickening." "Very horrible, I admit," said the Colonel, "but such was the fact. While I was in Mexico," said Major Smithers, "Smythe, facts came to my knowledge, which with your permission I will relate." "Oh, by all means, we shall all of us be delighted. Pray, proceed, Major," cried several. "The little story I have to tell," said Smythe, "I call a game for life or death. It is as follows. It was night in the camp of Maximilian's army, and sounds of merriment were heard upon all sides, for soldiers are ever wont to indulge in pleasure regardless of what morrow would bring forth. In a tent in the inner circle of the camp, sat two officers at a rude table upon which was marked with lead pencil a chess or checkerboard, while black and white buttons served for the men. Around the tent were stationed guards, and both of the officers were unarmed, while not a weapon of any description was visible in their canvas room. They were prisoners soldiers in the service of Juarez, captured the day before, but their appearance indicated that they were not Mexicans. Both men were of tall commanding forms and of easy graceful address, but whereas one had dark blue eyes and light hair and mustache, the other had eyes that were large and black with brown hair and mustache. Both men were exceedingly handsome, and upon their faces bore the impress of noble souls and hearts that knew no fear. A love of adventure had caused them to leave their homes in the north, after the close of the Civil War in which both had fought bravely, and cast their swords with Juarez to aid in driving from Mexican soil a German emperor. Capel Monteith, the blond officer, was a young man of wealth and good family, a New Yorker, and a pet in society. Garnet Weston, the brunette, was a poor man, a young lawyer in New York of good though poor parentage. He was possessed of superior intelligence, and was fast winning a name when he crossed the path of Mabel Monteith, the sister of Capel and a beauty and an heiress. So deeply did Garnet love Mabel that he was miserable when not in her presence, and he believed she cared for him, but his pride was great, and he would not offer a pauper hand to a belle and an heiress, and so struggled hard to win fortune and fa in his profession. One day, an evil day for Garnet, a pretended friend told him that Mabel was his promised wife, but that their engagement had not yet been made public. Like one in a dream, Garnet Weston listened, and then in despair determined to seek some more stirring field, where the image of his lost love would not be ever before him. A month later found him a cavalry captain in the army of Benito Juarez, where a few weeks later he was surprised to be joined by Capel Monteith, who had also offered his services to the Mexican president. In an engagement 2 days before they are presented to the reader in their tent, they had been captured and carried into the lines of Maximilian. That night in camp, they were playing a game of checkers pour passer le temps, and Capel, who was an expert player, was surprised to see how readily he was beaten by Garnet. Suddenly, a heavy tread resounded without the sentinel challenged. There was a response, and the next instant 3 of Maximilian's officers entered the tent, one of whom was an American, a Republican fighting for Imperial Mexico against the Republic. Another was a flashy-looking Frenchman. The third was a Mexican colonel. "Gentlemen, I am sorry to disturb you, but news has come tonight that Benito Juarez has executed a captain of our army, and I have orders to select one of you and march you forth to die in retaliation." And the American imperialist looked sad over the duty he had to perform. "You cannot mean that one of us must die for an offense against Maximilian, by Juarez," said Capel Monteith, rising. "Even so are my orders, sir, but I know not which to select, for my duty is most painful." "Let the gentleman play a game for the choiceth loser to die," suggested the young Frenchman. "A good idea, monsieur. Gentlemen, I observe you were playing a game of checkers when we enter Reds. Set to work and play 3 games, one who wins 2 of them to escape, the other to die." "When is this execution to be?" asked Garnet Weston. "Within the hour, sir." "Very well, Capel, I am ready for the game of life and death." Capel Monteith paced to and fro the tent with quick nervous strides. He was young, handsome, possessed of vast wealth and fond of life, and he cared not to be thus shot down like dog, but he was a brave man, and thought of Garnet Weston, whom he had always admired, and half wished to be the loser rather than see his friend die. "I am ready," he at length said, and the 2 friends, strangers in a strange land, sat down to play the game of life or death. Capel Monteith played with the utmost caution, for if one must die, I have as good a right to struggle for life as has Garnet, he thought. Garnet Weston played with indifference, a quiet, sad smile upon his face, and around them stood the 3 officers and the platoon that were to be the executioners of the losing one. 10 minutes past 20, and the game was won by Capel Monteith, whose face flushed crimson and then paled again. Garnet Weston's face never changed in expression, for the same smile rested there. The second game passed quickly, Garnet making his moves the instant Capel had raised his hand, and surprising all by his reckless indifference, but cool manner. 5 minutes passed, and the second game was won by Capel Monteith. "My God, Garnet, old fellow, I feel for you from my heart," cried the winner, the tears starting to his eyes. Garnet pressed his friend's hand, the same smile upon his face, as he said quietly, "I was ever a poor, unlucky dog, Capel, but my friend, when I am dead, look in my saddle roll hanging there, and the papers you find please deliver to the proper address, and Capel, say Toto, Miss Mabel, I left a farewell for her. Gentlemen, I am ready. Curses on your imperial humanity, will you slay a man as though he were a hound?" cried Capel, angrily turning towards the officer, for it cut him to the heart to thus part with his friend. "I yield to the fortunes of war, Capel, and these gentlemen, but do their duty." "Come, let it be over," replied Garnet, and shaking the hand of his friend warmly, he was marched away. Half distracted with grief, Capel Monteith paced his tent, his thoughts whirling, and his brain on fire, as he gazed at the stool where a short while before poor Garnet had sat. An hour passed, and the American officer of the Imperial Army stood before him. "Well," said Capel, hardly daring to ask the question. "He is dead." "God have mercy upon him," groaned the sorrowing friend. "Yes, Captain Monteith, he is dead, and though I have seen many men die, I never saw one face death with such perfectly calm indifference as did your friend. He gave the order to the platoon to fire and fell instantly, but ere he died he wrote this note to you," and the American imperialist handed a slip of paper to Capel, and turning left the tent. In Garnet's bold hand was written, "Capel, I gave my life away to save you, for I loved Mabel too dearly ever to let her brother die where I could be sacrificed. Instead, I dare tell you this now, for I stand on the brink of my open grave. Farewell, Garnet." A bitter night of sorrow passed Capel Monteith in that lonely tent, for well he knew his friend had spoken the truth, and when months after the star of Maximilian's crown had set in gloom, and he resigned from the army of the successful Juarez, he wended his way homeward with a heavy heart, for he could not forget that Mexican soil covered the noble man who had fallen a sacrifice to save his life. 3 years passed away after the game for life or death, and one pleasant evening, toward the sunsether, a horseman was riding slowly along a highway, traversing a fertile valley of a southwestern state. 3 years had added more dignity to the face, and perhaps saddened it, but otherwise no change had ever come over Capel Monteith's fine features. Upon his right hand, setting back from the road, was a pretty little farmhouse surrounded by fertile fields, and the site promising well for a night's lodging for man and beast. Capel turned in at the white gateway, and rode up to the front door and dismounted. The owner of the mansion descended the steps to greet him, and Capel Monteith stood face to face with Garnet Weston. "My God, has the grave given up its dead?" cried Capel in dismay. "No, old fellow, you find me flesh and blood, ready and willing to give you a hearty welcome to this, my home, left me by an old bachelor uncle a few months since, but come in, I will tell you all." The surprised and delighted Capel willingly accepted, and around a well-spread table that evening, he heard how Garnet had been carried forth to be most bunglingly executed. But a squadron of Juarez cavalry had appeared, and frightened off his executioners ere the first platoon had retired, and that a watchful ranchero had seized him and borne him to his ranch, where through months of suffering he recovered, and was able to depart from the house of his good friend. But it was long ere he could gain strength enough to reach Galveston, Texas, and there he met an old uncle who had carried him to his comfortable home with him. The kind old bachelor was one day thrown from his horse, and night and day Garnet had watched by his bedside, until death relieved him of his sufferings, and the young man found that his uncle had left him all his wealth. "But, old fellow, why did you not write to let me know, for you know not how I have mourned for you?" asked Capel. "I did write to my old law partner in New York, and he said you had moved away, none knew whither. True, poor Mabel failed in health, and I carried her to Europe, but we soon returned, and to effect a change in scene, and ere I purchased a fine farm about 2 days' journey from here. And there we now live. Mabel is contented if not happy." "She married." "She married fiddlesticks, no, she never had any idea of marrying any man excepting yourself, and you went off to Mexico, and nearly broke her heart." "God, I thank thee," cried Garnet, and he buried his face in his hands, and wept like a very child. 3 months passed, and the bachelor home of Garnet Weston had a mistress to preside over it, a queenly-looking woman of 22 perhaps, with dreamy sad eyes, and a face of wondrous beauty. That woman was once the heiress and belle of New York. Mabel Montague had, after long years, married her first and only love through that game of life and death in the Gulf-washed land of Mexico. Well said, Colonel. Snap, it's a moving narrative, and I expect our friends here as well as myself are under the impression that Garnet Weston was done to death. How he managed to escape is the most surprising part of the business. Ah, but I am so glad he did escape, poor dear fellow, cried Arabella. But it is a most touching story. I wouldn't have missed hearing it on any account. By Jove, but it's a splendid narrative. I never heard a better, said Lord Fitzboggleton. I know a fellow who knows another fellow you know who is a capital hand at telling stories, but he isn't up to the Majornot, by an immeasurable distance. Ah, that was a most unfortunate piece of business. It was the first serious mistake the late Emperor made, said the Colonel. It was not so great as going to war with United Prussia, observed Sir William Lethbridge. That was his downfall. Without doubt, Sir William, nobody will dispute that for a moment, but he was forced into it. And after all, much as Napoleon Roman III has been maligned, he was not so ambitious or remorseless a man, as many people have been led to suppose. On the contrary, he was a much more kindly monarch than I at one time gave him credit for. We in this country look at foreign potentates and foreign politics from our own point of view. That is but natural, sir, observed Mr. Downbent. It is in the nature and order of things that it should be so. And in addition to all this, observed Sir William, I have always maintained that as a nation we are greatly prejudiced, and think we are nearer perfection than any other country. Oh, that I think there can be no doubt about Crasher. One thing, however, is quite certain. We appear to be miserably behindhand as far as our detective department goes. Murder is rife in the land. Crimes of the greatest possible amount of ferocity are committed, and the perpetrators, for some reason or other, are permitted to escape. You have broached a subject, sir, said Sir William Lethbridge, which is an all-important one. I mean the protection of human life, and I don't believe that under the existing state of things the government is competent to deal with this question. Why, it is a scandal to this nation. You mean the number of murderers who escape detection? I do. Well, we shall do no good till a different class of men are employed, and the whole system is reformed. I've got a little bit of a story to tell about a New York detective, said Sir William. It happened when I paid a visit to the United States. Everybody, of course, hoped that Sir William would give the narrative, which he did, after the following fashion, details of which we reserve for the succeeding chapter. Chapter Roman 139, Sir William's Thalia, musical mélange. There was at the time I paid a visit to our American cousins, said Sir William, a sharp, clever fellow named Dixon. He had gained a considerable amount of reputation as a detective, and I believe he well deserved the encomiums passed upon him. Anyway, as far as I could judge, he was a remarkably acute man, and he was in addition to this a civil and obliging officer. No. 74. Illustration: Miss Lovejoy and the Professor. Miss Arabella Lovejoy and the Professor delight the company. The case which I am about to present to you does not perhaps possess what I may term the romantic interest of my friend Smythe's story, but it has nevertheless something to recommend it, since it serves to show how quickly retribution followed the commission of a horrible crime. My story is that of a dead traveler found in a train. The train stopped at Dexham's bleak depot long enough to permit a man to spring from the drizzling gloom upon the platform of the through coach, whose doors were locked. The conductor, ensconced from the rain in the express car, did not see the new acquisition to his list of passengers, and the man standing on the platform seemed to be congratulating himself on the success of what he wished to call secrecy. When the train moved from the station, whose night clerk slept in his dimly lighted office, the unknown passenger quietly drew a brass key from his pocket and unlocked the door of the coach. When he closed it again himself, inside it was locked as before. He found the car lighted by 3 lamps, and seemingly deserted. Not a head protruded above the seats, and the air of desolation filled the place. He heard the rain now falling in earnest, beating against the windows beyond, whose panes the blackness of darkness reigned. Not far from the fireless stove, the new passenger seated himself and began to brush his hat with a handkerchief. He was in the midst of his work when something like a groan startled him, and he stopped. Leaning forward, he listened keenly, and at length rose and walked down the aisle. He seemed satisfied that he had heard a human groan, for he looked into and between the seats, and it was near the forward door that he suddenly came to a halt. He stood over a man whose head rested on the crimson cushions of the seat, but whose body lay on the floor. From the white lips beneath the silent spectator had proceeded the startling groan, and the eyes moved once when they caught sight of him. The unknown passenger regarded the scene for a moment before he stirred a limb, then he bent over the recumbent man, and with no little difficulty, assisted him to the seat. "I say it's no use after your murderous blows," said the stricken one, seeming to regard the new passenger as his mortal enemy. "You need not strike me again." "I never struck you," replied the passenger, with a faint smile. "My kind sir, you have mistaken the person. Will you not tell me how all this came about?" It was quite evident that the wounded traveler was near unto death. One quiver after another passed over his frame, and once or twice, after speaking, he gasped for breath. The single spectator saw this, and put his hand on his shoulder. "I will avenge you," he said, stooping over the dying traveler. "Tell me who did it. I am a detective." The deathly eyes fixed their stare upon him, and when he saw the white lips move, he put his ear down to them. "Tell Natalie, tell her that, God pity me." With the last word, the traveler's head fell back upon the detective's hand, and the gurgle of death ran up his throat. Then he turned his face from the light, and the raindrops that came through a hole in the pane fell upon a dead man's brow. "Curse the stupid luck," said the detective, standing erect. "He would have told me, I am sure, and my case would not have been difficult. But let me see what I can find upon him by which to work, for I swear I will hunt to the death the man who killed the traveler." An examination of the dead man's pockets revealed nothing concerning his identity, and the detective looked puzzled. He found an empty pocketbook and a watch, but they did him no good. The man had probably reached his 30th year. His hair and well-dressed beard were light, and his lifeless eyes a beautiful blue. He was well dressed, but there was no show of ostentation about his garments. After the search, the detective unlocked the front door of the coach, and with another key which he drew from his pocket, unlocked the express car. Stepping boldly into it, he startled the messenger, whose hands flew to an inner pocket when he beheld the unsummoned intruder, but no pistol was drawn. "No shooting, Toby," said the detective, and the messenger, recognizing the voice, came forward with extended hands. "You take a fellow by surprise, Dixon. I might have shot you." "Oh, I guess not," laughed the detective. "Where's Golden?" "Asleep in yon corner." Dixon stepped forward and waked a good-looking man who had fallen asleep on several bales of gunnycloth. "You've got a dead man on the train," Dixon said to the conductor when he opened his eyes. "A dead man," cried the express messenger, before the conductor, recovering from his sleep, could utter a single ejaculation. "A man as dead as Chelsea. Come and see him." The messenger picked up a lantern, and the two left the car. "I recollect him," said the conductor. "Golden," looking at the dead traveler. "He boarded the train at Monterey, and was my only through passenger. There's 2 stabs in his left breast. You've noticed them, I suppose?" "Oh yes, nothing ever escapes me," replied the detective with a smile. "Do not either of you gentlemen know aught about him?" The messenger shook his head without replying, and the conductor said, "I've met him once or twice before. I think his name is Hardesty. Concerning his home or his people, I know nothing." A few minutes later, on some sacks, stretched on the floor of the express car, lay the dead traveler. The lamplight fell over his pale face, and rendered it ghastly like the faces of corpses. Conductor Golden said that the mystery of the passenger's death puzzled him. He was sure that no other person tenanted the fatal coach when he locked it after taking up the only through ticket and giving the proper check. The theory of suicide was discussed, but abandoned, as no weapons were found on the passenger's person. The messenger recollected a certain robbery of the company's car works several years prior to the fatal night, and stated that a number of coach keys were then taken. In all probability, some person in possession of one of those keys had entered the coach at some station, murdered the unknown passenger while the train was in motion, and made good his escape. This theory satisfied messenger and conductor, but not the detective. "Gentlemen," he said calmly, "this man was killed by an old enemy. His watch, worth at least $200, remains on his person, but everything else has been removed. The murderer has carefully removed all traces of his identity, but his shrewdness shall avail him not, for I tell you," the speaker's cold but piercing eyes were fixed on Golden. "I tell you," he repeated, "that I will hunt him down and make him pay dearly for his terrible work." "Your hand on that," said the conductor, putting forth his hand, and the men clasped. "Why, there's blood on your hand," suddenly said Dixon, noting a crimson spot on Golden's member. "I've a mind to arrest you." he added with a smile. Do so and hunt no further for your man, returned the conductor. I had my hand in the dead man's bosom, hence the gore on my skin. But do you think you'll ever catch the perpetrator of the deed? Catch him, cried Dixon. In my detective life, I have never followed a man in vain. John Golden, you have heard of me in the capacity of a manhunter. And I promise that you shall be present at the death of your passenger's assassin. Good, I accept the invitation implied in your words and Toby's, he included. Certainly, answered Dixon with a faint smile, and then the conversation was interrupted by the whistle of the engine. We're running into Dayton, said the messenger, taking up his book. I put off a parcel here that is not entered on the books, and he glanced from the detective to the corpse. The coroner's inquest elicited no new facts concerning the dead passenger. The usual verdict that the deceased had come to his death at the hands of some person or persons, unknown to the jury, appeared in the morning papers during the day. Many people viewed the corpse in the coroner's office, but it was not recognized. Dixon, the detective, kept about the office the entire day. He scrutinized the face of each viewer of the corpse, and assisted to put the dead into the coffin. After office hours, many people wondered who that strange and commonplace man in the office was, never dreaming that he was one of the keenest detectives in the United States. He left the office at 11 o'clock and passed under the gaslight towards the Merchants Hotel. This resort was in a distant part of the city, and to gain it, the detective would be obliged to traverse a portion of the metropolis infested with thieves, gamblers, debauchees, and wicked people. Generally, he had traversed it before unarmed, and did not fear its denizens. He set forth alone, and had gained the nearest and best portion of the infested district. When a hand was laid on his arm, he stopped, and beheld a young girl looking up into his face. Well, miss, he said, in a tone that reassured the person, for she came nearer. I saw you in the coroner's office, but I was afraid to come in, she said. I looked in from the curb, and ran off when I thought you were looking at me. Sir, I would like to see him before they give him an unknown grave. He was my brother. Dixon started and turned full upon the pale, sorrowful. Your brother, he cried. What is your name? Natalie Green. Natalie. It was the last name pronounced by the murdered traveler, and the detective was startled at finding its possessor so soon. Where do you live, he asked. In a house 2 blocks down this street. Oh, sir, do not think me one of the sinning. I am not. He drew me from home, and I had not the hardihood to return. I could not face father, though I have not fallen, and brother George, the dead, has been hunting me ever since. Natalie, this is no place for conversation, said the detective. In your home, you must tell me the whole story. You know what I am, girl. Yes, a detective, she replied. They don't like such as you in these parts. I reckon not, he said with a smile, and together they walked down the street. What followed I need not detail here. The denouement of my story will tell you. One autumn night 3 months later, a man boarded a train as it was leaving a country station. The night was the counterpart of the one that witnessed the finding of the dying passenger in the coach, and the person who had nimbly leaped upon the platform unlocked the car with the sang-froid of a privileged person. He passed through the well-filled coach, and presently faced the messenger, who was at cards with the conductor. Both men started when they beheld the newcomer, but they soon recognized him, and gave him a friendly hand. No man yet, said Conductor Golden with a light laugh, as he looked up into their visitor's face. The trail is long, and will in time no doubt grow tiresome. But I have reached the end of it, said the detective seriously, and the conductor rose to his feet. Good, he exclaimed. Toby, we will drink to Dixon's success. You must drink soon, then, was the reply, and a revolver quietly slipped from the detective's pocket. John Golden, he continued, I arrest you for the murder of George Green. You allured his sister Natalie from her home, and swore to kill him. Because he followed you, that vow you have kept. You met him in your through coach. The night was dark, and he your sole passenger then, and there you imbrued your hands with blood, and removed from his person traces of his identity. Deny not the charges, for I am prepared to prove each and every one. Toby, there are a brace of handcuffs in my pocket. The astonished messenger moved towards the detective, when with a cry of horror, the conductor leaped to the half-open express door. Dixon sprang forward to arrest him, but was too late. The train struck a bridge, as the form of the conductor disappeared, and messenger and detective gazed blankly into each other's faces. Dead, asked Dixon. Dead, responded Toby. If he missed the beams, he fell into the river 80 feet below us. Well, let him go, said the detective. He is the assassin of the man from whose home he allured a sister. The body of John Golden was never found among his papers at his boarding house. In the city was found a memorandum book belonging to George Green and other articles that Natalie identified. Thus was the mystery that hung over the dead traveler cleared, and I have but to add that Natalie returned home, and after the lapse of 2 years, became the wife of no less a person than Jerome Dixon. It is very much to be regretted, said the Rev. Mr. Downbent, that the detectives of this country are not able to unravel the many mysteries which of late have been presented to us in the metropolis. Indeed, to say the truth, they appear to be grossly at fault in this respect. We shall never do any good, sir, observed Sir William, till a better class of men are employed, and I may add prompter and more stringent measures are taken to check crimes of this nature. I have come to that conclusion years ago, and recent events have strengthened me in the opinion I have formed. It is a most melancholy state of affairs, said Lady Marvelyn. I don't pretend to be a competent judge of such matters, but everyone must admit that it reflects no credit on a country which is perhaps the most opulent and civilized community in the whole world. You are right, my dear Lady Marvelyn, returned Sir William. The number of murders committed of late in this country that we know of is bad enough, seeing that the perpetrators of these crimes are never discovered, even to say nothing about their being convicted. And then how many are there perpetrated which are never brought to light in any shape whatever? This reflection is a most painful one. Looking at the matter with an unprejudiced eye, we must confess that this country has not so much to boast of. After all, it is true, we put down the traffic in human flesh, we abolish slavery. That is something to our credit. Yes, but at what cost, Sir William, cried Captain Crasher. Never mind the cost, it was done and effectually done. After much cost both in money and men, said Crasher, as we are all of us in what I may call an anecdotal or storytelling vein today, I will, if you please, tell you a story of the African slave trade. Oh, do, there's a good dear soul, cried Lady Marvelyn. By all means, madam, if our friends are agreeable. Everybody declared that they would esteem it a favor if the captain would go ahead, so he at once rushed into the following narrative. Now I am going to tell you a story about the right of search, said Crasher. The events I am about to describe, said he, date back to a period 20 years ago, at which time I was but a newly appointed midshipman youngster of the larboard steerage mess of the ship of war excellent Captain David Hodge. As they relate to the right of search as applied to slavers, those of you who are familiar with the subject will pardon a word of explanation for the benefit of those who are not. Slaving not being reckoned as piracy by the law of nations, at the time to which I allude, no ship was permitted to search another, even though the latter were positively known to be loaded with Negroes, unless the two vessels carried the same flag. Consequently, any slaver, when pursued, if aware of her pursuer's nationality, might run up a foreign flag and sail coolly away under its protection, her enemy being entirely powerless in the matter. This was the state of affairs from the treaty for the mutual suppression of the African slave trade between Great Britain and the United States in 1842, down to the Treaty of 1862, which to some slight extent mended the matter. The Excellent had been cruising off the Guinean coast, particularly about the region between Cape 3 Points and the Bight of Benin, for upwards of 4 months now, and nothing to speak of had come of it. To be sure, we had all been ashore once or twice to call on the King of Dahomey, the best misrepresentative of royalty to be found on the western coast at that time, and he had dined us deliciously on shelled peanuts and pledged our professional health in deep draughts of his villainous Sego. But of our legitimate business in that part of the world, we had done little or nothing. Nor was this exactly for lack of opportunity. We knew very well that the rascally old potentate was trading off his subjects at the rate of 1,000 or so every 2 or 3 weeks. We would even lie there sometimes and see a slaver go to sea, knowing that her decks below were crowded with miserable Negroes. But if we made a movement to pursue, up would go a Spanish or French flag, and all we could do was to let her severely alone. Once, indeed, we did circumvent one of them most beautifully. We had followed her up when she put out of the river until she showed the stars and stripes, and then, as the breeze was light, and the night a promising one, the old man ordered out the barge and sent an officer up to Elmina, 10 miles above us, to inform a Yankee sloop of war, which we knew to be there. We hung to the slaver all night with the ship, and just at day break, sure enough, there was the American making for her with all sails spread. When the fellow saw her he thought to get out of it by running up a French flag, but at this instant change of flag is presumably evidence of fraud. We both pounced upon him, and in half an hour had his crew in irons. But that wasn't the story I started to tell. As I say, we were not always as fortunate as that, and after weeks and weeks of hot weather, and no prizes, the whole ship's company began to grow desperate. One evening, just before twilight came honor what would be twilight if they had such a thing in those latitudes, we were standing idly along up towards Coast Castle, when a sail was reported as seen over the land, the vessel being just about to emerge from a small bay that makes in just their Captain Hodge was on deck at the time, and himself addressed the masthead. "Do you know her?" was his first inquiry. "Can't make her out just yet, sir, on account of the hill," answered the lookout. "I should judge from the size of them topsails, and the rake of her masts, that it is the big schooner we overhauled last week." A moment after, and the captain hailed again. "How is she now, my man?" "'Tis the schooner, sir." "All right, keep an eye on her," and the captain went below a moment. 15 minutes after we were in full sight of the slaver for slaver, we knew her to be that low black hull and rakish build, could belong to no respectable craft, even if the presence of such could be accounted for just there and then. "Now," cries the old man again, making his appearance on deck, and as much interested in the affair as was I, the most inexperienced youngster in the ship. "Well, make her show her colors. If she don't recognize us, she may show a different flag from what she did before. If so, she is ours." But the stranger was not to be caught in any such way as that. She did remember us perfectly well, probably had known precisely where we were every day for the last week, and when a gun was fired, she ran up the French flag as innocently as could be. Shortly after, the sudden darkness of the tropics came on, the faltering sea breeze died out entirely, and night set in, with the two vessels within half a mile of each other, and hardly likely to change their relative positions before morning. At daylight, quite contrary to his custom, the old man was on deck again, and inquiring for the slaver. She was still in sight, but a slight land breeze had sprung up shortly before day broke, and she was cautiously edging off to the westward. Although she might be perfectly safe according to the law's letter, she did not feel easy in our vicinity, any more than a thief does in the company of a policeman, and so the captain remarked to the officer of the watch. "Mr. Bright," said he, "the nigger doesn't mean to stay by us long, even if we can't touch him." The captain always called all slavers niggers, without discrimination or difference. Mr. Bright was the second lieutenant, young for his rank, and a man who had won rapid promotion by his decision and intrepidity. His answer was characteristic. "And why can't we touch him?" he asked, in a meaning sort of way. The captain seemed to understand him perfectly well, but he shook his head gravely. "It wouldn't do, Mr. Bright, it wouldn't do." "But nothing would ever come of it, sir. Suppose we should take the fellow with the French colors flying. Do you really think any complaint would ever reach the French government?" The captain still shook his head. "I don't know about that, Mr. Bright," he said, "but I don't like to do it. The thing would be unprecedented. It's too bad, too, with the nigger right here in our hands, and we are not at liberty to take hold of him," and he strode off towards his cabin. Yet the lieutenant's idea seemed still to be working in his mind, for just as he was about to disappear, he called out again, "Mr. Bright, you may as well shake out an extra rag or two, and keep the scoundrel in sight." Then he vanished down the stairs, muttering something about his extreme curiosity to behold a cursed nigger who could get away from the excellent when her blood was up. So we loitered along after the schooner with what little wind there was, and after breakfast, we were surprised by an order coming into the steerage, summoning all the commissioned officers, even of lowest rank, to the captain's cabin. We went aft in a hurry, and found all assembled around the cabin table, except Mr. Bright, who was still in charge of the deck. Captain Hodge stood at the head of the table. We waited for him to speak. "Gentlemen," he began, "please fill your glasses, and now here's to the honor and success of the Old Excellent." We drank the toast with great enthusiasm. Then he went on, "Gentlemen, it is too bad, it is outrageous the way things are at present here. Have we been cruising up and down here all summer long, and hardly a prize to show for it? And now here is another blamed nigger right before our face, and ice we know his hold is full of slaves we can almost see 'em. And if the wind would haul to wested a bit, hang me if I don't believe we could smell a man. Yet, because the fellow has run up a French flag, we've got to lose him. Gentlemen, I repeat, it is outrageous." We all asserted clamorously that it was monstrous. And something ought to be done about it, continued the old man, waxing warmer and more indignant. Ordinarily, I can somehow manage to stand it, but this fellow has been dodging here for a week, with a rascally lie at his peak, and this time I am not going to stand it." The captain paused and wiped his brow with his silk handkerchief. "Now, gentlemen," he again went on, "you all know it was rather duskish last night, when we made the fellow show his colors. Are you all perfectly certain what flag it was he hoisted?" We all kept silent with a puzzled air. "That is to say," he continued, "are you all perfectly certain it was the French flag? There was blue in it, and red in it. Now may there not have been white in it too? In short, may it not have been the British Jack?" The captain said this with a queer kind of smile that suddenly betrayed to us his meaning. Probably he himself was the most scrupulous officer present. Indeed, upon him must the whole responsibility rest. If he chose to run the risk, it was hardly probable that any of us would hesitate, especially at what we considered a perfectly justifiable piece of deception. We had suffered enough already in consequence of this punctiliousness of the home government about the right of search. Up spoke little Bradford of Southampton. "I was in the maintop at the time, sir, and my eyesight is very good indeed. I could almost swear it was British colors she showed." Several others of us made similar remarks in a jocular kind of way, but the captain interrupted us. "This is no joking matter, gentlemen. If we seize that schooner while she is under a foreign flag, we deliberately violate the law of nations, and without doubt run the risk of a national dispute. Yet I intend to seize her on one condition." Here he paused and looked around the circle of eager faces. "Please name it, sir," said the first lieutenant seriously. "That each of you pledge me his honor that he will everywhere, and under all circumstances, unless under oath, insist upon it, that she showed the British flag last night." Every man of us immediately declared his willingness to promise this. "Mr. Hazelton," said the captain to me, "will you ask Mr. Bright to step to the companionway?" I went on deck and communicated to the second luff the captain's request. As soon as he appeared, Captain Hodge called out to him, "Mr. Bright, are you sure the schooner showed the British flag last night?" "The British flag? Why, yes, I am quite sure." "Could you swear to it?" "I could do anything almost but swear to it." "Very well, sir. Can you come down a moment? Gentlemen, let us once more drink to the honor of the old ship, and remember that that honor should be as dear to us as our own. And now, Mr. Bright, let us overhaul the nigger as soon as possible, for, by the great horn spoon, we'll have her now, if she flies the flag of every nation in Christendom." All sail was immediately made on board the Excellent, and the slaver, seeing that something was up, and that we evidently meant to overtake her, did her very best to prevent it. But as the captain had said, there were few slavers that could get away from the Excellent when she was doing her best, and a light breeze abeam was her best point. Slowly but surely we overhauled her, and at noon were almost within hailing distance. The old man was on deck in person, and chose to assume the trumpet and negotiate the whole business himself. He had a powerful voice, and he used it as soon as there was the slightest possibility of its being heard. "Come into the wind," he cried, "or ill blow you out of the water." The stranger held straight on. He either did not, or would not understand, but a round shot across his bow brought him to. As we drew nearer, he called out in the best of English, "By what right do you stop a French vessel? Go to the pit with your French vessel. You were a British vessel last night. Stand by till we send a boat on board." 2 cutters were manned, and under charge of Lieutenant Bright dispatched to the schooner. Her papers were examined, and her character as a British vessel by an American firm was positively established. The slaver's crew were put in irons, but left on board their own vessel. An unusually large prize crew was told off, and to our surprise Lieutenant Bright was put in charge of it. He was a favorite with the captain, and we had expected the 3rd or 4th luff would go. But the truth was the captain was a trifle nervous about the affair after it was over with, and he was particular about the prize. The schooner's captain had made a good deal of talk about the matter, swearing that the vessel was not English, and that his government would right the matter for him. Before Mr. Bright left us for the last time to go on board his new command, the captain took him below and had a long talk with him. Then the two came up together, shook hands affectionately, and Mr. Bright went over the side with a farewell nod to us all. Before night, the schooner was out of sight to windward. A year after the Excellent having by that time been ordered home, I learned that Bright took the slaver in all right. but reported that her officers and entire crew had, by some ingenious plan, escaped in the long boat before he got away from the African coast. Very little had been said about the matter, however, at the Navy Department, and shortly afterwards, Bright had received his promotion. I thought that altogether the thing looked rather strange, and I straightway elaborated a theory of my own about the matter. By Captain Hodges' orders, Bright had probably put the schooner's company on shore. Before going to sea, the captain thought, I suppose, that they would be less likely to give any trouble about our violation of the British flag, if left in Africa. And as I believe, Bright took home with him from the captain letters to the Secretary of the Admiralty, a personal friend of his, explaining the whole matter, and recommending Bright for promotion. At any rate, he was promoted, and we never heard anything more from the captain of the slaver. Ah, those were times, sir, said Sir William Lethbridge. Happily for the world, they have long since passed away. There are few white slaves in this country, I believe, said the captain carelessly. That may be, but they are not slaves in the sense we allude to. Many men are slaves to habit, indeed most of us are, but that is very different to being bought and sold like beasts of burthen. Perhaps I have not duly considered the question, returned the captain. I do not say that for a moment. On the contrary, no man has had better opportunities than yourself to thoroughly understand the subject, and I take it we are not likely to disagree on its general bearings. I hope not, I am sure, said Captain Crasher, but the evil has passed away, and none of us here, I expect, would wish a return of the old times. Our American cousins have endorsed the opinion expressed by the people of this country, and it redounds to their credit that they have followed the excellent example set by the Britishers, as they term them. A desultory conversation followed in which many of the company took part, and soon after this, it was announced by the hostess that the concert was about to commence. Many of the guests had by this time betaken themselves to the apartment where the musical performances were to be given, and the remaining portion of the company rose from their seats and sauntered into the concert-room. They dispersed themselves in groups on the chairs and couches placed around for their reception. A young lady was conducted to the piano by Signor Marowski, who was, in addition to being one of the chief performers, also master of the ceremonies, or musical director. The young lady commenced with what might be termed a bombardment of the instrument. Then she ran over the keys with a rapidity which was perfectly electrifying. It was a show piece she was playing. Its name, however, did not transpire. It had the effect of creating astonishment, and that was all she looked for. She was of course complimented, and then retired to give place to a young man with weak eyes and a pale face who stepped forward to sing a tenor song. His voice appeared to be weak as well as his eyes, but its tone was sympathetic, and he sang correctly and with a certain amount of feeling which went to the hearts of his hearers. A trio for the harp, violin, and piano followed. It was a little too long perhaps, but was very well executed by artists who were evidently well up to their work. Lady Marvelin's protégée, Miss Arabella Lovejoy, was now brought forward by Lord Fitzboggleton. She took her place by the piano, and her master, Signor Marowski, sat down to the instrument for the purpose of playing the accompaniment. He began by executing a prelude of a most difficult and elaborate nature, after which the vocalist commenced a bravura from one of the well-known operas. This she attacked with force and vigor, and it was difficult for anyone to determine exactly which to admire most, the signor or his pupil, for they were both so terribly in earnest. Lady Marvelin was charmed. The fair Arabella, she afterwards declared, surpassed herself. Anyway, she did not let the grass grow under her feet, but poured forth roulade after roulade in a most energetic and earnest manner. Her voice was a little thin, and sharp, censorious people might say even piercing, but that did not so much matter. She got through her piece creditably, and was of course highly complimented at its close. By Jove, said Lord Fitzboggleton, you are really quite as accomplished a singer as the very best professional, my dear Miss Lovejoy. I am quite enchanted. Oh, pray don't, said the pretty pet. How foolish you make me look, my lord. Foolish? What a remarkable observation. Foolish. Indeed, you ought to be pewowed. I know I should be, if I had a tithe of your ability. Oh, my lord, you are a flatterer, I do believe, cried Lady Marvelin, coming to the rescue. But of course, I know that anything my dear Arabella attempts to do is sure to please you. Indeed, you are mistaken, Lady Marvelin, said the young nobleman. I am a most widget seawittic, I assure you. The speaker conducted the fair Arabella to her seat, and Signor Marowski seated himself once more at the piano. He was about to favor the company with a long scena from a popular opera. He began by playing a long monotonous prelude of a weird-like character. To judge from the sounds produced, the inference would very naturally be that someone was in a state of deep dejection, or it might be despair or agony. Presently he sang in a sonorous voice 3 prolonged notes. These were repeated several times, and were succeeded by a jerky quick movement. This appeared to be a sort of recitative or prelude, for the notation was soon of a changed character, still, however, wailing and melancholy, or it might be said depressing. That clever entertainer Frederick Macabe says, when performing the role of a street minstrel, "Why, Lord bless you, there ain't much occasion to understand much about music when you plays to a West End audience. As long as you play something melancholy, it's sure to go down with the upper classes." Perhaps Signor Marowski was of the same opinion. Anyway, he acted in accordance with Macabe's instructions. It was a Wagnerian piece he was executing, and many present declared it to be grand and magnificent. Whether they were able to comprehend its precise meaning, it would not be so easy to determine. However, the Italian professor sang on. He evidently threw his whole heart into his work. He was a sound musician and an admirable vocalist, but he was imbued with the notion that the music of the future was the right sort of thing. When he came to a conclusion, many gave a suppressed sigh of relief, and many expressed their satisfaction by exclaiming, "Grand, splendid, remarkably fine." "What think you, Sir Eric?" cried one, addressing himself to Aveline's husband. "Oh, if you ask me my opinion," cried the baronet, "I must tell you plainly that I consider all this fuss about Wagner is quite out of place." "Oh, my dear Sir Eric," said Lady Marvellin, "you don't know what you say, I'm sure." "Don't I though?" returned he. "I most certainly do. I consider it humbug. I don't profess to be an accomplished musician, and am perhaps not a competent judge. Why, Lord bless us, I am old enough to remember the time when this man's music was laughed at and scouted in this country." "That's right enough," observed Captain Smithers Smythe. "What a thing is popularity, or becoming the fashion would perhaps be the better term. The English public are afflicted every now and then with a sort of mad infatuation for eccentricity, and are apt to applaud to the very echo things they do not understand. As a proof of this, I have only to refer to the furore for the Italian actor Salvini. They made a god of him for a season, and then left him to flicker out and return to his native country, a sadder and a wiser man doubtless. He was duly impressed with the fleeting nature of popularity. Now, it is the fashion to have a craze for a composer whose works are incomprehensible to me, and whose beauties are effectually hidden as far as I am individually concerned." "Really, gentlemen," said Lady Marvellin, "you are paying Signor Marowski but a poor compliment." "Pardon me," said Sir William Lethbridge, "we owe and pay tribute to the talents of the professor. What we are discussing is the merits of Wagner." Marowski now endeavored to explain to the company what Wagner had endeavored to express in the piece he had just executed, and wound up by declaring that the German composer was a great genius. "I admit my inability to appreciate his beauties," said Sir Eric Battershall. "Still, I am not singular in the opinion. I have formed in an admirably written article in a periodical a month or two ago. The writer sets forth that whereas Mozart's opera music has been the delight of every concert-goer since the day when it was first written, and this irrespective of the scenes to which it belongs, Herr Wagner's vocal phrases detached from the pictures they illustrate can only strike the ear as so much cacophonous jargon, in which every principle of nature and grace has been outraged, partly owing to poverty of invention and absence of all feeling for the beautiful, partly owing to the arrogant tyranny of a false and forced theory." "These are strong expressions, I admit," said the baronet, "but not a bit too strong, excepting for the fanatics who have set up the Wagnerian idol, and would coerce the rest of the world into the worship of the fantastic creed. They have adopted just the same as the craze for the pre-Raphaelite school of painting, as it was termed, was endeavored to be forced on the art-loving world many years ago." "That is true enough," said Mr. Downbent. "It was a craze, a sort of epidemic," returned the baronet. "But hear me for a moment or so. Speaking of Herr Wagner's profuse musical dialogue, and particularly in relation to Das Rheingold, the writer says the recitative in which the scenes are conducted is throughout dry, unvocal, and uncouth. But Gluck might never have written to show how truth in declamation may be combined with beauty of form, variety of instrumental support, and advantageous presentiment of the actors who have to tell a story." Ah, but you English cannot bear to listen to long descriptive recitative passages, cried Marowski. I admit that as a rule they don't care about them. Still, a great many persons who listen to Wagner's operas will feel the force of the observations. I have just quoted his interminable dialogues, his annihilation of pleasant comprehensible form of music, and his systematic crushing out of melody from his compositions, must eventually cure the musical public, or the small section of it, who are with him of their unhealthy craze. In the meantime, his operas, dry as they usually are, will be revived in the course of the operatic season, and among them, Tannhäuser is of course accepted in this work. There are long dreary passages to wade through with little else by way of compensation than the gorgeousness of the Messe end scene. The professional march is truly an inspiration. And in the chant of the pilgrims, Tannhäuser's hymn to Venus and the shepherds, song concessions are made to those who demand continuous understandable melody for these indulgences. We cannot be sufficiently grateful, and must congratulate ourselves, that Tannhäuser belongs to Wagner's middle period, and not to his later style, from which tune is rigorously excluded. Signor Marowski smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Ah, said he, it is always difficult for a grand original genius to make himself understood, or to be fully appreciated by the public. There are a number of musical geniuses whose works have been popular in this country, observed Smythe, but I don't expect we shall agree upon this subject, and we have to apologize to our kind hostess for thus interrupting the concert. I like to listen to discussions of this sort, returned Marowski, because I believe that the English people have a much greater love for good music than foreign nations. Give them credit for, however, as you don't care about Wagner, he added with a smile, I will give you something from an opera by one of my own countrymen. Marowski sat down to the piano once more, and sang a recitative air from one of Rossini's operas. He executed it in a manner which was beyond all praise, and the contrast it afforded to his first performance was so powerful that his audience found it difficult to believe that it was the same singer they were listening to. The Italian professor was applauded most vociferously, and was evidently well pleased with his success. Now you must not tell me, signor, that the last piece is not 100% better than the first, cried Sir Eric Battershall. It all depends upon taste, each is good in its own particular way. Lady Battershall, or Aveline as we have been accustomed to call her, was now conducted to the piano. She sang a simple ballad with such pathos, and with so much feeling that the assembled guests were deeply moved. After a few more pieces had been performed, and songs sung, the musical entertainment was brought to a close. The conversation became general, the topics discussed were various, and a vast amount of knowledge was displayed by the speakers, in what might with truth be termed a most delightful convivial discussion. Among the company was a learned professor, a great naturalist, who had been in many parts of the world, had been somewhat taciturn during the earlier portion of the day, but Captain Smithers Smythe, who had resided in India for some years, drew him out, and an animated conversation followed upon the great Indian Empire. Professor Mainwaring had a number of interesting anecdotes to tell, and finally concluded with the following narrative. You see, said he, it is a good many years ago now since I was lost in the forest, but every minute incident, Captain, is green in my recollection, as if it occurred but yesterday. I can readily understand that. Well, it was an oppressively hot day in the very height of summer, when Carter and myself pitched our tent in a secluded forest tract of land, near the headwaters of the Chenab. I dare say you know the river. Oh, perfectly well, returned Smythe. You had some fellows with you, I suppose. Dear me, yes, our party consisted of 3 native servants, besides coolies, who had been engaged at the last village to carry the baggage, and who would run away at the first approach of danger, said Smythe. They were men you could not place implicit trust in. I must confess, well, our route lay along a rugged pathway by the side of the river, through dense forests of pine and cedar, which clothed its banks to the water's edge, and spread their great branches across its bosom, until they nearly met in midstream. A more perfect solitude could scarcely be imagined, indeed, excepting a few birds and a solitary black bear I had slain when busily engaged performing his toilette. In a brook not another large animal had been seen for several days, since leaving the verdant mountain glades of Kashmir. Whilst my companion and servants were employed in pegging and stretching out the bear's skin, an operation requiring to be performed when the hide is fresh, as otherwise it will shrivel up and become rotten, I took advantage of the delay, and seizing my gun strolled through the forest in quest of novelties in the beast or bird line, being then engaged in making collections of the natural objects of the country. I had not proceeded far before the fresh run of musk deer indicated the proximity of that animal, which like the hare is partial to localities, and may be often discovered by following its footprints. I accordingly pushed further and further into the forest in expectation of meeting a musk at any turn, and until it became evident that my hopes were not to be realized, when finally getting tired of tracking, I gave up the pursuit and set off in quest of rare birds. Here and there, the harsh screams of the speckled nutcracker and yellow grosbeak drew me away in opposite directions, until after devious swervings to the right, and left it suddenly dawned on me that my pocket compass had been forgotten. What was to be done? In what direction lay the river? It was useless attempting to retrace my footsteps, for what between the hard nature of the ground and my soft grass shoes anything like an impression was impossible. I pulled out my watch to find it was 4 o'clock, thus leaving 3 hours of daylight. So now, in which direction should I proceed? These and many anxious thoughts flashed across my mind. When shouldering the gun, I stared about for a way more likely than another in the dismal gloom, but not one opening or indication seemed preferable to the rest. How often I had changed front, since starting could not be surmised. However, a conviction arose in my mind that the way back to camp did not lie in front of the position in which I stood at that moment. Accordingly, I wheeled about and set off at full speed in an exactly opposite direction. At first, a straight-ahead course seemed the proper one, but after a time, it was apparent that I had been unconsciously bearing off too much to the left, and as there was a gentle slope in that direction, a feeling kept constantly increasing that this was the watershed of the Chenab, for the sound of whose troubled waters I stopped constantly to listen, but in vain. Uneasiness now grew apace with the cravings of hunger, whilst the sun declined, and finally the glare on the tree-tops vanished, leaving an obscurity which was soon doomed to blacken into night. No. 75. Illustration piece, and the footmen fall. Linked in fierce struggle piece, and the footmen fall from the window. What a position to be in! Cried Smythe. Indian forests, as a rule, are not the safest places in the world for a man to put up at, or bivouac in for the night. Beasts of prey, to say nothing of snakes or serpents, are to be found there in abundance. Yes, that is true enough, but luckily I did not consider all these things. Still, I frankly confess that the idea of being lost in a forest made my blood run cold. I could not discern any river, and the idea occurred to me that I might be walking away from it. How dreadful! Exclaimed an old lady in a turban, who was listening to the narrative. Most dreadful indeed. Yes, madam, it was not by any means agreeable, to say the least of it, returned the professor. Of course, I need not tell you that I did not know very well what to be at, or how to shape my course, since I was quite out of my reckoning. At length, being perplexed, and not knowing anything about the track I was following, I halted in front of a large cedar. This I determined to climb. My object in doing this was to see if I could from the upper branches of the tree discern any object in the distance, which might serve as a guide to deliver me out of the labyrinth into which I had got entangled. And did you ascend the tree? Inquired the captain. Most certainly I did, but I was no wiser from its very highest branches. I could only discern one unbroken forest, and so I descended with despair at my heart, and a foreboding of evil for the future. For by this time, I must tell you that I felt my physical strength giving way, what with fatigue, want of food, and the exertion of climbing the tree. I was pretty well done over. A gone coon. Precisely, very much gone, and very despairing also. My situation was melancholy and desperate to the last degree. If I had had any companion, anybody to share my troubles, matters would not have been so bad. But I had not a living creature, not even a dog, for my companion, and the solitude was well-nigh insupportable. Oh yes, the beauties of nature are all very well in their way, said Smythe, and I for one am a great admirer of them, but not alone. One wants company in cases of this sort. Enoch Arden felt that in his tropical island. As darkness drew near, said the professor while seated on a rugged piece of stone, I counted every percussion cap, bullet, and charge of powder. An idea flashed across my brain that by firing off a few shots at intervals, and following each report by loud shoutings, it might just happen that my companion and the native shikari would discover my whereabouts. Indeed, a presentiment clung to me all along that the camp could not be at any very great distance, How anxiously I listened for a response after every report, whilst my throat ached again with shouting, and how I kept hoping against hope, until all hope seemed to have vanished with the daylight, and now not even the noise of an insect, or the murmur of the treetops, broke the dismal stillness. I had been on my feet for upwards of 12 hours without intermission, and seeing it was nearly midnight, I determined to give up the fruitless struggle, so stretching out my wearied limbs on the hard ground, and placing the gun by my side, I settled down tired, hungry, and anxious, but still anticipating that the morrow would bring my deliverance. "My word, but it is a wonder you escaped with your life," said Sir William. "It does seem a wonder, I confess, but it does not necessarily follow that beasts of prey were lurking about, as our friend remarked, and indeed such could not have been the case, or I should not have been here to tell the story." Utterly exhausted, I fell into a sound sleep, which lasted several hours. When awaking, I found day breaking with the wind, howling through the branches overhead. To repair the grass sandals, and load with buckshot, was the work of a few minutes when I was once more on my feet, and off on the anxious journey. Now pushing through underwood, now carefully treading over prostrate rotten stems here, getting foul of dependent branches, then brought to a standstill by a huge patriarch of the forest. At length, after wandering for some time, the spoor of a musk deer was visible, and in a few minutes the little creature jumped up before me and fell dead, with the contents of my gun in its side. Soon a fire was made in the usual native way, by seesawing a slow match in a handful of dried grass or leaves, when cutting steaks from the haunch, and stringing them together on a twig. I roasted and devoured my kabobs, with avidity, for considering that no food had crossed my lips since the previous morning, it would be doing small justice to my appetite to say that I felt other than ravenous. However, the savory repast made me feel wonderfully refreshed, and with a haunch of venison on my shoulder, I proceeded once more through the wilderness of pine trunks, looking intently in every direction for the slightest indication of a stream or a water parting. The absence of animal life in the depths of the forest has been frequently observed, and may no doubt be owing to the want of subsistence for the majority of herbivorous quadrupeds. However, as I trudged along from the denser to the more sparsely wooded parts, in expectation that a clearing would suddenly open out the country and show the way towards the river, a musk deer would now and then spring out of some bush, and in the intervals between its fantastic mode of jumping, would stop and turn round and stare at me in bewilderment, as if it had never seen a human being before. "Well, I must confess," observed Smythe, "that does appear to be most remarkable. I should have thought that tree tigers, as we term them, would have been there in abundance. I saw none, and if there were any, they did not trouble me." "You were a most fortunate man." "Possibly so, no doubt I was." The time must now have been about midday when I came to a gap in the forest, occasioned by the fall of several spruces here. Whilst examining the spot, a horrible feeling came over me that I had passed the identical opening shortly before dark on the previous day, so that as I pushed along, I could not help muttering to myself, "I am walking in a circle. This comes of always trending towards the left." I consequently started in an opposite direction, and soon found myself on an incline, and before another hour had gained a small torrent, the bed of which was choked up by tall bracken and wild balsams, from whence numbers of the gorgeously attired monal pheasants rose and fled down the glen, with the metallic sheen of their gorgeous plumage glistening in the sunshine. Here virtually my troubles seemed to have come to an end, for ever since the stream was discovered, hopes grew stronger and stronger that if I could follow it up, there would be an end to my anxieties. At length the narrow gorge gave way to an open valley, and listening now and then I fancied I could catch the murmur of distant waters, until the sound finally ended in a continuous roar, and I found myself on a footpath with the Chenab rolling rapidly along its rocky bed. One problem, however, remained unsolved, was my tent up or downstream, now considering the sameness of the scenery, and very irregular, not to say eccentric windings of mountain footpaths, in general, and Himalayan foottracks. In particular, it would have taken a greater experience of wilderness ways than I could then command to have recognized one object more than another along the route I had trodden on the way from Kashmir. Nevertheless, expecting that footprints might turn up on softer parts of the path, I searched for such indications of man, but without success, and the forest on either side gave no token of commanding positions from whence a survey could be made. Consequently, only one of two alternatives remained, either to push up or down the river bank. I selected the latter, and after devouring a portion of the venison and pitching the remainder into the river, I pushed down the pathway in the belief that I must have struck the river above my camp, which might turn up at any minute. In this expectation, I was sadly deceived inasmuch as hour succeeded hour, and no trace of my little canvas home became apparent. The footpath, moreover, was not always safe sometimes. It ran across a beetling precipice, at others I had to wade streams. Finally, it led away from the river into the gloomy forest, where at dusk, after clambering up a ledge of rock, I found myself on the brink of a crag, with the river rushing furiously below. To have proceeded further that night seemed only to risk one's life, as every minute increased the inability to pick my way in the darkness. So once more, all the pangs of hunger and disappointment came back in terrible reality, alloyed, however, with a consolation that I was at all events on the right track. The venison I had thrown into the river now rose before my mind as supperless and disappointed. I lighted a fire and discharged my gun, following each report by prolonged outcries, such as the natives of these parts are wont to hail each other with from opposite sides of ravines. But it happened that a sudden bend of the river, a short distance above the eminence on which I stood, broke the sounds, and sent them back in clear echoes one after another. "And did no one come to your assistance, Mr. Mainwaring?" inquired Aveline anxiously. "Not at that time, my dear lady, but of course my gun was the only means that I had of giving an indication of my whereabouts. I concluded naturally enough that my friends would be on the alert, and institute a search for me. Carter, I knew, would never rest till he had ascertained what had become of me, and I need not tell you that the report of a discharged weapon carries much further than the most powerful human voice. But I made use of both, and soon got quite hoarse from continually shouting. The shades of night had now gathered in when, piling faggot upon faggot, I sat myself down by the blazing fire, and ruminated on what a new day might bring forth. At length, with blighted hopes, and fairly worn out, I once more hugged the gun, and coiling myself up by the fireside, fell into a deep sleep. I was suddenly awoke by someone exclaiming "Sahib, Sahib," and starting up found my native hunter Eli Shah standing by my side. He had been wandering through the forest all day, and was returning to the tent when my fire attracted him. "Oh, master," he exclaimed, "we all thought you were dead." And untying his girdle, he handed me a parcel of sandwiches. "This all comes of your not taking your magic watch with you," the name by which he and my other hill servants designated the compass. When I came to reckon the distance between our encampment and the point where I had struck the river, it was found I had wandered upwards of 5 miles northwards of the former. Thus ended a foolish adventure, which none but a tyro in wilderness wandering would have committed. Nevertheless, it was not the last of similar mishaps that subsequently occurred to me in other and far distant regions, when carried away by the excitement of the chase and that wild enthusiasm in which the student of nature is prone to indulge. Chapter Roman 140. The surprise. Charles Peace's new pantomime trick, his unexpected appearance on the scene. While Professor Mainwaring had been relating the foregoing adventure, Lord Fitzboggleton and Arabella Lovejoy had strolled through the suite of rooms, engaged in close converse. The young nobleman, who was greatly taken with the lovely Arabella, evidently desired a tete-a-tete with the fascinating creature. It is true she cared but little about his attentions. Indeed, she did not in any way offer him encouragement, and felt more disposed to view the matter in a humorous light than otherwise. But she was, like most women, pleased at being made much of by one who seemed to be an admirer. His lordship could not at present be looked upon in the light of a lover, though it must be confessed that he appeared to be fast approaching that delightful and beautiful state of existence. He was evidently spoony on Miss Lovejoy. That is the correct termalbate, it may be a little too expressive. They sauntered from room to room, roved like butterflies from flower to flower, discoursed on the several articles of virtue which came upon view as they passed along, and being a great admirer of the products of nature, Lord Fitzboggleton, naturally enough, was attracted by a choice collection of exotic plants, which were displayed in such admirable order within the conservatory, abutting out from the furthermost apartment. It was equally natural, also, that he should wish his fair companion to admire the choice flowers as well as himself. Lord Fitzboggleton had not a very strong voice, indeed it might be said to be weak. He had moreover a slight lisp. This is rather pleasing than otherwise in a female, provided she be young and pretty, but it cannot be deemed a recommendation to one of the sterner sex. But despite all these little drawbacks, his lordship was a thoroughly good-natured man, and good-hearted as well. And this is saying a great deal just now seeing how few possess either of these qualifications. When the young people had gained the conservatory, Lord Fitzboggleton, after passing his remarks on the plants before him, and discoursing on their various properties, and which country they were indigenous to, he looked into the face of his companion. He intended to convey by the look unutterable things, but its eloquence was lost upon his companion. Now I don't know what you think, Miss Lovejoy, but I call this the most pleasant part of the day. I have never felt so happy as at the present moment. I am glad to hear you say so, observed Arabella, looking intently with the eye of a connoisseur, at the magnificent bloom of a cactus. You are, by Jove, that's very remarkable, I hope, and trust the feeling is reciprocal. Indeed, I feel assured it is. Oh, certainly, I hope so, returned his fair companion, who however had great difficulty in suppressing a smile. Well, you know, I am not much of a fellow for argument, and all that sort of thing, you know, and I can't for a moment pretend to tell stories and anecdotes like our friends in the other rooms. Still, I can appreciate a good tale if it's well told and like to hear fellows hold forth. But I much prefer being alone with a sea-weacher like yourself. Miss Lovejoy, you understand my meaning, eh? Oh, certainly, my lord, indeed, I quite understand you. I hope we shall soon understand one another better, he returned, looking into her face admiringly. Miss Lovejoy made no reply. She appeared to be still engaged in admiring the cactus. Confound it, what is there in that flower to attract so much attention? Observed her companion. It is very beautiful, she returned carelessly. I do not deny that I know a fellow who grows these sort of things, takes a delight with M. You know, he would tell you the name and properties of any plant in the whole creation, thinks of nothing else, I do believe. He is an admirer of nature's products, doubtless, and is a man of taste, I suppose. Oh dear me, yes, but you see, somehow or other I prefer animated nature. Both animated and inanimate nature have their respective charms, returned the lady. I dare say, but why will you be so perverse? I do not understand you. Well, now just look here, I want you to give more attention to me, don't you see, cried his lordship, glaring at her through his eyeglass. She smiled and replaced the pot containing the cactus in its original position. There, she ejaculated, will that satisfy you? I am all attention. Oh, Miss Lovejoy, you are a charming sea-weacher, said he, taking her jeweled hand within his own. I am afraid you are a flatterer. Oh, so Lady Marvelyn said half an hour or so ago. But you are both mistaken, I am no such thing. If there is one thing I plume myself upon more than another, it is my sincerity. That is a quality which, to say the truth, is rare, my lord, and therefore cannot be too highly prized. You think so? Most certainly I do. I am glad to hear you say so. Why? Because it gives me hope. Hope? Precisely, hope and confidence, for to say the truth, as a rule, I do not possess much of the latter. Are you wanting in confidence? Then cried the lovely Arabella with a wicked smile, that is most unfortunate. Yes, I admit it is a misfortune. I know a lot of fellows who have the audacity of a highwayman's horse. Sometimes I wish I had my share of the same. I don't like men who are of too demonstrative or of too pronounced a character. No more do I, returned her admirer, but still, you know, a fellow can't get on in the world who is too retiring. No, certainly not. It is the happy medium which is most to be desired. But what is so engaging your attention just now, my lord? I was looking at this charming wing, it is very chaste in design. Do you think so? Yes, I do indeed, he observed, looking intently at the ornament on one of her fingers. I admire it immensely, even as I do its wearer. Miss Lovejoy looked down at the tessellated pavement of the conservatory, but she made no reply. I am going to beg a favor of you, said he after a pause. A favor? Yes, will you grant it? I must first know what it is. But you would not refuse me. That depends. Depends on what? The nature of the request you have to make. Well, I was about to say, and it may as well be said at once, don't you think so? Most certainly, I do, proceed my lord. Ah yes, I will. Well, you know, it's just this, I've got a wing which has been worn by the Queen of Spain. It is a rare jewel trinket of the choicest quality. Indeed, I should like to see it. I not only desire you to see it, but the favor I was about to ask is that you will accept it from my hand, and And what the other conditions? That you will wear it in remembrance of me, do you now understand? Oh, I comprehend, but at the same time, you must pardon the observation, my lord, but I do not see how I can consistently accept it as a gift. And why not Miss Lovejoy? I mean away Bella, you must let me call you away Bella Wheelie, must Miss Lovejoy seems so stiff and formal. Well, call me Arabella, if that pleases you better. It does please me, and so it's a bargain. What's a bargain? That I am to call you by your Christian name. Agreed then, it is a bargain. And now about the ring you will accept it. I have not said so. Not as yet, but you intend to do so. You are arriving at a hasty conclusion, my lord. Not at all so now, don't turn away, I hope I have not offended you. Oh dear me no, but still at the same time, I think it would be very indiscreet on my part, to receive a present from you. By no means, I shall be very much hurt, if you refuse, nay more I won't take a refusal. For a gentleman who is so wanting in confidence your tone is somewhat dictatorial, said she with a merry laugh. It is for you to dictate, and for me to obey, returned he. Very good indeed, I quite agree with you. If you agree with me, I shall consider the question settled. What question? The wing. Oh, is that all? Yes. Ah, my dear friend, you must allow me some brief space of time to consider the matter over. You know, my lord, we must be governed by the rules of etiquette, and it is therefore for me to arrive at some satisfactory conclusion as to what is seemly and proper in a case of this sort. Upon my word, away Bella, you talk more like some old sage than as a cheery and fascinating young girl. I don't care to argue questions of this nature. Arguments are altogether out of place in affairs of the heart, you know. In affairs of the heart, my lord. Certainly now, don't you be so peewavoking. I do declare that I have a mind to stop your mouth with. He drew her towards him and kissed her passionately. My lord, pray, don't, what can you be thinking about? She ejaculated. I think only of you, my darling, away belay only of you, he replied. I am really very sorry you should be wanting in confidence, she returned, pouting. Well, I don't care, y'all drive me to disputation, that's what y'all do. It appears to me that you are halfway there at the present moment. Do not be so demonstrative, pray release me. He had his arm round her waist at this time, and did not seem disposed to comply with her request. The sparkling champagne he had imbibed seemed to have endowed him with a courage which surprised both himself and his fair companion. I think we had better return to the concert room, observed Arabella. Ah, by no means, said he, we are far better. But I am positively afraid of you, my lord, let us return, I pray. I can't for a moment consent to such a course, no, my dear away Bella, you have said I might call you by that name. Thighs is Elysium, the concert room is but earth. Pray don't be metaphorical or poetic, for it would be more than I could bear just now. You are the most tantalizing, charming, bewitching creature I ever met with in the course of my life. Oh, away Bella, tell me, dearest, if you have any regard for me. How can you ask such a ridiculous question? Ridiculous, my charmer, ejaculated Lord Fitzboggleton. You surely do not for a moment imagine I am jesting. I don't know what to think, you have taken me so by surprise. Endeavored to carry the fortress by storm, as our friend Smithers Smythe would say, but you must allow me the privilege, and here he snatched another kiss. It's very wrong and altogether improper, cried Arabella. If you don't desist, I shall be offended, indeed I shall. And when I am once offended, I must tell you frankly, I am not likely to forget. I won't say forgive, but certainly I shall not forget. Now you are angry. I am not very well pleased with you, I candidly confess. You do not like me then? I have not said that you will please me better by being a little more reasonable. I do not care about so much ardor and impetuosity. And for this reason, I doubt its sincerity. Now don't be angry, I do not mean to offend you. You cannot do that, I love you too much. Love me? Yes, that is what I said. Well, my lord, I am bound to believe you. And what say you? At present, I do not choose to say anything, so let that pass. Not say anything. No, certainly not. I am a free agent and reserve to myself the right of placing my affections on the man I deem worthy of them. And am I not worthy of them? I do not say you are not. But you will not say I am. Is that what you mean? As time goes on, I shall be better able to judge. A fortress may be carried by storm, I suppose, but it would be indeed a vain attempt to gain the heart of a woman by any such means certainly, not my heart, I only speak of myself. I have no desire to attempt such a course of action, observed the young nobleman in an altered and more subdued tone. Pardon me, I ask your pardon, he ejaculated, falling on one knee before his companion. Rise, my lord, pray, rise. You would not like to be caught by any of the company in this supplicating position. I will not rise until you tell me you forgive me, cried he. I do forgive you. Be satisfied with that declaration. Lord Fitzboggleton found out that he was no match for his fair enslaver, whose force of character was far beyond his own. He arose, and looked a little foolish. Most men do, when they meet with a reproof or a rebuff under similar circumstances. You are really most exacting and hard-hearted, said he, but possibly I have been to blame, but I am sure you will take a merciful view of the case. Now tell me, dearest Arabella, if you feel disposed to take compassion on me. Hang it, but I am a poor hand at pleading my own cause. You think so? I hardly know what reply to give to such a question, she observed with a witching smile. I am sure you think so, only you don't like to acknowledge it. Come, dearest, let us be friends. We are friends, and true ones, I hope. That's kind of you to say that. I mustn't, of course, I must keep at a respectful distance. See. She laughed again. I cannot be angry with you, my lord. Indeed, there is no reason for my being so, seeing that you are so candid and at the same time so very affectionate. Hang it all, don't chaff a fellow. Nobody likes to be made a fool of, you know. Certainly not, my lord, and I am not likely to attempt such a thing, and indeed I feel perfectly well convinced that I should not succeed if I made the attempt. I both esteem and admire you. You admire me? Yes, I see many things to admire in you. What are they? Well, in the first place, you're remarkably good-natured, and you have, I believe, a good temper, in addition to which I believe you are sincere, at least I hope so. Say you are sure of it, he cried quickly. As far as I am able to judge at present, I feel assured of it. Will that satisfy you? He raised her hand to his lips and kissed it. The conversation was continued for some time after this, but we must for the present leave the young people to themselves, to pay a visit to one of the upper apartments of the widow's house. While Lady Marvelin's guests were engaged in conversation in the concert room, and Lord Fitzboggleton was engaged in whispering soft nothings into the ear of the fascinating Arabella Lovejays, a far different scene was taking place in a chamber above. James Jabez Jones, her ladyship's footman, was sent up by one of his fellow-servants for his mistress. Fan, for her ladyship, by this time, began to feel the heat oppressive. She had had a day of considerable toil and anxiety, and was consequently in what might be termed a state of frustration. Now when Mr. Jones ascended the stairs in search of the fan in question, he was a little surprised at hearing a sort of subdued noise in one of the upstairs rooms. James Jones was a cautious, careful man, so when the sounds, which were altogether new and strange to him, fell upon his ears, he came to a sudden halt and listened more intently. Someone was evidently moving about in an adjoining apartment, of that he felt perfectly well assured. Who could it be was the very natural question. He asked himself. Not any one of the visitors, for they were all below. Probably it might be one of the maid servants. The door of the room was partially open, and through the crevice of this, he peeped in. He then saw the figure of a man moving about in what he deemed a stealthy manner. Mr. Jones was surprised indeed, it might be said astounded. From what he could make out, the person in the room was a short elderly man with a long coat and a sort of wide-awake hat. Hain't up to no good, I fancy, murmured James Jones. Leastways, that's my opinion. Who the devil can he be, and what brings him here? He peered through the crevice of the door and saw the suspicious-looking party lay his hands on some trinkets and place them in one of the capacious pockets of his coat. Well, I'm blowed, murmured the astonished footman, if this air don't take the wind out of me entirely. Why, hang it, the fellow's a thief, or a burglar, as sure as my name's Jones. I am blessed if he ain't, and no mistaketh, audacious circumventing scoundrel. It was as plain as a pikestaff the man was possessing himself of what property he could lay his hands on. That was too evident. Mr. Jones was a man of Patagonian proportions, was tall and proportionately stout, with a broad pair of shoulders and unexceptionable calves. In point of fact, he considered himself to be one of the chief ornaments of the household, but despite his stalwart frame and athletic limbs, he was what one might term knocked silly for a brief space of time. The situation in which he found himself was altogether an exceptional one. He was calmly contemplating a burglar or professional thief at work, and James Jones was as a matter of course for the moment dumbfounded. The audacity of the man was beyond all bounds. How he had contrived to effect an entrance into the apartment in question was a matter the puzzled footman could not determine, but it was plainly demonstrated that he was there. "Well, I never," exclaimed Jones, "it seems altogether impossible, and surpasses all belief, the contemptible, despicable little thief." The reader will doubtless be in no way surprised when we signify that the robber to whom the footman alluded was none other than our old acquaintance Charles Peace, who, taking advantage of the family gathering at Lady Marvelin's, had crept into the house to do a little business on his own account while the festivities were at their height, and had it not been for the little incident of the fan, would in all probability have escaped notice, and got clear off without anybody being the wiser, as it was however the chances were against him. Mr. Jones opened the door and entered the apartment. "Now then, sir, what are you doing here?" he suddenly exclaimed. Peace, whose back was towards the speaker, turned round and looked at the footman. "You audacious thieving scoundrel," exclaimed the latter. "Stand back," cried Peace. "If you don't, it'll be the worse for you." As he uttered these words, he drew from his pocket a life-preserver, which he held menacingly forward. James Jabez Jones was a brave man to be threatened and insulted by a contemptible little wretch like Peace was more than he could stand. He rushed at once forward and laid hold of the burglar, who deftly slipped from his grasp, and then with a cat-like spring made for the half-opened window of the bedroom. Jones, who had not been prepared for this show of activity, uttered a growl of dissatisfaction, and in his turn flew towards the window. Once more he laid his hands upon the culprit Peace, who was at this time kneeling on the sill of the window preparatory to springing out, now found his situation a desperate one. He struck out with his life-preserver, but from the position he occupied was unable to use it with anything like effect. With one hand James Jones fairly grasped the collar of Peace's coat, and with the other he held the wrist of the burglar to prevent him from inflicting any more blows with his weapon. A determined struggle now took place, and our hero, much to his chagrin, found that he was in the grasp of a formidable and powerful antagonist. "You just let go, you d.d. fool," cried he, foaming with passion. "Not if I know it," returned James Jones. "No, my little beauty, don't think to get off. Because it's time your game was put a stop to. So you are the chap as has been committing all these robberies. Glad to make your acquaintance. There's a good many as will be glad to see you." "Are there?" cried Peace. "Are there, you ugly dirty flunky?" He hardly knew what to say bitter enough, but he was determined to run any risk rather than be taken prisoner, and had he happened at this time to be possessed of his revolver, the chances would have been that James Jabez Jones would have received the contents of one or more barrels, but he was without that useful weapon, and bitterly deplored this fact. Jones stuck to him like a leech, and the burglar found it impossible to flee himself from his grasp. Below him was the roof of the conservatory, in which Lord Fitzboggleton and Arabella Lovejoy were conversing, altogether heedless of the scene that was taking place above them. Peace threw his legs off the windowsill, electing to trust to chance. He then hung suspended therefrom, held only by the powerful arms of the footman, who strove to lift him up and drag him on to the sill. This, however, he found to be an impossibility still. He was not disposed to give up the struggle as hopeless. Peace kept twisting and turning about in the hope of wearing out his tormentor, and to say the truth, Mr. Jones soon gave symptoms of distress, as they say in the sporting world. But to his infinite credit, however, he stuck manfully to his colors, or rather his man. Peace placed one of his knees against the wall of the house, and then threw the upper portion of his body backwards. This had the effect of forcing Mr. Jones partly through the window. Indeed, he was nearly coming through bodily, so sudden and artful had been his opponent's movement. "It ain't no good, you spiteful little reptile," cried the footman. "You ain't a-going to get off, so don't think it." "Ain't I?" sneeringly returned our hero, making such a hideous grimace that the flunky felt perfectly disgusted. "Ain't I, Mr. Yellowplush? Well, see presently. Oh Lord, I wish I had." He paused suddenly. "Yes, I dare say you do wish you were on the top of a Brixton Buse. Don't you be so cheeky, Mr. Yellowplush, 'cause you see I ain't accustomed to give in to the likes of you. Ain't you?" "No, I ain't, old ugly mug," returned Peace, making a still more hideous grimace. "You do very well to grin through a horse collar, you would," remarked Jones, Why don't you try it? It's a much more respectable line of business than prigging, I should say. Mr. Jones found his strength giving way. He did not like to leave nevertheless. He called out for assistance. At this particular time, a grand piece was being performed by Signor Moronsky and two of his pupils, and it was of so furious a character that the dulcet voice of James Jabez Jones was drowned thereby. Nevertheless, when our hero heard the footman shout out, he was perfectly furious and driven almost to desperation. He placed both knees against the brickwork and gave his body a sudden and violent jerk. The effect was magical. James Jabez Jones lost his equilibrium, and he and the burglar fell together in a deadly grasp. A crash followed immediately. The glass of the greenhouse was shivered into 1,000 fragments, and two men fell upon the tessellated pavement in their passage pots, and flowers were upset, and worse than all, the hat worn by Lord Fitzboggleton was forced over his eyes, where it remained like an extinguisher, his lordship at the same time being knocked over by the concussion. And a scene took place which I shall find it difficult to describe. In the first place, Arabella Lovejace, who was under the impression that a thunderbolt had fallen, uttered a series of piercing screams. The company in the further room rose from their seats and rushed pell-mell towards the spot from whence the sounds proceeded. And in a moment the greenhouse and the adjoining room were filled with people with anxious and inquiring faces. The charming Arabella fainted in the arms of Major Smithers Smythe. On the hard pavement of the conservatory lay Charles Peace, stunned and motionless, and at a short distance from him was the prostrate form of James Jabez Jones, with pieces of glass sticking in his unmentionables, and his white stockings stained with blood from the same cause. Poor fellow, his appearance was rueful in the extreme, but he was not reduced to a comatose state, albeit he was terribly bruised and was aching in every limb. Lord Fitzboggleton was making desperate efforts to get his head out of his hat, but at present had not been successful. The broken flowerpots were strewn around in confusion, and the wreck was altogether perfectly appalling. "For mercy's sake, gentlemen, do tell me, what is the matter?" cried Lady Marvelyn. "What dreadful accident has occurred, and my poor dear Arabella?" she murmured as she caught sight of her protégé. "Pray bring her into the house, Major, and let the dear girl be attended to. Oh, merciful heaven! But this is indeed dreadful." Arabella Lovejace was carried into the house and placed upon one of the couches where restoratives were applied. Lady Marvelyn returned to the conservatory. "What is the matter?" she again cried in a beseeching tone. "For mercy's sake, do speak, some one of you, and explain this dreadful business." "My dear Lady Marvelyn," said Lord Chetwynd, "we none of us are able to explain the meaning of this disaster, for such I take it to be." "Will somebody help me off with this hat?" cried Lord Fitzboggleton, his voice sounding like some pantomimist behind a mask, only a little more muffled. 2 or 3 gentlemen hastened to the unfortunate nobleman's assistance, and after several efforts, the hat was removed. "Now then, we shall be able to learn something about the accident," said Captain Crasher. "I know nothing about it, no more than you do," returned Fitzboggleton. "James," said Lady Marvelyn, "what is the meaning of this? You are wounded and bleeding." "Yes, my lady, I am cut about terribly." "So he is, poor man, oh how very dreadful," chorused half a dozen fair beauties. "Dweedful indeed," said Fitzboggleton. "It's a mercy I've escaped with my life. As it is, I am not at all sure my head is still on my shoulders, but where is away Bella?" "In the next room, go and see how she is, there's a good man," said the hostess. His lordship went at once. "Now, James, tell me how this occurred, but you are bleeding, and perhaps seriously hurt." "It's the glass, my lady, but I've picked out all the pieces I could find." "And who is this strange person?" said his mistress, glancing at Peace. "He's been the cause of it all, my lady. He's a robber, a thief, a burglar, and I caught him taking a lot of jewelry from one of the upstairs rooms. I rushed forward and collared him, then he threw himself out of the window, and I had a hard job to hold him." "And did you let him go after that?" inquired Crasher. "No, sir, I wasn't likely to do that. I stuck to him, and he pitched himself backwards. I lost my balance, and we both fell through the conservatory." "Well, I never heard of such a thing, a burglar in the house, a ruffian of this nature in our midst," ejaculated Sir Eric Battershaw, "but you've done your duty, and deserve the highest possible praise." Peace, who had by this time partially recovered, heard the latter part of the conversation. He deemed it prudent, however, to remain as if insensible. He had a large bump on the back of his head, and was in great pain, but he bore this without even a groan or sigh. "You had better have your wounds dressed, James," said Lady Marvellin, "after which you will be able to give us a more lucid and detailed description of all that has taken place." A medical gentleman who happened to be one of the party made an examination of Mr. Jonas' injuries, which he said were fortunately, but of a superficial nature. When this had been done, he turned his attention to the other patient. Charles Peace was lifted up and placed on his legs, whereupon he uttered a deep groan. "Perhaps he is mortally wounded, poor fellow," cried Miss Fagg. "Poor fellow indeed," exclaimed several. "A scoundrel like him is not worthy of sympathy." But Charles Peace, beyond the bump on his head, and divers and sundry other bruises, was not so very bad after all, but he pretended to be at death's door. This was done in the first place to excite sympathy, and in the next to gain time. "We shall have to attend to this man," said the doctor, "after which you will hand him over to the officers of justice, I presume." This last query was addressed to Lady Marvellin. "Oh yes, of course, I suppose so." "You have no other alternative, my lady," said Sir William Lethbridge. "The case is clear enough against him. Some of the articles he has purloined have been taken from his pocket." "Ah, just so, dear me. What an extraordinary thing that a burglary should have been carried out while so many persons were in the house." Peace had a plaister put upon his head by his medical attendant, and pretended to be so seriously injured otherwise that he could scarcely walk. He was left for a few moments in the conservatory, in which were 2 or 3 young ladies of the company who remained possibly to have a good look at so celebrated a character, for they felt certain he was celebrated, although none present had the faintest notion who he was. He crept towards the door of the conservatory, unfastened it, and then flew across the grounds in the rear of Lady Marvellin's house. "He's gone," cried the ladies. "Gone? We thought he could not move." "Gone," exclaimed James Jones the scoundrel, and away the wounded footman went to give chase to the fugitive. Peace soon convinced his pursuer that he was fleet of foot. He ran round the grounds, and made for the side gate. Jones, who soon guessed his intention, sought to intercept him, which he succeeded in doing before he gained the gate. Chapter Roman 141, The Valiant Footman, and the Desperate Burglar. The prisoner in the stable. Unexpected release. Lady Marvellin's guests were doomed to experience another alarm. It was soon made apparent that the wounded burglar had attempted to make his escape, and some of them were under the impression that it did not much matter if he succeeded in doing so, while others were most anxious for him to be brought to the bar of justice upon public grounds. Some of the gentlemen volunteered to give chase and sallied forth, and of course took the wrong direction. One energetic young man, partly owing to his haste, and partly to the darkness, was brought suddenly to a standstill by his neck coming in contact with a clothesline which ran from wall to wall in the back garden. His neck came with considerable force against this, and he hit outright, and left with his clenched fists at some antagonist, who he believed was endeavoring to garrote him. His appearance was so comic, as well as the circumstances, that his friends could not refrain from a hearty laugh at his expense, and he afterwards declared that he fully believed that someone was garroting him, and that he was fighting for his life. Meanwhile, while this and a number of other incidents were taking place, Mr. Jones had come up with Charles Peace, who was once more in the valiant footman's grasp. Peace now fought like a tiger. He threw himself down and kicked his assailant unmercifully, and the chances were that he would have got the better of Jones had not the stableman come to the rescue. "He's the most determined little brute that mortal man ever set eyes on," remarked James Jones. "He is the very devil himself, I do believe." "Well, devil him," returned the stableman. "The best way to serve a chap of this sort is to prevent him from doing further mischief. He's a kicker, you see, and wants the kicking strap put on." And with these words, the man fastened Peace's legs together with a strap, after which he pinioned his arms with a rope. When this had been done, he said, "Now, Jem, well, carry him into the stable, and lock him in, till we get a bobby or 2 to look arter him." "You cowardly scoundrels," exclaimed Peace, in a paroxysm of rage, "you shall suffer for this." "Go on, governor, take your fill of abuse," returned the stableman. "Did your mother have any more of your sort?" Peace was carried into the stable and bound to a post. Then the stable door was locked on him, and he was left to his reflections, which were anything but of an agreeable nature. Now all this had been done in an incredibly brief space of time, and Mr. Jones considered it very cleverly done. All things considered for smarting, as he was from the cuts and bruises he had received in the recent conflict, he very naturally enough bore our hero no goodwill, and it would have caused our footman great mortification of the little scoundrel or devil, as he termed him, had succeeded in getting clear off after the trouble he Mr. Jones had been at. He returned to the house, and made his mistress acquainted with all that had happened. "Dear me," said Lady Marvelyn, "but upon my word, James, I hardly think you were justified in binding them. You should have seen him kick and fight, and even try to bite. What could we do with such a devil?" he was going to say, but he substituted ruffian instead. No. 76. Illustration: Aveline and Lady Marvelyn. Aveline and Lady Marvelyn letting Peace out of the stable. "Well, I confess, I do not understand these things," returned her ladyship. "I hope, and trust, it is all right. It has so completely upset me that I hardly know what I say or do. I am going to send Peter for a policeman, if you please, Mom." "Oh, indeed, for a policeman?" "Yes, my lady." "Oh, very well, perhaps that is the best course. We can consult the constable when he comes, and take his advice in the matter. It rests with you, my lady." "Of course, certainly, well do, as you say, send for a policeman. How are you now? Do you feel better?" "Oh yes, I am a little shaken, of course, but am thankful that I escaped, as well as I. Roman 999. "Yes, certainly, we are all thankful. I have reason to be grateful for the energy and courage you have displayed. It will not be forgotten, believe me, neither is it likely to go unrewarded, but more of this hereafter." James Jabez Jones bowed, and took himself off. As Lady Marvelyn was about returning to her guests, she was met by Aveline. "This ruffian is locked up in the stable, dear, and is not likely to trouble us any more, I hope," said Lady Marvelyn. "I know you will be glad to hear that." "Oh yes, certainly," stammered Aveline. "I suppose all will be glad." "Why, what's the matter, dear? You seem troubled." "I have a word or two to say to you in private." "Of course, my darling pet, come into this room." She led her companion into a small apartment, which had not been placed at the disposal of the general company. "This man whom you are about to give into charge for burglary, for housebreaking," she paused. "Well, what of him? Do you intend to charge him?" "Do I? Well, I suppose, so you heard what the gentleman said, but just now I was bound to do so on public grounds." "There are private reasons for your not doing so." "For my not doing so, you surprise me." Aveline named them. "He is known to me." "I am astounded. Known to you?" "Yes," said Aveline with something like sadness in her tones. "Years ago, he did me a service." "Impossible." "It is a fact. He was mainly instrumental in throwing a light on the dark, and at that time impenetrable mystery, which hung over the house of Ethelwood. He it was who gave Mr. Wrench the information which led to his discovery of me." "His name is then?" "Charles Peace." "Oh, Lady Marvelyn, I have every reason for believing him to be a bad man, but I frankly confess I was quite unprepared for this. I did not think he had sunk so low, that he was so callous, so debased, but that is but little to the purpose. Just now I have one favor to ask." "What is it?" "That you let him go about his business. Do this, for my sake. I cannot explain all the circumstances which lead up to this, but I say again, let him go." "You must be mistaken, my dear. It cannot possibly be the man to whom you allude." "I am not mistaken," said Aveline. "I saw his face distinctly, as he stood in the greenhouse. Time has not improved its expression, but it was too familiar to me years and years ago for me to make a mistake. But if you doubt it, I will convince you." "And how?" "Simply by our both going to the stable together." "We will do so by all means if you wish it." "I do wish it. I desire to do so most earnestly." "Your word is law with me," cried Lady Marvelyn, who at once left the room and summoned Mr. Jones. "I wish to see the prisoner." James said, "She give me the key of the stable." "You would not go alone, my lady," said the footman. "I am not afraid of this man. Give me the key." The sagacious flunky was surprised, but he handed his mistress the key, without any further observation. Lady Marvelyn returned to Aveline. "Now, dear, we will proceed thither at once. That is, if you are not afraid to face this tiger, for such Jones calls him." "Oh dear, no, I am not afraid." The two ladies hurried along till they had reached the temporary prison house of Charles Peace. The lock was turned, the door opened, then they entered, closing the door after them. Lady Marvelyn, who had taken the precautions to provide herself with a flagless lantern, now turned its rays full upon the features of the imprisoned man, who was, as already stated, tied to a post, having been previously bound hand and foot. Peace at this time looked the most miserable, dejected wretch it was possible to conceive, and those who were not very well acquainted with his features would have found it impossible to recognize him. But Aveline, or rather, Lady Battershaw, at once saw that the wretched criminal was the same person she had known in the earlier period of her life. She started back and exclaimed in a subdued tone, "It is he, but oh, how strangely altered." At the sound of her voice Charles Peace became deeply moved, albeit he strove to maintain an air of bravado. "And has it come to this, you unscrupulous abandoned man," said Aveline, "a common robber, a disgrace to society? I am have been cruelly treated and don't care what becomes of me," whined Peace in a cringing tone. "Taunt me and upbraid me as you please, I am powerless, and am at your mercy." "Yes, at our mercy," said Lady Marvellin, turning towards her female companion, and regarding her with an enquiring look. "Poor wretch, he is at our mercy, and is moreover in a sorry plight." "I don't know you, madam," observed Peace, "but I think, if I am to judge from appearances, that you are kind and tender-hearted. The other lady I know perfectly well, and she owes me a deep debt of gratitude, and ought not to upbraid me." "She does not do so," returned Lady Marvellin. "She does not. Well, perhaps I am mistaken, but you will admit that it is hard to be treated in this merciless, cruel way. Let Aveline Gatliff speak for herself." "She is no longer Mrs. Gatliff, but a lady of title." "I know that, and who caused her to be recognized as a lady of title. People in this world soon forget past favors." "I do not, sir," cried Lady Battershaw with something approaching to hauteur in her manner. "Be less personal in your observations. I find you here a criminal, a thief, an outcast. But at the same time, I am ready and willing to render you whatever service lies in my power." "Gracious heaven, how terrible is all this! Tell me what you desire me to do." "I want to be free. If I am given into custody, I am a ruined man, but if you let me free—" "Well, what then? Will you promise me to abandon your present course? Oh, for mercy's sake, tell me that you will reform and lead a new life." "I will, I promise," cried Peace in a hypocritical, whining tone. "I hereby solemnly swear." "Do not swear, there is no need for that," interrupted the gentle Aveline. "Give me your word, and keep it. That is all I need." "I do give you my word. Oh, my lady, have pity on me. My only hope is in you. Remember that mercy is one of the most divine attributes which a woman or a man possesses. Think of my poor wife, of my family, and all who belong to me. You cannot find it in your heart to bring ruin and disgrace upon me and mine. I am very sad, and cannot express to you my feeling of sorrow, and the miserable state of dejection all this occasions me, dear," said Lady Battershaw, not taking any heed of Peace's words, but addressing herself to her companion. "This man I knew years and years ago. At one time, he was a respectable member of society, at least, so I deemed him. Judge my horror at this night's proceedings, a common robber, a ruffian. It is almost incredible." "It's no use going on like that," whined Peace. "You don't know how I have been tempted, what troubles I am surrounded with. What's the use of talking of the past, or saying what I was and what I am? Do you think I want to hear about my former life? It is over. I am as you see me just now, in the depths of trouble. If you can serve me, which I very well know you can, do it for old acquaintance' sake. There, that's plain enough, ain't it?" "Oh, you bad, wicked man," exclaimed Lady Marvellin, "but there, I won't say any more upon that head." "Are you the mistress of this house?" inquired Peace. "Yes, I am." "Very good, and do you intend to give me in charge? Say yes or no, that I may know what I am to expect." "For the sake of this dear lady, I will not give you in charge, unless I am forced to do so." "Forced? Who is likely to force you?" "No one, I hope." "And I hope the same. You need not be afraid. I intend to reform, if you will only let me have a chance of doing so." "Are you sincere?" "Of course I am ill. Lead a new life after this. I've seen the error of my ways, and promise to be as straight as an arrow for the future. Only take compassion on me, and release me from this miserable bondage. I ache in every limb, and my head goes throbbing like anything. Do cut the cords that confine me. You'll never regret it, my dear. Good creatures, have compassion on a miserable wretch who appeals to you, and will for the future be as honest and upright as the day. No time is to be lost. If you wish to save me, which I feel assured you do, hesitate no longer, or it may be too late." "Indeed, there is some reason in what he says, dear," observed the kind-hearted Lady Marvellin. "I will hesitate no longer," cried Aveline. "Come, what may, this man must be free." Without further ado, Aveline at once proceeded to unbind the rope which confined Charles Peace, who in a minute or so was freed from the post. The strap was then removed from his feet, the cord which confined his arms was undone, and once more he had free use of his limbs. "I shall remember this act of kindness, to the last and latest hour of my life," said he. "Oh, my good angels, for such indeed you are, accept my most sincere and heartfelt thanks. Now go, say no more in the way of grateful expression. Time presses hence away, at once, without further hesitation," exclaimed Lady Battershaw, "and remember your promise. Be assured of that I shall never forget it." Aveline opened the stable door, and Charles Peace passed through. The garden gate was flung open, and the burglar ran at the top of his speed down the lane, which skirted Lady Marvelin's palatial residence. Both ladies listened intently to the sounds of his retreating footsteps, and when these were no longer heard, Lady Battershaw pressed her hand to her side, and exclaimed in a low, breathless tone, "Heaven be praised, he is free." "Ah, my dear," said her companion, "I know this has been a sore trial for you." "It has, I freely confess," it was the quiet rejoinder. "I am quite unnerved, and scarcely know what I am doing. The horribly debased, lost man. But he will reform, I do not think there is any doubt about that. I hope so. I wish I could feel assured of it. I feel it difficult to believe that he could have sunk so low as this. Do not take on so, dear, let us hope for the best. I should never have forgiven myself if I had been constrained to hand him over to the officers of justice, but I expect we shall be censured by our friends." "I expect so too," returned Aveline, "but that we must submit to with the best grace we can." "Ah, we shall be censured, there is but little doubt upon that subject." A loud ring at the bell was now given by somebody outside, and upon the mistress of the house opening the gate, a policeman presented himself. "Ah," exclaimed Lady Marvelin, "you have come." "Yes, my lady, there has been an attempted robbery, a burglary in your house, I understand." "Ahem, yes, a very unfortunate affair indeed." "Where is the prisoner?" was the next question. "He was confined in the stable, but has escaped." "Escaped?" cried the constable. "How long since?" "Oh, some little time back, but come in." The policeman entered, and glanced in every direction as he did so. "How did he contrive to make his escape, and which road has he taken, I wonder, but we'll soon hunt him down." "One moment, if you please," said Lady Marvelin. "This man, the burglar, I have let go free, as under no circumstances, whatever should I have charged him. I am sorry to have given you needless trouble, regret this very much, but as I did not intend to prosecute, well, you see, I let him go." Well, you know best, my lady, but I think you will have reason to regret it." "I hope not, but we will talk this matter over presently. Come in, and have some refreshment. James Jones will be able to give you all the particulars." "Who is James Jones?" "My footman." "Oh, I see, but had I not better see if I can recapture the scoundrel?" "No, do as I bid you. Come into the house." Lady Marvelin led the way, the officer of the law following. He was presently conducted into the servants' hall, where he found a well-spread table. He thought the circumstance a little singular, and could not very well account in anything like a satisfactory manner for the release of the culprit, but he was wise enough to keep his thoughts to himself, to hear, see, and say nothing. Chapter Roman 142, Charles Peace returns homewith. Barrister's story. Charles Peace, after his release from the stable, succeeded in getting out of the neighborhood, without attracting the attention of any officious or inquiring policeman. Used as he had been throughout his lawless career to dangerous escapes and alternations of fortune, this last adventure appeared to make so deep an impression on him that he was quite unnerved. This is saying a great deal, seeing that he was a man of so essentially a callous nature, that the better instincts of his nature were submerged beneath an amount of guilt and atrocity, which to a casual observer would appear to be almost incredible. He could not fail to acknowledge to himself that he had a desperate struggle, and a narrow escape had Lady Marvelin elected to give him into custody. He knew perfectly well that the hangman's halter awaited him, for Lady Battershaw knew perfectly well who he was, and she was too truthful by nature to screen him by any false statements. He did not for a moment doubt that she would have every wish to do so, but it would become an impossibility if he had been sent for trial. The world would then know that the respectable elderly gentleman in the Avalon Road, who passed as Mr. Thompson, was the murderer of Mr. Dyson of Banner Cross. As Peace thought of this, he turned pale and trembled for the future. He looked at this time a most pitiable object. His head throbbed with pain, and in addition to this, his legs and shoulders bore upon them many severe bruises the result of his fall through the conservatory. He was however not much injured by the broken glass, as his antagonist, the stalwart footman, was the first to fall through the roof of the conservatory nevertheless. He was in a most dilapidated condition, and felt dispirited and sick of heart. When he had got out of the neighborhood, he betook himself to a small coffee shop. Here he had some refreshment, and begged permission to go into one of the bedrooms to wash himself, alleging, as an excuse, that he had been engaged in a fight with someone who had insulted him. Whether the coffeehouse keeper believed his story, it would not be so easy to say. However, he affected to do so. The house he kept was not of very good repute, being in fact one to which thieves resorted. Peace, after a wash-up together with a plentiful application of cold water to his head, felt a little better, and after swallowing his coffee and muffin, once more proceeded on his journey. He was now passable in his external appearance, so much so as not to attract attention. So in the course of half an hour, after he had left the coffee shop, he went to the bar of a roadside public, and swallowed 2 stiff glasses of brandy and water. As we have already indicated, he was never at any time a drinking man, but as he afterwards declared, he was so limp on this occasion that he was fain to have recourse to stimulants to wind himself up. We need not follow his footsteps further. It will be enough to note that he reached his residence in safety. Lady Marvlin and Aveline returned to the grand room in which the guests were assembled. An inquiry was made by several with regard to the prisoner, and a general expression of astonishment very naturally followed when they were informed by the hostess that he had been set free. "What let the scoundrel go?" exclaimed Colonel Snap. "I never heard of such a thing. Why, my dear Lady Marvlin, what could you have been thinking about?" "He was contrite, and pleaded for mercy," said her ladyship with a shrug. "I suppose I have done wrong, but I could not find it in my heart to detain him." "Well, I am indeed astonished," said Lord Chetwynd. "It is positively most reprehensible." "I expected you would all censure me," observed Lady Marvlin, "but it is done, and can't be helped now." "But the scoundrel knocked my hat over my eyes, and would have killed me if I'd given him the chance," exclaimed Lord Fitzboggleton. "He's a wetch whom hanging is too good for. I am sorry you have let him go." "So am I. So are we all, I expect," remarked Major Smithers Smythe. "What say you, Mr. Quirp?" Mr. Quirp was a solicitor of Furnivall's in Holborn. "I always regret hearing of the escape of a robber," said he. "It but too frequently happens that men belonging to the criminal class escape through their victims declining to prosecute. There are many reasons for this. In the first place, the duty which falls to the share of a prosecutor is at once an onerous and unpleasant one. It is attended with great inconvenience, loss of time, and in some cases considerable expense, and hence it is that so many object to the task." "Clearly so," observed Mr. Tangle, another of the company, a barrister in the Temple. "It has always been so. People do not like to be hanging about police courts, but it is essential in the interests of society that persons should sacrifice their own personal comfort for the public good." "I dare say Lady Marvlin has made use of her good sense and judgment in this case," cried Sir William Lethbridge, coming to the rescue. "It may be against the dictatorial opinions or views of our legal friends, but I am quite sure no one ought to blame her or any other woman for leaning to the side of mercy." "Hear, hear," cried several of the company. "I would not for a moment presume to dictate," observed Quirp. "It would not be right and proper for me to do so. Still, at the same time, I frankly confess, I see much to regret in adopting such a course. If you knew how many hardened ruffians, how many habitual thieves escape from this cause, you would, I think, endorse the opinion expressed by myself and Mr. Tangle." "I am sure they would, and what's more," chimed in the other lawyer, "there are hundreds and thousands of men in the metropolis and elsewhere who calculate with the greatest possible coolness the chances of detection and conviction, and it is only the reliability and certainty that punishment follows detection that we can hope for any beneficial effect therefrom as a deterrent from the commission of crime." "Ah, there is not the slightest doubt of that," returned Sir William, "but of course there are exceptional cases. Very few, I fancy." "But the wretch knocked my hat over my eyes," cried Lord Fitzboggleton. "Do be quiet, and leave the other gentlemen to discuss the question," observed Arabella Lovejoy. "Oh, if you wish it, I will remain silent." "I do wish it." "Wheely away, Bella, you are very peewaviking." "And very unjust as well, my lord," remarked Quirp. "The fact of his knocking your hat over your eyes is an additional reason for his not having mercy shown to him." Well, gentlemen, said Lady Battershall, it is not much use discussing the question now. Make yourselves as happy and comfortable as possible, and forget that a burglar has disturbed the harmony of the evening for a brief period. Well said, cried Sir William Lethbridge. I move that we adjourn the discussion. Signed, Die. How say you? Agreed, cried several. And so, to change the subject, said Mr. Tangle, I will just recount for your delectation a case that came under my notice. That's right, cried Major Smithers Smythe. Every man has something interesting to tell of his experience in life, and none are more prolific in that way than you gentlemen of the legal profession. I am not about to discuss some knotty point of law, observed Tangle. I leave that to its proper arena court of justice. I know as much about law as a Hottentot, returned Smythe. Still, although ignorant, I am willing to learn. It was in the earlier days of my career, said Tangle, and briefs were like angels' visits, but few and far between. In fact, I had begun seriously to contemplate emigrating to British Columbia, or to some equally distant and desolate locality. Fortunately for me and society, generally, which sooner or later must recognize my distinguished merits, by placing me on the bench, I abandoned the idea of British Columbia, and went to reading. A beneficent fate rewarded me for my courage in the shape of a big brief with a small fee to defend two men for conspiring to cheat a young gentleman with more money than brains by gambling with him and using loaded dice. It was a case that had excited a good deal of interest in the neighborhood, partly from the very remarkable way in which the cheat had been discovered by a stranger who happened to be in the room where the play was going on, and who, suspecting that all was not right, had, with a large carving fork, pinned the hand of one of the conspirators to the table. Underneath it, sure enough, were found the loaded dice, which he had manipulated up and down his sleeve so skillfully that the verdant youth found himself some £500 to the bad. As counsel for the defendants, the aspect of the case was far from inviting, and as the very beery solicitor who instructed me observed, it looked uncommon fishy. In that remark I entirely concurred, and folded up the papers with a hopeless sigh, cursing the ill-luck that always brought me the deadest cases. In the present instance, there was little for me to do but to sit by and hold my tongue, a process, by the way, anything but satisfactory to one fond of hearing the sound of his own voice. Apart from professional regrets, I could not help feeling that this precious pair of rascals thoroughly deserved all they were likely to get, and the longer they were shut up the better for the community at large. The trial came on in due course, and the two prisoners were placed at the bar. As I looked at them, I was much struck with their gentlemanly appearance and dress, but then I remembered that all that was part of the stock-in-trade of persons of their class, and turning to my brief, prepared to do battle. As this is but a subsidiary portion of my story, it is unnecessary for me to linger over the details of the trial. They say that lucky fate often follows on the footsteps of rogues, and in this instance, by some unpardonable carelessness on the part of the constable, the loaded dice, which had been found under the hand of one of the prisoners, were not forthcoming, and after a great deal of wrangling with the counsel on the other side, the learned judge said that the prosecution, in not producing it, had in his opinion failed to make out a sufficient case to go to the jury, and that he must therefore direct a verdict for the acquittal of the prisoner. They were as much astonished and overpowered as myself by the unexpected turn things had taken, and with admirable celerity disappeared from the dock. Some 4 years afterwards, I received a very pressing invitation from my old Eton friend Charlie Forrester, asking me to run down to his place in Devonshire and spend a few days with him. Master Charlie, whose lines had fallen in exceeding pleasant places, and who at 21 had come into a very nice estate, and some £5,000 annually, after tantalizing all the marriageable girls in the county, by refusing to go to balls and croquet parties with invitations for which he was pertinaciously pestered from morning till night, had finally taken himself abroad no one knew whither, and there remained between 4 and 5 years. When he returned home again, he brought a wife with him, a proceeding on his part which excited general discontent and disapprobation. But Charlie cared very little what the country folks thought about him. He was passionately fond of his wife, and consequently devoted to home, while he occupied his time in regulating the affairs of his estate and improving the breed of pigs. In short, he found within the limits of his park fence all the amusements and society he required. His attachment for his wife was not surprising, for she was indeed a most lovely and charming woman, full of intelligence and good sense, and in every way fitted to preside over a household. When she and Charlie first met at Pau, she was the governess in an English family that was staying there. Their courtship lasted but a few days, and one fine morning, they met by appointment and, walking together to the church, were married before breakfast. Violet Danvers had no idea of the position, pecuniary or otherwise, that attached to Charlie, but her life had been full of troubles, and all she knew was that he had been very kind and good to her. Friends and relations she had none, she said, and then, as she rested her head against his breast and looked up into his eyes, Charles felt that heaven had sent her for him to love and cherish. He told her of his past life and his wanderings in distant countries, and sought to engage her confidence in return, but she always seemed to avoid all reference to her own past, and would hurriedly turn the conversation into quite another channel. Charlie was not of a suspicious nature, and had far too much love and confidence in his wife to fancy that she was concealing anything from him. And so Violet came to her new Hamido, the old home, in which generations of foresters had lived and died. It was not so very long after they had taken up their abode at the Lions that I received the invitation before alluded to, and, as the long vacation had already commenced, and my pecuniary resources were not in a condition to stand a trip even to the seaside, I thought the best thing I could do was to accept the hospitality that my old friend offered me. A few days more found me comfortably installed at the Lions, thoroughly enjoying the fresh air and strong exercise that followed, in pleasing contrast to the heated atmosphere of close courts and continuous sitting in dingy chambers. I found Mrs. Forrester a most charming and amusing companion, though I could not help being struck by an air of constraint and reserve that at times settled upon her. A very brief acquaintance satisfied me that there was some mystery attaching to her which she dared not reveal. One morning at breakfast, Charlie, after reading a letter he had just received by the post, informed us that it was from an old Paris friend of his, whom he had met in his traveler days, and who, in pursuance of a long-standing invitation, had written to say that he proposed coming on a visit to the Lions, and would, without waiting for a reply, put in an appearance that very evening. Charlie was delighted at the prospect of seeing his old acquaintance, and in the course of a walk over the farm, he informed me the name of the coming guest was Murray, and that he was blessed with a great deal of more ready wit than ready cash. Though he is a bit of an adventurer in his way, said Charlie, he is a capital fellow, and the best company in the world. It was very late when the expected guest arrived. Mrs. Forrester had retired to bed some time before. As for Charlie and myself, we kept the newcomer company while he supped, and when he had done ample justice to the good things before him, it being already in the small hours, bed was voted and carried unanimously. I was very sleepy, and beyond uttering a mere commonplace or two, had taken little or no notice of the stranger, but when he came across the room and held out his hand, which oddly enough was encased in a light-colored glove of some sort, to bid me good night, as I looked him full in the face, he seemed to start for a moment. Although his features were hidden by a heavy mustache and huge beard, there was something about them that appeared familiar to me. Where on earth could I have seen him before? When I got upstairs into my bedroom, I puzzled my brain with inquiries, but all in vain. I could connect the face with nothing and nothing with the face, and with that I got angry with myself and went to sleep. The next morning I awoke early, and feeling a strong inclination for a walk before breakfast, tumbled headlong into my cold tub, and in a very short time after had completed my toilette, and was out in the glorious fresh air. An hour's stroll brought me back to the window of the breakfast room, which opened into the garden, and with the appetite of a tiger, I was on the point of entering when my step was arrested by the sound of Mrs. Forrester's voice, trembling with emotion, exclaiming, "Say it is not true, for pity's sake, say it is not true." What could this mean? Being of a curious turn, me conduct may have been disgraceful, but hereafter I hope to stand excused for it. I moved into a position where I could see into the breakfast room without being seen and hear all that was said. In an armchair by the table, her face buried in her hands, and her elbows resting on her knees, Mrs. Forrester was rocking herself to and fro in a way that showed her to be laboring under deep emotion. Close to her, in a strangely cool and insolent attitude, stood the newcomer of last night, stroking his mustache with his gloved fingers. "Upon my word, my dear Violet," he replied to her entreaty with a measured slowness of speech that made me long to kick him, "I regret to say that it is true Arthur Bernard is no more dead then I am like Norval's father. He at the present moment feeds his flocks not however upon the Grampian hills, but in the neighborhood of the great city of Otago. But they told me, he was dead, almost shrieked Mrs. Forrester. The people who were with him, when he died, wrote to me. Wrote to you, interrupted Murray with suspicious eagerness. Have you got the letter? No, I dared not keep it, she replied, lest it should fall into my husband's hands. Listen, she continued hurriedly. He knows nothing of the past, not even of my first marriage. I have kept it all, everything from him. For pity's sake leave this place, where save for the thought of that I have been so happy, and let him remain in ignorance still. Gently, Violet, gently responded the man, unmoved in the least degree by her appeal. Firstly, let me observe that having promised myself a short stay in the country, I can hardly terminate it so abruptly as you desire me in the next, as in addition to the agreeable change of air, I have met quite unexpectedly with an old companion for whom I have been searching ever so many years, and to whom I have a good deal to say. It would be quite impossible to do as you wish. She made no response, only kept her face still buried in her hands, as he went on at last. Violet Bernard, the game is in my hands. You laughed at my love, jeered at my protestations of devotion, for you curled up your proud lip at me, and dismissed me from your presence with contempt when I asked you to be my wife. I have not forgotten that, and never shall, never, never, but sooner or later, you must hear me, Mark, you must. Else. He paused an instant, and continued, I won't threaten, but remember Arthur Bernard lives. At this juncture, Charles entered the room, but not before Mrs. Forrester had had time to collect herself, while Murray, without appearing in the least disconcerted, went on making some commonplace remarks about the weather. As for myself, this interview, of which I had been an unseen spectator, had naturally aroused varied emotions, and before putting in an appearance at the breakfast table, I thought it best to take a walk round the garden to indulge in a few moments' reflection. The confession is somewhat humiliating, but I have always been rather fond of interfering in other people's affairs, and in the present instance, having seen and heard all I had, I felt exceedingly reluctant to let the matter drop. The mystery attaching to Mrs. Forrester was not very difficult to unravel, at least in its main feature. As for this Murray, and the influence he seemed to possess over her, I had long since made up my mind that he was a villain, who would stoop to any device, however contemptible, to ensure the success of any evil enterprise in which he might be engaged. I determined to use every endeavor to defeat him in his present scheme, though let it not be for a moment supposed that any heroics were mixed up in this resolve. I looked upon the whole matter rather as a game of chess in which by hook or by crook I must checkmate my adversary. When I reached the breakfast room, the trio seemed on the best possible terms one with another, Charlie cheerful and unsuspicious, as ever, Mrs. Forrester playing nervously with a tiny piece of toast, which she made pretense to eat but never touched, and Murray eating and talking with equal earnestness. Oh yes, he said, as I came in, your wife and I, Charlie, have discovered that we are old acquaintances. Curious, isn't it? Wheels within wheels. What fools we are to fancy our world to be such a huge place. I looked at his face, as I sat down at the table, more closely than I ever had before, and again the old thought of last night came back to me. Then my eyes involuntarily settled on his hands. They were still encased in light gloves. I do not know what it was that prompted me, but joining in the conversation, I said, You are right, I often tumbled across people I never expected to see, mere passing acquaintances. Do you know, I continued, last night, when you arrived, I fancied we had met before, though then you had no beard and mustache. I could have sworn, and did to myself at the moment, that his hand trembled as he raised his cup to his lips, but a moment after, as he set it down again, he was perfectly calm and cool, while in a nonchalant tone he replied, I must say you have the advantage of me, as I am not aware that we ever met before. Indeed, I am quite sure that we never. Roman 999. Besides, I have worn a beard and mustache ever since one or the other would grow. Why, when you were in Paris, you were as clean-shaven as a priest on a feast day, burst in Charlie quite innocently. But Murray, without taking any notice of the observation, turned to Mrs. Forrester, and commenced talking to her about something quite different. Slowly but surely a conviction was growing upon me that made me pay considerable respect to my impressions of the night before, and determined me to be more watchful than ever. My only fear was that Mrs. Forrester, in the weakness of her terror, would take some desperate step, when after all, as I firmly believed, there was not the slightest ground for alarm. In the course of the next 24 hours, by dint of pertinacious listening and watching, I found that Murray's protestations of affection cooled in proportion, as he ingenuously hinted that his silence may be purchased for a reasonable summa suggestion, that his victim caught eagerly at only, to be the more crushed by the revulsion of feeling that followed when she reflected how utterly impossible it was for her to obtain the £200 he modestly asked. He was treading on dangerous ground, this same Murray, even as he stood there. I might have handed him into the custody of the nearest constable, on a charge of endeavoring to extort money by threats and menaces. Looking at it from a legal point of view, this would have been an excellent course to adopt, but it was the exposure that was to be avoided, and therefore it was necessary to adopt different tactics. For 3 days I watched with what a trial to the patience can readily be imagined this human spider, torturing the poor fly he had got into his web, he cool, courteous, and insinuating. As he worked out his scheme, she growing weaker and weaker, and losing all strength and courage only to find it again to take one last desperate step, and thus forever put an end to the torture she was suffering. Yet all this while her husband seemed to notice nothing amiss with her, though her eyes were often red with weeping, and her face wore a settled look of melancholy and despair. Not that he failed in affection or tenderness, only he was one of those men who in the goodness of their own digestions and the smoothness of their life-stream look upon dyspepsia as a popular delusion, and cannot understand why anyone should be unhappy. It was the evening of the 4th day since Murray's arrival, and after dinner I had left him and Charlie discussing a bottle of 54 Chateau Margaux and their old Paris days, and was wandering down a side path that led into the plantation when I suddenly trod on something. Looking downward, I saw that it was a pocketbook of somewhat bulky dimensions. There was only one thing to be done, namely to pick it up, unclasp it, and examine the contents, which, I need scarcely add, I faithfully Roman 999. This investigation having been satisfactorily accomplished, I placed the pocketbook in my pocket, and strolled on into the plantation again, to reflect what my next move with Mr. Murray should be. I knew the game was in my hands now, my only puzzle was how to play it without making a disturbance. Still, what was to be done must be done quickly. As I came to this determination, I found myself standing by a small lake that lay in the midst of the plantation. Almost at the same moment, I heard a groan as of someone in distress. Turning eagerly to the direction whence it seemed to come through the dusk, which was now growing into darkness, I saw the flutter of a white dress near the head of the lake. I know not what possessed me, but a thought seized me that sent me tearing through the bushes and brambles with frantic speed. A few seconds more, and I had caught Mrs. Forrester by the wrist. "What would you do, woman?" I exclaimed, breathless. She made no answer, only fell fainting at my feet. When I got back to the house, I found Murray alone in the dining room, paying the closest attention to a second bottle of the 54 Chateau Margaux, to better appreciate which the lamp had been brought in, so that he might examine the marvelous beauty of its color. Charlie was closeted in the smoking room with his farm bailiff. In short, the opportunity of an interview alone with Murray that I so much wanted presented itself. I was not slow to take advantage of it, and flinging myself into an armchair close to him, poured out a glass of wine, and settled comfortably to my task. It was pretty plain that he was anything but pleased at the prospect of a tete-a-tete, and seemed not altogether easy in his chair. "I was thinking of taking a stroll in the garden," he said, half rising from his chair. "A pity to leave such excellent tipple," I replied. "Besides, it's rather chilly. Do you know," I continued, "I have been thinking of that observation you made the other night, when I said we had met before, and upon my word, I believe I was right. After all, I have such a capital memory for faces that I cannot imagine myself mistaken." Indeed, he laughed roughly. "You seem to have great confidence in yourself. Unfortunately, as I told you in this instance, you are mistaken." "Well, perhaps I am," was my answer, as I drew my chair a little nearer to his. "The strangest part of my error was that I fancied you were one of 2 men I defended at reading some 4 years ago for conspiring to cheat a young undergraduate out or his money by playing with loaded dice." He was far too much on his guard to make any sign. He only said with a smile, "You certainly paid me a great compliment." But I saw that he was drawing away his right hand, which had hitherto been resting on the table. "It was a remarkable case," I continued, "chiefly from the way in which the roguery was detected. The hand of the man who was manipulating the loaded dice was, as yours might be on the table, to all appearances in the most innocent manner possible with, that as if to give him ocular demonstration of the way in which the cheat had been effected, I took hold of his hand and held it on the table when a stranger, who had been sitting at the further end of the room, came quickly to the side of the rogue, and in an instant more had pinned his hand with a carving fork to the mahogany. I felt that I had carried the play on long enough, and quickly inserting my finger at the top of his glove, I tore it down the back. He jumped to his feet. And so did Roman 1, "You are the man," I said, "whose hand was so pinned to the table. And that scar is the evidence I should call if it were necessary to prove it. Therefore sit down, and hear what else I have to say." He glared viciously at me, lifted his fist, as if he would have struck me, and then sank into his chair again. "A man who could try to rob a poor silly boy by such disgraceful means," I continued, "could hardly be expected to have any pity on a helpless woman. But fortunately, I have been a witness of your endeavors on more than one occasion by threats and menaces to extort a large sum of money from your host's wife, and that by representing to her that her first husband was alive, and at Otago, New Zealand, when you knew as well as I do that he was dead, and has been so these 2 years. "He is not dead," growled Murray. "He is dead," I replied, "and your own pocketbook proves it." As I said this, I held up to him the wallet that I had tumbled upon in the plantation walk, in one of the pockets of which, among a number of other exceedingly suspicious-looking documents, I had found a certificate of the death of Arthur Bernard. But as I have been a very long time in telling my story, barristers are proverbially long-winded, you know I must hurry to a conclusion. The morning following our interview, Murray, with many excuses and regrets, found himself unavoidably compelled to return to town. As he got into the phaeton that was to take him to the station, he kindly whispered in my ear, "I'll live to pay you out for this, yet a promise that I somehow or other fancy he will fulfill some day. Till then I am content to forget all about him." As for Mrs. Forrester, the clouds upon her horizon have lifted. She has buried a sad and painful past, and lives in a present, loved as dearly and tenderly as ever by Charlie, who knows nothing, and who never shall unless she, as I have advised her, has the courage to tell him all, even to the extent that her first husband, Arthur Bernard, was the co-conspirator who stood at Murray's side in the felon's dock. I have every hope that she will do this, for the confidence between husband and wife should be as clear as the day at noon. "Well, Mr. Tangle," said Lord Chetwynd, when the barrister had brought his narrative to an end, "it is a most interesting story of real life, and I expect you gentlemen of the long robe are the possessors of secrets of a similar character, which in many cases you are for various reasons not permitted to divulge." "Yes, we are at times the recipients of many a domestic drama or tragedy." "And did Mrs. Forrester ever make known to her husband the history of her first unfortunate marriage?" "I believe not, certainly not that I am aware of. It was a matter I did not choose to interfere in beyond giving her a word or so of advice. No man has a right to interfere between husband and wife, you know." "He was a base scoundrel," observed Quirp, "and for such men we should have no pity. One hardly knows what punishment such a fellow deserves." "Solitary confinement," cried Major Smythe. "That's the way to bring a fellow to his senses. If that doesn't succeed, nothing will." "Well, you see," remarked Quirp, "solitary confinement is so terrible that it cannot be resorted to with safety. After a time, it has been found to drive prisoners mad." "Drive them mad, eh?" "Dear me, yes. Didn't you know that it is the most fearful of all punishments, and has been tried in the penal prisons of this country and elsewhere? I will give you an account of a prison I visited while this punishment was in operation. The prison I am about to speak of was in Philadelphia, to which city an important case once necessitated my paying a visit. Let me premise here that the solitary system was at that time at least practiced in American prisons, with far more rigor than in English jails, and sometimes lasted a lifetime or ended in the madness of the prisoner. Chapter Roman 143, A Visit to a Prison. Solitary confinement. "Why, Mr. Quirp, have you been in a prison?" inquired Lady Marvlin. "I am sorry to say I have been in a good many, my dear madam," returned the lawyer, "not as an inmate. Don't imagine that." Upon this, the company burst out into a loud laugh. "No, only as a visitor," added Quirp. "That is all, and from what I have seen of the internal accommodation of those places, I have no desire to dwell therein, even for the space of, say, 24 hours. You are afraid the air would not agree with you?" "Exactly so. I am quite sure that neither the air, the food, nor the sleeping accommodation would suit me, but I will give you an account of what I saw. No 77. Illustration: The Harvest Home Games. The Harvest Home Games at Farmer Ashbrook's. I had visited a large number of prisoners when the warder of the penitentiary said to me, just as we reached the door of a cell, whose outward appearance was even more gloomy than those we had visited. "This is the cell of the prisoner I was speaking about, Dick Maldon. I have no time to wait at present, but if you would like to converse with him, I will lock you in the cell and call for you, say, in half an hour." The warden, in his practical way, was accustomed to allude to his prisoners in much the same manner as the keeper of a menagerie would refer to his living specimens of natural history. After all, I thought there was more reason in this than appeared at the first glance, for no doubt many of the human hearts, which were caged in those impenetrable walls of iron and stone, throbbed with fiercer passions and more savage instincts than ever inspired the breast of any wild beast of the field. I had become so used to the warder's manner that before I assented to his proposition, I was on the point of making inquiries regarding the tameness of the animal within, but I checked myself and merely signified my assent. The door was partially opened, and by a strange sort of turnstile arrangement, I was inducted alone into the cell. "Scientific visitor for No 46, cried the warder in a loud voice from the outside. Then the iron door crashed between us. Thud went the shooting bolts, and I heard his echoing steps retreating down the vaulted corridor. The cell in which I stood was about 10 by 15 larger than the ordinary dungeon, and was well lighted by a small grating high in the wall opposite the entrance. It contained a small iron bedstead, a small iron table, a small iron chair, and a young man seated on a stool, engaged in pegging shoes with such rapidity that it seemed his life must depend upon completing a gigantic taste in an impossibly short space of time. But upon my entrance he threw down his work and rushed up to me with an eagerly extended hand and a wild, joyous blaze in his eyes. They were very fine ice, large, grey, lustrous, and expressive, as if I were a brother or a near friend from whom he had long been separated. I noticed that the young man was very handsome, even in his degrading prison dress. His frame was lithe and sinewy, his hands and feet small and delicately shaped. His face was smooth and beardless as a woman's, his features regular and singularly handsome, and the contour of his closely cropped head was noble and dignified. Yet with all these redeeming characteristics, there was the inevitable stamp of the born criminal over all. His physiognomy was one of those strange, rarely encountered specimens, where through the mask of good nature shines forth the glimmering of a depravity so natural to the possessor as to render even him totally unconscious of its existence. But I liked the intensity of feeling with which he grasped my hand. "Take a chair," said he, pushing up the single chair and seating himself on the side of the iron bedstead. "I hope you will pardon my vehemence, sir, when I say that yours is the only human face I have seen for, I judge, 8 months. "Are you in earnest?" I exclaimed in amazement, for much as I condemned the system of solitary confinement, I was not aware that it was carried to this extent in America. "Certainly, sir," replied the prisoner Dick Maldon. "You will perceive by the peculiar construction of that door that I cannot even see the face of my jailer when he brings me food. Even in the chapel on the Sabbath our seats are so arranged that we can neither see each other nor the face of the chaplain who preaches to us. We used to have some relief by being able to speak to each other through the water pipes of the necessary here," said he, pointing to the apparatus just below the small grating. "But they found it out, and now even that avenue of communication is obstructed. They have got us solitary enough now." As the young man said this, a wan smile crossed his lips. "What is the term of your sentence?" "A lifetime." "And your crime?" "Murders." There was something terrible in his calm, even tones, and I instinctively shrank back at the dreadful word. Perceiving that the gesture pained him, however, I continued the colloquy by asking, "Pray, how many times have you been in prison, Mr. Maldon?" "Call me Dick, sir," said the prisoner, laughing, but evidently gratified at my civility. "I have been in prison, in this same prison, 5 times. When they copped me on this last go, I had a pretty sure thing of it, however." "I suppose if you were released tomorrow," said I, "it would not be long before you would be back again." "Very likely," he replied, nodding his head meditatively. Then, perceiving the mingled curiosity and incredulity in my countenance, he continued, "If you care to hear it, sir, I don't mind giving you some particulars of a thief's story, the last man I saw about 8 months ago, was a sort of a tract distributor, who asked me a great many silly questions about religious matters of which he himself was as ignorant as that spider on the wall. There he was, one of your canting hypocrites, without enough brains to call a congregation into a godshop, and without pride enough to work for a living. So, I turned my back on him at the start. I see nothing but pleasant sympathy in your face, however, and would like the most of my half-hour with you. I gladly assented, and the prisoner for life began his story as follows. I never knew my mother, and my father was a professional thief. At least he was when I first recognized him as my father. He brought me up as a thief, and I soon proved a wonderful adept. But in his drunken moments, he was seldom sober. He beat me so cruelly that when 14 years of age, I ran away from him and came from the western city in which we lived to this city. I was an accomplished thief. For one so young, there was nothing in that queer Latin of the thief's lexicon that I was not thoroughly conversant with, and being acquainted with all the secret signals, I was enabled at almost every point of my journey to form any variety of acquaintance in my now peculiar life. I could fake a wipe or crib a spoon with the best of them, and was not long in teaching the swell mob of the eastern coast more than they knew, and moreover, what was not imported from foreign countries either. But somehow or another, I was not naturally inclined to the profession, and accident befriending me, I became a lawyer's clerk in Philadelphia. My employer had a very extensive library, and so much did I enjoy reading that I remained with him for a number of years, improving my mind and robbing my employer so moderately, it was imperceptible. I dressed well and moved in decent circles, but when 18 years of age, I overstepped my modesty, robbed my master of $200, and fled, for I knew he would not forgive me. He pursued, arrested, and imprisoned me. This sealed my fate. Allow me to say to you, sir, that I know it to be both wrong and impolite to steal, but in some cases, I can convince you that it can't be helped. My imprisonment was of brief duration, but it was sufficient to confirm me as a villain and a wretch. This system of solitary confinement can never reform a criminal. I have tried it for many years, and I ought to know. The prisoner for life paused contemplatively, and I could not help wondering at these unusual comments from such lips. No, he continued, they will never succeed in reforming the world. That way, I am certain of it. Look at it yourself from my point of view, and you will see it in the same light. Here I say, arrested for theft. Grant the crime. What's the use of denying it after you're judged? And I will credit the law by saying this much, that I was never imprisoned unjustly in my life. I am suddenly picked up from the street, and after a brief trial, I would willingly dispense with that, because my word goes for nothing, and I have no friends placed in solitary confinement for 6 months, a year, or 2 years. No person, sir, who has never undergone the punishment can even imagine the slow agony of solitary confinement. You could not stand it a year. I, who by this time should be pretty well used to it, will be able to stand it 10 or 12 years longer, when my life imprisonment will be at an end. Save in the case of such visits as yours, no human face is seen by the prisoner. You probably wondered when you entered this cell why I worked so hard. When we first come here, we are given the choice of doing nothing or working. We always prefer the former at first, but not many days of thought-willed, mad-wearing, eternal, lonely thought are required to drive us to the latter alternative. And we work so hard, so incessantly, in order to forget ourselves, that the authorities make much more out of us than they could out of honest workmen. You see, sir, we must forget ourselves, and that is what we try to do when we work so hard. Well, suppose my term expires, my cell door opened, I am conducted downstairs, change these striped clothes for those relinquished upon entering the prison, and am shown into the street free to do as I will. Imagine my sensations. I have not seen a human face for years perhaps, and now suddenly I see thousands. I am just as if I were translated into another planeter, like Rip Van Winkle, after his 30 years. Nap, my clothes are out of fashion. Houses have been built, where I remember nothing but empty lots. The faces of men and women in the streets seem unreally vivid and distinct. The roar and rumble of the street confuse my brain. I am bewildered. Lost the few dollars I have earned through overwork in the prison are speedily expended for necessities. I am penniless in the world. It is difficult to obtain honest employment. Credentials are almost always required, and who would employ a convict? The only acquaintances whom I meet in the populated streets are those whom I knew of old. Fellow thieves. From these alone I receive the cordial smile of welcome, the warm handclasp of friendship. However deeply I may have resolved upon reformation, my old unprincipled feelings repossess me. I borrow money of thieves, visit the old cribs mostly frequented by thieves meet, and become intimate with women, often very pretty girls who are thieves, and whom I have known before. This is my only sympathy in the world. There is nothing intentionally false or downdragging in their smiles and their welcomes, because I belong to their tribe and know that they are really glad of my release from the penitentiary. Well, thieving is the only legitimate occupation. I have a few weeks' dissipation, serves to render me forgetful of my prison experience, hard and bitter as it may have been. My trade is a precarious one from day to day, from hand to mouth. If the hardships, the danger, the necessary and never-ceasing anxiety of a life of pillage could be presented to the infant mind, I think there would be no thieves. It is terrible, and yet to one who has been initiated into the wicked mysteries, there is a fascination which cannot be resisted. It is all luck. I may run a day, a week, a month, a year, but sooner or later, I am sure to feel the cop's accusing grip upon my shoulders, and the eternal dread of this is what gives the wandering glitter which you may have noticed in the thief's eye, and which renders his life a torment of restlessness and fear. Well, after a while, I find myself here again, and immediately pitch in to drown my wretchedness in hard work. The magistrates know me and treat me as an old customer, and here in the prison, they regard me as an erratic boarder, permanent enough now, who will be sure to return again. This is the routine of my own life, and may answer for that of many of my class. I will relate to you the circumstances of my last arrest and my final one, for I firmly believe that I shall never again quit these prison walls alive. I had just finished a term of 4 years, and after praying to God very sincerely and reasoning with myself very strongly, and come to the determination to lead an honest life, if within the scope of possibility, fortune favored me, and I obtained a subordinate position in the office of a prominent lawyer. He knew my history, I told it all to him, and threw myself upon his generosity. He extended his hand nobly to me for a long time. I did not repay his kindness with ingratitude. I suffered more than he thought in my endeavors to be honest. Every day I would encounter the sneers of my comrades in the street, and frequently their curses, but still remained firm in my good resolutions. My employer was an old bachelor. His office was in the front part of his dwelling, which was presided over by his housekeeper, Mrs. Stanton, an eccentric but kind-hearted old lady. I noticed casually that my employer never banked any of his money, and at the same time very seldom had much of it upon his person. So out of mere curiosity, I assure you, sir, it was nothing but curiosity, I set myself to find out what he did with it, until one day I discovered, while accidentally traversing an upper hall in his house, that he secreted it somewhere in an old bureau in his own bedroom. For several days after this, I could not help thinking what a shrewd old fellow my employer was to deposit his money in such an out-of-the-way place, instead of letting all the world know its whereabouts by the presence of the usual massive and cumbrous iron safe. Well, sir, one bright morning Mr. B, my employer, sent me to collect a bad debt for an inconsiderable amount, and as I left the office, I noticed that the door of the dwelling house was wide open. I was pretty sweet on Polly the cook, or she was on me, which was better yet, and I thought it wouldn't do any harm just to run into the kitchen and give her a good morning kiss. As Satan would have it, Polly wasn't in the kitchen, and there were signs of her having just gone to market. I glanced into the little sitting room, which Mrs. Stanton nearly always occupied when she was in the house, and to my surprise, there were signs of her having also just gone to market. Greatly marveling that such a nice house should be thus left all alone, I thought I would just take a look around the premises out of mere curiosity. To make a long story short, I found myself presently in Mr. B.'s bedchamber, gazing very curiously at that old bureau somewhere, in which I knew he kept his money. At first my curiosity was genuine, but I gradually began to think how many nice things I could buy if that money was mine. I was sadly in need of a suit of clothes, and was also very fond of dress. I hadn't been on the spree for a long time, and just at this unfortunate moment, my mouth began to water for the wine cup. Well, sir, it is hardly worthwhile for me to describe the various phases of temptation, which led step by step to the evil deed. I was almost as much surprised at myself as any stranger would have been had he seen me, when a few minutes later, I found myself rummaging through the drawers of that old bureau in the most nervous and excited manner. I was engaged in this manner when I was startled by a loud scream and wheeled on my heel to perceive the housekeeper, Mrs. Stanton, looking at me. The thought of my position flashed upon me so strongly and vividly that for a moment I was incapable of action. I was too old a bird, however, to be paralyzed by fear. For more than an instant of time, her screams continued. In my wild alarm, I sprang upon her and clutched her throat. As I did so, 1,000 thoughts flashed through my brain, the consequences which would fall upon me should my employer discover any attempt upon his proper-tithe judges, face stern and relentless words of the prosecuting attorneyth stolid jurymen with prejudice and hatred imprinted upon their fordaming face, and then the walls of this accursed prison rose before me, with their stony hopelessness augmented 50-fold. I continued to choke down her accursed cries more vigorously, as these terrible thoughts fleeted through my head. At length she ceased struggling, and slowly relinquishing my grip, I laid her upon the floor. I then bent over her with a cold, icy horror at my heart, never experienced before, for I perceived that the housekeeper was dead. I had no control over myself after that, sir. In my wild excitement, I rushed to the nearest police station, hurriedly confessed my crime, and was arrested. At the subsequent trial, I was found guilty of murder in the first degree, and sentenced to be hanged in view of the extenuating circumstances, as they called them. My sentence was commuted to penal servitude for life, and here I am. Goodbye, sir, and may God bless you. I hear the warden at the door. Tears stood in his eyes as he extended his hand to me, and grasping it warmly, I quitted the cell after the door was closed. I heard a great hammering going on within, and I knew that the prisoner for life was forgetting his loneliness in the monotonous humdrum of shoepicking. Poor fellow, said Lord Fitzboggleton, what a dreadful punishment it must be to be imprisoned for life. Yes, it is a most melancholy state of existence, without doubt, said Smythe, and to say the truth it appears almost miraculous how prisoners are able to bear so severe a punishment. But in most cases, they deserve what they get. The wonder is that there are not more escapes, seeing that so many are driven to what one might call a desperate condition. When I was in the United States, said Captain Crasher, escapes and attempted escapes from prison were frequent occurrences, but here in the old country, as our transatlantic cousins term it, the chances for prisoners freeing themselves from bondage are but few and far between. Nevertheless, even here successful attempts at escape do take place, despite the surveillance kept over the unfortunate denizens of a penal prison. Was in America, many of the convicts of Clinton prison strove to be again on their travels. No less than 13 tried to escape within the space of 2 months. Whether this was caused by the neglect of the officers or the insecurity of the prison, I will not intend to say, but as we are discoursing on prison life, I will just give you an account of the rascals at Clinton and how they managed to escape, or at least tried to do so. First, 2 of their number made their exit from the forge during the night, which is closely guarded inside and out by several of the most efficient guards of the prison. Strange to say, these same 2 escaped from the same place last summer. Their names were Samuel Tweed and Henry Austin. After leaving the prison, they proceeded to a barn in the vicinity, where they procured a horse and wagon with which they managed to reach the village of Saranac, some 6 or 8 miles distant. But there, finding their great enemy, the snow had not left the premises, and as they were unable to use the wagon any further, the snow being so deep, they concluded to tramp it on foot, and to their sorrow, for they were quickly followed by officers Christian and Haggerty, who succeeded in first capturing Tweed. But Austin, being somewhat of a more daring character, attempted to fight it out, paying no attention to the word halt given by Mr. Haggerty. Seeing that Austin meant to try his speed, Mr. Haggerty discharged his revolver over the convict's head, which as intended brought him to bay. Finally, they were once more secured in their old quarters, and now wear a heavy log chain as a reward of their escapade. Not the least daunted by the failure of his brother, convicts William Wallace, no relation of the Scotch chieftain, who was employed as engineer at the rolling mill, took it into his head to vamos, so, by playing possum with the keeper, he succeeded in leaving the prison. He could not have scaled the stockade before the alarm was given, but alas, the bird had flown, and was not caught for some days afterwards, and then by chance he, being hidden in the woods, heard a gun discharged close by, and thinking he had been discovered, took to his heels and ran. Those who fired the gun were not in search of escaped convicts, but for pleasure, and pleased they were when they saw $50 within their reach, and which they received for the capture of the said William Wallace, who now works in his old shop. but is not engineer, unless he may be called an engineer in a small way, for I suppose it is a matter of engineering to walk with the large shackle and chain which he wears without injuring his ankles. So far I have only recorded escapes and recaptures. Now, I come to a trial escape, which is a very rare occurrence. It was on Sunday, a day of rest, but not for the prison keepers, that as usual 2 convicts were sent from their cells to feed the hogs, but instead of laying out the usual quantity of food for the hogs, they laid out an unusual quantity of food for themselves, contemplating beforehand that they would need it on their travels. Travels, I say, for travel they did over the pickets, and God knows wherefore they were not seen again for 10 or 12 days. After one of them, by name Tanner, happened to come across an old acquaintance of his, in the shape of the sheriff of the town. He was convicted in. The sheriff, knowing his term had not expired, at once arrested him and placed him in jail there to await an answer from the prison officers concerning the escape of Tanner. One of the ex-officers of the prison, Mr. John Thompson, who had been sent in that direction, in expectation that Tanner would seek his former acquaintances, was soon at the jail, and immediately recognized him. From certain information received from Tanner in regard to the whereabouts of Yates, his confederate Thompson, and the sheriff proceeded some miles further on, in hopes of effecting Yates' capture. In the meantime, Tanner thought he would try his luck once more, so, with very little trouble, he succeeded in breaking out of the jail, since which neither he nor Yates has been heard of. Probably Mr. Thompson and the sheriff will learn to profit by that somewhat stale proverb that a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Next comes another escape from that stronghold, the forge. Strange to say, among so many guards, a convict could not be seen to leave his fire and ascend to the roof from there through a skylight, as Patrick Curley did not many nights before, but the fortunate was doomed to misfortune, as it proved, for he succeeded in getting no further than Cadyville, where he was captured and brought back, and by 2 boys both younger than himself. He now wears the reward of his failure in the shape of a heavy chain fastened to the leg, and it is to be hoped he will learn that the way of the transgressor is hard. It was on the evening of the 28th of May. Some half-dozen of convicts were employed in the foundry, a rather unusual thing. Roman 1e, after 6 o'clock p. Roman 1000, in charge of 3 guards, each having charge of 2 men. But it seems that one of the guards, a Mr. Burdick, was cross-eyed, which enabled him to see both ways, but unfortunately for his reputation, and I have no doubt for his position, he did not see the way that William Shee and Patrick Foley made their exit, and it was not for some time after they had gone before our friend Mr. B became aware of the fact. When he was told of it, he remarked, "Yes, they are gone, and so is my $75 a month gone." He, being a keeper, was of course at once discharged for neglect of duty. She, after 3 days' hard traveling, became so exhausted that he concluded to give himself up, which he did to 2 men, for which they received the usual reward of $50. Foley, it seems, was somewhat the toughest, for he managed to stay away 2 days longer, and after traveling, as he says, about 100 miles, and more, he met 2 men of whom he inquired how far it was from Canada, which they undertook to show him by bringing him back to the prison, which was somewhat about 12 miles distant. Foley participated in the joy of the 2 men who effected his capture, for on entering the prison gate, being tied down to a wagon, he looked up and exclaimed, "How are you, Canada?" The usual reward was received by all parties, viz. $50 for the capture of each end. The captured received their reward by having their heads shaved in the shape of a coxcomb, dark cell, and ball, and chain, that mankling machine known as the shower box being abolished by an act passed by our state legislature. Nothing must do, but the Sabbath must be broken. Also the prison windows, which by the by are made of cast iron, by 2 desperadoes, known as James McManus and Washington Roxford. The circumstances are as follow. It seems that, when the convict Curley escaped, Charles Richardson, principal keeper, received the information that the said McManus in some way or other assisted him, which justified Richardson in keeping McManus locked up. Some time previous, Roxford had committed a breach of prison discipline, for which he also was locked up, and wore a chain. It seems they contemplated to repeat the Sing Sing tragedy in bucking and gagging the guards, for the material for so doing was found in their rooms, but luckily for Charlie Gray, who it seems they intended to select for their victim, they pursued another course, which was to cut their doors and with a heavy sledgehammer break the castern windows, which they succeeded in doing about 9 o'clock a Roman 1000. While the Sunday school was being held, they succeeded in going through the window. But to their surprise, they were confronted by several of the guards, who it seems had been on the alert, expecting this for some time. No doubt Charlie Richardson rewarded them, as they deserved, both being hard cases. It is a strange thing that in this enlightened age, one of the state prisons should be as far behind the times as to have doors and windows made of cast iron, which is well known to be utterly useless as a safeguard against convicts' escapes, and the convicts know it too. It is to be hoped that some means will be found to make the new prison now, in contemplation, more secure than the one at Dankmora. His Excellency, Gov. Hoffman, paid a visit to the prison some time since, which was not intended as an official one, he being on a pleasant trip to the trout lakes in the vicinity. But the convicts made it one for him, for out of 500 and odd men, there nearly one half wanted to see him, but of course could not, his stay there being but short. But those that did see him were received very kindly, and those who deserved it, I have no doubt, heard from him in a short time, for he had already pardoned too. He had no sooner left the prison than 3 of the convicts took the notion that they would leave too, but thanks to some of the guards, they did not go any further than the main sewer where they had hidden themselves. Their names were Obastio-colored Whitehead and Howard, all belonging to that unruly school of boys known as the Nail Factory. The guards were aroused in the night, or in the morning, for it was about 3, and that too on a Sunday morning, by the report of a pistol, which was discharged at the convict Hughes, who attempted to break the window with a hammer. But the night guard, Mr. Kimball, being on watch for such things, quickly made him drop the sledge and cry for quarter. He was not shot, though it was no fault of the guards, for they were determined to make an example of some of those jailbreakers. The convict Thomas Kelly was indicted for murder in the 1st degree, subsequently for the murder of his fellow convict Lorenz. He was tried at Plattsburgh, the witnesses being mostly convicts. A convict there named Mulligan, a noted river pirate, under sentence of 15 years, attempted suicide by opening an artery in his arm, and was only saved by the prompt arrival of the prison physician Arthur S. Wolfe. Several attempts have been made of late in the prisons upon the lives of officers. In a great many of them, they are provoked assaults by the officers, I have no doubt. At least one came to my notice during my stay. It was between a convict named Morrow and officer Moore. This Moore was a very brutal man, and uses at all times the most abominable language towards his men, and it was a wonder to me that such a man should be allowed in the prison as a keeper. Charlie Richardson knew this man's character. Why did he not take such steps as would cause his removal on the same day? Convict Flaherty attempted to cut Officer Cartwright without any cause whatever. What is the use of officers carrying firearms if they have them in such a position that it takes them so long before they can get at them? I have known about 6 or 7 keepers in one prison who could have prevented the beatings they have received by the timely appearance of their pistols, which they keep slung on a belt around behind them, and in a case which is kept buttoned. Convicts know this, so when they attack an officer, they know they do it without chance of being shot. Never do I remember of one case where a convict was shot in attempting to strike an officer, which was getting to be an everyday occurrence. Gentlemen, said Lady Marvelyn, I do hope and trust you have enjoyed yourselves. We have had, I am sure, a most charming and sociable evening. I can speak for myself. The amount of information and interesting matter which many of my guests have kindly furnished us with has been specially acceptable both to myself and many others of the company. There has of course been one circumstance which has broken up the harmony and flow of conversation for a brief period. I allude to the presence of that lawless man, whom many of you censure meaned, I admit with justice perhaps, for suffering to escape, but at the same time. Say no more upon that subject, my lady, interrupted Sir William Lethbridge. The fellow has had a respite. Eyes far away by this time. The best thing we can do is to forget that he was present here tonight. But he knocked my hat over my eyes, and be hanged to him, cried Fitzboggleton, and sent Miss Awabella Lovejoy into hysterics. Miss Lovejoy will forgive him, I dare say, observed the baronet. Oh dear me, yes, returned the fair Arabella, most willingly. I felt assured of that, said the baronet. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are, I take it, all agreed upon one point. This being that our kind friend and hostess has acted with her usual discretion, and all things considered, it is just as well, and it may be a great deal better, that we are rid of the scoundrel. Certainly quite right, Sir William, cried several. We endorse your opinion most willingly. And so this matter being settled, observed the baronet, and seeing also that we have had a long sitting, and however pleasurable the evening may have been which it has been to all of us here nevertheless, as it is now drawing to a close, before we break up, I have one toast to propose, and I am sure speaking from my own personal experience, and the experience also of most, and indeed I may say all persons present, that you will join me in doing justice to that toast. I will not tell you how many years I have had the honor of knowing Lady Marvlin, because you see, by so doing I should have to go back to the sunny days of my youth, and this would lead up to the unpleasant fact that I might probably be no longer young. In fact, it might be said that I am getting old. No, and cheers. Well, we will not dwell upon such an objectionable subject. Her ladyship is the same bright, kind-hearted creature, whom I knew, say, for the nonce a dozen or so years ago. Time has not changed her, and as far as I am individually concerned, as years have flown by, my friendship for her ladyship has been strengthened rather than diminished, and I may add that it is a deep and lasting friendship which I am perfectly well convinced will only end with my life. And so you see, this being so, I have felt it a duty incumbent on me to propose the health and happiness of Lady Marvlin. May her future life be one of unclouded sunshine each day, fulfilling the promises of yesterday, still promising tomorrow. My friends, Lady Marvlin, cried the baronet, raising his glass. The company stood up and drank the toast with enthusiasm. Signor Marowski sang a sort of benediction in choice Italian, which was doubtless very fine, but nobody understood it. This did not much matter, it was very effective nevertheless. Other speeches and toasts followed, and shortly after midnight the guests began to take their departure. Lord Fitzboggleton was the last to leave. He still lingered by the side of Miss Lovejoy's. Your carriage is at the door, my lord, observed the lady. I know it, he answered petulantly. I am perfectly well assured of that important fact. What does it matter? I am master of my own time. Have no wife or babies waiting for my return. Hang it, don't be in such a hurry to get rid of a fellow. I am in no hurry, my lord. I am glad to hear you say so, and now about the wing, I swear most positively, I will not go till I've got your pewamis. What promise? What pewamis? Why, that you will consent to accept the wing, as a token of my esteem. He was going to say love, but substituted the other word in lieu of it. Your esteem. Certainly, confound it, Away-Bella. I intend to always call you Away-Bella, you know. Well, yes, that I believe is an agreement. It is, and you won't depart from the letter of the law in this respect. There is no reason for my doing so. Well, what was I saying? Where was I? Oh, I know about your pewamis. We will talk about that when we next meet. Indeed, we will do no such thing. We will talk about it. Now, I will not leave this house till you have given me your word that you will accept the wing as a token of friendship and esteem. That is your determination. It is. Then, of course, as you are so persistent, I have no alternative. Be satisfied with the assurance that I will accept the gift. I am the happiest of men, exclaimed the young nobleman. Farewell, for the pewescent, dearest Away-Bella. You are an angel, that's what you are. Am I? She exclaimed, bursting out into a laugh. There you go again, ejaculated her companion. You are so fond of looking at things in a ridiculous light. A fellow don't like to be held up to ridicule. No fellow likes that. No, of course not. Then why do you do it? I have not attempted to hold you up to ridicule, said she, pouting. No, I didn't mean to say that. Pardon me, my charmer. I could not find it in my heart to blame you. You are faultless. The champagne and other sparkling wines, together with the excitement of the day, had produced a visible effect upon Fitzboggleton, whose utterance was a little thick. We part good friends, said he. Say that you are not offended. Goodness me, no, cried Arabella. How can I possibly be offended? He would not leave go of her hand, but strove as best he could to explain himself. He was a little foggy, and Miss Lovejoy thought he would never go. If he is often like this, she murmured, he must be rather a troublesome man. At length he made a movement towards the door, and after bidding a final farewell, betook himself to his chocolate-colored chariot and was driven off. And so the festivities at Lady Marvlin's were brought to a close. Chapter Roman 144. A glance at Stoke Ferry Farm Harvest Home. For some days after Pieces returned to the Avalon-Road, he was in a furious, savage state. He did not tell anyone of his escapade at the residence of Lady Marvlin, but those about him were at no loss to divine that something had occurred which not only roused his temper, but made him as sharp and snappish as a rabid dog. Mrs. Thompson, who had been putting an enemy into her mouth, incurred his displeasure with brutal ferocity. He struck her mercilessly about the face, and head so violent was his attack that one of the unhappy woman's eyes was closed, in addition to several other bruises, which she received at the hands of her brutal companion. The only wonder is that she consented to remain with him so long. It was in vain for Mrs. Peace to interfere, for she knew that the chances would have been that she would have been subjected to a similar course of treatment, for Peace ruled his two female companions with a rod of iron. Bill Rotten strove to pacify the tyrant. He was a man who never at any time of his life treated one of the opposite sex with unkindness, and Peace's conduct towards the ladies of his establishment met with Bill's unqualified disapproval. As time went on, however, the owner of the home in the Avalonero toned down, and it is said that he expressed his regret for his barbarity anyway. He became more considerate towards those who might at any given moment have handed him over to the officers of the law. But we must leave the brutal burglar for a while to take a glance at some of the other characters who figure in this history. In the succeeding chapters, it will be our purpose to chronicle the career of our hero, with something like an unbroken course of action. It is perhaps needless to say that Mr. Algernon Sutherland dodged the police. He did not present himself at the police court, where the second examination should have taken place, and the magistrate, Mr. Kensett, felicitated himself upon the fact that the young man had contrived to give his enemies the slip. Many months had passed over since the capture and fresh examination of Sutherland took place, and the affair had by this time been nearly, if not quite, forgotten. It was autumn, and the harvest time was over. The fields were no longer forests of waving corn, but bare and yellow stubble. The yards of the farmers were filled with portly and imposing sacks of corn, warm and sweet beneath thin roofs of pale clean thatch. Harvest time is the holiday of country laborers, sown of hard work and high wages, which is the best holiday of all. At harvest time, men and women who in some parts of England are still preferred to machines earn the chance of buying for themselves and families new corduroy trousers, cotton gowns, and nailed boots for the ensuing year. But there are few, however temperately they may have lived during the other months of the year, who do not spend a great deal of their money on filthy debauches over poisoned beer. This is called the harvest drunken touch. With some it lasts no longer than one night, with others a week, a fortnight, or even longer. It is one of the sacred impurities of our forefathers, which descend from generation to generation, fathers and grandfathers, industriously setting the bad example. I have to describe a jovial and a far happier scene, and to take you to a plat or orchard belonging to Stoke Ferry Farm. John Ashbrook was, as we have already seen, a most prosperous man. It was a bright day for him when he left Oakfield House to take to Stoke Ferry Farm and to espouse its then owner's charming daughter. Very different was it with the other brother. Richard Ashbrook, who had married the girl Jane Ryan, seemed to go from bad to worse after his brother had left him and his wife died. He seemed to lose all heart, and the consequence was that his farm was neglected for the simple reason that he did not appear to care about anything. The result may be easily imagined. Richard was as unprosperous as his brother was flourishing. Nevertheless, when the harvest festivities were about to take place at Stoke Ferry, John insisted upon his brother and sister doing honor to them by their presence. It was a goodly gathering. Bricket was present, as were also old Nat, whom the reader will doubtless remember as one of the parlor customers of the carved lion, Mother Bagley, the personification of spotlessness in dress and sedateness in demeanor, and Master John Ashbrook, puffing out his cheeks like the sides of a red balloon, and rubbing his broad brown hands, and Patty as lovable and charming as she had ever been. There were sports to be played at, and prizes to be contended for. Pole climbing, jumping in sacks, wheelbarrow races, blindfold, hurdle, jumping, ball throwing, and quoit throwing were the order of the day. These games occupied the whole of the forenoon, and when 6 brawny fellows took their places, the whole of their bodies being encased in sacks, with nothing but their heads visible, there was a roar of laughter, and peal after peal followed in quick succession, as one or more stumbled and frantically strove to rise upon his legs again. When these sports were over, they adjourned to the barn, and commenced an onslaught upon brown loaves, Cheshire cheese, and a barrel of homebrewed beer. After lunch, it was announced that the lamb race was to come off. Heralds in corduroys spouted it forth with their voices loud and brazen, as trumpets ballmen cleared the course with their wands of stout groundesh. "Come, Kitty," said John Ashbrook, "why be dull a day like this? Brighten up. Lass, brighten up, there's plenty of sun behind the clouds. Yet though for my part one can't see any clouds at all." "There be clouds, nevertheless, master," said the young woman. "I be thinkin' as how he be dead. And gone the clouds are in my heart, where it's not for the eyes of man to see." "It may be so, that be true enough, I just say, lass. But ye see it bean't no manner o' use for a lad or lass, a set in their minds to be for ever mornin' look at my brother. Can't forget poor chap the one as be dead. And gone, don't ye follow his example, look at Joes, the honestest and truest lad in the Hull county. And he's been after 'ee ever so long. But you won't speak to though all the maids be a dyin' for don't 'ee like him, Kitty?" "I like him well enough. I could not help doing that there, if it were only for his fondness and attachment to Mr. Philip, but I couldna marry him." "And why not?" "I couldna without a tellin' him, and I wouldna do that to save my life." "Ye be a strange, gel self-willed, and wayward. I am thinkin' I just say, if the truth may be spoken, Joe knows all about what you ha to tell him." "Does he? Well, maybe as how he does. And so ye see, lass, there bean't no use your being so obstinate. You must say a kind word or two to Joe, or else." "Or else what, master?" "Well, maybe you and I shall fall out. We ha never done that as yet anyhow. Noah and I hopes as how we never shall." "Tell him what you like then, it won't alter his love, you foolish hussy. And now go and have your thumbs tied." "What, run for the lamb?" she cried, shrinking back a little. "I run for the lamb. You're the straightest-limbed girl in these parts, and the strongest. Joe Doughty is the lord of the harvest. And so, Jell, you must be the lady of the lamb. The lamb race, as it is termed, is thus regulated. A young lamb is run for by the young maidens, who have their thumbs tied behind their backs. Whoever succeeds in first seizing the lamb with her mouth, retains it as her prize, and receives the title of the Lady of the Lamb. The custom is an ancient one, the relic perhaps of a less refined age than the present, and it cannot be considered a very elegant performance. Nevertheless, it generally affords amusement to most persons who witness it. 10 young women had already stood forward as candidates. It fell to the sweetheart of each to tie her thumbs for her, if by chance any one of them did not happen to have a sweetheart. One of the young men volunteered to perform the amorous duty, and this was perhaps the prettiest part of the sport. Sometimes there was a little confusion when a belle happened to possess more than one recognized lover. They would stand watching her with their sheepish eyes, and she would be compelled to choose once for all which of the two she would keep company with for the future. When Kitty appeared, the girls looked at each other anxiously, for they recognized, in her, a formidable antagonist. All the young men made way for Joe Doughty, who went up to her and asked her if he might tie her hands for her. "As well you as any other," was the answer. She exceeded Ashbrook's expectations, and the forebodings of the other candidates were verified. Kitty, open-jawed, and as agile as a young leopardess, had soon pounced upon the lamb and won the prize with her teeth. Whether she would have been a match for the female acrobat, who recently astounded the frequenters of a London music-hall with the tenacious power and strength of her teeth, is another question. But she took the shine out of all her rustic competitors, and her master, Mr. John Ashbrook, felt proud of the victory she had obtained. Now the old wives were marshalled into a line to run a race for a pound of tea. Mother Bagley, who indignantly refused to beneath herself by joining in such a rabbling concern, condescended, however, to drink hot tea against other dames, who worshipped the refreshing beverage. The scalding Twankey brought the tears into her eyes, but comfort to her heart. Snuff had now become her staff of life. The prop of her old age to be out of snuff was to be snuffed out a dead charred wick, instead of a bright and constant flame. A tub of water was brought out, and placed in the center of the plat. Apples were called for the largest that could be had. The boys immediately formed themselves into a procession, and proceeded to wassail the orchard, or to go apple-howling, as it was otherwise termed. No. 78. Illustration: Deadly Struggle. Deadly struggle between Peace and Constable Robinson. One of them had a cow's horn from which he extracted horribly discordant notes. Then they marched to one of the apple trees, and encircled it, chanting a prayer for the next year's crop. "Stand fast, root bear well top. Pray the Lord send us a good heavy crop. Every twig apples big. Every bough apples e'en. Hats full, caps full. Full quarters, sacks full." They shouted in chorus with the cowhorn accompaniment, rapped the trees with sticks which each bore in his hand, and concluded the ceremony by knocking down 3 monster red-cheeked pippins, which were soon floating in the tub ready to be mouthed for by the youngsters who endeavored to earn them under the same conditions as the lamb race. Indeed, the sports and pastimes on this occasion were singularly varied and amusing. Old Mr. Jamblin had throughout his life taken great delight in keeping up the old English customs of his forefathers, and John Ashbrook proved a worthy successor in this respect to his father-in-law. At 6 o'clock they sat down to the harvest dinner, which was spread and served on a table of fabulous length in a corner of the plat, where the grass had been mowed for the purpose. It was still warm enough for al fresco repasts, at least on such an evening as this, when the air was fragrant, when the nightingale was singing, and when the last rays of sunlight fell goldenly and gloriously upon the scene. As soon as the sirloins of beef and huge plum puddings had disappeared from the table and pipes with tobacco had taken their place, a low whisper ran backwards and forwards, and more than one voice cried audibly for Joe Doughty. Joe had earned the rank of the Lord of the Harvest by reaping more corn than any other laborer on the farm. It was one of the duties of this nobleman to propose the health of the reapers. He was like a good many more unaccustomed to public speaking, so he rose and said, perhaps as Master Cheadle was the vice sitting opposite to Master Ashbrook and all. Strike me into brandy pop, you're a coming it, strong young man, said Cheadle with affected sternness. Don't go putting your pack upon other people's shoulders. There, that's just like my Joe, cried Doughty's mother. He knows I want him to speechify, and he's a-tryin' to get out of it on purpose to worrit me. All right, mother, cried Doughty, you shan't be worrited. I ain't much of a hand at speechifying, but I dunno as I ought to shirk my duty, so you see I shall ha to cut the matter as short as the stubble in the whatfields. I am a-goin' to ax you to drink the health of the most considerate and kindest of masters, as ever mortal man had, from the first drop of the dew-cup to what we are drinking now, when we had to ask for beer and couldn't get it. Chorus of voices, never. The dew-cup is the first draught of beer given to reapers before they begin harvest work. We've had kindness always, and beer always, and money always when we have earned it, sometimes afore that wisome on ye, and today we've had sports and prizes, as we don't get every day in England. So I ax ye to drink the health of Master Ashbrook. The health was drunk with wild enthusiasm. And now, said Doughty, let's hear you join in why me in the harvest song, and well sing it in the good old style. When the harvest song, which has appeared too often in print to need further recording, was concluded, John Ashbrook rose and thanked them, and then without sitting down sang a song in praise of the Lord of the Harvest. All rose, while Doughty remained seated at the end of the song. Joe commenced a song in praise of the head carter. The company rose again, and joined him in the characteristic chorus, with a halt, with a ree, with a woe, with a gee. Then the carter sang to the shepherd to the thatcher, and so on. All these little musical arrangements had been decided on weeks before the appointed day, and it had taken some of the vocalists months to learn their parts. By the time their complimentary songs were ended, it was quite dark. A large camphine lamp, which occupied the center of the table, supplied the place of the moon, and half a dozen candles played their parts of fixed stars. Who's to be knocked down for the next song? Roared the woodcutter in his stentorian voice. It's my calend I calls on. Come say it and ha done. Why, it, said Nat peevishly. It rouses my corruption to hear a growed-up man hoglin' and boglin' like that air. Then I calls on you, Nat. The rustics laughed and sang poor old Hosper, old hoss. Don't 'ee be fools, cried Joe, I ain't a-going to let 'ee sing that tonight. Spiff a song and don't be ranty tantacum. I bean't ranty tanty, said Nat, but it meks me rankled to think, as we ha no fitchet pie for supper, we allers used to ha it, and I can't sing without it nother. We used to ha fitchet pie, sartinly, said the old woodcutter, but we didn't used to ha such good meat, nor such fine plum puddings as we's had today, and there's no lack o' beer. Pour him out a noggin, and then hell sing. There's something better than that coming, my eyes alive, look ye here. Bucklemibbuff and a gallon on it, shouted an enthusiastic clown. There's another coming, said the girls, as they set it down upon the table. The beer mugs were speedily emptied, and sent in half-dozens to the bowl, before which a servant lass, ladle in hand, labored without ceasing. My blessing to all on you, cried Nat, with a devotional expression of countenance. Yes, that's all very well, Nat, but we want your song first, and your toast afterwards. I doesn't care a dump for your wants ill sing, when I has a mind to, and not afore. Well there's plenty as can if you can't. Can't who says I can't sing ill sing ere a man here for a pint. And he broke out into the following pastoral. The Gay Plough. Come all you merry ploughboys, and listen to my song. A tale I have to tell you which doth to love belong. He that doth rise up early to lead his team with joy, and so bravely does his duty like a gay plough. Like a gay plough. Says the mother to the daughter, you seem to love him well. It seems as if your tender breast all on his head could dwell. Young lads they are so rakish, young maids they do decoy. And some day, well see you on the knee of a gay plough. Of a gay plough. Oh no, said Jenny, he's just the lad for me. With him I could live happy, his heart's so gay and free. And he does rise so early to lead his team with joy. And he bravely does his duty like a gay plough. Like a gay plough. Young William in the evening returning home from plough. He showed to me a gay gold ring, how could my tongue say no? Oh take this ring dear Jenny, and the parson well employ. And they may see you on the knee of a gay plough. Of a gay plough. 'Twas so they were united, and William goes to plough. And Jenny rises with delight to milk her spotted cow. Down in a lonely cottage where none can them annoy. Ah who's so happy as Jenny and her gay plough. And her gay plough. Where's meester, said a cowboy addressing himself to the multitude. Here's the fiddler's coom, and wants to know whether they may stop or no. Yes they may stop, said Nat in a confident tone, I am head man here. You've got bit by a barn mouse already ain't you, inquired the woodcutter. Or been to Hatcham Fair, and broke both his legs, said Joe. That'll be first class, if we ha a dance want it, said a young lady with an elegant motion, which was probably intended for a pirouette. Dancin', cried Nat scornfully, drat it, what die want to be got at dancin', for we be very well as we are, and I means to call upon the Thatcher for a song, 'cause he and I allers been such very particular friends. I ain't heard your toast, as yet, said the Thatcher, and I've been listening for it hard too. If you'd listened harder, why them stupid ears you'd ha heard me gie it afore ever I sung here's another for you darned deaf adder two in, and one out die know what that be, it's in health and wealth, and out of debt. And a downright good toast too, said John Ashbrook, who had left the company for a while, and had now returned, and an excellent toast, Nat. Aye that it be, meester. But what say ye to a dance, said Ashbrook. There I knew all your pretty girls would like to dance, tell 'em to come in some of ye. Half a dozen scampered off with the glad tidings, and in a few minutes returned with 3 men, each of whom carried something wrapped up in green baize beneath his arm. I want my call answered first though, said old Nat, and the Thatcher he ain't no true friend o' mine, so I calls on. Be quiet you flabbergullion, talking like that air afore meester. He knows as much about civility as a fly does of a gaiter strap, said the indignant Mrs. Doughty. There when he gets into that drunken gurret it ain't no use talkin' to him, if the angel Gabriel calmed down he'd try, and push him out of the way. I never seed such an obstinate fellow in all my born days. I intend to ha my call, cried Nat, and so I calls on Kitty Morgan. I don't know any songs, said Kitty. Get out you know a wheelbarrow full, returned Nat. And she can sing even as sweetly as a barley bird, a nightingale, said the farmer. There was no getting out of it, so Kitty tried to do her best. Very prettily sung, my gel, said Ashbrook, when she concluded. Now for the dance-eat will be bulls noon midnight else, before we begin the harvest lord, and the lady of the lamb lead off. What's it to be, Joe? Speed the plough's my sort, sir, said Joe, touching his cap. It's one of the best country dances we have. I quite agree with you, Joe, it is, said the farmer. Now fiddlers strike up for Speed the Plough. The musicians tuned their instruments, ran over the first few bars, and were satisfied that they were up to the mark, and then dashed off. Speed the Plough was danced through, and played through as country people dance, and as country fiddlers play. As far as vigor was concerned, there was no reason to complain. The farmer stopped the dance out, and then left them entirely to their own devices. This was turned to profit by the fiddlers who had been secretly paid by him. Disguising this fact, they sent one round with a tambourine, as they were wont to do in public houses. On Saturday night and village revels, 1 penny was the accustomed fee for man and partner. Now then, cried the musician, going his rounds, and jingling the coppers in his tambourine. Now then for the next dance 6 down, who makes 8 now, then mates and partners for double lead through the next country dance 10 down, who makes 12 oh there isn't a 12 cheerfully, then well go on as we are. All the other popular dances were done in due notation. Step and fetch it the tramp leap ho hands, across 6 bond Roman 100 want more corn vith, your gallop, inquired a man bringing the almost, but never quite exhausted musicians, some mugs of mickle my buff. Ah, we shan't hurt tonight, they said it's real fiddlers fair here meat drink, and money. Several single dances were next performed such as hornpipes, the Dunhill parson, the broom dance, the pipe dance, and others of the same caliber, after which a kind of cushion dance called bobbin the boaster, which was provocative of much kissing and enjoyment. In the meantime, the old women were steadily drinking all the while amusing themselves at same time, with a game of cards called laugh and lay down, and with another game which none but rustics can understand, and which is played by inscribing chalk lines both ways upon a table, and making spots between the squares. Kate Morgan, the Lady of the Lamb as she was termed on the eventful day, had withdrawn from the throng of merrymakers, and Joe Doughty, who had not ceased watching her the whole evening, followed her. She turned, and saw him then his heart which had been so stout in the furrowed field, began to tremble like a timid bird. Well, said his companion. I hope as how it is well, he answered, Kitty, I've got a serious word or two to say to 'ee. Hot ease. Yes, my gel. And what be it then's? In foreign seas, so I've been told, lass, there's fishes as ha teeth upon their tongues, and there be many a woman as can set teeth upon him, which will bite a man's life and happiness in two. And what if they be has that anything to do why me? She looked at him, keenly, poor girl, she had had bitter experiences. I want you to understand, said Joe Doughty, in a serious tone of voice, that the will of a woman has a deal to do why me, for ye must know how much my future happiness depends upon one single word uttered by you. By me. I lass, that be true enough be you often, and often when alone in the field of waving corn, or it may be yellow stubble, I ha thought of one who had it in her power to mek or mar me. Now don't you be shackin' your head, cause what I be sayin' is the solemn truth, and there's no gettin' away from it, indeed it ain't. Oh no, use tryin' where was I? Oh, I know in the field, either a plowin' sowin', or reapin', it matters not which. But anyway I ha thought this matter over and over again, and though I ha not said anything not as yet, I ha felt all the deeper. Perhaps, Kitty, you must not look so coldly on me, indeed you mustn't. Shall I tell you why? If you like. Because I love you, and none other but you. I ain't rich, that you know, but I've saved a bit of money, for I haven't been like a good many others on the farm, a-spending what I earn afore I earned it. I know you have been careful and frugal, she answered. Well, I ain't afraid of work, that you know also. I do. And if so be as you consent to be my wife, which I hope and believe you will, I shall work why greater energy, for I shall ha something to work, for a man ain't a mite o' use in this world, if he be all alone, as I ha been all these lonely years, and I want for a partner. And if I canna ha then there be no other woman as I care about having answer me. Dang it all, say yes, or no, Kitty, without further ado. Hark Joe Doughty, said the woman with a boldness and energy that fairly astonished him. I be not fit for an honest man. I tell plainly that years agone when you were away from Stoke Ferry, summat happened, as will forever prevent me from becoming your wife. It won't do, Kitty, you must find some better excuse than that, said he, placing his hands upon her shoulder. It won't do, lass. Won't do, she ejaculated in unfeigned surprise. Maybe don't understand me rightly. I tell agin and agin I ain't fit to be the wife of an honest man. And why not? Ye mon to force me into a confession. Well, so be it, I am already a mother. What if be don't think, I ha considered all that he who be dead, and gone did a wrong, and it appears to me that ye are not the only woman as he wronged for theirs. I know what you are going to say, she said, interrupting him, but if you care about me don't say a word agin Master Philip, cause I can't bear that whatever his faults may have been it ain't right and proper to be Attican about him now. He was wayward and wilful, and did not take heed of timely warning, but he be dead, and gone he met with a cruel death, and so say no more about Roman 999. You are right, I will not refer to the subject again, seeing as how it be a trouble to but it doesn't follow that because in a foolish hour you forgot all but your love for him, that you're no fit to be my wife, and I say agin you must find some better excuse. I should not like to ha a husband taunt me why the shame that has fallen on me, I should know like that. And do you think, you foolish lass, that I am likely to do, so you ought to know me better a deal better, nor that there. Are you in earnest, Joe? Earnest, Dollet, I never was so much in earnest, no, not in the whole course of my life. And you mean what you say? Of course I do, every word I ha said. And yell ha me for all that ha passed. Aye, lass, I will. What be left of my heart be yours, she cried, and what be left of my life will be devoted to you, and so if yell tech me ye may ha me. Her lusty companion wound his arms around her, and embraced her with fervor, and so Joe Doughty and Kate Morgan were betrothed in this simple and homely fashion. When Farmer Ashbrook was informed of the circumstance, he was greatly pleased, and promised to give the bride a handsome dowry. Not that Joe had for a moment been actuated by mercenary feelings, when he declared his passion, and besought the girl to bestow her hand and heart upon him, for he was strongly attached to her, and had never at any time flirted with any other village maiden. Mr. Philip Jamblin, the ill-fated young man who was murdered by Giles Chudley, had not been altogether so circumspect as his relations and friends could have desired. It was pretty plainly demonstrated that he had seduced 2 young women before he was sent to his account by the brutal Giles, and there were some evil-disposed persons, still living, who hinted that the young farmer had been brought to his end from this cause. He was a free-hearted, fine young fellow, who at times let his passions run riot. Many of his betters are apt to do the same thing. This is evidenced by the conduct of Lord Ethelwood, but 2 blacks do not make a white, and the late Philip Jamblin was, as we have already seen, not without fault. We have taken but little notice of Richard and Maud Ashbrook, who had been present throughout the festivities at Stoke Ferry. They had not taken a very active part in any of the proceedings, remaining for the nonce but passive spectators. Richard Ashbrook seemed to be a completely broken-down man. He did not appear to have any relish for the sports. Occasionally, it is true, a wan smile passed over his melancholy features, but that was all. He appeared to be thankful when the sports were brought to a conclusion, and pleading indisposition, he retired to bed. For the next few days he grew worse, and it soon became manifest to those about him that his life was drawing to a close. He said he had no desire to live, and that he knew his final time was approaching. He was continually mentioning the name of his deceased wife, Jane Ryan, whose spirit, so he averred, had appeared to him on 3 separate occasions. Those about him strove to dispose his mind of this idea, but for all they could say or do, Richard Ashbrook persisted in his declaration, and so he prepared to settle his worldly affairs. His brother John, who was almost heartbroken, agreed to take charge of his child, and his sister Maud. It was arranged that Oakfield Farm was to be sold. The proceeds of the same were to be handed over to Maud, and in less than a fortnight after the harvest-home at Stoke Ferry, Richard Ashbrook breathed his last. It will be remembered by the reader that the first scene of this history was laid at Oakfield, when Jane Ryan played so conspicuous a part, on the night of the burglary, by Charles Peace Gregson and Cooney. Chapter Roman 145 pieces, Last Burglary, a brave policeman. Pieces, Capture by Robinsona, Visit to Newgate. The most remarkable, and at the same time unaccountable part of Peace's career, is certainly that portion of time, while he was in the occupation of the house in the Avalonero at Peckham. It appears almost incredible that he could have remained there for so long a period, without being discovered. After the murder of Mr. Dyson, the police were supposed to be on the alert. Every effort was made, so it was stated, to hunt down the perpetrator of the murder at Banner Cross. But in spite of all, this Peace was free from suspicion, and night after night, committed the most daring burglaries ever attempted by one solitary individual. Indeed, had it not been for the determination and courage displayed by Police Constable Robinson, the chances are that the scoundrel, whose deeds have so surprised the world, would be even at the present time at large and undiscovered. It really does appear most remarkable that so many murderers should be able to elude justice. We have several instances of this, since Peace expiated his crimes on the public scaffold. The Wallaces, who went off in a cab after the death of their victim, have never been arrested. The Burton Crescent murder of Miss Hacker, of a servant girl at Harperhea, near Manchester, of a youth at Rotherhithe, who died from bayonet wounds. And lastly, the woman whose body was found in a tub at Harley Street 1, and all remain deep, impenetrable mysteries. But Peace, who although for a time managed to escape detection, was in the end run to earth. The last burglary committed by this lawless man, whose remarkable career we have endeavored to shadow forth, proved fatal to him. At Blackheath on the night of 10th of October 1878, a burglary was committed of a most daring character. On that evening, Peace had repaired to the house of Mr. James Alexander Burness in St. James Park, Blackheath, and whilst endeavouring to add to his own riches, was observed by a constable on duty named Robinson. But Peace was not a man to be taken easily upon finding that he was discovered. He rushed into the garden, and fired 4 shots at Robinson, then with a fearful oath, he after taking deliberate aim fired a 5th. The shots were fired from an American revolver of the newest make. The 5th struck the constable in the left arm above the shoulder, carried some cloth with it right through the flesh, grazed the bone, and then passing out went through a gentleman's drawing-room window, and after rebounding on the wall fell on the floor. But Robinson, though injured, seized the man, and after a desperate struggle threw the fellow to the ground. A fight took place, and the burglar attempted to draw a sheath knife which was in his pocket, but the officer, though severely wounded, did not lose his presence of mind, and gave his prisoner a few taps on the head by way of a sedative. When examined, it was found that the fellow carried a 6-barreled revolver, and that the weapon was strapped to his wrist. Young and Brown came up as soon as possible, and the thief was secured, but not until he had been pretty smartly struck with a truncheon. On being charged with the offense, the prisoner refused to give any name or address, and as his face was stained with walnut juice, he was mistaken at the time for a mulatto. The garden was searched, but no Confederates were found. Mr. Burness was away from home at the time, but his wife, who was awakened by one of the servants, witnessed the desperate struggle in the garden. Subsequent examination of the premises by Inspector Bonney X Division showed that the dining-room window fastenings had been forced by a crowbar, which was found on the prisoner with other housebreaking tools, and that a hole 5 in square near the lock of the door, which was locked on the outside, was cut, enabling the prisoner to put his hand through and unlock the door, the key having been left in the lock. Plated and silver articles were removed ready to be carried away, and the prisoner had taken a bank checkbook from a drawer of a table in the drawing-room and a letter case from a davenport in the library, which had been forced open. Mrs. Burness said the house was securely locked at 11:30 the previous night, and that there were 2 fastenings to the dining-room window, which had been broken in forcing the window open. At this time, it must be remembered, there was no suspicion that the man was anything but a burglar, and to prove his guilt as such was the effort of the officer. To find out his name was very difficult, but after a fortnight's search, Bonney discovered that the prisoner was a respectable gentleman who at Lambeth, Greenwich, and Peckham had passed as Mr. Thompson. The last residence of this Mr. Thompson, otherwise Peace, was at Evalenna Road, Peckham, a most respectable neighborhood, the house, a really comfortable one, and a good garden in front. The inspector prosecuted his inquiries, and found 30 pawn tickets in the dwelling. These tickets, mostly related to property stolen from houses in Greenwich and Blackheath, namely silver and gold, plate together with jewelry. The goods had been pawned by one of Peace's lady assistants under the obliging name of Thompson, and were recognized by those who had lost them. Robinson, although severely wounded, very shortly recovered sufficiently to give his evidence at the magisterial inquiry. He was shot through the fleshy part of the left arm above the elbow, but fortunately, no bone was touched. The bullets fired from a 6-chambered revolver were afterwards found, and were produced in court. The firing of 5 shots before one took effect was attributed to the constable dodging behind some shrubs while he was being fired at. The following is the description given of Peace in the daily papers at the time of the occurrence. The prisoner is a repulsive-looking man with protruding jaws and thick lips of the Negro caste, with receding forehead. In height, he is about 5 ft 6 in, but he is not a powerfully built man. He still doggedly refuses to give his name and address or any account of himself, but from a knife which bears a name being found in his possession. When captured, it is thought the police will be able to connect him with a burglary committed in December. Last burglaries have been frequent in the neighborhood of Blackheath during the past 3 months, the houses selected being generally those with a garden in the rear. And although detectives have been specially employed to discover the burglars, they have hitherto failed. But it is thought the man who shot the constable is the principal actor in these burglaries, and from his mode of procedure and the housebreaking tools found upon him, it is evident he was no novice at his work. Examination of the prisoner. At the Greenwich Police Court, John Ward, aged 60, quote, the newspaper reports piece, however, was not 50, although he certainly looked 10 years older at the time of his capture, had previously refused to give his name, was brought up on remand before Mr. Flowers charged with burglariously entering the house of Mr. Burness 2 St. John's Park, Blackheath, and stealing several plated articles, and on a second charge of shooting and wounding Police Constable Robinson 202R. The prisoner, who had his head and face bandaged on the first examination, was now divested of such bandages, and Edward Robinson, the constable who had his right arm in a sling, was examined. He stated that at 2 o'clock on the morning of Thursday last, he was on duty in the avenue at the side of No. 2 St. John's Park, leading to Blackheath, when he saw a flickering light in the dining room at the rear of the house. Thinking this was suspicious, he went to the next beat and obtained the assistance of Constable Girling, and returned to the avenue, Girling assisting him over the garden wall 6 ft high, and they kept watch till the arrival of Sergeant Brown 32R, who lifted Girling over the wall and told them to remain there, while he went to the front of the house to rouse the occupiers. On the doorbell ringing, the light used inside the house was immediately extinguished, and he jumped from the wall into the garden, breaking some glass, and Girling got off the wall and went down the avenue to the rear of the garden wall. The prisoner came out from the dining room window onto the lawn and ran along the garden to the back. He followed the prisoner, who turned round and faced him and presented a revolver at him. It was moonlight at the time, and the revolver being presented at his head, the prisoner said, keep back, or by God I'll shoot you." He told the prisoner he had better not do so, and he rushed at him, the prisoner discharging 3 shots in succession, the first 2 shots passing close to the left side of his head, and the third shot passing over his head. He then made another rush at the prisoner, who took a more straight aim at him, and fired a 4th shot when he closed with him, and struck the prisoner on the face with his left hand guarding his head, by raising his right arm. The prisoner said, "I will settle you this time," and then fired the 5th shot, which perforated the greatcoat and tunic he was wearing and went through his arm above the elbow. They struggled together, and he threw the prisoner on the ground, seizing him with his left hand and knees, and caught hold of the revolver, which was strapped round the prisoner's wrist, and struck him over the head with the revolver. Whilst on the ground, the prisoner put his left hand in a pocket and said, "I will give you something else." At this time, Sergeant Brown appeared and assisted Constable Girling up, and took the prisoner from him. The wound in his arm bled very much, and he was taken to the divisional surgeon, and his wound was dressed. He was still under treatment. Sarah Selina Cooper, under housemaid at the prosecutor's house, said that on the morning of the burglary, in cleaning the room, she found a shot on the hearth rug and a hole in the window, the shot having struck the wall. Inspector Brownie said he could produce evidence as to the prisoner having been concerned in another burglary. The prisoner said he had been informed a quarter of an hour before being brought into court that he would be again remanded, which was not fair as he had never before been in custody. Mr. Flowers remanded the prisoner. When Peace was brought to the Greenwich station after he had been caught in the act, he presented a most miserable and pitiable spectacle. Talk of him being taken for a half-caste, said my informant. He looked more like a black man than a mulatto. What with the rough usage he had got in the struggle, and the tumbling about on the grass, he was in a desperate plight, clay all over him, his face clogged up with dirt, and the mud oozing up about his neck, and stiffening the little hair he had. He was a mealy-mouthed, whining old scamp, and he was as dirty as the devil. This was not a very official way of putting it, but it was explicit enough for the purpose. "Did he say anything particular?" I asked. "Oh, he kept whining away, but the fact was he had been badly punished. Robinson had certainly given him a stiff un on the head." "And who wouldn't?" asked an approving constable, "who just looked in, wouldn't you, if a fellow fired a revolver at you, and then searched for his knife?" Of course we concurred. Peace, having no sympathizers in the company, well, continued my informant, he had got it, and no mistake. Robinson had given him sufficient to settle him for a day. Peace looked dazed and bewildered, and kept wandering in his talk, now and again moaning and crying. When we stripped him, we found he was one mass of filth. His shirt was all rags. The marvel is how it hung together. Everything about him was similar. Was one of the most miserable-looking scoundrels I ever set eyes upon. In fact, he was in so bad a way that I felt sorry for the poor wretch. I had some hard eggs boiled for myself. I gave him one, and some bread, which he ate with some difficulty. When he was locked up, he went on in the same way. When I looked at him through the grating he whined out, said the officer imitating his way of talking, as if his tongue was too big for his mouth. Oh, would to God, Sergeant, you would come in here and knock my brains out. I feel so bad. He was always going on in this way, would to God, and I wish to God being the phrases which most frequently fell from his lips. A canting, whining old hypocrite, said the sergeant to me, and as for his face, why he was so ugly, I cannot understand why any woman would look at him, much less live in the same house with him. He was the ugliest, foul-looking little wretch you would meet in a long day's walk. When Peace refused to give his name, he was overcunning the police, suspected that a man who would give no name must have unusual reasons for his silence. So they set their wits to work to find out who and what he was. When he did give the name of John Ward, they were not disposed to accept it. The warders of the principal prisons were sent for to see if they could identify him. When the warder of Millbank appeared, Peace was asked if he knew him. "Oh no," replied the prisoner, with an affectation of great innocence and ignorance. "I never saw his face before." "Who is he?" he was informed. "Ah," continued Peace, "he never saw me before. I never was in such a prison before. This is the first time I was in such a place." And he looked wearily round his cell with the air of an injured innocent. It was the same with all the other warders who came to look at him. Peace's old audacity returned to his assistance. He stood up when called, and relying upon his changed appearance, shaving of his head the dyeing with walnut juice, and the like, he confronted them with as much confidence as could be put on by an old convict in the presence of those who had been his jailers. He succeeded in deceiving all those experienced officers, but just in proportion to the success of his deception was the desire of the authorities to get behind the mask, and they did so at last, not by any sudden revelation or undetected discovery, but simply by the capacity for taking pains in putting together the many trifles which at length connected the burglar ward with the murderer Peace. There was something superb about the audacity of this remarkable villain. After he had somewhat recovered from the taps which friend Robinson had given him that memorable morning in the garden at Blackheath, he once more tried on the old canting ways which had in former days served him so well. In prisons oft he had known the value of playing the part of the penitent, and by his good conduct had been able to get out much earlier to resume his old bad courses. On the way from Greenwich to Newgate, he was himself again. In the prison van, the inmates are divided by wire partitions, through which they can see and talk to each other, if they are in the talking mood, as they usually are. One of the prisoners had got 3 months for drunkenness. Peace, who was waiting his turn when this person was committed, recognized his face, and at once embraced the opportunity to put a few words of good advice. He positively commenced to lecture the prisoner on the wickedness of which he had been guilty, but remarked the officer, "You should have heard how the other prisoners let out at him. They were not going to be preached at by that old canting humbug." The fellow who had got the 3 months turned upon Peace, and said, "Well, you're a nice one you are here. I got 3 months for getting drunk. But what have you been doing? Don't you think I know why you've been trying to shoot a policeman? You have. They ought to hang the likes of you." The sentiment met with the approving plaudits of the other prisoners, and Peace did not continue his discourse, and what with the sense of mortification at being repulsed, and the candid, if cruel, remarks of the other occupants of the prison van, had rather an unhappy time of it during the rest of the journey to Newgate. Peace's journey in the Black Maria or prison van was by no means an agreeable one. Journeys of this description can never be accounted agreeable under the most favorable circumstances, but in Peace's case, it was most disheartening. He trembled lest his identity should become known, and to say the truth, he feared the worst. It seemed hardly possible, under existing circumstances, for him to maintain his incognito, and discovery meant certain death. Nevertheless, he bore up as best he could, and hoped for the best. The exterior of Newgate Jail is not by any means prepossessing. The interior is most depressing. On arriving within the courtyard of the gloomy and repulsive-looking old city prison, from whose debtors' door so many have stepped to pass on to the scaffold, Peace and his companions were let out of the Black Maria and conducted into a dark stone passage, and our hero was told to stand in a row with his fellow passengers. The deputy governor with 2 warders received the batch of prisoners, and the constable who had acted as conductor to the hearse-like carriage handed over to the deputy governor A number of papers, one for each prisoner, whereupon the names were called out, to which suitable replies were given. Most of them were remands or committals. Peace answered to his name in a low, submissive tone, and looked as if he felt deeply sensible of his humiliating position. There was, however, no getting over the fact that he had attempted to murder a police constable, and indeed at this time, it was by no means certain that Robinson would get the better of his injuries. He was progressing favorably, it is true, but an unfavorable change might take place at any time. The prison officials scanned Peace for a few moments, then, upon a signal from their superior, he was conducted to his quarters by a young man who treated him with civility and consideration. It was the first time Peace had been in Newgate, and he did not even at that supreme moment of misery realize the fact that he was driven to his last ditch, and that never again was he destined to become a free man. Out of the many thousands who pass by this great city prison, how few there are who have any definite idea of its inner penetralia. A brief account of a visit to the establishment in question will convey to the mind of the reader its most noticeable features. First of all comes the lodge, as it is termed. We enter this by a door elevated a few steps above the level of the street, in a line with the old balustrades flanked by dark masses of stone, forming part of the wall, which is about 4 feet in thickness. This outer door has doubtless attracted the attention of many street passengers. It is about 4.5 feet high, and is covered at the top with short bristling iron spikes, the open space above being farther fenced with 2 strong iron bars with transverse iron rods. There is another massive oaken inner door, alongside faced with iron of enormous strength, which is only shut at night. It reminds us of the terrible prisons in the old barbaric times, when criminals were more desperate than in our day, before Howard commenced his angelic mission over the dungeons of England and the continent. This door has a very strong Bramah lock with a big brazen bolt, which gives a peculiarly loud rumbling sound when the key is turned, and at night it is secured with strong iron bolts and padlocks, and by an iron chain. The great bolts penetrate a considerable way into the massive stone wall. The lodge is a small, somber-looking high-roofed apartment with a semicircular iron-grated window over the doorway and a grated window on each side, and is floored with wood. On our left hand is a small room occupied by a female warder, who searches the female visitors to the prison, lighted by an iron-grated window, and on our right is an anteroom leading to the governor's office. Another heavy oaken door faced with iron leads into the interior of the prison, and alongside is an iron-grated window communicating with the interior. On the walls are suspended different notices by the Court of Aldermen in accordance with Act of Parliament. One of them forbids liquors to be introduced into the prison, another refers to visiting the prisoners, and a third to the attorneys and clerks, who should visit them respecting their defenses. The deputy governor opened the ponderous iron-bolted door, leading into a gloomy recess passage, with arched roof conducting along the back of the porter's lodge. Towards the male corridor and kitchen on our right hand is a strong door of the same description, leading to the female prison, secured by ponderous lock and bolts. We meantime turned to the left, and came to another strong oaken door faced with iron in the somber passage. The gas is kept burning even at midday. As we passed along, we saw the sunbeams falling on a stone flooring through an iron grating opening into the interior of the old prison yard. On passing through this heavy door, which is kept locked, the passage widens here. We saw a long wooden seat for the accommodation of the prisoners, who are to appear before the governor to have their descriptions taken. This passage leads on the right-hand side into a room called the breadroom, where we observed a warder in the blue prison uniform, who is detained here on duty. We went with the chief warder into the breadroom, which is also used to take descriptions of the prisoners, being well lighted and very suitable for this purpose. It has a wooden flooring and is whitewashed. In this apartment is an old leaden water cistern, very massive and painted of a stone color, curiously carved with the city coat of arms inscribed on it, and dated 1781. There is here also a cupboard containing a curious assortment of irons, used in the olden time, as well as a number of those used in the present day, of less formidable appearance. There are here deposited the legions worn by the celebrated burglar and prison breaker, Jack Sheppard, consisting of an iron bar, about 1.5 inches thick and 15 inches long. At each end are connected heavy irons for the legs about 1 inch in diameter, which were clasped with strong iron rivets. In the middle of the crossbar is an iron chain, consisting of 3 large links to fasten round the body. We found these irons to weigh about 20 pounds. There is also in this cupboard a fac, simile of the heavy legends of Dick Turpin, the celebrated highwayman, who plays a conspicuous part in Mr. Ainsworth's celebrated romance Rookwood, in which work Turpin's Ride to York, is not the least attractive feature. The irons worn by Turpin consist of 2 iron hoops about an inch thick to clasp the ankle, and about 5 inches in diameter. A ring goes through and connects with the iron clasp, which secures the ankle with a long link on each side about 10 inches in length and about an inch in thickness. These long links are connected with another circular link by a chain passing through to fasten round the body. They are about 37 pounds in weight. It was a saying in the olden time, when any body wanted to be extremely bitter, "I shall live to see you Dublerand in Newgate." But criminals are not so frequently manacled in the present day beyond wearing handcuffs when it is deemed necessary for security, and in extreme cases in penal prisons, by way of punishment for refractory conduct. Those, however, who work in gangs at Portland, Dartmoor, or elsewhere, are chained together, so that there should be no chance of escape. But men condemned to death are not now placed in irons, as was the custom in such cases in former times. There are, however, to be seen now at Newgate some of the old irons, which were formerly put on prisoners, capitally convicted, which they were constrained to wear day and night, till the morning of execution, when they were knocked off before they ascended the scaffold. It was the practice at that time to hang the bodies of prisoners in chains as a warning to other depredators, but this also has been abolished. There is in Newgate also an axe which was made to behead Thistlewood and the other Catta Street conspirators, but it was not used. The bodies of the culprits, after hanging the usual time, were taken down, and decapitation was effected by the use of a sword, which was said to be dexterously used by a young surgeon engaged for the purpose. The axe, which forms one of the curiosities of Newgate, is large and heavy, and weighs about 11 pounds. There is also a murderer's belt, about 2.5 inches wide, for pinioning condemned persons, when about to pay the last penalty of the law. It goes round the body, and fastens behind with straps to secure the wrist, and clasp the arms close to the body. There is likewise another used by the executioner on the drop, for securing the legs. A number of these straps had been used in pinioning notorious murderers, executed at Newgate, whose tragic histories are recorded in the Newgate calendar. And many of these legends had fettered the limbs of daring highwaymen in the olden times, who used to frequent Blackheath and Hounslow Heath Wormhood Scrubs, and a host of other places on the outskirts of the metropolis. What thoughts do these memorials of the past conjure up? The massive and cheerless city prison, which contain these ghastly relics, give us a glimpse of the rigid discipline of our forefathers. In the meantime, we return to an anteroom leading into the governor's office on the left-hand side of the lodge, lighted by an iron-grated window looking into the Old Bailey. There is a cupboard here containing arms for the officers in the event of any outbreak in the prison, consisting of pistols, guns, bayonets, and cutlasses. We do not expect there is any chance of any outbreak in the city stronghold, but it is, of course, just as well to be prepared for any emergency. In convict prisons, the governors and warders cannot be too careful, for there, some of the most desperate characters on the face of the earth are congregated. No. 79. Illustration: the prisoners at exercise. The prisoners at exercise piece, eyeing the detectives. In the anteroom, there are 2 very fine old paintings of Botany Bay, which are hung on one of the walls. There is also a painting of Davies, who was executed years ago for the murder of his wife at Islington. It is roughly executed, and was done by himself before he was apprehended. It is said to be a tolerably good likeness. His brow is lofty and full. The lower part of the face is perhaps a little sensual, but taken altogether, it is a countenance which does not in any way accord with one's preconceived notions of the type of a murderer. But it is not possible to arrive at an accurate conclusion as to the character of individuals by their facial expression. Along 2 shelves over the door of this apartment, and on the top of an adjoining cupboard, are arranged 3 rows of the busts of murderers who have been executed at Newgate. Some of these had a most repulsive appearance, and were of the most brutal and lowest type of humanity. The deputy governor directed attention to the bust of the miscreant Greenacre, who had a very sinister appearance. It is, we believe, not more than a year and a half ago, since his mistress and accomplice Sarah Gale died in Van Diemen's Land at a very advanced age. She was transported for life as an accessory to the murder. She was nearly, if not quite 80 at the time of her decease. Another bust pointed out to us was that of Daniel Good, who was executed for murdering a female and mutilating the body, a portion of which he buried in a stable. The mouth had a disagreeable expression, but his countenance was better molded than that of Greenacre, and did not give indications of the enormity of the crime he committed. Good, when the mutilated remains of his victim were discovered, sought safety in flight. At the time of the commission of the crime, he was groom to a gentleman residing at Roehampton, but it transpired that in early life he earned his living as a bricklayer. He went to some remote country place 100 miles, and more from the metropolis, and obtained work, as may readily be imagined. He passed under another name, and it was some months before he was discovered. Indeed, it was quite by accident that he was found out. The woman in whose house he lodged was deeply concerned at his dejected appearance and his restlessness at night. She heard him sighing and groaning for hours, and suspected that he had something on his mind. She mentioned the circumstance to one or two of her associates. The police were communicated with, and this led to Good's identification. There, said the deputy governor, looking at a full-length bust that is Courvoisier, who was executed for the murder of his master Lord William Russell. The counsel who defended him, the late Mr. Charles Phillips, declared, as he went into court, that he would get him off, and it was likely enough he would have succeeded had it not been for one circumstance. And what was that, pray? As Phillips was addressing the jury in a most powerful speech, a cab drove up in the courtyard, and a woman who was the landlady of a hotel in the neighborhood of Leicester Square brought into court some of Lord William Russell's family plate, which Courvoisier had tied up in a bundle, and left at her house to be called for. This was fatal to the prisoner. Charles Phillips saw all chance of an acquittal was over. He dashed down his brief, and said no more. The judge summed up, and the jury returned a verdict of guilty, upon which Mr. Phillips impudently declared they were right, as Courvoisier confessed to him that he committed the murder just before he entered the court. Phillips never got over this, and retired from the bar, accepting an appointment offered him by government. Upon examining Courvoisier's bust, we found the man had a low brow, and the lower part of the face was coarse, or it might be said brutal. The neck was full and protruding under the ears. The upper lip of most of the group of busts was thick, which might possibly be caused by the process of hanging. Some of them had their eyes open and others shut. We saw the bust of Lanny, who was executed for the murder of a woman of the town, in the vicinity of the Haymarket. The wretch strangled her in bed with his bony, powerful hands, which were preternaturally large. His countenance was brutal in the extreme, and he was a most diabolical, merciless wretch. Another bust was that of Mullins, executed for the murder of an old lady at Stepney. This scoundrel was base enough to charge an innocent man with the crime. He had a heartless, hypocritical expression of face, and we could believe him capable of committing the most atrocious crimes. On leaving the anteroom, we pass along a gloomy passage and make our way towards the kitchen. After reaching the side of a room enclosed with glass paneling in the center of a large apartment with a groined roof, we proceeded along another narrow, gloomy passage lighted with gas, and went into the kitchen, which was very similar in size and general appearance to the lodge, entering it by a small door of massive structure furnished with locks and bolts. Opposite to it, fronting the Old Bailey, are two ponderous doors through which the culprit used to pass on to the drop on the morning of the execution. But the Private Execution Act has done away with this, and the extreme penalty of the law is carried out within the precincts of the jail. We are not at all sure that a change has been made for the better. It is quite true that pickpockets ply their vocation even at the foot of the gallows, but it is equally true that they do so in churches and chapels at the present time. But that is no reason that all places of public worship should be closed, neither is it any reason that murderers should be strangled in secret. In the kitchen are 2 coppers sufficient to cook food for 300 prisoners. The steam is conveyed away from the coppers by means of pipes that lead through a grated window into the open. On shelves were ranged bright tins for the use of the prisoners and wooden trays to carry the food from the kitchen to the various prison cells. Leaving the kitchen and bending our steps to the left, we go along a somber passage of the same character as the one described. Passing through a door at the extremity, we enter a covered bridge, leading across a court into the corridor of the male prison. It has 4 galleries surmounted with a glass roof, which presents a very cheerful appearance, very unlike the remaining portion of the old prison. We observed a stair on the outside, communicating with each gallery, which is girdled with an iron balustrade. There is also a hoisting machine, by which provisions can be conveyed to each gallery in the short space of a minute and a half. There is a machine for weighing the provisions in the center of the corridor, and a dial over the second gallery. In answer to our interrogatories, the deputy governor gave us the following statement: the prisoners are brought here in prison vans from the various police courts over the metropolis, being committed for trial by the magistrates. The city magistrates commit to Newgate and send prisoners for remand, as well as for trial. The metropolitan police courts only send those who have been committed for trial. Those sentenced by the justices of the metropolitan police courts are sent to the House of Correction at Coldbath Fields, whereas those in the city are sent to Holloway Prison. Prisoners convicted of a capital offense remain in Newgate until they are executed or reprieved. Some are incarcerated in Newgate for short terms by the judges of the Old Bailey, such as for contempt of court, and others are sent by the House of Commons for a similar offense. Newgate, continued the chief governor, is a house of detention for prisoners before trial, as well as for those sentenced to penal servitude kept here for a short time, awaiting an order from the Secretary of State to remove them to the government depots for the reception of convicts. In all cases of murder tried at the Old Bailey, the prisoners are sent here. When convicted, they are given over to the sheriff of the county where the offences have been committed. If done in Essex, the murderer is removed to Chelmsford. If in Kent, he is removed to the county jail at Maidstone, and if in Surrey, he is taken to Horsemonger Lane Jail. On the basement of this wing are the reception cells and bathrooms, and the punishment cells. The deputy governor showed us into one of the cells in the corridor, which we found to be 7 feet wide, 13 feet long, and 8 feet 10 inches high at the top of the arch. It has a window with an iron frame protected by 3 strong iron bars outside. The furniture consists of a small table, which folds against the wall, under which is a small wooden shelf containing brushes Roman 100, for cleaning the cell, a small 3-legged stool, and a copper basin well supplied with water from a water tap. On turning the handle of the tap in one direction, the water is discharged into the water closet, and on turning it the reverse way, it is turned into the copper basin. For washing, each cell is lighted with gas with a bright tin shade over it. On the wall is suspended the prisoner's card. There are 3 triangular shelves in a corner of the cell, supplied with bedding Roman 100. As in other prisons we visited, the floor is laid with asphalt. Over the door is a grating admitting heated air, with an opening under the window opposite to admit fresh air at the pleasure of the prisoner. Under the latter and near the basement of the cell is a grating similar to the one over the door, leading to the extraction shaft, carrying off the foul air and causing a clear ventilation. Each cell is furnished with a handle communicating with the gong in the corridor, by which the prisoner can intimate his wants to the warder in charge, and the door is provided with trap and inspection plate. All the cells in the corridor are of the same dimensions and similarly furnished. On proceeding to the basement, we visited the reception cells, which are 11 in number, of the same dimensions as those in the corridor above, and fitted up in the same manner. There are 3 slate baths, about 6 feet long, 2 feet broad, and 2 feet and a half deep, provided with footboards. They are heated by means of pipes communicating with the boiler in the engineer room. 2 of them are fitted up in one cell with a dressing room adjoining. The other bath is in a long room where there is a fireplace and a large metal vessel heated by steam to cleanse the prisoner's clothes from vermin and infection. This resembles a large copper and is about 2.5 feet in diameter and 3 feet deep, with an ample lid screwed down so firmly that no steam can escape. The clothes are put into it and subjected to the action of the steam for about a quarter of an hour. When the vermin are destroyed, the clothes are not in the slightest degree injured. This vessel is heated by means of a steam pipe connected with the boiler in the engine room. The bath is similar to the others already noticed. The dark cells are situated at the extremity of the new wing on the basement. They are 6 in number and are of the same dimensions as the other cells. No light is admitted into them, but they are well ventilated. The furniture of each consists of a wooden bench to serve as a bed, though it is a hard one, and a night utensil, and the flooring is of stone. There are 2 doors on each cell. When shut, they not only exclude a single beam of light, but do not admit the slightest sound. The deputy governor remarked, "There are very few punishments inflicted in this prison. Sometimes the prisoners infringe the prison rules by insolence to their officers, or making away with their oakum, instead of picking it. We have only had 2 persons in the dark cells for the past 2 years." Opposite the bathroom is an engineer room fitted up with 2 immense boilers for heating the whole of the prison, and keeping the baths supplied with hot water. The engineer informed us that during the winter, nearly a ton of coals is consumed per day. The pipes are conveyed into the different cells. For the purpose of heating them, along the walls are arranged a copious supply of iron tools, for the purpose of repairing the different locks. Roman 100. Leaving the corridor of the male prison, we return to the passage across the court, covered with thick glass, where relatives and friends are permitted occasionally to visit the prisoners. On each side of it is a double grating fenced with close wirework of about 4 feet wide, occupied by the prisoners. The relatives take their station on each side of the passage during the interviews, and a warder is stationed by their side to overlook them. On one occasion, we were present when several of the prisoners were visited by their friends. One of them was a man of about 50 years of age, Jew, charged with having been concerned in the forgery of Russian banknotes. He was an intellectual-looking, fair-complexioned man, with a long flowing beard, and a very wrinkled brow, and his head bald in front. He was very decently dressed, and appeared deeply interested, while he conversed in broken English through the wire screen with an elderly woman who appeared to be warmly attached to him, and who was profoundly affected with his situation. He appeared to be a shrewd man of the world. Alongside was a genteel-looking man with sallow complexion and fine dark eye, who was visited by a tall young woman decently dressed, who stood with a bundle in her hand. It appeared this prisoner was under remand for stealing clothes from his employers. He looked sullen, and though apparently attached to the young woman, was very taciturn, and looked around with a very suspicious air. A modest-looking elderly man with silver hair, genteelly attired in dark coat and vest and grey trousers, stood with a bundle in his hand, and was busily engaged conversing with a little smart woman of advanced years, dressed in a grey dress and dark shawl. We learned he was charged with embezzlement. But there is one feature of Newgate's interior, a recollection of which will probably abide in the memory of the man who sets eyes on it, long after all else connected with the grim prison is forgotten: the murderer's burying ground. When one reads that the body of the malefactor was the same afternoon buried within the precincts of the jail, the natural inference is that there is a graveyard, that there is a spot at the rear of the chapel, very likely set apart for the interment of those who are sacrificed to the law's just vengeance, and that though the unhallowed hillocks are devoid of head or footstone, there is a registry kept by which the authorities can tell whose disgraced remains they cover. This, however, is by no means the system adopted. The guide, unlocking a door, discovers a narrow paved alley between 2 very tall rough-hewn walls, which are adorned with whitewash. The alley is perhaps 25 yards long, and not so wide, but that 2 men joining hands could easily touch the sides of it, and at the end there is a grated gate. This, remarks the civil warder, is where we bury M, and you naturally conclude that he alludes to a space beyond the gate, and that he is about to traverse the alley and open it. Instead of this, barely has he stepped over the threshold, then he points to the letter S dimly visible on the wall's surface, and says he, Slitwizzen, who was hanged for murdering his wife and burning her body, and before your breath suspended by the startling announcement, is restored to you, he lays his forefinger on another letter a few inches off. Ketchgaff, who cut the throat of his fellow servant Brambleby, who split his father's skull with a garden spade Greenecker, who murdered Hannah Brown and afterwards cut up her body, and so as he keeps shifting barely a foot at a time along the face of the whitened wall, he goes on adding to the horrible list, while the ghastly fact dawns on you that every letter denotes a body cut down from the gallows, and that the pavement you are walking on is bedded in the remains of who shall say how many male and female murderers. We are comparatively moderate in modern times in the use of the hempen cord as a remedy against manslaying, but this was nearly a generation since when business was exceedingly brisk in that line, and a hanging was looked for in the Old Bailey on a Monday, almost as much as a matter of course as the cattle market in Smithfield on a Friday. Then as now the dreadful little lane between the high walls was the only place of sepulchre for those who passed out to death through the debtor's door. The very paving stones bear witness to the many times they have been roughly forced up by unskilled hands, that a hole may be dug for the reception of the poor coffined wretches who wear quicklime for a shroud. There is not a whole paving stone the length of the alley, and they are patched and cobbled and mended with dabs of mortar in the most unhandsome way. A very large number must have been buried here at one time, and another I remarked. "Bless you, yes, sir," replied the Newgate warder of long service. "You can't see half the letters, they used to be all over the other wall as well. But being whitened, every year the letters at last got filled up." It was not a pleasant idea, and I believe that the cracked and unstable condition of the paving stones suggested it, but it came into my mind as I scanned the walls, and made out scores and scores of ancient letters, showing ghost-like, through the obliterating whitewash, what a hideous crowd it would make if those to whom the initials applied could all in a moment be recalled to life. The narrow alley would not hold them all, there would ensue such a ferocious crushing and striving for escape that there would be murder done over again, and such work for Mr. Marwood that he would be striking for extra pay. 100 years ago the public executioners of the metropolis were kept uncommonly busy. According to the Newcastle Chronicle of July 29, 1780, there were 13 criminals hanged in the 4 days, from July 18 to 21, 1780, and of these 10 had been convicted of complicity in the Gordon riots, the remainder being for highway robbery. One of the condemned rioters was a Jew named Solomons. The report of the executions says, "Yesterday morning, July 21st, at 6:15 Thomas Price James, Byrne Benj Walters, Jonah Stacy, and George Staples, convicts for rioting Roman 100 in Golden Lane and Moorfields, were called up to prayers, and about 8 o'clock, the 3 former had their irons knocked off, put in a cart, and conveyed in the same order as before to the end of Golden Lane, Old Street Road. At their coming out of Newgate, James Byrne desired the carman not to drive so fast, which was complied with. On their arrival at the place of execution, the ordinary got up into the cart, prayed with them for some considerable time when he left them, and they were tied up shortly after. They shook hands with each other, and said as they had lived together on earth and died, so they hoped they should live together in heaven. Their caps were pulled over their faces, and they were launched into eternity while the clock was striking 9. The cavalcade then went back to Newgate, and about 11 o'clock Jonathan Stacy, for demolishing Mr. Mallow's house, and George Staples, for demolishing the Romish chapel Roman 100 adjoining, were put into the cart, and conveyed to Moorfields, the gallows being fixed directly opposite the ruins thereof. They arrived there about 11:15, when the ordinary went up to them and performed his duty, which being finished, the executioner pulled their caps over their eyes, and they were launched into eternity. These poor men prayed in a most exemplary manner all the way from Newgate to the place of execution, and never once took their eyes from their books, but when they lifted them to heaven for mercy. Out of 135 rioters, who were tried, 59 were capitally convicted. The prison arrangements in the olden time were far different to the present regulations. The author of a work entitled The Pens and Penningtons of the 17th Century tells the following story of Newgate, which, as we are discoursing on the city jail, may be interesting to our readers, as a contrast to our present prison regulations. "When we came to Newgate," says the narrator, "we found that side of the prison very full of friends who were prisoners there before us, as indeed were all the other parts of that prison, and most of the other prisons about the town, and our addition caused a still greater throng on that side of Newgate. We had the liberty of the hall, which is on the first story over the gate, and which in the daytime is common to all the prisoners, on that side felons as well as others. But in the night we all lodged in one room, which was large and round, having in the middle of it a great pillar of oak and timber, which bore up the chapel that is over it. To this pillar we fastened our hammocks at one end, and to the opposite wall on the other end, quite round the room in 3 stories one over the other, so that they who lay in the upper and middle row of hammocks were obliged to go to bed first, because they were to climb up to the higher by getting into the lower ones. And under the lower range of hammocks by the wall sides were laid beds upon the floor, in which the sick and weak prisoners lay. There were many sick, and some very weak, and though we were not long there, one of our fellow prisoners died. The rest of the story is too good to be omitted. The body of the deceased being laid out and put in a coffin was set in a room called the lodge that the coroner might inquire into the cause of his death. The manner of their doing it is this: as soon as the coroner is come, the turnkeys run into the street under the gate, and seize upon every man that passes, till they have got enough to make up the coroner's inquest. It so happened at this time that they lighted on an ancient man, a grave citizen who was trudging through the gate in great haste, and him they laid hold on, telling him he must come in and serve upon the inquest. He pleaded hard, begged, and besought them to let him go, assuring them that he was going on very urgent business, but they were deaf to all entreaties. When they had got their compliment, and were shut in together, the others said to this ancient man, "Come, father, you are the oldest among us, you shall be our foreman." When the coroner had sworn the jury, the coffin was uncovered that they might look upon his body, but the old man said to them, "To what purpose do you show us a dead body here? You would not have us think that this man died in this room. How shall we be able to judge how this man came by his death, unless we see the place where he died, and where he hath been kept prisoner before he died? How know we but that the incommodiousness of the place wherein he was kept may have occasioned his death? Therefore show us the place wherein this man died." This much displeased the keepers, and they began to banter the old man, thinking to beat him off it, but he stood up tightly to them. "Come, come," said he, "though you made a fool of me in bringing me hither, ye shall not find me a child now. I am here mistake, not for I understand my place and your duty, and I require you to conduct me and my brethren to the place where this man died. Refuse it at your peril." They now wished they had let the old man go about his business, rather than by troubling him have brought this trouble on themselves. But when he persisted in his resolution, the coroner told them they must show him the place. It was evening when they began, and by this time it was bedtime with us, so that we had taken down our hammocks which in the day hung by the walls, and had made them ready to go into, and were undressing, when on a sudden we heard a great noise of tongues, and trampling of feet coming towards us. By and by one of the turnkeys, opening our door, said, "Hold, hold, do not undress here, is the coroner's inquest coming to see you?" As soon as they were come to the door, for within it there was scarcely room for them to come, the foreman who led them, lifting up his hands, said, "Lord bless me, what a sight is here! I did not think there had been so much cruelty in the hearts of Englishmen, to use Englishmen in this manner. We need not now question," said he to the rest of the jury, "how this man came by his death. We may wonder that they are not all dead, for this place is enough to breed an infection among them. Well," added he, "if it please God to lengthen my life, till tomorrow I will find means to let the king know how his subjects are dealt with here." The Sessions House adjoins Newgate Prison. The older wing is uniform with it in appearance, and was the original Sessions House. There are 7 doors entering into the old courtroom, 2 of them on the side next to Newgate, one of them in the area being for witnesses, and another more elevated being a private entrance for the judges. On the opposite side, there are 2 doors, one for the jury and counsel, and the other a private entrance for the judges and magistrates who take their seats on the bench. There is another door behind the bench by which any of the judges are able to retire when disposed, and on each side of the dock there is a door for the entrance of the witnesses, solicitors, and jury. The courtroom is lighted by 3 large windows towards Newgate, and by 3 smaller somber windows on the opposite side. The Deputy Governor of Newgate informed us that all classes of heavy offences are tried at the Old Bailey Criminal Court, which is the highest in England. The prisoners are brought from the prison of Newgate, and placed in cells under the courts, until they are called to the bar to be tried. They are then brought into the dock to answer to the criminal charges brought against them. The indictments are read over to each of them, and they are asked by the clerk of the arraigns if they are guilty or not guilty. If they plead guilty, they are ordered in the meantime to stand back. If they plead not guilty, they remain at the bar until all the pleas are taken of the other prisoners at the dock. After this is done, the jury are called into the jury box to proceed to investigate the different cases. The prisoners can object to the jurymen before being sworn. If the prisoner at the bar is found guilty, he is sentenced by the judge and removed to the prison. If he is declared not guilty, a discharge is written out by the governor, and he retires from the bar. In the case of a murderer, he is taken to the court in custody of an officer. He is arraigned at the bar in the same way as the other classes of prisoners. If found guilty, he is taken back to the condemned cell, where he is watched day and night, until he is executed, which generally takes place within 3 weeks thereafter. The deputy governor stated, "I find the murderers to be of very different characters. Some are callous and ruffian-like in demeanor, but others are of more gentle and peaceable disposition, whom you heartily pity as you are convinced from all you see about them that they had been incited to the commission of their crime through intemperance or other incidental causes, foreign to their general character. We find those to be worst who premeditated their crimes for gain. There have been few murderers here who assassinated from revenge. I have seen 29 criminals executed in front of Newgate, and was present in the court at the trial of most of them. Palmer was one of the most diabolical characters among penal offenders I ever saw in Newgate, and Mrs. Manning the most callous of females. Palmer was a gentlemanlike man, educated for a surgeon. By giving himself up too much to gambling and field sports, he was led to the murder of J.P. Cook. To repay his losses, he was executed at Stafford, and was only temporarily under our custody here in person. He was strong-built, about the ordinary height, and had very strong nerves. Mrs. Manning was a very resolute woman, but her husband was a very imbecile character, and had been dragged into crime through the strong mind of his wife, who had formerly been lady's maid to the Duchess of Sutherland. The deputy governor informed us he had taken notes of the executions in Newgate since 1816, when criminals were hanged for cutting and wounding, burglary, forgery, uttering base coin Roman 100. The law was changed in the year 1836, in reference to capital punishments, and the sentence of death is now restricted to murder and high treason in 1785 19 persons, and in 1787, no less than 18 were executed at one time. When females are convicted of murder, they are asked by the clerk of arraigns if they have anything to urge why sentence of death should be passed on them. The matron who sits in the dock beside a female culprit asks if she is in the family way. A curious case took place in 1847. Mary Ann Hunt, being convicted of murder, was asked by the clerk of arraigns if she had anything to urge why sentence of death should not be passed upon her. She replied through the matron in the dock that she was with child, an unusual step was here taken. A jury of 12 married women were summoned to court, who on being sworn examined her. After they were absent for some time, they returned into the court and stated that she was not with child. She was afterwards examined by the medical officer in Newgate and found to be pregnant. She gave birth to a son on the 28th of December following, when before the court she must have been 8 months gone with child. Chapter Roman 146 Pieces. Experience of the interior of Newgate. We left Charles in charge of a prison warder, who ushered him into a vaulted apartment of a gloomy, cheerless description, like most others in the prison. Abutting out from this were several small rooms with baths in them, and Peace was told to perform the customary ablution. This he knew from former experience to be the usual course of procedure, so he undressed without a moment's hesitation, whereupon his clothes were taken by his attendant and carefully examined, and all prohibited articles were removed from the pockets. An inventory of these things was taken, and our hero was informed that it was against the prison rules for him to retain possession of them, but that his wife or any of his friends, when they paid him a visit, might take them away, and should you be fortunate enough to be acquitted, observed the warder, you can have them when you are discharged. Peace nodded significantly. Should I be fortunate enough, he murmured to himself. I fear there is not much chance of that. Well, you see, young man, he said aloud, I don't think there is much chance of my pulling through, cause you see the case is ugly against me. I have nothing to do with that. You are sent here to await your trial, and are of course innocent, till you are proved guilty, observed the warder, who was evidently a kindly disposed person. Peace was informed that he could have the prison allowance of food or order, in what he required under certain restrictions, from an eating house on the opposite side of the Old Bailey, and that the money found upon him could be given to his relatives, who would be thereby enabled to pay for the choicest viands from the aforesaid cookshop. All this information was conveyed to him in the set phraseology invariably adopted by wardens when addressing prisoners in similar cases. Peace was never at any time in his life a gourmand and paid but little attention to the pleasures of the table. Nevertheless, he directed to have his meals furnished by the proprietor of the elegant restaurant outside the walls of the prison. But this only lasted a few days. From what he could see of the prison fare, it was sufficiently good for his purpose, being wholesome and passably good in flavor. So he dropped the Old Bailey restaurant and contented with the food supplied by the city authorities. After he had taken his bath and had redressed himself, he felt a little refreshed, and he was told to walk in front of his conductor. He ascended a flight of iron stairs into a lofty hall with a glass roof like a railway station, and on either side of this were galleries one above the other forming tiers, with cells along each the doors of which were all numbered. A number was shouted in a loud voice by his attendant when a warder on the first flight told Peace to come upstairs. He obeyed, and was at once ushered into his cell, which he was told must be kept as clean, as he then saw it that it would be requisite to scrub it every day. His attention was then directed to a printed list of rules, with which he was to make himself acquainted. All these formalities he had gone through on other occasions, but he did not choose to appear as if he knew anything about them. He was desirous of passing off as a greenhand. He had never been in Newgate before, and none of the officials knew him. It was quite time enough for him to acknowledge that he had been convicted before upon the charge of burglary, when he was recognized by other prison officials. When the door of his cell was closed, and he found himself alone in his narrow prison house, his heart seemed to sink within him. There was no telling what might be the issue of this capture. In any case, taking the most favorable view of it, he was certain to be sentenced to a long term of imprisonment. This was but a natural consequence, and this he was prepared to undergo. But if by any chance he should be identified as the celebrated Charles Peace of Sheffield and Bannercross notoriety, his life would be forfeited. "Oh," he murmured, "there is that cursed woman, who I have never trusted out of my sight, since I first became acquainted with her. What will she do? Send me to the gallows? I expect, oh, I wish I could see Bill Rotten. He's the only man I can rely upon." After these observations, he fell into a reverie. Then he proceeded to examine his cell, and its furniture. It was much the same as the others he had been shut up in. It was a brick-arched apartment about 12 ft by 7 ft. There was the same description of wash basin, the same flap table and wooden stool, the enameled plate tin mug, wooden spoon and salt box he had been accustomed to in the earlier days of his prison life. At the sight of these old familiar objects his heart grew sick. "Hang it all, I have been a fool," he murmured. "I can see that plainly enough now that it is too late." Oh, how he sighed for liberty at that supremely bitter moment. The window of his cell was strongly barred, and escape was impossible. He climbed up to this, and from it through a small door some 10 in by 4 in, was just able to distinguish the roofs of the houses and the majestic dome of St. Paul's. The noise of the street traffic fell faintly on his ears, telling of the world outside that dark receptacle of crime. Then he heaved a profound sigh. Should he ever again be mixing with the throng of passengers in the highways and byways of the great city? It was a query that he could not very well answer, but even at this time, hope did not entirely desert him. There might be some flaw in the indictment, some legal technicality, which might be used in his favor. There was no telling. Such things had occurred and might again. Anyway, he would hope for the best. As Mr. Micawber was wont to say, something might turn up. He remained for a long time after this, a prey to agonizing thoughts, a leading subject of these being Mrs. Thompson, whom he now more than ever mistrusted. There was nobody now but his wife to keep watch and ward over her. It is true his friend Bill Rotten might use some little influence over the erratic woman, but then Bill knew nothing about the Bannercross murder, and he debated with himself if it was advisable even now to make the gypsy acquainted with all the circumstances attending upon that horrible crime. If this were done, Rotten might desert him at a time when he most stood in need of his service. He was anxious to drive the thoughts of his position from his mind, and so began to make an inspection of the door of his cell, the intricacies of which afforded a welcome relief, by diverting his ideas from the misery of his situation. He had throughout his life taken great interest in mechanical appliances, and to say the truth it was after all but a poor consolation to employ his thoughts upon the solid fastenings of his door. But it was better than suffering the cankerworm to gnaw at his heart. In the wall itself, adjoining the door about 2 feet from the top, was a something he could not make out. At first he was inclined to think it was a ventilator, but upon further examination he came to the conclusion that he was mistaken. It was no ventilator. He touched it, and immediately heard a sharp click outside. This made him start for a moment. A gong bell was sounded. The trap in the door flew open inwards, forming a little shelf, and a voice exclaimed, "Now then, what do you want?" Through the aperture Peace saw the face of a warder, not the one however who had shown him into the cell. He did not know very well what answer to make, and the man outside in a still more emphatic manner said, "Can't you say what you want, speak man?" "Oh," cried Peace, "I beg your pardon for disturbing you, but I should like to have some writing paper, pens, and ink if it not against the rules." No reply was given to this request, but immediately the little trap closed with a click as suddenly as it had opened. "I expect Mr. Warder is a bit riled," murmured our hero. "Well, if he is, I can't help it." Presently he heard a key inserted in the lock, and the door was opened. Then the warder pointed to an inkstand pen and a sheet of writing paper lying on the ground just outside the cell door. "I am sure you are very kind, and I beg to thank you for this favor," said our hero, in the softest voice possible. "That will do," cried the jailer, closing the door, after Peace had possessed himself of the writing materials. "Ah, man, a few words," murmured the prisoner, "they are most of 'em like that the least said the soonest mended, is their motto. However, he's given me what I asked for. Ill write a few lines to the old woman. But I must mind how I word the letter, for I suppose it will be carefully examined before it is permitted to leave the prison." He occupied himself in writing for some considerable time, and when the hour for bedtime arrived, he unfastened his hammock and retired to rest, sleeping soundly for the greater portion of the night. At 6 o'clock in the morning, he was roused by the clanging of a large bell, and he knew it was time to get up. But before he had dressed, the door of his cell was thrown open by a warder, who passed on to make room for the deputy governor, and another warder, who carried a book for taking notes of anything worthy of notice. Peace knew all these formalities very well, and was therefore quite prepared for them. He assumed a respectful manner for the nonce, and to all appearance he felt deeply the painful situation in which he found himself placed. He bowed submissively to the deputy governor, who took but little notice of the obeisance. "Do you want to see the doctor?" inquired the prison official. "No, sir, I am in pretty good health. There is nothing the matter with me, beyond the fact that I am of course in great anxiety of mind." "Just so then you don't require medical advice?" "No, sir." "Explain to him what he is required to do," said the deputy governor, turning on his heel. 2 brushes were handed to Peace, and he was informed they were to be used in polishing the floor of his cell. He was also shown all the other arrangements, with which however it is needless to say he was already very well acquainted, but he listened to the warder's instructions complacently. Every morning he had to go on his hands and knees, and polish the cell floor as well as wash and scrub the table, stool and basin, and every article in the room. After breakfast, which was served through the little trap in the door, and which consisted of a pint of gruel and a piece of bread, was told to prepare for chapel. As we have in a previous chapter given a full detail of the proceedings in the chapel of a prison, it will not be necessary to repeat the same in this place. It is certain, however, that in chapel and at other places in the jail opportunities are afforded of prisoners conversing, and it is equally certain that old lags on coming into contact with first offenders delight in polluting their minds. In due course the chaplain paid a visit to Peace. He was urbane and kind in his manner, asked the prisoner a variety of questions, and it is needless to say that Peace pretended to be contrite, and expressed his regret for having been led into error. He did not say he had been a criminal for the greater part of his life, but he assumed a sanctimonious air. But the chaplain of Newgate, although uniformly kind to those under his spiritual care, had too much penetration to be deceived by Peace's hypocrisy. No man could by possibility be more fitted for the office than this gentleman. Few men have the gift of dropping in a few words of seasonable advice, judiciously mingled with reproof, than this gentleman. When Peace regained his cell after the service was over, he received a visit from the governor, duly attended like any other commander-in-chief by his aide-de-camp. He regarded Peace with a scrutinizing glance and inquired if he wanted anything. "I want to see my friends as soon as possible, and my solicitor to arrange for my defense," said our hero. "Very well, that is but natural. Write to them, and you can have an interview on the next visiting day." "I have written," cried Peace. "I hope the letter was sent off." "It was," observed the governor sententiously. "Anything else?" "No, sir, I don't think there is anything else, thank you." The governor retired. His visits after this were singularly regular. He came, looked round, made 1 or 2 observations, and then departed. Peace did not dare to ask if Robinson, whom he had shot, was progressing favorably or not, but this was a question he was most anxious about. If the wounded policeman succumbed to the injuries he had received, his assassin would expiate the crime he had committed on the scaffold. One day he asked one of the warders if Robinson was still alive. The question was answered with a nod only, which signified that he was. This seemed to lift a load off Peace's heart, and hope dawned again. After the governor's diurnal visit, all the remanded prisoners were called out and marched off into a stone-paved yard, surrounded by high brick walls. Peace had the strongest possible objection to this arrangement. He dreaded marching round, as by so doing he would run the risk of being detected, and his real identity would become known. However, he was constrained to follow the instructions given him. It was deemed necessary that prisoners should have exercise, and so there was no other course open to him than to comply with the usual regulations. He had a good opportunity of looking at his fellow prisoners. They were of all grades of society, from the fraudulent merchant to the small boy who had been taught to pick pockets. There were forgers, embezzling clerks, housebreakers, and villains of every conceivable type. Peace glanced at them, protruding his lower jaw the while, and distorting his features in such a way as to render recognition difficult and almost impossible. "What are you in for?" whispered a youth of the artful dodger species. Peace made no answer. "I say, old man," observed the precocious youth aforesaid, "you let fly at a bobbit in your shelp, me taters, I wouldn't be in your shoes." All this was said in a whisper, but it was loud enough for Peace to hear. "Hold your tongue, you fool," cried another of the group, addressing himself to the pickpocket. "Can't yer see as how the gentlemen don't like it?" Round and round the yard in Indian file, some 3 yards apart, did the prisoners march, for nearly an hour. 2 warders were there to keep order and check any talking between the prisoners, but a few chance observations, such as we have recorded, did at times take place, despite the warders' surveillance. "Oh, strike me lucky, but the old un has a pretty mug of his own," said the pickpocket as he caught sight of Peace's profile. "Now then, no talking," said one of the warders. "I vast to speak in," cried the pickpocket. "It was you who spoke, and if you do it again, I'll report you," said the prison official. "Vel, all I said vas vat a beautiful old gentleman I've got in front of me. There ain't any harm in that, I s'pose." "You hold your tongue, do you hear?" "Yes, I hear. Vel, I am blessed a cove mustn't even open his mouth to get a breath of fresh air." "Silence!" The pickpocket said no more, much to Peace's relief, for the few chance observations he had already made, naturally enough, attracted the attention of most persons to our hero. Presently a batch of persons emerged from a side door of the prison and entered the yard. They were detectives and warders from other prisons, and had come to take stock and see if they could spot any old friends. Peace walked round and round, without appearing to be aware of the presence of the newcomers, but he was most anxious nevertheless. As he passed along and came within full view of them, he did not recognize any face that was known to him in the group, and hoped therefore that it was all right as far as that day was concerned. Nevertheless, several recognitions did take place, for one man was called to the corner of the yard to undergo a closer scrutiny, while one of the prison officials compared a photograph he drew from his pocket with the features of the man in question, and there was no denying the soft impeachment. Notoriety. Illustration: Visiting Day at Newgate. Visiting Day at Newgate. Peace's interview with his wife. The gentleman was known as an old lag. The acquaintances thus claimed are seldom cordially reciprocated, and in more than one instance Piper at the present moment was found to be identical with Jenkins of Coldbath Fields or White of Holloway. Peace expected his turn to come. It would indeed have been a sore trial if the visitors to the jail discovered that Mr. Ward of Blackheath or Mr. Thompson of Peckham was identical with Mr. Charles Peace of Sheffield. This is what he most dreaded, but it so chanced that on this day none of his friends, either in the force or in jail, were present at Newgate. So much the better for him, had a respite for a while. Those who were recognized stoutly protested that the warders or detectives were mistaken. They said they had never been in trouble before, and assumed such a virtuous tone of indignation as to somehow shake the faith of their accusers. An old and astute detective told us that it was not so much the recognizing the face and figure of the individual that they depended on in the first instance, as the fact that in 9 cases out of 10, an old lag would betray himself. Artful as these men are, they appear to lose presence of mind the moment the detectives come into the yard. Those whom they are seeking seem to be but too well aware of the danger that awaits them, and they invariably try to look so perfectly innocent and slink past in such a shuffling manner that the chances are they are bound to be spotted. But it must be understood that those who are in search of old acquaintances of this sort generally have a good survey of the prisoners, as they are marching round from some dark window of the prison before they enter the yard. Thus the bearing and looks of the prisoners are undergoing a careful and rigid scrutiny when they are not aware of it. On entering, the detectives note any change in their demeanor. The new man, the green hand, is perfectly indifferent as to who sees him. Indeed, in most cases, he does not even suspect what has brought the crowd of persons into the yard, his natural surmise being, if he reflects at all upon the subject, that they are mere loungers who have been brought thither from mere idle curiosity. But with the old hand, the case is altogether different. He looks upon the detectives and all prison officials as his natural enemies, and he cannot preserve his usual equanimity when they make their appearance in the exercise yard, and hence it is that in most cases the old hand, by some sudden or indiscreet movement, is pretty sure to betray himself. Many culprits of this class would gladly avoid the customary exercise, which is deemed requisite by the authorities to take, and peace was one of this number, but to refuse would only cause them to be looked upon with suspicion, and would be attended with other evil consequences. When the customary walk-round in the yard is concluded, the general practice at Newgate is for the prisoners to partake of the midday meal. This generally consists of a few potatoes or other sort of vegetables, a few ounces of meat, and a tolerably good supply of bread. The last named is generally pretty good, although it is made of coarse flour. Still, as a rule, it is passable enough when their meat is not included in the list of delicacies. Soup is given, which is made from the liquor of the meat on the preceding day. As far as the meat is concerned, it may be good enough, though it consists of the coarsest and most inferior part of the animal, but if any care or attention was paid to the cookery of the beef or mutton, it would be eatable. But this is never done. Huge junks of beef are placed in a copper unsalted and boiled as rapidly as possible, and when turned out, it presents the appearance of horse flesh. As a rule, there is very little fat to it, and it presents a most objectionable appearance. The English are not versed in the science of cookery, and have yet a great deal to learn from their continental neighbors, but the beef at Newgate requires a very strong stomach to take to it kindly. This is the more surprising, seeing that the city jail is under the superintendence of the Court of Aldermen, and the Court of Common Council, and every member of these august bodies is supposed to have a great relish for the good things of this life. It is true that they have a great abhorrence of evil-disposed persons, who are indiscreet enough to commit acts which bring them under the ban of the law. Such persons must be punished, and ought not to be pampered or fed upon the fat of the land during their temporary sojourn in the city prison, and to say the truth, they certainly are not. If the object is to make the meat as hard, unpalatable, and indigestible as possible, and at the same time to impart as little flavor and nourishment to the soup, the end is attained. But there is really no reason for this. With the same materials, properly cooked, excellent dinners could be furnished, as it is. The cooking is simply abominable, as bad as can possibly be. It is to be hoped that a change will very shortly take place in the culinary department of Newgate, for it should be remembered that many persons are sent there, who in the due course of time are proved to be innocent of the crimes with which they are charged. Peace, however, never complained of the food which he partook of without a murmur, but there were others who made wry faces as the unsavory mess was placed before them. During the afternoon, he was constrained to take another turn round the yard with his companions in misfortune, or more properly speaking, crime. On this occasion, no detectives or warders paid a visit to the yard, and Peace therefore had no misgivings as far as that day was concerned. But he was, however, greatly relieved when he was conducted back to his cell. Anyway, he would not be troubled to move out of it again till the following morning. He was most anxious to see Bill Rotten or his wife. He had more confidence in the former, and would much prefer having an interview with the gypsy, but he had already sent letters to both, and expected to see them on the next visiting day. Certain days in the week are appointed for prisoners to have interviews with their friends or relatives. The friends of prisoners not convicted are allowed to come and see them, and converse through wire gratings. The rules in this respect are stringent enough, and many have declared that they are unnecessarily, so it certainly does appear hard upon an unconvicted person that he or she should not be permitted to have any private conversation with friends or relatives, but such is the present regulation. There are two gratings with a space of some 3 or 4 feet between them, in which space stands or sits a warder. Any parcels of clothes or other not prohibited articles are passed first to the warder, so that he may be satisfied that there are no contraband things among them, and then after examination they are handed by him to the prisoner. The visiting goes on for an hour. The prisoners, or such of them who have friends to see them, stand in a row against the railings with their friends opposite.